The Impostor, a Blake Barrett thriller, Book 1, written by R.J. Patterson, narrated by John Pirhalla. Dedication. For Trip Wingard, you always knew how to make us laugh. Chapter 1. Barentsburg, Svalbard. Blake Barrett stared through his scope and considered all the ways he could kill the husky man, bundled up in a thick coat and a ushanka while patrolling the roof 100 meters away. But a body count was expressly forbidden for this mission. Not that he minded. He hated cleaning up after himself, especially when things got too messy. Get the data, get out, get home. Barrett lingered, staring at the guard lit only by the pale glow of the nearby street lamps. The icy snow stung the exposed places on Barrett's face as the precipitation swept sideways due to the wind gusting off the water. He brushed off the ice collecting on his face with the back of his glove and took another moment to review what steps he needed to take next. His assignment was simple, yet far from easy. Everything was more challenging on Svalbard, as challenging as the geopolitics of the unforgiving archipelago anchored in the Arctic Ocean. Tasked by MI6 Director Nigel Pearson to hack into a secret Russian listening outpost and steal a motherlode of data, Barrett understood just how imperative it was for him to operate discreetly, a skill he'd nearly perfected while serving in the U.S. Air Force as a Special Reconnaissance airman. He specialized in discretion, shelving dark secrets into the deep recesses of his memory. With Great Britain desperate to avoid further straining its already weakened diplomatic relations with Russia, Barrett gave Vauxhall Cross a risk-free attempt to find out exactly what kind of information Moscow was gleaning from its high-tech surveillance center, and Barrett was more than happy to oblige the British intelligence agency. He checked his watch and started his timer. Once he put down the unsuspecting guard, Barrett would have 15 minutes to complete the mission. He took aim at the Russian and fired a tranquilizer dart that struck him in his neck, felling him almost immediately. Barrett clocked his watch and raced toward the base of the building. Heart thumping, he sucked in the frigid air as he pumped his arms and barreled through the icy snow. And despite his intense concentration, Barrett couldn't suppress the smile forming on his lips. Even though he wasn't on assignment for his own government, he still found himself enjoying the moment and the surge of adrenaline coursing through his body. Upon reaching the building, Barrett whipped his grappling hook gun out of its rucksack and took aim at the roof. Once the hook felt secure, he climbed up the side of the building in the security camera's blind spot. After removing the security card from the unconscious guard, Barrett swiped it in front of the keypad and gained access to the building. He activated a device in his pocket that froze all security cameras for 10 seconds, giving him all the time he needed to get to the server room. With another swipe of the keycard, he entered the room. This is too easy. Barrett eased the door shut behind him and crept across the room. However, he froze when he heard another man addressing him in Russian. "Ivan, ti lieto?" the man asked. "Da," Barrett answered as he remained still. "Где мой кофе?" Barrett glanced at the mirror affixed in the corner, nearing the ceiling, giving him a view of the other man hunched over a computer terminal against the far wall. "Ivan," the man called out. Barrett moved stealthily toward the back, shielding himself from view behind a long row of servers. "Ivan," the man said again. "Что ты делаешь?" As Barrett closed in on the man, he placed his hands on the edge of his desk and pushed away from it. But before he could turn around, Barrett struck the man with the butt of his gun, knocking him out. He inspected the man's security badge that had his name, Boris Popovich, printed on the bottom of it. Barrett dragged the man against one of the server cabinets and checked his watch. 11 minutes. He sat down at the open terminal and began typing. The keyboard clacked as he pounded commands into it and waited. A few seconds later, he found the folders he was searching for and began downloading. After a moment, A box appeared on the screen and estimated how much time he had before the transfer of files completed. If the estimation was accurate, Barrett figured he'd have 2 minutes to tidy up his mess in order to avoid detection. While the files continued to download, he went to work. He injected the man on the floor with a tranquilizer and eased him back into his chair. Barrett hadn't counted on having to deal with 2 bodies, forcing him to improvise. He rummaged through his rucksack and found a bottle of vodka. After situating the man, Barrett poured the liquor into the man's mug and eased his head down on the desk. After he finished, the computer beeped, signaling that the transfer had been completed. 30 seconds early. Nice. Barrett cleared the download log and then dashed out of the room. He activated the device in his pocket that froze the security camera feed and then hustled up to the roof. Barrett placed the half-emptied bottle of vodka in the guard's hand, a man named Dmitri, according to his security badge. Then Barrett grabbed Dmitri's radio and held down the side button to speak. "Why is everyone drunk tonight?" Barrett said, disguising his voice in his best Russian. "First, I find Boris passed out in the server room, and now Dmitri is drunk on the roof." The radio squawked back with a screeching reply from who Barrett could only assume was the commander of the security force. It was a risky move, one guaranteed to send other guards scrambling to the roof, but Barrett figured he'd still have enough time to escape. He hustled over to the ledge and grabbed the rope. As he rappelled to the ground, the rope glided through his gloves, his feet struggling to find traction as he made contact with the icy veneer coating the side of the building. He reached the ground sooner than he expected, landing in the snow with a hard thud. Rolling to his feet, he slackened the rope and gave it a tug, freeing the grappling hook and enabling him to pull it down. Barrett gathered the rope and hook as he ran toward his snowmobile. He slogged up a small rise and clambered over a chain-link fence, refusing to look back until he mounted his vehicle. The snow picked up, reducing his visibility so he couldn't even see the building. He jammed his left hand into his coat pocket and checked one final time for the flash drive. It was still secure. Barrett twisted the key in the ignition as the snowmobile sputtered to life. He gave one last glance toward the building and still couldn't make out anything. While he would have preferred to see what was happening on the roof, the heavy snowfall also meant they couldn't see him either, if they were looking for him. Barrett eased back on the throttle as the snowmobile lurched forward. He'd barely reached the edge of the Barentsburg city limits before he heard the sound of another fast-approaching vehicle. He looked over his shoulder to see another vehicle barreling toward him. Barrett jerked his handlebars to the right to avoid a direct hit, but it didn't matter. The glancing blow was enough to tip his snowmobile on its side and send him skidding across the snow. Once he came to a stop, he sank into the powder. Barrett rolled over in an attempt to get up, but fell back down, forced face first into the snow by a man on his back. The first punch to Barrett's head stunned him, but he quickly gathered his wits and put his hands up to block the second one. Then Barrett twisted to face the man before grabbing the man's wrists and forcing him backward. The man tumbled onto his back in the snow and reached for his weapon. Once he drew it, he trained his gun on Barrett and squeezed off a shot. Barrett dove aside as a bullet ripped through his jacket sleeve, narrowly missing his shoulder. Before the man could fire again, Barrett jabbed at the man's arm with his foot. The unexpected jolt jarred the gun out of the man's hand and into the snow. As he turned to pick it up, Barrett jammed his gun into the back of the man's head. "Don't move," Barrett said in Russian. With the gun still planted firmly against the man's temple, Barrett knelt next to him and plucked the weapon out of the snow. Barrett pocketed it and then eased to his feet. "Now get up," Barrett said with a growl. Raising both hands, the man eased to his feet. Fear flickered in his eyes as he turned toward Barrett. He glanced at the man's name badge on his security credentials and addressed him. Barrett figured he couldn't have been a day over 21 years old. "Ilya Fedorov. Is anyone else coming?" Barrett asked in Russian. Fedorov shook his head. "I should kill you, but I'm feeling generous tonight," Barrett said. You go back and report that you found nothing, that there wasn't anyone out here. But if I find out you told anyone that you saw me, I'll hunt you down and kill you in the most painful way imaginable. Understand?" The young man vigorously nodded. "Now go!" Barrett gestured with his gun toward the man's snowmobile. Fedorov walked backward slowly, while Barrett dumped the bullets from the man's gun before throwing it back to him. "Spasibo," the man said, clasping his hands together and giving a respectful nod. He turned and climbed onto his snowmobile and rode back toward the compound. Once he was out of sight, Barrett saddled his vehicle and fired it up. He sped back toward Longyearbyen, 30 miles away, where Pearson awaited with a private jet to escort him off the island. Barrett used his GPS to maintain the correct heading in the driving snow. After a few minutes, Barrett had tuned out the clattering engine, left alone with his thoughts to review the mission and what he had done right. Under the circumstances, the mission could only be considered a success. He'd managed to deal with unanticipated obstacles with relative ease, though he still wasn't certain that Ivan Fedorov would remain quiet about their confrontation. However, it was only to his detriment to admit that Barrett got one over on him. A smart soldier, the kind of man who wanted to ascend the ranks and earn a better post than one planting him in the harsh conditions of the Arctic, would keep it to himself. But was Fedorov smart? Barrett wasn't sure, though Fedorov had proven to be smart enough to know when he'd been beaten. It gave Barrett hope that he just might succeed in every possible metric by which Pearson would judge the mission. Satisfied with what he'd accomplished, Barrett drove on, left to think about what he would have done if Fedorov had put up a fight a second time. Barrett was certain he could have killed the Russian had the situation demanded it. Yet doubt lingered in his mind. Could he do it? He was confident he could, but the more pressing question demanded an answer. Could he do it without hesitating? He'd hesitated before, and it nearly cost him everything. And if he was honest with himself, Barrett wasn't sure he was over it. He hadn't needed to kill since that fateful mission, content to subsist off challenging breaking and entering jobs. Not that he had a choice. There was a time when he thought he could do it all, but that one moment. Barrett sighed as he considered how his life changed that day. The moment he was told that he'd never do anything more than hacking computers. He wasn't good enough to hunt his enemies. At least, that's what his commanding officer had said. Everything he'd done since was still dangerous. It just wasn't necessarily for his country. But it was still good work that kept innocent people safe and exposed bad actors and foreign governments with evil intent. That's how Barrett coped with the fact that he had been relegated to a second-rate operative, never again given a chance to prove himself. He wanted to do more for his country, but his opportunity seems to have passed, lost in a single moment, never to return. Once he reached the Longyearbyen airport on the outskirts of the city, he found Nigel Pearson sitting comfortably in a chair in MI6's private hangar while puffing on his pipe and reading a book. He looked over the top of his glasses at Barrett. "How'd it go?" Pearson asked as he held out his hand. Barrett dug the flash drive out of his pocket and pressed it into Pearson's palm. 0 dead bodies, and a flash drive loaded with all the data you wanted. So, perfect? Barrett shrugged. Perfection is an unattainable goal in the world of espionage. But if you consider meeting all your mission objectives perfect, then yes. Pearson blew out a ring of smoke and smiled. That's what I like to hear. The money has already been transferred to your account. You didn't even wait for me to give you the device before you paid me? Barrett's brow furrowed. You have a sterling reputation, Pearson said. No blood, no fuss. Too bad your government has a different perspective about your set of special skills. Barrett forced a smile and nodded. Pearson stood and gestured toward the jet on the other side of the hangar. Shall we? Pearson said. Barrett strode toward the plane and climbed aboard. He knew Pearson meant the comment as a compliment, but it still stung. Once Barrett settled into his seat, he turned on his cell phone and noticed a message from Slade Gordon, asking him if he wanted to do some fishing next week. Barrett hesitated to respond immediately, even though he wanted to say yes. Gordon messaging him at that exact moment made Barrett wince. It was just another reminder for Barrett about what could have been, what should have been. He sighed, and then thumbed out a message to his best friend from training. "Sure, let's catch a boatload of largemouth bass." Barrett pocketed the device and closed his eyes. Chapter 2. Norfolk Lake, Arkansas. Blake Barrett crouched low as he navigated his Nitro Z-19 bass boat through a narrow inlet. With one hand guiding the trolling motor, he used the other to shield his face from the low-hanging branches of sweet gum trees lining the banks of the Norfolk Lake. Despite his best efforts to protect himself, branches still scraped against him as he moved forward. "You sure we're going to catch something back in here?" asked Slade Gordon, who went through training with Barrett. "If you're not careful, you're going to catch a stick to your face," Barrett said, gesturing for Gordon to duck. "Too late for that," Gordon said with a wry grin. He turned around just in time to see a large branch hanging eye level over the water. Gordon leaned back, dropping just low enough to avoid a direct hit. "Geez, Bear," Gordon said. "A little warning would have been nice." "If you need to be spoon-fed information about our environment that you can see in broad daylight, I question whether you're in the right line of work." Gordon glared at Barrett and feigned like he was upset before he was unable to hold the scowl anymore and broke into a smile. Seconds later, they emerged from the inlet and entered a quiet cove. Tulip trees, sweet gum and elm trees swayed in the gentle breeze, all just beginning to replace their leaves after a long winter. The dark water, however, was as smooth as glass. "Is this your secret spot?" Gordon asked. Barrett shrugged. "I don't know if it's as much of a secret as it is a difficult one to get to. I've explored around here before, and from what I can tell, there aren't any footpaths leading in here. And as you already know, it's not easy to get here by the water either." "How's the fishing?" "I've caught some monster bass in here. A few catfish, too." Gordon nodded. "I like the sound of that. So, what bait works best in here?" Barrett proceeded to give Gordon a quick rundown of the most effective lures he regularly used to reel in some of the biggest bass Norfolk Lake offered. When they finished baiting their hooks, they settled in and started casting their lines into the water. They sat in silence for a few minutes, both men focused on the surface, waiting for the familiar sharp tug on the end of their lines. "You like it out here, don't you?" Gordon asked. "I prefer the slower pace of living in the Ozarks," Barrett said. "It's all I've ever known, and I guess I'm just more comfortable with it." "It's not all you've ever known," Gordon said. Barrett nodded. "I guess you're right. We spent some time in other places together, though I'm not a fan of craggy mountain terrain like you are. If I never set foot in Afghanistan again, I'll die a contented man." Gordon waited to respond as he reeled in his line before tossing it out into the water again. "It wasn't really about the desert and the mountains as much as it was about what happened there. Right?" he said. Barrett sighed and then chewed on his lip for a moment. "Do we really need to talk about this right now?" "Not if you don't want to. I mean, I don't think it was as bad for you as it was for me. I was right in the middle of that mess. You were just on lookout." "I still saw it all," Barrett said, clenching his fist as he stared out across the water. "And I heard it all, too. The screams, the cries for help, the children. They're the worst." "I didn't realize you'd witnessed everything. I mean, I'd heard that you saw it, but... Look, When you said you wanted to do some fishing, I thought you meant for actual fish. But this feels like a different kind of fishing expedition." "Oh, if you only knew," Gordon said. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Ah, it's nothing. Just forget I ever mentioned it. I'd like to focus on the fishing, too. Look, Slade, you've known me long enough to know that you can always shoot me straight. You don't have to beat around the bush. If you want to tell me something or ask me something, give it to me straight. I can handle whatever it is." Gordon reeled in his lure and placed his rod in the bottom of the boat. He paused and looked up at the crow perched on a branch overlooking the cove and cawing. "In that case, I'll be very straightforward with you. You deserve for me to tell you the truth. So, you're right. This trip wasn't just about catching more fish than your live well could hold." Barrett cocked his head to one side and eyed Gordon closely. After a couple of years of working together, they'd been assigned to work together on a mission. Just the two of them. But they thought they were working as part of a new elite team within Air Force Special Operations. But what they didn't know was there was no such team to audition for. Instead, the military brass were simply searching for a lone operator willing to undertake dangerous solo missions behind the enemy lines or in the shadows at home. And Gordon had earned the position over Barrett. For the past 5 years, Gordon had been gone, occasionally taking a break and visiting, but he never talked about what he did, forbidding Barrett from ever broaching the subject. And while Barrett understood the secretive nature of what he once did, he couldn't help but see how whatever Gordon was doing had changed him. He'd become more distant, more cold. Their friendship, one forged on the battlefield, had slowly deteriorated. Barrett had hoped a few days out on the lake might restore what they once had, but he could tell that had never been Gordon's intent. He was here for something else, though Barrett wasn't sure yet what that was. "So, why are you here? Are you finally going to tell me what you do? Or are you going to tell me how you beat me out for the job?" "You already know the answer to the latter question," Gordon said, shaking his head with a wry grin. "I'm just better than you." "Your nose just grew 3 inches by telling that whopper of a tale," Barrett said. "We both know I was the better operator." Gordon's shoulders slumped as he sighed. "You're probably right. Key word there being was. But even back then, you knew what the difference was." "Is this because I didn't kill that guy?" Gordon interlaced his fingers and leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "There's no question you were one hell of a operator when it came to breaking into a highly guarded facility and stealing secure intel from a protected server. Your shooting skills were also tops in our class, and you had nerves of steel, unwilling to let any situation rattle you, no matter how dire it got. You were also very creative, adept at figuring out how to solve impossible situations. But there's one thing you just couldn't do. One thing you didn't have the stomach for. And what's that? Think about it, Bear. Why do you think you were posted to lookout duty on the hill overlooking Marga? Did you ever once even consider it?" Barrett shook his head subtly. "I told you that I didn't want to talk about that mission." "And I told you never to ask me what I did," Gordon said. "Seems to me like we're even." Barrett narrowed his eyes as he cocked his head to one side. "What didn't I have the stomach for? Surely you know the answer. I want to hear you say it." "It's because you couldn't kill anyone, at least not when the situation called for it. You were weak, often moved by the pleading of condemned men. They'd murdered your brothers in arms, yet you thought compassion was the way forward." "That's not true, and you know it," Gordon grunted. "What are you doing right now? Trying to rewrite history? You never saw a man you wouldn't let walk, if he gave you even the slightest excuse as to why. He could have been captured after detonating a bomb that just killed 5,000 people in a public market, and you'd find an excuse not to shoot him." There was a long pause as Barrett pondered what Gordon had said. There was some truth in it, some lies, but Barrett knew there had to be more, something Gordon wasn't saying, yet it wasn't something he was going to reveal anytime soon. "You're an assassin, aren't you?" Barrett finally asked. "You know I can't answer that," Gordon said. "You don't have to. You already did." "Then you know why you didn't get the job." Barrett hurled his line back into the water and slowly reeled it in, the line creating a faint wake. Water bugs skittered across the top of the water, stirring up a hive of activity on the surface. Seconds later, a largemouth bass leaped out of the water and scooped up a few of the bugs in its mouth. "Did you see that?" Gordon nodded. "That's how it's done." The fish had a complete disregard for the feelings of the bugs, focused more on how they were going to help him than he was on being some kind-hearted soul. Barrett wanted to punch Gordon. It was bad enough to be berated by a good friend, but now Gordon was just picking at an old wound, one they both knew was there, but just never talked about. "So why are you here, Slade?" Barrett asked, his eyes still focused on the water. "What unfinished business do you have with me?" Gordon drew in a deep breath and looked skyward as the raven squawked again. "You hear about Knuckles?" he asked. Barrett shook his head. He hadn't even thought about Brad Knuckles Knutson in several years. "He died last week," Gordon said. "He was apparently drunk and dove off a cliff along Highway 1 in Northern California." "I don't believe it," Barrett said. "Knuckles never had a drop of alcohol." "Not even once? Did you forget his father was an alcoholic? If Knuckles told us once, he told us 1,000 times the story about his dad dying of liver cancer at age 47. "How'd I forget that?" Gordon said, almost to himself. "So you came fishing with me to tell me about Knuckles?" Gordon picked up his reel and inspected the lure on the end. "Can you get me another weight from your tackle box?" he asked, ignoring Barrett's question once again. Barrett stood and walked steadily toward the front of the boat, where he'd positioned his gear. He knelt on one knee and stared at the selection separated by small compartments. "What size do you want?" Barrett felt the boat toggle hard to his left and then to his right. He spun around just in time to see Gordon charging toward him with a knife. Gordon lunged toward Barrett, but he rolled aside and into the water. "What the hell?" Barrett's training took over. He dove toward the bottom, which was about 10 feet deep, and looked up through the dingy water. The scene above him was hazy, but he could make out the boat's form as well as Gordon's silhouette. He appeared to be hunched over the edge, peering into the water. Had Barrett been in sheer survival mode, he would have swum for the shore and tried to outrun him through the Ozarks. But this was different. Barrett had picked up on the signs from Gordon, the odd references, the strange behavior, the painful reminiscing. He was there to kill Barrett, and Gordon didn't intend to leave until the job was done. Barrett needed to do 2 things in the next 15 seconds. He needed a lungful of air, and he needed to level the playing field. Barrett swam about 15 feet toward the center of the cove and let out a breath, sending bubbles streaming to the surface. Then he circled back toward the boat and waited until he was directly under it before propelling himself toward the surface. He zoomed upward, his lungs starting to burn, his hand slicing through the water and then pushing it down. He exploded toward the surface, hitting the opposite side of the boat where Gordon stood. In one violent motion, Barrett forced the left side of the boat upward, catching Gordon off guard and sending him plummeting into the water. Barrett drew in a deep breath and dove back toward the bottom. He stayed low, using the roots of nearby trees to remain near the bottom. Then he removed his K-bar knife from the holster around his waist and prepared to attack. Gordon's head was above water, and he spun around, frantically scanning the area for the man who'd just spoiled his plans. Barrett moved within a few feet of Gordon, waiting on him to fully turn his back. With Barrett struggling to stay low, he reached for another root and instead grabbed a fistful of catfish. The sudden interaction startled the fish, which wriggled free and darted toward the surface. As Gordon turned his back, inviting an attack, Barrett seized the opportunity. Only he wasn't as fast as the catfish. The fish butted up against Gordon's back, causing him to spin around to see what had hit him, and once he turned around, the two men were face to face. Barrett lunged toward Gordon, but he rolled aside, avoiding any contact. Then Gordon struck back, flipping around in the water and stabbing Barrett in his left bicep. Barrett wanted to scream, the pain flooding that side of his body, but he kicked Gordon away, forcing him back in the water. With a wounded arm and oxygen in short supply, Barrett knew he couldn't go for the surface. Such a move would make him an easy target for Gordon, so Barrett considered his only other choice: flip the tables and regain the upper hand. Barrett swam down toward the bottom, slow enough that Gordon could follow. Once Barrett reached the bottom, he winced as he grabbed a thick root with his left hand. Situating himself so that he was face down, he peered over his shoulder and saw Gordon speeding toward the bottom, knife drawn and poised to strike. Seconds later, Gordon rammed his knife toward Barrett, who spun to his left, still clinging to the roots. But Gordon continued until he hit the bottom. Then Barrett leveraged the roots, pulling himself forward and over before getting directly over Gordon. Barrett wasted no time in sliding his K-bar straight into the back of Gordon's neck. He immediately fell limp, his body swaying with the water while blood spewed out of the wound. Barrett wanted to make sure he'd extinguished the threat before resurfacing, but he couldn't wait. His lungs ached, his head starting to get light. He crouched low and let his feet dig into the soft bottom before thrusting upward. Barrett gulped air before diving back down. Once Gordon's body came into view, it was evident that he was long gone. But just to be sure, Barrett snatched the knife off the lake floor and pocketed it before yanking Gordon's body back to the surface and rolling him into the bass boat. Working quickly, Barrett dragged the body ashore and marked the location on his phone with a GPS tracker. He'd have to return later to dispose of the body. Not that it mattered. Barrett wasn't interested in telling anyone about the death of Slade Gordon. Barrett knelt next to Gordon's body and shook his head. They had been such good friends during training, even getting matching tattoos. Barrett looked at his and then back at Gordon's, a sword surrounded by wings and flames, forever etched onto their wrists. He dug his former colleague's keys and cell phone out of his pocket and attempted to open the device with a password. Barrett only needed 2 attempts to crack it. The code was the birthday of Gordon's sister, Grace. Barrett scrolled through the messages, all of them trophies of his kills, also serving as confirmation for whoever had been assigning Gordon his jobs. Even though Barrett knew his name was in the phone somewhere, seeing that someone had ordered him to be murdered, someone high within the U.S. military, still sent shivers down his spine. Why me? Then Barrett's mind drifted back toward Grace Gordon, and how she would take the news of losing her brother, someone she was so close to. She won't like this, Barrett said to himself. Then another thought dawned on him as he pondered his next steps. What if she doesn't have to? Chapter 3. Briarcliff, Arkansas. Barrett chewed on his thumbnail as he rumbled south along Arkansas State Highway 5 in his truck. He thought he could hear Gordon's dead heart still beating, giving him a better understanding of Poe's storyteller in The Telltale Heart. Thump, thump, thump. He was sure Gordon was dead. A car pulled out in front of him, forcing him to brake hard. When he did, Gordon's body slid forward, hitting the back of the cab with a solid thud. The noise battered Barrett's conscience again, sending him spiraling into a guilt-ridden tailspin before pulling out of it. He tried to kill me. I didn't have a choice." That didn't make it any easier for Barrett. It wasn't the fact that he'd just killed anyone that bothered him. He'd killed before on the battlefield, but those were nameless, faceless enemies, men he peppered with bullets from more than 100 yards away. But this wasn't anything like that. This was personal. This was Slade Gordon, his best friend from almost 2 years during one of the most rigorous training regimens available in any branch of the U.S. military. The pain, the sacrifices, the special bond, all it took was one quick jab to the back of Gordon's neck to end them all. It was him or me. Barrett shook his head as he considered everything he'd lost in only a few minutes in that cove. But why me? That was the real question haunting Barrett. He could justify defending himself when it came to Gordon attacking him and clearly trying to kill him. But why would anyone want him dead? He didn't know anything. He'd barely served 2 years before they started to draw down the size of the military. But there was a reason, and likely a good one, even if Barrett didn't know what it was yet. However, he'd been around Special Ops long enough to know that whoever had ordered the hit wouldn't just shrug and move on. There might have been an occasional swing and miss, but there wouldn't be multiple failed attempts. In that moment, Barrett knew he would spend the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, wondering when the next operative would try to kill him. Would it be someone he knew? Another friend? Or just some nameless, faceless mercenary picking up a paycheck? Barrett also knew what he had to do. He had no choice, not that he minded. It's what he should have been doing all along anyway. From the second he realized he'd killed Gordon, Barrett planned on hiding the body, at the very least to buy him some time to figure out what to do. But this wasn't just about buying any time anymore. This was about protecting his future. Barrett returned home, quickly grabbed his go-bag, and then re-hitched his boat to his truck. While there wasn't much Barrett was willing to part with, the condo his grandfather had bequeathed him in Miami was almost a deal-breaker. He quickly typed up an updated will that passed his condo to none other than Slade Gordon and put the new document in the mail for Barrett's lawyer. With that settled, he climbed into his truck and started to drive off. He was pulling out of the driveway when his nearest neighbor, Claude McAllister, gestured for him to stop. McAllister, who was somewhere north of 70, was walking his Yorkie, McFadden, as he did every afternoon. He also loved to talk. At first, Barrett was mildly annoyed, even though he was fond of the man. But then he realized it would provide the cover he needed. He jammed his truck into park and rolled down his window. "You going out again today?" Claude asked. "The fish must really be biting." Barrett clenched his fists, realizing that Claude had seen him the first time he left. "Not really," Barrett said. "They weren't biting earlier, but I wanted to try again." "Well, good for you," Claude said. "Where's your friend, who was with you earlier?" Barrett wanted to curse. "I dropped him off in town," Barrett said. "He had to catch a flight and attend to some other business." "Did you catch much of anything?" Barrett shook his head. "Not as much as I would have liked. I hated to let him leave without reeling in a few trophy bass. He'd go home and spread lies about how fishing's no good here." McAllister leaned in close, placing his hands on the door. "That's not such a bad thing now, is it?" he said. "Too many people already pouring in here and crowding our lake in the area. Did you know I had to wait 15 minutes in line at the First Bank drive-thru yesterday? 15 minutes! "It's getting out of hand," Barrett said. "It's a slippery slope. One day you're waiting 15 minutes at the bank, the next you're sharing your pronouns with your neighbor." "Shit!" Claude sneered before he looked down and kicked at the dirt. "I hope I'm dead and buried before that ridiculousness happens here." "You and me both, brother." Claude tapped the side of the truck and smiled. "Good luck out there this afternoon." Barrett saluted Claude and then rolled up the window, waiting for him to return to walking McFadden before driving off down the dirt road. While Barrett was forced to think on the fly, He'd created a plausible enough story that everyone would believe he was dead, though the only people he was really concerned with were the ones who wanted him dead, whoever they were. Nobody would really miss Barrett, except maybe Claude and the elderly ladies in the bridge club he'd occasionally played with at the Briarcliff coffee shop. His parents had died in a boating accident in Norfolk Lake when he was 2. A drunk boater crashed into them, killing everyone involved. Barrett was being babysat by his aunt, who raised him until he graduated from high school. Then she died of lung cancer a year later. He'd never met any other relatives from his extended family, though he didn't think there were many anyway since his parents were each an only child. Barrett stopped and looked back at his small brick ranch house. He'd never see it again. It held some sentimental value to him, but sentimentality would mean little if he was dead. So long, Briarcliff. He resumed driving, returning to the nearest public boat ramp. He discreetly transferred Gordon's body to the boat along with a cooler full of emptied beer cans, and then put the boat in the water. After puttering around the Norfolk Lake until it was dusk, he decided it was dark enough to dump the body. Using the depth finder, Barrett navigated to the deepest point in the lake. He wrapped a chain around Gordon's body and threaded cinder blocks through it, ensuring that his bones would stay anchored to the bottom for a long time, if not indefinitely. Then he scanned the area once more to see if anyone could see him. Satisfied that no one could, he shoved the body into the lake. He waited a moment to make sure it was going to sink before driving off. Then he navigated to a spot around 200 meters offshore and jumped into the water, which was only about 6 feet deep. The boat would be visible when the lake level dropped, and Gordon's body wouldn't be anywhere near it. The story would seem plausible. Blake Barrett was drinking heavily when he flipped his boat and drowned in shallow water on Norfolk Lake. There might be a quick search, but the evidence would explain what had happened. Barrett rocked the boat for a few seconds before flipping it. As the boat began to sink, he dropped his cell phone into the water and then swam for shore. Once he reached it, he climbed ashore and walked a half-mile back to the public boat ramp, using the wooded area along the road as cover. Upon arriving at the boat ramp, Barrett found it empty, aside from 2 vehicles, his own and Gordon's rental car. He climbed into Gordon's car, paused for a moment, and stared at his truck with an empty trailer. Do I really want to do this? Barrett knew it was silly to question what he'd done. He wasn't doing this because he wanted to. He was doing this because he had to. Barrett punched in the access code and then replied on the text thread that had sent the file and kill order, mimicking Gordon's style for previous responses after kills. Blake M. Barrett, deceased, Norfolk Lake, Arkansas. He adjusted the rearview mirror and stared at himself before talking out loud. Goodbye, Blake Barrett. Hello, Slade Gordon. It's nice to meet you. Then, with the push of a button, the car's engine ignited, and he roared toward the Springfield airport to catch a flight to his new home. Chapter 4. San Francisco. Blake Barrett studied himself in the airport restroom mirror, inspecting his tightly cropped hair that was dyed blonde instead of his natural brown. Gordon had been a natural blonde before his hair darkened as he got into his late 20s, but he continued to color it, holding on to that trademark golden hair for as long as possible. They both had blue eyes and similar facial features, so much so that they were often asked if they were brothers when on leave during training. Slade, you weren't better looking than me, Barrett said, his face stoic, eyes squinting. That statement was a lie, though Gordon could no longer defend himself. At the end of a night out, he'd been able to convince any woman he wanted to go home with him, sloppy drunk or stone-cold sober. Women happily threw themselves at him. Barrett had experienced that many times as well, but he'd always rebuffed such advances. He wasn't interested in one-night stands or encounters that left him more empty than when the night began. And while he understood the importance of assuming Gordon's identity, there were some portions of it Barrett intended to tweak. If questioned about them, he'd express how he'd grown up, matured, changed. He had all he needed to impersonate Slade, everything but his ruthless nature. But Barrett knew he could develop that, too, if necessary. Or that could also be something that he left behind, a new and improved Slade Gordon. There was still plenty of time for Barrett to think through just how he wanted to respond as Gordon. People change, right? But Barrett knew he couldn't change too much at once. He was still supposed to be an assassin, a job that required intense focus and an indifference toward his emotions. It was the same as making donuts or changing tires, tasks that required knowledge and precision, yet were devoid of feelings. Find the target, kill the target, leave without a trace. Barrett scrolled through Gordon's phone and found an app that recorded where he'd left the car. It was still at his apartment. Someone else had driven him there, perhaps a taxi or a ride-sharing service. It didn't matter. That's how he would have to get to Gordon's apartment. Barrett exited the airport and caught a taxi, using cash to pay the fare. He needed to study Gordon's purchasing habits before he started using his credit cards and spending his money. Once he was dropped off at the address Barrett had given the driver, he removed his suitcase from the trunk and entered through the front door. With a cap and large sunglasses, Barrett kept his face mostly hidden. However, he didn't want it to be completely unrecognizable. He glanced upward, knowing the security camera would capture his image and document his return to his apartment. Barrett took the elevator to the 5th floor and strode toward the end of the hall to Gordon's spacious apartment, one that overlooked the bay. He dragged his suitcase behind him, shuffling past a gray-haired woman in a fuzzy pink robe with a white Bichon Frise. The dog growled at Barrett and yipped a couple of times. Barrett stopped and looked at the dog, wondering if he'd bumped it without realizing. But the pup was on the other side of the hallway, baring its teeth. "I know, Montana," the woman said. "It's very rude of Slade to just walk past us without saying a word. He's probably still hung over from going to the club last night, or whatever it is that you young people do." Barrett sorted through the information he'd just received. He was pleased with the fact that this older woman believed he was Gordon. However, he couldn't just ignore her. Obviously, Gordon had a relationship with the woman, even if it was only a neighborly acquaintance. And based on the woman's comment, Barrett also figured out that Gordon usually spoke with her, and that he partied often. He'd also picked up on the dog's name, knelt next to the animal and rubbed his head. "Come on, Montana," Barrett said as he slipped a finger beneath the collar and turned over the ID tag that displayed his owner's name and phone number. Betty Pritchard. "Well, Mrs. Pritchard," Barrett said. He couldn't get another word in before she tapped him on the head with her purse. "How many times are you going to call me that?" she said, her eyes narrowing. "Mrs. Pritchard is my dead mother-in-law. God rest her soul. I'm sorry, Betty," Barrett said. Her glare intensified as she put both hands on her hips. "Did you just wake up this morning and decide that you wanted to piss off a neighbor? Because I'm pretty sure that's what you're doing right now. What do you kids call it today? Trolling or something like that?" "Look, Miss Pritchard," she said, her emphasis strong and drawn out, her eyes bulging. Sorry, Barrett said, considering the fastest way out of this conversation, without committing any more long-term damage than he had already. "Maybe I just had a little too much last night." "A little too much what? A little too much fun? A little too much wacky tobacco? Too much sauce?" Barrett hesitated, unsure of what he could say, if anything, that could quell Betty Pritchard's anger. He stood and turned toward the woman, deciding against answering and going in a different direction. "Miss Pritchard, have I told you lately how lovely you look with curly hair?" She squinted and pursed her lips. "Are you making fun of me?" "Of course not. I was just thinking about how I don't compliment people enough, and you came to mind." Her face softened, a hint of a smile forming on her lips. "You were thinking about me?" "Why wouldn't I be? You and Montana are always on my mind." "Then it's strange why you usually ignore us. This is the first time in over a month you've spoken to us." Barrett felt sick, wondering if he'd just screwed up his first test. "But you said—" Betty slapped his arm and then gave his bicep a squeeze. Her eyebrows shot upward. "Oh, I wasn't expecting you to be so solid." Her face flushed before she continued. "I'm always trying to get your attention, but whatever it was that I said worked today. So glad you stopped and talked with us. You have a wonderful rest of your day. And my offer to watch any Giants game on television with me still stands." Barrett eased into a grin. "Of course," he said. "We'll have to do it soon." "I'll even let you hold Bonds." "Bonds?" Barrett asked. "My cat. You men are so forgetful." She tugged on Montana's leash and marched off in the opposite direction. Then, without turning around, she shouted, "Glad you got that stupid tattoo on your neck removed. It made you look like a weirdo." He maintained his pace as he strode down the hall to Gordon's apartment. After unlocking the door, he went inside and secured it behind him. Tattoo? Shit. Barrett hated tattoos, though in a show of solidarity, he'd gone along with all the other trainees and gotten the same tattoo emblazoned on his forearm. He searched for Gordon's room and found it, putting everything else he'd wanted to do on hold, until he found a photo of his tattoo. Then, attached to the mirror above his dresser were photos of each of the many tattoos he got. There were a half dozen or so, which he collected and shoved into his pocket. Next, he began to search the rest of the apartment. He'd seen the layout of Gordon's apartment briefly one day while they were on a video chat, but it had been a while, and it wasn't all that memorable to him. But as he started walking from room to room, a few details came back to him, particularly the crossed swords over the head of the bed in the guest bedroom. When Barrett first saw it on the call, he remarked about how that seemed a little dangerous for Gordon's guests in the event of a common San Francisco earthquake. "If the whole place starts shaking, you could wake up with a sword sticking in you," Barrett said. "Or you wouldn't wake up at all," Gordon had responded. Barrett immediately knew he would be sleeping in Gordon's master bedroom. He'd barely emptied Gordon's suitcase before his phone buzzed with a text. He entered the passcode and read the message. "Hope you had a moment to unwind, because I have an urgent assignment for you, and it's a big one." Barrett's eyebrows shot upward as he waited for the next text to arrive. A couple of seconds later, it appeared. "There's a real and pending threat on the life of presidential candidate Cameron Doyle at his next rally in Indianapolis. Get there ASAP. We'll send full briefing within the hour." Barrett sat down on the bed and sighed. "So this is the life of a secret government assassin," he said to himself. He thumbed a note acknowledging that he'd received the assignment and would be leaving immediately. Barrett dumped all the clothes back into the suitcase and secured it. "So much for settling in," he said, as he turned off the lights and headed back to the airport to catch a flight to Indianapolis. Chapter 5. Indianapolis, Indiana. Perched high above Monument Circle in downtown Indianapolis, Blake Barrett wondered why he'd been tasked with stopping a potential kidnapping of presidential candidate Cameron Doyle. He wasn't sure he'd ever seen such a large contingent of law enforcement at a political rally from a non-elected official, but based on the crowd gathering, Barrett understood why. The sun dipped behind the cityscape as the street lamps flickered on along with other portable light units. People bundled in winter jackets came prepared to withstand the early March dip in temperatures, accelerated by the jet stream of cold air blasting into the area from the Arctic. Barrett knew how to handle extreme weather, but finding potential weaknesses in the security detail at a political rally wasn't part of his expertise. He would have preferred to take up a position on one of the skyrises that towered over the circle, but the Secret Service held most of those spots, along with the FBI and local law enforcement. The heightened alert brought out everyone, all anxious to do whatever they could to protect the frontrunner to win the presidency, if he locked up his party's nomination, in the election looming near the end of the year. Barrett clutched a radio, listening to the chatter of the organizations tasked with guarding Doyle. Most of it was informational banter, making sure everyone knew what was happening and when. He sighed and clipped it to his belt. Then Barrett sat down on the floor in the enclosed observation deck atop the Soldiers and Sailors Monument and illuminated the entrance and exit plans with a penlight. If a group of terrorists wanted to kidnap Doyle, they'd be smarter doing it elsewhere. But if there was anything Barrett had learned during his time in the Air Force, it was that terrorists don't do things that make sense to us. No, they do things that make sense to them. Think like a terrorist, Blake. For the past 2 days, Barrett had pored over all the plans designed by the Secret Service in conjunction with local law enforcement and found them airtight, but someone felt differently, the same someone who was handling Slade Gordon. What am I missing? Barrett's handler, who signed his emails as ZW, didn't share why he thought it was necessary for Barrett to be there, but then again, ZW thought Barrett was Slade Gordon. Why would he want Gordon here? When the two men teamed up in the Air Force on reconnaissance missions, Gordon was a master at identifying potential weaknesses in their efforts to secure compounds or other key buildings. He'd once spotted several small glassless windows near the base of a building they were holding that provided circulation for the basement. It also provided a way in for small children, one of which was tasked with attaching clusters of munitions to load-bearing walls in the basement. Gordon spotted that chink in the armor and plugged it, catching a young boy while he was halfway inside. But looking down on Monument Circle, Barrett felt the whole thing had the opportunity to go sideways. The plan looked solid, but chaos was just an explosion away. And it wasn't a far-fetched idea, particularly when considering Doyle's well-documented time serving in the Middle East. He'd led a few missions throughout Afghanistan and encountered Taliban soldiers on a number of occasions, some of them ending in bloody gunfights. Everyone responsible for protecting Doyle recognized why he could be a target. And although the Taliban hadn't shown the ability to organize an attack on foreign soil, they knew plenty of like-minded terrorists who would on their behalf. With one blast from the middle of the crowd, hundreds of people could be killed or seriously injured. But that wasn't the threat ZW outlined. According to his briefing, the threat was Doyle's abduction. Barrett decided he needed some fresh air to get outside and mingle with the crowd, to get a sense of the atmosphere. Were people tense, worried, euphoric, excited, or a mix of it all? More importantly, he needed a fresh perspective. If there was going to be a kidnapping, how? He needed to see the scene differently. As he descended the steps, he heard a door slam shut. No one else was supposed to be in the monument. He had special permission to be there, but it was closed at this time of night. "Hello?" Barrett called out into the stairwell. He heard nothing but the scuffling of feet along the concrete steps. "Hello?" Barrett called out again. "Who's there?" Nothing. Barrett froze, waiting to see if he could hear anything else. Then, after a few seconds, he heard a familiar sound, though he struggled to place it, metal scraping against concrete. Barrett didn't need to call out again. He knew something was wrong. Whoever gained access to the tower didn't expect anyone else to be inside. After descending the steps, Barrett hustled into the cramped quarters at the base of the monument, containing a small gift shop and an information kiosk with brochures about the brief history of the structure. Plastic sheets cordoned off one section with a sign asking patrons to pardon our progress, with a small note detailing the improvements being made to the facility. Barrett peeked behind the sheet and found it scarcely looked like any construction was happening aside from a small pile of white dust near the edge of a small grate in the floor. Metal on concrete, he said to himself, satisfied that he'd identified the source of the sound he'd heard earlier. Then he looked again. "What's this?" Barrett said to himself as he knelt next to the grate, which looked slightly off-kilter. He put his ear near the opening to listen and heard what sounded like faint voices, though he wasn't sure he was hearing voices from the tunnel or conversations from the crowd from just beyond the front doors. Barrett hopped up and sauntered over to the door to see if he could determine which one it was. Outside, Doyle strode onto the stage to a bass-thumping song that whipped the crowd into a frenzy. The front-runner for president raised his hands in the air, moving awkwardly in what looked more like the herky-jerky movements of a human marionette than passable dancing. But, based off the faces of the people in the crowd cheering him on, they enjoyed it. A voice over the radio screeched in Barrett's ear. "Who authorized the K-9 unit to conduct a bomb search?" a man said in a gruff voice. "Probably the same one who put 57 snipers on every rooftop in the Circle Center," another woman said with a tone of disdain. "If this isn't overkill, I don't know what is," another man chirped. Barrett walked near the front door, peering through the glass and scanning for the K-9 units. If he hadn't been looking for them, he probably wouldn't have noticed them. Officers guided their dogs through the crowd, stopping occasionally to let them sniff a woman's purse or a man's backpack. Everything appeared normal, except for one little detail: how the dogs moved. The dogs looked like German shepherds, but moved almost robotically, their heads down the entire time. And while bomb-sniffing dogs tended to keep their noses low to the ground, they also looked up for guidance from their handlers. But these animals drifted back and forth, side to side, head down as they smelled everything from people's feet to baby strollers, and all without ever picking up their heads. Something wasn't right. He hesitated to get on the radio since he wasn't official, but he recognized if he didn't, the results could potentially be disastrous. Picking up his radio, he held down the button to transmit a message and spoke. "Those aren't from the K-9 unit," Barrett said. "Someone needs to check them out." "Who is this?" another man said with a grunt. "Agent Smith," Barrett said. "Now if you don't check them out, I'll do it myself." The man sighed and then growled, loud enough that the radio picked it up. "Shaw, would you go check out one of those K-9s and see if those are ours?" the man grumbled. "What do you want to bet it's someone claiming that their dog is a service animal so they could get it past security?" one of the men quipped. "I'll take that bet," another man said, "as long as they're 5-1. "You're on." "Knock it off, guys," the agent in charge said. "Stay focused and take this seriously. It's probably nothing but better safe than sorry." On stage, Doyle gripped the lectern and delivered his opening line. The audience roared with approval, and the speech continued with this rhythm. Doyle speaking, then pausing, the people signaling their delight through either a thunderous applause or shouting in agreement. Barrett stood in front of the glass doors and continued scanning the area. He felt his pulse quicken as he saw some frantic movement out of the corner of his eye. 2 men were tussling near the side of the stage. Barrett glanced back at the last place he'd seen the dogs. Where'd they go? He searched for the man in the lime-green vest who had been walking next to one of the dogs, but he had vanished, and so had the dogs, all of them, and not a single mention of it on the radio. "Is this some kind of a joke?" one of the agents asked, his voice crackling through the speaker. "I don't see a single K-9 unit out there." "They were everywhere a minute ago," the leader said. "Are you sure?" "Positive. Not a damn thing." "Where's that Agent Smith?" another man asked. Barrett wasn't interested in explaining. He just knew something was wrong. Then he caught a glimpse of one of the dogs continuing near the stage. "They're near the front," Barrett said. But before anyone could respond, a chest-rattling boom erupted across the circle. Several booms, almost in unison. Then the confetti cannons unleashed a hailstorm of little paper squares everywhere, making it nearly impossible to determine what was happening on stage. But through the haze of flittering red, white, and blue and the chaos of a crowd fleeing the area, Barrett saw them. A trio of armed men stormed the stage and yanked Doyle off the edge. Then another explosion, this time accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, they were gone, vanishing like a magician performing his final trick. Barrett hesitated for a moment, not out of fear but out of a desire to properly assess the situation before charging in. Then he heard loud voices coming from below in the construction area beneath the floor. He darted back to the glass door and strained to see what he was looking for. Then he saw it, now visible with the crowd dispersed, a grate just in front of the stage. The chatter on the radio was distracting to Barrett. Agents yapped back and forth about who was doing what as they searched for Doyle, but Barrett knew they wouldn't find him, at least not anywhere in the circle. He ripped the device out of his ear and shoved it into his pocket. Then he hustled back to the construction area, cinching his rucksack tight on his back. After he knelt and dislodged the grate, he slid it aside and jumped into the darkness. Chapter 6. Indianapolis, Indiana. Barrett landed hard, his feet splashing in a thin layer of water. He nearly fell but steadied himself as he stood upright. Removing his penlight from his pocket, Barrett lit the tunnel and examined it. Almost immediately he recognized that this wasn't used for sewage, but was actually an old passageway. He pointed his light in the direction of the stage and heard more voices. Barrett pulled out his gun and trained it in front of him, along with a flashlight, as he moved in the direction of the noise. Barrett could still hear the screams emanating from the street level as well as footfalls rushing away from the area. After realizing his footsteps were splashing and echoing off the brick walls in the tight space, he stepped more carefully in an effort to reduce the sound. The voices seemed to be growing more distant, signaling to Barrett that the men were moving away from their location. The conversation also sounded more intense, letting Barrett know he was about to walk up on a powder keg. The men who'd abducted Doyle were likely agitated and nervous. For Barrett, the only nagging question was how many men were there. Then Barrett heard Doyle's voice, defiant and bold. "You're not going to get away with this, whoever you are," Doyle growled. "Shut up," a man hissed, in the first English Barrett had heard from the men. With all the noise they were making, Barrett decided to ditch his stealthy approach in order to avoid losing them. He increased his pace, the standing water giving way to damp concrete. A draft chilled Barrett as he hustled toward the men. Then the voice and scuffling of feet stopped. Barrett broke into a sprint, fearing he'd lost them. But a few seconds later he rounded a corner that opened up into a large underground space that was well lit by lamps hung from the ceiling. Brick columns provided support between round archways in what looked like a maze of sorts. Then he recognized it as the Market Street catacombs, something he'd read about the Circle Center area while preparing for the mission. He surveyed the area as he slowed down and looked for a possible passageway they might have disappeared into. Barrett saw a man with a scraggly beard and tattered coat, head down and crouched in a corner. A blue milk crate next to him filled with clothes and other items. Talking to him would be a waste of time, Barrett figured, so he kept scanning. Then he saw 3 men huddled around a blindfolded Doyle, all talking in muted voices in the shadows of a tunnel that branched off from the illuminated space. Barrett considered his options. If he shot into the cluster of men, he risked hitting Doyle. "Where is he?" growled one of the men loud enough for Barrett to hear. At least they're not going anywhere at the moment. The men's confusion gave Barrett more time to decide the best course of action. Once he determined his next move, he dug a flashbang out of his rucksack and moved closer, using the brick columns as cover, darting from one to the next until he was within about 10 meters. Then he hurled the explosive device toward the men. The pop and smoke that accompanied the quick blast confused the men, knocking them all to the ground and creating disarray. It also gave Barrett enough time to race into the tangled group, snatch Doyle to his feet, and lead him away. "It's okay, sir," Barrett said. "I've got you." They rushed along the dirt floor and back into the tunnels. "I can't see," Doyle said. In the dash to escape, Barrett had left on the blindfold, and he wasn't in a hurry to remove it either, at least not until they reached the poorly lit tunnel. "Sorry, sir," Barrett said as he removed it, still moving at a fast clip. "Oh, thank God," Doyle said. "But that doesn't really matter, does it?" Barrett chuckled. "It's dark in here, sir." "Well, Thank you for pulling me out of there. Who knows what they planned to do with me? Well, don't thank me yet. We've still got to get you to safety. Barrett reinserted the earpiece from his radio and squawked into it. I've got Doyle, he said. Where? And who is this? Snapped the leader. It's Agent Smith. Meet me at the Soldiers and Sailors Monument. We'll be there in about 2 minutes. Barrett lied. We're less than 30 seconds away, but he didn't want anyone knowing who he was. It'd attract far too much attention. Upon reaching the hole he'd jumped into, Barrett hoisted up Doyle, enabling him to reach the top. He shimmied out and then reached out his hand to Barrett. Let me help you up, Doyle said. Thank you, sir, but I've got some unfinished business to attend to. Good luck with your campaign. He spun on his heels and raced back down the tunnel toward the site of the confrontation. Once he arrived, he didn't find the men. They'd quickly scattered and didn't leave behind anything except for a flashlight. Barrett smiled as he picked it up carefully with a bandana he found in his sack and carefully wrapped it up. He ventured deeper into the tunnel before finding a series of steps that led to the street level. He found the door left ajar, the bolt that had once secured it now cut. He figured it was the captor's likeliest escape route. He cursed and clenched his fist as he scanned the area. With his gun drawn, he eased down the cramped alley and searched for any sign of the men. They were probably long gone, either driving off in the opposite direction in a getaway vehicle or joining the flood of people fleeing the scene on foot. However they chose to leave, Barrett doubted he'd be able to find them in a reasonable amount of time. At least I've got the flashlight. Barrett texted his contact. Got Doyle to safety. Found a flashlight left by the terrorists. Need someone to help me pull a fingerprint. A few minutes later, Barrett received a reply with instructions on what to do. He drove to a coffee shop and met a special agent named Will Lucky. Barrett handed over the flashlight and asked when he could expect results. Lucky said he would put a rush on it and try to get him results within 24 hours, if not sooner. Barrett retreated to his hotel room and waited for the results, racking his brain for anything he might have missed. He tried to remember a few of the phrases he'd heard the men speaking. He was almost certain it was Arabic, but wanted to confirm it. After entering what he'd heard into his computer, an online site confirmed what he'd suspected. That sent Barrett diving into Doyle's past. Who the hell did he piss off? Then Barrett's eyes widened as he read a profile on Doyle's past. Cameron Doyle took a swig from a water bottle as an EMT inspected him. I'm fine, he said, shrugging off the woman's attempts to dress a small scrape just above his eyebrow. But, sir, I once walked 2 miles with a knife sticking out of my leg, Doyle snapped. I think I'll be fine, okay? The woman put her hands in the air in a gesture of surrender and eased away from him, almost immediately replaced by one of his aides. How would you like to handle this, sir? The young man asked. We can put out a press release on social media and let everyone know you're okay. Was anyone hurt in the bombing? Doyle asked. There were a few people hurt in the rush to escape, but those were just smoke bombs that went off, designed to create confusion. Between that and the confetti, nobody knew what was happening. But once the area cleared out, there weren't any casualties. So this was all about capturing me? The man shrugged. It certainly appears that way. I mean, if you go through all the effort of sneaking smoke bombs into a political rally and you don't detonate an explosive device that's going to kill a lot of people, you're not some bloodthirsty terrorist. They definitely wanted me for some reason, Doyle said. No idea why anyone would want to target me, especially after all I did for that region. Maybe that's precisely why someone is targeting you, the aide said. Not everyone liked what you did there. Perhaps you're right, Doyle said. So how'd you get free? The aide asked. A guardian angel, I supposed. I wish I knew who the man was who saved me. It wasn't someone from the NDPD or FBI? Doyle shook his head. And nobody knows who it was either. Just some guy who went by Agent Smith. Agent Smith? The aide said with a chuckle. Not very creative. He was creative where it counted, as far as I'm concerned. Getting me out of there wasn't easy, but he managed to do it. Well, I'll draft something up right away. We'll let your constituents know you're fine and that you're more determined than ever to do something about the influx of terrorism being deported to our soil." "I like it," Doyle said with a snap. "But highlight the brave men and women who helped secure the area and rescued me." "Even without the man's name?" "Doesn't matter. Just heap praise on local law enforcement and the Bureau. It'll play well with voters." "Smart," the aide said. "There's a reason why you're going to win the presidency." Doyle winked. "I like that positive energy. Now, let's get that press release out, ASAP." He forced a smile as the man scurried off. Then Doyle winced, knowing he had a long campaign ahead of him, and somebody who was determined to kidnap and kill him. Chapter 7. Indianapolis, Indiana. Blake Barrett tugged his hat low across his brow, put on a pair of sunglasses, and exited his hotel room. He jammed his hands in his coat pockets as he descended the stairwell. Putting a shoulder into the door, he eased into the noonday sun and walked toward the Monon Trail, a popular path that ran through the heart of the city. Barrett kept his head down as he walked. He needed some fresh air after staying holed up in the hotel for most of the morning, recovering from the events from the night before. His ears had only stopped ringing an hour earlier due to the flashbang he'd utilized to get Doyle free, and while the mission was a success by nearly every standard, he'd let the kidnappers escape. Killing them hadn't been part of his assignment, though his handler had sent a couple of messages suggesting that allowing the men to live created some unfinished business. Lost in thought, Barrett jumped aside after hearing the frantic pleas of a woman behind him for him to move. He slid into the grass and watched as a ruddy young boy pumped his legs and raced by, nearly clipping Barrett. The woman sped past on her bike a few seconds later, begging him to stop, though he didn't seem to have any plans to do so. Barrett stopped and took a deep breath before looking skyward. Is this the life of an assassin? He wasn't sure he liked it. He wanted some routine, some normalcy to his life, but there wasn't any going back now. While spending time on the internet researching Doyle's past, Barrett had come across an article about his disappearance on Norfolk Lake. The report included a quote from his neighbor Claude McAllister, who shared what a kind man Barrett was, and how he'd once helped him fix a hole in his roof after a storm that had blown through the area inundated contractors and handymen alike, and he'd been told that it would be a month before anyone could help him fix it. "But Blake came right over," McAllister had told the reporter. "We had it fixed before noon, and were enjoying a glass of bourbon on my deck by sunset." While Barrett had once longed for the life of an assassin, he now realized that it was the life on the lake that he really wanted. But for the time being, that was gone. He'd chosen to live over a lifestyle, the best choice he knew he could make. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt a little, or a lot. Instead of spending his afternoon trying to haul in some bass and ignoring the world's problems, he was entrenched in the biggest story of the year and what every talking head on television was calling a brazen terrorist attack. But Barrett didn't find it as brazen as he did calculated. Based on their actions, the men who'd attempted the abduction seemed wholly focused on taking Doyle. But who were they, and why did they want him? Barrett hadn't been given implicit instructions to hunt down the men, but he understood that was the prudent thing to do. However, what wasn't necessarily prudent was withholding evidence from the FBI, evidence its agents could have used to track down the kidnappers themselves. But Barrett wanted to speak with them first, and if he was going to speak with them at all, he had to keep it at a minimum. Agent Lucky and no one else. At least that's how Barrett approached the situation. If he could get a name and address from Lucky, Barrett might be able to figure out what this was really about and maybe get a clue as to why he'd become the target of a covert government assassin. Barrett walked a couple of miles, considering all his potential options, before turning around and walking back toward the hotel. As he entered the lobby, he stopped in front as something on the television arrested his attention. The anchor behind a desk gathered his papers and looked straight into the camera. "Apparently, there's far more to what happened last night than we initially reported," the man began. "Seems we've got a real hero last night that nobody is talking about. And it's not a Secret Service agent like we initially reported here. Insiders who've spoken with our own Clarissa Hartman tell her that there was a daring rescue attempt that prevented Senator Doyle from being abducted last night, while law enforcement searched for clues as to who was behind the attack and who prevented it. Clarissa—" The screen flashed to a blonde woman clutching a microphone, standing in Circle Center, as crews behind her cleaned up the aftermath of the attack. "That's right, Rick." Her eyes narrowed and lines slightly creasing her forehead. "My sources tell me that last night could have been much worse for Senator Doyle if someone hadn't stepped in. The only problem is officials aren't saying who exactly rescued Doyle, and that's leading many to theorize that it wasn't a Secret Service agent who saved the senator. Now, I have several sources who believe it wasn't one of their own who rescued Doyle, and the senator himself has been tight-lipped on the specifics of his abduction attempt, doing nothing but praising law enforcement and federal agencies for their swift response in returning him to safety. But so far, his team hasn't responded to requests to make him available for a press conference to discuss what happened from his perspective." Barrett furrowed his brow. The last thing he wanted or needed was a media crusade to unmask who was Doyle's savior. If anyone figured out who he was, that would only invite more questions, as well as put him at risk for being exposed as the fraud that he was. He'd been able to change his appearance enough that he could pass for Gordon, but if he fell under the microscope, it could spell trouble. Clarissa continued with her report. "One bureau agent I spoke with said that the presidential frontrunner was taken by 3 men, according to initial reports the FBI has received, and that he was whisked away and lowered into a tunnel beneath the city, where the unknown hero found him. What the agent, or whoever he was doing in the tunnels is unknown at this time, but it's raised plenty of questions as to who stopped this attack. Meanwhile, the Bureau continues to look into the biggest mystery of all. Who was responsible for this attack on Senator Doyle, and why? At this time, no major terrorist organization has claimed responsibility, leading many to wonder if this was an act of domestic terror or a foreign one. Rick?" "Thanks, Clarissa. Seems like we have more questions now than we do answers," the anchorman said. "That was crazy," a man next to Barrett said, nodding at the screen. "I thought about going downtown last night. So glad I didn't. The world seems like it's getting crazier by the minute." "You're not alone in thinking that," Barrett said to the man. Barrett turned and headed toward the elevators. Once he ascended to the 3rd floor, he exited and then entered his room. After settling into a chair at his desk, his cell phone rang from his contact. "Yeah," Barrett said. He'd felt strange answering his phone and claiming to be Gordon, even though that's exactly what he was doing. He figured eventually he'd be more comfortable with it, but for the time being he was sticking with a simple, curt response. It was Special Agent Lucky. "I've got something on those fingerprints," he said. "But before I give you this information, I'm curious as to who exactly you're working for. Homeland Security?" "I can't really say," Barrett said. "Just know that we're on the same team. The only reason I ask is because we're hunting for the guys who tried to abduct Senator Doyle last night, and—" "This is totally unrelated," Barrett said. "I just needed some help on another case I'm working on in the area." Lucky sighed. "If you say so. Well, anyway, here are the results of those prints. They belong to a man named Hakim Rahimi. But I don't know what he'd be doing here. He doesn't have a lot of ties to this area and works for a landscaping company in Pasadena, California." "Is that all?" Barrett asked. "Are you sure this doesn't have to do with the attack at Circle Center last night?" "I told you this is unrelated," Barrett said. "Because if it is, we can work together on this. We don't need to be so territorial." "It's unrelated," Barrett repeated through clenched teeth. Okay. Don't bite my head off. Anyway, the only possible tie to the area might be Rahimi's brother, Jalil, who lives in Chicago with his wife and 2 kids and works as a mechanical engineer. He's well respected in his field and has been here for a while after their family came to the U.S. 20 years ago. Is that all?" "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Barrett said. "Thanks for the information. I appreciate it." Barrett ended the call and opened up a search on his computer for Jalil Rahimi. It made more sense to pay him a visit rather than fly across the country on what would most likely be a futile search for Hakim. Barrett quickly found an address, scrawled it onto a notepad, and tucked it into his pocket. Then he packed up and checked out of his room before starting the 4-hour drive to Chicago. Chapter 8. Chicago. Blake Barrett buttoned his peacoat as he stood against the side of Tungsten Industries and waited for Jalil Rahimi to exit for the day. The March wind roared off Lake Michigan, the bitter cold stinging the extremities on Barrett's face. He checked his watch and wondered how much longer before Jalil called it a day. 15 minutes stretched to an hour, and Barrett wondered if Jalil had returned to his daily routine. When Barrett called Jalil's house and pretended to be a colleague from work, his wife indicated that her husband was planning on being at the engineering firm where he worked, but downtown started to feel deserted, aside from the panhandlers and occasional cops roaming the streets. Maybe this was a mistake. Then, just as Barrett was about to call it a day, Jalil marched out of the building and headed toward his car. He wore a winter jacket and a scarf, signaling that he was accustomed to winter's last gasps in Chicago. In his right hand, he casually swung his briefcase, his pace quickening with a gust of wind. Barrett hustled up next to him. "Excuse me," Barrett said. "Are you Jalil Rahimi?" Jalil furrowed his brow and cocked his head to one side. "Who are you?" Jalil asked. "Jack Smith," Barrett replied. "I had a few questions for you, if you don't mind." "I do mind," Jalil said. "Now please leave me alone." Barrett forged ahead with his question, ignoring Jalil's plea. "Were you in Indianapolis a couple of days ago?" "I'm sorry, but I don't know you, and I'm in a hurry, and frankly I don't have to answer any of your questions." Barrett stopped, allowing Jalil to continue. "So that's a yes?" Jalil didn't respond. Not a word, not a gesture. He just kept swinging his briefcase until he reached a crosswalk leading to his parking deck. Once he started across the street, he gave a quick peek over his shoulder at Barrett. He definitely knows something. So much for the friendly approach. Barrett returned to his hotel and dug through his suitcase stuffed with Gordon's ample supply of disguises. After selecting a delivery driver uniform, Barrett purchased a box and then headed to Jalil's apartment. Barrett knocked on the door, his brown cap pulled low across his brow, his pasted-on mustache tickling his nose, while waiting for Jalil to answer the door. Jalil's wife, Zafira, came to the door, her head covered, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Barrett had read about her, but couldn't let on that he was anything but a uniformed delivery driver. "Are you Jalil Rahimi?" Barrett asked, deepening his voice. "That's my husband," she said. "I'm afraid he needs to sign for this. Is he home?" "I receive packages for him all the time," Zafira said. "Not ones like this," Barrett said. "The only accepted signature for this package is that of the person it's addressed to." She huffed and scowled. "Let me go get him. He's putting our little ones to bed." "No problem." She closed the door, then scurried off to get Jalil. A few moments passed before Barrett heard the engineer's heavy footfalls thumping toward the door. He quickly swung the door open, his forehead creased. "Why can't my wife sign for this package?" he said with a growl. Barrett shrugged. "Just following orders." "Do you have a pen I could use?" Barrett shook his head as he moved his right hand out from behind the box, revealing a gun. "I'd like for you to step into the hall with me for a minute. Tell your wife you'll be right back." Jalil complied, sticking his head inside to tell her he'd be right back. When he turned back around, he glared at Barrett. "Who the hell are you?" "I already told you. I'm Jack Smith." "You know what I mean." "Let's take a walk and I'll answer some of your questions." "I'm not going anywhere with you." Barrett cocked his head to one side. "Perhaps you don't realize that I have a gun, and you don't, and you're the only thing standing between me and the rest of your family. I can assure you that it wouldn't end well for them." Jalil sneered at Barrett before stepping aside. "Lead the way," Jalil said as he gestured in front of them. "Why don't you lead us to the roof?" Barrett suggested, using his weapon to indicate toward the stairs. Jalil walked slowly up the steps, keeping Barrett on high alert for the short walk. Once they reached the top, he nodded toward a bench. The two men sat down, Barrett shoving his gun into his coat pocket to keep it out of sight in case anyone else decided to join them on top of the building. "I'll make this conversation quick. If you are straightforward with me, I'll get you back to your family before you know it. Deal?" Jalil nodded, leaning forward and interlacing his fingers. "Now, where's Hakeem? Was he with you in Indianapolis?" "Who said I was in Indianapolis?" "I know you're a busy man, a family man, and a man who wants to get back to your wife. This isn't time to play word games with me. Just answer the question." Barrett rattled the gun in his pocket, allowing the barrel to imprint against the corner of his pocket. "Let's not forget that I have this either." "I don't know where Hakeem is." "But he was in Indianapolis with you, wasn't he?" "Yes." He looked skyward, not a single star visible due to Chicago's bright city lights. "Why did you try to kidnap Senator Doyle?" "Who said that's why we were there?" Barrett wiggled the gun. Okay. It was Hakeem's idea. He asked me to help him by assessing the tunnels there. It was my job to make sure that any damage to the ground above wouldn't compromise the passageways. I didn't know we were going to abduct anyone until I got there. He told me it was for some possible construction project he was working on with an upstart developer in Los Angeles. Barrett arched an eyebrow. "Your brother? The landscaper?" "He's forever trying not to be one, hustling with jobs on the side all the time," Jalil said. "It's not unheard of for him to try to land an extra gig here or there." "And you didn't know there was a big political rally taking place for the person most likely to become the next president?" "I don't pay attention to politics." Barrett pursed his lips and shook his head. "I told you to be straightforward with me. Look, I don't care who wins. Ask any of my friends. Ask my wife. I think they're all crooks who maintain their power by making promises they never intend to keep." "A fair assessment," Barrett said with a shrug. "But I find it hard to believe he didn't tell you what he was going to do." "If he had, I wouldn't have gone. I have a complicated relationship with my brother, and we don't always see life the same way." "But why would he want to kidnap Senator Doyle?" Jalil looked at his feet and kicked at a stray pebble. "I don't know. He never told me anything until it was too late for me to do something about it. If I didn't at least help him try to escape, I was going to get caught too. Although apparently it's too late for that. So what are you? FBI? Homeland Security?" "Something like that. But I don't care about you. I want your brother." "Why just him? We were both there." "Yes, but he's the one in charge. He's the one who has the answers I need, starting with the big question of why." "And how do you know he was the one in charge?" "The man in charge was the one holding the flashlight, and we pulled his prints off the flashlight he dropped on the ground. At least that's what I saw." "You were there?" He eyed Barrett. "You were the one shooting at us, weren't you?" "Careful," Barrett said. "I could finish the job right now if I wanted to." "But you want to speak with my brother. And then what? Are you just going to kill him as soon as he talks?" "That's not my style. Besides, I'm sure there are others who would like to speak with him as well." "If you think I'm going to help you out—" "You are going to help me out. In case you've already forgotten, I know where you live. I know where you work. I know where your family lives. Barrett reached into his pocket and produced a card before handing it to Jalil. "This card has my cell phone number on it, and I want you to call or text me the minute you see your brother again." "I already told you. He's long gone." "Back to California?" "If he's smart." "We both know he isn't. Or, at least, he's very determined to do something to Senator Doyle, and since your brother failed in his attempt to capture the senator, that means Hakim won't be heading home, doesn't it?" "He didn't tell me his plans." "The minute you see him, call me. I can promise you that you'd rather me speak with him first than some other Fed." "So, you are a Fed?" Barrett didn't answer. "The minute you see him," he repeated before gesturing like he was answering a phone. "And thanks for your cooperation." As Barrett watched Jalil enter the stairwell and disappear from sight, he couldn't shake the nagging doubt in his mind. Hakim was the one holding the flashlight, right? He was acting like the one in charge, wasn't he? Barrett shrugged it off and scanned the area. He eyed the rooftop across the street and searched for a spot to watch Jalil's apartment. After Barrett waited a sufficient amount of time for Jalil to return home, he entered the stairwell and walked across the street. He hung out near the entrance to the apartment building and waited for someone to go inside. Once a man swung the door open, Barrett slipped in behind him. A few minutes later, Barrett was staked out atop the building, opposite Jalil's high-rise apartment. Jalil's curtains were partially open, making it relatively easy to see inside. The lights were on in the one bedroom with a window, and Barrett could see Jalil and Zafira walking around and talking. Barrett inserted an earbud and listened to the couple's conversation, which was picked up by a high-tech bug that was encased on the business card in gold foil. "Why did you leave the house?" Zafira asked. "Was it work? Because I told you that you're done working all those long hours. You either get a raise or you find a new job, because we're not starting this again." "No," Jalil said. "I just needed to clear my head. It was a long day at work." "If you're lying to me—" "You know I would never lie to you." Then long, awkward silence. Barrett couldn't see what was going on, but he had to wonder, was it tense silence, or were they making up? A few minutes later, he heard Zafira say, "I'll get it." Barrett watched her silhouette weave out of the bedroom and through the house. After that, all the voices were muted. But eventually, a man joined them in the living room. Barrett strained to see through his binoculars who the man was, but after studying him for a moment, Barrett realized it was Hakim when he embraced Jalil. "You were lying to me, and you clearly know more than you're saying." Barrett put down his binoculars and plotted his next move. Chapter 9. Washington, D.C. Cameron Doyle wiped off the condensation from the bathroom mirror with a hand towel and then inspected his chest. The jagged scar that cut diagonally across his left pec served as a constant reminder about what had happened that one night in Dubai. He didn't like talking about it, not even to his wife. To him, the memories of war were best left buried in the past, but he couldn't seem to escape this one. Nadia Doyle poked her head over his shoulder, startling him as he fingered the wound, lost in thought over it. Her playful presence jerked him out of the past and fully into the present. If he won the presidency, Doyle just knew his firecracker wife would win over the heart of the nation. She'd be sharing her famous melt-in-your-mouth chocolate chip cookies one minute, firing guns at the range the next, and then marching in protest for those suffering a grave injustice after that. Her seemingly boundless energy radiated in her 1,000-watt smile. He looked at her and shook his head with a wry grin, returning to his ritualistic primping for what was sure to be a handful of television appearances before noon. Only Nadia wasn't just giving him a smile, and she wasn't giving up either. She shimmied back toward the shower and turned the water on, the steam quickly covering up Doyle's clean mirror. He sighed only to find her gesturing for him to join her. "Mel, I've got a meeting with my campaign manager in 15 minutes, he said, trying to keep a straight face as she continued her dance. Nadia whipped her thick brown hair around and locked eyes with him. "I want you now," she said. Doyle shrugged. He couldn't resist her overtures, no matter how pressing his meeting was. 15 minutes later, Doyle finger-combed his hair as he climbed behind the wheel of his Toyota 4Runner. His garage housed 3 sports cars, a year-old Ford Mustang, along with 2 other pricey Italian sports cars. However, his campaign advisor, Max Tuttle, recommended he drive something more relatable to the American people. Doyle initially resisted, arguing that the American people liked to view their presidents as celebrities, and celebrities were wealthy. But eventually he relented, only willing to see the light when Tuttle produced a poll showing how Doyle's likability would drop double digits if he drove a fancy sports car, especially one that wasn't made in America. Tuttle, who was built like a fire hydrant, acted as a fire extinguisher personified, dousing any ember of fun Doyle had kindled in his life. And the dour old man was calling Doyle's cell. "Where are you?" Tuttle asked, as soon as Doyle answered the phone. "You were supposed to be here 15 minutes ago." "Sorry, Max. Something came up." "Well, you were just sitting at home? Suddenly?" Doyle couldn't resist a telling chuckle. Tuttle stopped, his voice hitching. "Can you please tell Nadia to stop drinking that ginkgo biloba tree?" "I'll let you tell her." "Seriously, Senator, this interview with Kate Carson is a really big deal," Tuttle said. "Her show is a major hit with the lower demographic, which is polling the lowest for you right now." "Why do you think that is?" Doyle asked. "Why, what is?" "Why the young people don't love me. I mean, the blue hairs get it. I remind them of what it was like when they were full of zeal and life. The old dudes get me. In fact, they all wish they were me, living my best life with a smoking hot wife and rugged good looks. So where's the disconnect with the young people of today? Am I just not interesting enough to pull them away from their video games and binge-watching TV shows online? Maybe if you put me on a reality show, I'd—" "My God, Doyle, listen to yourself. Aside from your complete lack of self-awareness and utter disdain for something us old dudes call humility, you think your appeal is built solely around a persona. You need far more than that if you intend on winning in November." "Then tell me, Magi Max, what do I really need to do?" "How about in this next interview, you tell a story, the kind that demonstrates your love for this country, as well as the sacrifices you're willing to make the American people?" Doyle grunted as he considered Tuttle's suggestion. "I'll think about it." "Good. That's not always easy these days with the pollsters filling your head with Oval Office dreams all the time." "Max, I'm running away with this thing. All I want you to do is to keep me from screwing it up." "Then with this next interview, race into the end zone and spike the ball. Be vulnerable and tell a good story." Doyle winced as he reached for his left pack. It had been a while since the incident in Dubai, but long enough that it wouldn't conjure up more painful memories? He wasn't sure. He'd think of something. But it wasn't the slash across his pec that was the most painful. It was the bump, still nearly visible in the back of his head, along with the scratch on his arm from the failed abduction that would be a story he could tell. A story he could sell. Doyle removed the lapel mic and handed it to one of the sound techs bustling around the set of Politically Speaking with Kate Carson. Someone gave Doyle a bottle of water, which he chugged and dropped into a nearby trash can. He ambled across the studio floor toward Max Tuttle. "So," Doyle said, holding his hands wide and wearing a wide grin. "How'd I do? Did I bull my way into the end zone and spike the ball?" Before Tuttle could answer, Kate Carson strode up to him, an admiring look plastered on her face. 100%, she said, offering her hand. "That was incredible." Doyle took it as they shook. "I mean, I felt like I was right there, down in those tunnels with you and those terrorists. It's horrifying to think what could have happened to you had that agent not rescued you." Doyle glanced at Tuttle and nodded knowingly. "Yeah, it's pretty sobering to think about. I was about a gnat's ass away from being forced to read some extremist propaganda in front of a camera somewhere before I lost my life. Whether I become president or not, I've only spent 47 years on this beautiful planet. I've got much more to see and do before I die. And thankfully, I get a reprieve of sorts due to the fast-acting agent who saved me."
"Who was that agent?" Kate asked. "Because that's another interview I'd love to share with viewers."
"That's a good question. It's a name I'm still trying to get, though I think the Bureau is keeping it under wraps for security reasons."
"So it was an FBI agent?"
Doyle shrugged. "Maybe. I guess. To be honest, I don't know. Which sounds strange, but I still haven't had the opportunity to thank the man for his courage. I'm more concerned over the fact that they haven't captured the men who tried to do this. From what I've heard, the Bureau is having a hard time committing enough resources to the hunt for the men who did this to me. And when I'm president, I'm going to open up the purse strings for our federal law enforcement agencies so they can do their jobs the right way."
"I'm sure Congress will be ready to assist you in that quest, especially after all you've been through," she said.
"Let's hope you're right." He thanked her again before sauntering over to Tuttle. "Did you hear that, Max? She said I was in the end zone 100%. Tuttle drew in a deep breath and looked at his feet. "There's a big difference between connecting with political wonks who watch this show and the younger demographic," he said.
"Maybe we could get the team to slice up a few clips and put them on social media."
Tuttle nodded. "That could help."
"I can't help but feeling what could really make a difference," Doyle said.
"And what's that?"
"Find that agent who saved me."
"I told you we're working on it."
"Then work harder. We should know his identity by now. Never mind the men who tried to abduct me."
"People are working on it, Senator. We'll have all those answers soon enough."
"Can you find him for me, Max? I mean, your nickname is Max the Miracle Worker. And I'm not asking you to turn water into wine or anything like that. I just want you to find the guy who risked his life to save mine. Think you can do that for me?"
"Not only can I do it," Tuttle said, his lips curling upward, "I can guarantee it."
"A guarantee?"
"Yeah, a guarantee, and we'll have him on stage with you talking about that harrowing moment before you know it."
"That's why I hired you, Max. You just get stuff done."
Doyle patted Tuttle on the back before walking toward his Toyota 4Runner. He nudged Kate and encouraged her to get some B-roll footage of him driving away. "Can't waste my time driving around in this piece of junk, can I?" He smiled and waved at the camera before pulling into traffic. While the interview had gone well, he was lost in thought, wondering who was the man who'd saved him. And he couldn't shake the feeling that he looked strangely familiar. Chapter 10. Chicago. While nursing a cup of coffee in his hotel room, Barrett scrubbed through the recording of everything his bug had picked up the previous night. He stretched as he listened to a snippet of a conversation between Jalil and Hakim, and it sounded promising.
"Jalil, where did you go?"
Hakim,
"You know where I went. Why didn't you join us?"
Jalil,
"I'm not like you. I'm not free to go wherever I want, whenever I want. Maybe you've forgotten that I have 2 young children."
Hakim,
"How could I forget? I'm their favorite uncle."
"Of course you are, but hold on a second."
The next thing Barrett heard sounded like the flick of a lighter and paper catching fire, and then nothing. He slammed his fist on the desk upon the realization that Jalil figured out the business card was a bug. Barrett took a long swig of his drink and then leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers behind his head. He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath before letting it out slowly.
"What am I doing here?"
He opened his eyes and looked around the room. In the corner, his suitcase was open on a luggage stand, his bed a crumpled mess of sheets after a sleepless night. Bags weighed heavily under his eyes, while his hair looked more like someone had tousled it with gel, then forgot to style it. He'd seen pictures of people who wore their hair this way on purpose, but Barrett felt like the disheveled look kept people from taking him seriously. If he looked like a homeless man, it'd be challenging to convince anyone he knew what he was talking about. Barrett ran his fingers through his hair and considered how he'd landed in this spot. Do I really want to be doing this? The answer was a resounding no, but he recognized that his lament for a life lost was an exercise in futility. Would I rather be dead? That question snapped him out of his stupor, firmly transporting him back to the present with the constant reminder that it's what would have happened had he not decided to fake his own death. Sure, he'd killed Slade Gordon, but how many other Slade Gordons would continue to go after him until he was dead? Would it take 2, 3, 4? The answer didn't matter. The reality was that someone eventually would catch him. Maybe it'd be a long-range sniper, or a poisoning while eating at a restaurant, or something that would resemble a heart attack while out on a run. No matter how it would happen, he'd be gone. Faking his own death and pretending to be Slade Gordon was the only way forward, and as much as he would have preferred another solution, there wasn't one. Barrett had options in the tunnel. He could have killed the 3 men huddled around Doyle. He was good enough of a shot. That wasn't even debatable. And if he had, the FBI could piece together the mystery. But Barrett's contact wanted something different. He wanted a public humiliation of the men, as well as a stamp of approval on Doyle that said he was a threat to true enemies of the United States. And if our enemies feared him, he's the man who should be leading the country. I could have shot them all. But the thought sent a shiver down Barrett's spine. He also could have killed Doyle. Barrett smiled as he recalled a common phrase his father used to say. Life isn't lived in the rearview mirror. It's lived in the wild adventure in front of you. And there'd never been a time that saying was more applicable to Barrett than at that moment. Nothing was going to change the fact that Slade Gordon tried to fillet him while they were fishing on Norfolk Lake. And no amount of wishing could change it. This was Barrett's life now, and he needed to hurry up and make peace with it. Get it together, Blake. He glanced at his watch before gathering everything off the table, arranging it neatly in a folder, cramming it into his rucksack, and then taking a quick shower. He wasn't sure how much longer he was going to keep his room, especially since most of it hinged on how long he was going to stay in Chicago, but he didn't want to risk leaving behind anything that could alert anyone to what he was doing, so into the rucksack it went. Once he was ready, he grabbed his belongings and hustled to his car. He wanted to be at Tungsten Industries before Jalil. While driving to the Tungsten parking garage, Barrett's phone buzzed with a call from his contact. I really should try to figure out this man's name. Barrett adjusted his voice to sound more like Gordon's and then accepted the call. Any progress? The man said. It's slow, but I'm starting to piece it all together, Barrett said. What do you have so far? I know who the mastermind is and where he's staying. You sure about that? Well, last night I staked out Jalil Rahimi's apartment, and his brother came over. Despite Jalil telling me that he wants nothing to do with Hakeem's plan, the 2 brothers embraced. You think Jalil is more involved than he's letting on? Hard to say at this point, but I'm starting to lean that way. Figure it out, and just keep me posted. Copy that. Barrett ended the call, and 5 minutes later pulled into the parking garage. He sat in his car, waiting for Jalil to arrive. It was more than 20 minutes later before he parked on the same level as Jalil, yet nearly on the opposite end. Why do you have to make things so difficult? Fake Southern accent? Oh, man. Barrett scrambled out of his car and hustled over to Jalil, trying to catch him before he entered the building, and he barely did, sliding between the glass door and Jalil. Jalil stopped and glowered. I'm going to get a restraining order against you if you don't leave me alone, Jalil said. I don't think you want to go to court with me, Barrett said. You have a lot of secrets I doubt you want making their way into the public. Would you move so I can get to work? Jalil glanced at his watch, then huffed. I'm already a half-hour late, and my boss isn't going to like it. Should have been here sooner, Barrett said, or just told me the truth yesterday so I wouldn't have to drive down here and have this conversation with you. Nobody's making you do this. Barrett cocked his head to one side and arched an eyebrow without saying a word. Guess I was wrong. What do you want this time? Barrett slipped another business card between his middle finger and index fingers and offered it to Jalil. Need another one of these? Barrett asked with a wink. Jalil rolled his eyes and snatched the card out of Barrett's hand. He leaned to his left and stuffed it into a trash can a few feet away.
I'm not falling for your trick again, but I suppose you heard something that has you curious, and I doubt you're going to stop until I tell you, so let's get this over with.
I saw your brother enter your apartment last night. Want to tell me what's going on with him, or do you want us to both pretend like he wasn't there?
The last option would be great if it means you leaving me alone.
Why was he there?
He wanted to spend some more time seeing Chicago.
Come on, don't treat me like I'm an idiot again.
Fine. He just came over to try and recruit me for another job.
So he's planning on striking again.
If he can get enough help and raise the funds he needs, it's not likely, but he's trying.
And what did you tell him?
No, of course, Jalil said with a scowl. I'm not going to help him, and I've made that much clear, both to you and to him. I'm not interested in spending the rest of my life in prison for one of his insane plans, none of which ever work.
But he's staying at your house? That could also land you in prison for quite a while.
You going to arrest me?
Jalil asked, eyes widening, cocking his head to one side.
Or are you going to get one of your minions to do it for you?
I don't have any minions, and I'd prefer you just tell me what I need to know. This game is exhausting, and I'd still rather not bring you in, though I will if you keep this up.
Whatever. Hakim left this morning. Didn't even stay the whole night.
And where'd he go? Barrett asked as he retrieved a notepad from his pocket along with a pencil. He licked the lead and stared in anticipation. Jalil looked down. Got an address for him?
Jalil shook his head. I have no idea where he's staying. In fact, I doubt he's going to come back. We had a little fight last night, and I told him to leave. I didn't want to be a part of all his crazy ideas. This isn't me. This isn't us. This isn't how our lives should be. And now we're fighting over it. I told him I don't want to be involved anymore and to leave me alone.
Didn't seem too contentious last night when I was listening.
You're going to have to trust me that it was. Things didn't get heated until I burned your little business card.
Okay. Barrett realized he wasn't going to get anywhere else with Jalil. I appreciate you being frank. Barrett handed Jalil another card. You can throw this one away wherever you like, but at least write down the number and call me if you see him again. Jalil used his phone to take a picture of the card before handing it back to Barrett. Promise to call me if you hear from him again? Jalil let out a breath through puffed cheeks.
Of course. You'll be the first I call.
Barrett offered his hand to Jalil, who glanced at it and then put a shoulder into Barrett and pushed his way past him into the building. Barrett kept his head down as he walked back to the car, wondering if Jalil was telling the truth, and if he was, what it meant for his search to capture Hakim Rahimi and find out what the hell was really going on. Chapter 11. Washington, D.C. Max Tuttle clutched a cup of black coffee and looked over the shoulder of Chuck Patton, a local private investigator with a reputation as one of the capital's best, while they looked at a computer screen. He'd once solved the murder of a 19-year-old woman by a prominent congressman by noticing a snag on his tie, which matched a stray piece of fabric found in the fingernails of the deceased. Patton had suspected the congressman for a while based on the woman's social media posts that suggested she was seeing a politician. But when detectives couldn't solve it, the family hired Patton to take a second look. That resulted in his office being inundated with requests to help solve a wide variety of cases and cemented his reputation. Tuttle had known Patton for nearly a decade before his big breakout case, holding him in high regard and hiring him often. The only thing that Patton's stardom meant was that Tuttle had to pay him triple his previous price. "Have a seat," Patton said as he patted the chair next to him. "You're making me nervous." "I just want to watch the maestro at work," Tuttle said. Patton rolled his eyes and shook his head. "I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you." "That's where you're wrong, Chuck. I sit down when I put my pants on and insert both legs at once, which is why I've always thought that was the dumbest saying."
Who's got time to only put their pants on one leg at a time? This is Washington. We've got to squeeze out as much time of the day as we can. Every second saved is one we can instead sacrifice for our jobs."
Patton grunted and stroked his goatee. "Anyone ever tell you that you're one cynical bastard?"
"All the time. But I'm paid to be cynical."
"I'll pass on any place that puts that in my job description," Patton said.
"Think what you want, but it's your cynicism that makes you the detective that you are. You never believe anyone who tells you they're innocent."
"But we live in Washington, D.C. Nobody's innocent here. Not one damn soul." Tuttle silently nodded in agreement as Patton clicked his mouse and zoomed in on a still frame from a surveillance camera. The diminutive detective rose out of his seat, easing forward to look more closely at the image.
"What is it?"
Tuttle asked. "Are you sure this is the guy who helped Senator Doyle?" Patton asked as he leaned back in his seat.
"It matched the description he gave both me and the FBI, and the timestamp on that security camera matches the time that he would have emerged from the underground tunnels."
"Well, he certainly did a good job of hiding his identity. This guy's a pro. That much is obvious."
"So there's nothing to identify him with?"
Patton clicked on his mouse again, highlighting an area on the suspected hero and enlarging it. "Actually, I think there is, though it's a long shot and not super reliable. Now, do you see that tattoo on his wrist?" Tuttle squinted, unsure what he was looking at.
"Where?"
"On the man's wrist."
"Yeah, what about it? You can barely make out any distinctive marks."
"Of course, that's what you'd think, Mr. Cynical. But have I got some news for you? It's a little 4-letter word."
"Shit,"
Tuttle said as he stared at it. "No, I was thinking of a different 4-letter word."
No, I recognize that design."
Patton pushed back from his computer and offered a broad smile. "I was going to say the word was hope, but it seems like my work is done here." Tuttle sucked in a quick breath through his teeth and then put his hands on Patton's shoulder as he started to get up.
"Don't go anywhere just yet," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't place it."
Patton eased back into his chair and cracked his knuckles. He placed his fingers back on the keyboard and gave Tuttle a little wry grin. "Would you like to see where that symbol is from?"
"I remember now,"
Tuttle said, ignoring the private investigator whose face fell.
"At the Kennedy Center, a few months ago. I was in the green room when a special ops guy was about to receive some award for his humanitarian work when a Pentagon staffer who was in the room instructed the man to keep his hands down in case anyone noticed his tattoo, and it gave him away."
"But do you know what branch of the military the special operator was in?" Patton asked, his smile broadening again.
"I believe it was the Air Force. A Special Reconnaissance airman, I think."
Patton narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. "I think you're just trying to make me miserable, aren't you?"
"What do you mean?"
Tuttle asked. "You're stealing all my joy."
"How? By showing that maybe you're not the only person with keen instincts in the room?"
"Careful. You're going to make me useless in a minute."
Tuttle slapped both his hands on the table and then stood. "You see, Chuck, that's where you're wrong. Now, I need your skills more than ever, because Senator Doyle wants whoever that man is with him on the stage at his next big political rally in Chicago 3 days from now. Think you can handle that?"
"But that's not the fun part," Patton whined. "The fun part is figuring out who it is."
Tuttle clapped the investigator on the back. "You still haven't done that yet, so there's time to salvage this for you."
"There aren't many people this could be. The program isn't that old, at least in its current iteration, and it's an elite group of soldiers."
"Well, I can tell you, it's going to be one less than what it was about a week ago."
"Oh?" Patton's eyebrows shot upward.
Yeah, Doyle got a call a few days ago about a former soldier from Arkansas who went missing, Tuttle said. And he was, get this, a Special Reconnaissance airman. Lines creased Patton's forehead. Doyle, a senator from Virginia, gets calls about dead service members from Arkansas? Is that usual? Dead service members? Tuttle asked before answering his own question. Not ones as young as this guy was. But Doyle went to high school in Arkansas before attending the University of Virginia on an Army ROTC scholarship. After he retired from the military and settled down a few years ago, he decided to call Richmond home. But he still has some strong connections to Arkansas. He's even worked with their senators a few times to push through some agricultural legislation. Interesting, Patton said. So you want me to find this guy and get him to Doyle's next campaign event? That's the gig now? Only unless it's too difficult for you to handle. He needled the PI. I can call someone else if you feel like this is outside your purview. I know what you're doing, and you've suddenly made this assignment fun again. I'll find your man and have him at your next event. Patton stood up and offered his hand before the two men shook. 3 days, Tuttle said, as Patton walked off. Patton held up 3 fingers and repeated it back to Tuttle. 3 days. Guaranteed. Tuttle exhaled and slumped back into the chair, tired yet relieved they'd made some progress. Patton was more than capable of handling the rest, and once the mysterious man took the stage with Doyle, Tuttle knew that's all anyone would talk about for a week. Chapter 12. Chicago. Just before 4 in the afternoon, Blake Barrett took up his familiar spot atop the building across from Jalil Rahimi's high-rise apartment and peered through his binoculars. Barrett resisted the urge to touch the back of his neck, his skin itchy and burning from the artwork a man named Nails had just etched into his neck, matching the design Gordon had. The dragon was green and scaly, with fire rolling out of its mouth, while its claws were sharp and open. While it didn't look exactly like Asian art, there were undeniable influences visible. The process hadn't hurt as much as he thought it would, but he would have almost forgotten about it if it weren't for the pain. Focus, Blake, focus. With the curtains halfway open and the lights on in Rahimi's apartment, Barrett watched Zafira scurry from room to room, snatching toys off the floor and rushing to put them away. Occasionally she stopped, leaned back, and threw her hands in the air, apparently out of frustration over something else her 2 kids had done. Barrett couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Then a few moments later, she'd rounded up her children, a little boy and a girl both dressed in a karate gi, and ushered them out the front door. However, she left nearly all the lights on, something Barrett found curious. For a woman who appeared to be as meticulous as Zafira was, forgetting to turn off the lights seemed out of character. Now all Barrett had to do was wait for Jalil to return home from work to confront him, maybe get a little rougher with him a second time. Barrett was running short on time and couldn't afford Jalil's evasive responses. The threats would have to be more severe, the consequences more costly. As Barrett considered sneaking into the apartment building and waiting inside a darkened house for Jalil, a light in the living room was inexplicably extinguished, and then another, and another. Barrett froze, studying the apartment. From what he could tell, this wasn't a smartphone application gone wild. Someone was inside, manually turning off each light. At least, that's what he thought. Maybe I've got it all wrong. Smart homes are becoming more prevalent these days. But then Barrett noticed a shadow. If smart homes can fake a shadow, they've become far more advanced than anything I've ever read about. Barrett knew better. Someone was inside, someone named Hakim Rahimi. As Barrett scanned the area, he noticed a fire escape on the side of the building shaking. Using his binoculars, he zeroed in on the man moving stealthily through the shadows. It was Hakim Rahimi.
Barrett gathered his gear, crammed everything into his rucksack, and raced down the steps. He took the elevator to the ground floor and raced outside, and didn't break his stride as he hit the sidewalk. He ran parallel to Jalil's building until he reached the corner where the fire escapes were, but Hakeem had vanished. Barrett darted across the street, dodging cars and attracting plenty of attention from irate drivers blaring their horns. He rushed down the alley in hopes that he might catch Hakeem. Then, at the end of the alley, he saw the silhouette of a man dash to the left and onto the sidewalk. Barrett found another gear, his arms and legs pumping fiercely and in unison. Upon rounding the corner, he saw Hakeem running about a half-block ahead, weaving through listless pedestrians. Barrett barreled after him. After sprinting for 2 blocks, Hakeem finally stopped to rest. He put his hands on his knees and panted. Then he stood upright and glanced behind him. Barrett anticipated the check as soon as he noticed Hakeem straightening up and took cover behind a lamppost. When Barrett turned back around, Hakeem had resumed his journey, walking casually toward wherever it was he was going. Barrett maintained a safe distance, following Hakeem for 4 more blocks before he veered into an industrial sector. After a couple of minutes, he eased up next to a chain-link fence, stopped to see if anyone was watching him, and then peeled back a section that looked like it had been sliced open with bolt cutters, and slipped inside. He hurried up to a graffiti-decorated warehouse with about half its windows busted out. Hakeem slung his backpack through an open window and climbed inside. Barrett approached the area cautiously. He didn't know what he was about to walk up on, so he handled it like it was a reconnaissance mission. Just get the intel and then figure out what to do. It's not like Barrett had backup. He didn't even have a partner, let alone a team of people who could assist him in stopping whatever it was that he was about to find. Another strike against being a lone assassin. Not that he had a choice now. Barrett noticed a Volkswagen Beetle up against the building, its tires long gone along with its paint job. That had disintegrated into a rusted hue. The car sat on 4 cinder blocks and was just below a small rectangular window propped open with a stick. Barrett summited the car and peered inside. He counted a dozen men, including Hakeem, standing in a circle, discussing something. The conversation switched from English to Arabic, some sentences sounding as if they started in one and finished in the other, but Barrett heard enough catchphrases like bomb and attack and Doyle. Senator Doyle's next big campaign rally was scheduled in 3 days, right there in Chicago at Grant Park, the same place where Barack Obama celebrated his presidential victory in 2008. Barrett understood enough to know that was the target of the attack. He noticed a large cache of weapons in the corner of the warehouse, along with devices used for making explosives. Barrett cursed under his breath as he hopped off the car and left the grounds. He waited until he was a block away before calling his contact.
"Got anything for me yet?" the man asked.
"I found Hakeem Rahimi, the ringleader of the group that tried to abduct the senator," Barrett said.
"Did you take him out yet?"
"I couldn't. There were more than a dozen men in the warehouse and I was by myself. It would have been suicide. What do you want me to do? Should I call the FBI?"
"No.
Don't get any law enforcement involved, especially the feds," the contact said. "That'll only invite more questions for you, including having to reveal your identity. We can't have any record of this with federal agents."
"What about an anonymous tip?"
The man grunted.
"What's with you these days, Gordon? Usually you'd be itching to light up the whole block just to kill one man."
"Maybe I'm starting to wise up. You can only tempt fate so many times before she opens wide and locks her jaws around your throat."
"Good point. And frankly, I'm surprised that you're still alive based on how you like to charge into situations."
"So, you want me to handle this quietly?" he said in his fake Southern accent, trying to sound as much like Slade as he could.
"Without a peep," the man said. "We need these men silenced forever and to disappear without a trace. Understood?"
Barrett hesitated, wondering if he was about to unmask himself.
"Hey, Gordon, you still there?"
"Yeah, I'm here."
"What is it? You're a little quiet."
"I can't do this by myself."
For God's sake, Gordon, if we wanted the whole world to know about it, we'd just let Chicago PD handle it and let 'em be heroes for a day. What don't you understand when I say I want these men to be silenced forever and disappear without a trace? Does that sound like assembling a unit to you?" "Not a unit," Gordon said. "A small team. 2 other people who can assist with the operation. 2 people who won't ask too many questions." The contact thought for a moment. "Tell you what. You've earned my trust based on all the times you've finished dozens of jobs and still nobody knows who you are. So, I'm willing to let you try this once and see how it goes. But as always, if you screw up and get caught, no one will acknowledge you were working for us. If I screw up, I'll probably be dead. That too. You'll just be some homeless John Doe the Chicago PD found shot up with needle scars on your forearm. You think you can live with that? What will I care what people think of me after I'm dead? I'm not exactly doing this for fame now, am I?" said Barrett, doing his best Gordon impression. "Fair point," the man said. "I'll deposit some extra in your account for the other 2 people on your team, as well as supplies. Think $800K will be enough?" Barrett's eyes widened. 800,000? Who were these guys with all that money? "We can probably make that work," Barrett said. "Let me know when the job is done," the contact said, before he ended the call. Barrett took a deep breath and walked back to his hotel, waiting until he was alone to speak with one man who would be willing to help him. There was only one issue. Barrett wasn't sure how the man would react to receiving a call from a ghost. "Holy shit," Grant Stone said upon hearing Barrett's voice. "Either that's really you, or AI has gotten really good, and someone's playing a cruel prank on me." "It's me, I swear," Barrett said. "There's only one way to find out," Stone said. "I've got a question that I know only Blake Barrett would know the answer to." "Fire away." "Who was my first crush in the 6th grade?" "That's a tough one," Barrett said. "First crush. I feel like you had a crush on every girl in Mrs. Coleman's class." "You know my teacher's name. Not impressed?" Okay. Let me think." He sat there for a moment, running through all the girls in their class together, most of whom he'd forgotten about. All of them except Lila Jones, the one girl who blossomed before anyone else, and was the main topic of conversation at every sleepover he went to until they reached high school. "I'm just messing with you, Grant. It was Lila Jones, though I dare say she was everyone's first crush in the 6th grade. "Damn," Stone said. "It really is you. What the hell, man? Why does the world think you're dead?" "And the world's going to continue to think I'm dead, too. You understand?" Barrett's tone was grave. "My life depends on it." "What'd you get yourself mixed up in?" "It's a long story, one that I hope I can tell you in person, real soon." "So I'm assuming you didn't just call me to tell me that you're alive, did you? You need something, right?" "You know me," Barrett said with a chuckle. "Always ready to call in a favor from an old friend. You still running that wilderness survival training in Washington?" "It's not my first career choice, but you already knew that. But what else am I going to do now?" "So, that's a yes?" "I'm still here." "You up for a mission?" "Depends on what kind." "I can pay you $250,000. "Holy hell, Bear. Is this job for the Mexican cartel?" "Simmer down. It's just $250,000. Things have gotten so expensive, you can barely buy a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk with that these days. Now you're just being silly. But for that kind of cash, I'm in. Just tell me what we're doing." Barrett outlined how he was tasked with stopping the attack, including a brief plan of how he wanted to capture the men.
When he finished, Stone let out a long whistle.
"Why just you? Why not get Homeland Security or the FBI involved?" Stone asked.
"There's a lot more to it that I need to tell you later."
"Okay," Stone said, pausing for a moment. "So I guess we're gonna get into this deep, aren't we?"
"Seems that way."
"And who are these people you're working for?"
"The less you know, the better. So what do you say? You still in?"
"Yeah. But we're going to need someone else. Someone who can help you with the hacking, or someone who's good with the gun."
"I was wondering if my plan might be a little ambitious for the two of us."
"Well, you're in luck, my friend. I happen to know just the person who can help, and she's pretty damn good with both her hacking skills and her gun."
"Sounds great. Who is she? And can you put me in touch with her?"
"Not so fast," Stone said. "We're gonna need to convince her. Together. And in person."
"Where are we headed?"
"You up for a flight to Seattle tomorrow? And then a short little trip north with me to the San Juan Islands?"
"Sure. I'll text you with my flight details later tonight."
Barrett hung up and exhaled. A huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Someone knew he still existed. Someone he could trust to help him get to the bottom of who was behind this clandestine organization and why they wanted him dead. Chapter 13. San Francisco. Max Tuttle jammed his foot on the emergency brake and pushed it all the way to the floorboard. The clerk at the car rental agency warned him that if he parked on the street, no matter how flat, he might regret not taking every precaution available in the vehicle to him. The steep hills made him wonder who ever thought it was a good idea to try and build a city on little more than the side of a cliff. But who was he to cast aspersions? He'd built a respectable life for himself in Washington on little more than hustle and a penchant for leveraging secrets into opportunities. Tuttle stared at the list in his hand, the name Slade Gordon highlighted with a yellow marker. This was the man he thought was the one who rescued Senator Doyle in Indianapolis. Tuttle based his belief on nothing more than intuition. According to Chuck Patton, any of the men on that list were more than capable of outsmarting 3 would-be kidnappers in the underground tunnels. The plan was a good one, but seriously flawed, and any trained operative would be able to recognize and exploit such a weakness. At least, that's what Patton had said. Tuttle, on the other hand, didn't possess the skills to fight his way out of a wet paper bag unless there were assurances that a bottle of Crown Royal was on the other side of it. Tuttle snatched the flask out of his briefcase, took a long pull, and capped it. He smacked his lips together and took a deep breath before climbing out of his car. After a short walk, more like a climb in Tuttle's estimation, he reached the front of Slade Gordon's apartment building and studied it for a moment. Based on what Tuttle could scrounge up on Gordon, he worked in private security at a tech firm, serving as a consultant. That explained why he needed to live in San Francisco, the tech hub of the country. And while Gordon possessed the necessary skills to thrive in such a position, it wasn't normal for a former operative. Tuttle had dealt with enough Pentagon people to learn that retired military personnel preferred the quiet life, one that existed only in the peaceful countryside without a city in sight. A trolley bell rang out as it whooshed down the steep hill, arresting Tuttle's attention. It also served as a stark reminder that Gordon lived in the middle of a bustling city, nary a patch of private green grass in sight. Tuttle lumbered up the steps leading to the apartment, his pace quickening to follow another woman inside. He preferred to knock on the door than go through the song and dance of speaking to each other through a metal box infested with staticky mics and speakers. Tuttle ducked into the elevator and pressed the button for Gordon's floor. A few seconds later, the doors slid open and Tuttle squeezed his way past a few other residents and into the hallway. He found Gordon's apartment and knocked on the door. He waited. No one answered. "Mr. Gordon?" Tuttle called.
"Are you there?"
He waited another minute, knocking several times before glancing over his shoulder. The hallway was empty. Tuttle removed a small pick case from his jacket pocket and inserted one of the tools into the lock.
Within 30 seconds, he turned the knob and the door opened. Tuttle chuckled to himself at the irony.
For a man who works in private security, he doesn't have much himself.
The apartment appeared rather clean, almost as if there was regular maid service.
Either that or Gordon was a neat freak.
There was no mail on the counter, and the fridge was almost bare, except for a gallon of milk that hadn't yet expired, and a carton of eggs and a block of cheese.
He must eat out a lot,
Tuttle said as he closed the refrigerator door. He was looking for something. Anything that could help explain why and what Gordon was doing in Indianapolis, if he really was at all. But all Tuttle found was a pristine apartment, one that didn't look all that lived in, yet seemed to have been occupied recently.
Does he have a roommate?
Every document Tuttle could dig up on Gordon suggested that he was a loner. No girlfriend, no wife or ex-wives. He appeared to be the kind of person who threw himself into his work since there were no other pressing demands for his time. And based off his service records, the ones that accompanied his honorable discharge after a knee injury on a mission in the Arctic, he wasn't the kind of guy who played well with others. Most of his assignments were of the solo variety, which was almost his downfall had a hiker not spotted him while out on a hike in a blizzard after twisting his knee. But could someone with a career-ending knee injury do what the operative had done in Indianapolis? Tuttle had his doubts, but he had to meet Gordon, look him in the eye, see what kind of a man he was. Tuttle wasn't about to dismiss someone on a hunch. He found a business card in a proverbial junk drawer, which contained everything from pens and keys to gift cards and loose change. Tuttle dialed the main number listed on the card and asked for Gordon. "Apex Solutions," a cheery woman said as she answered the phone. "How may I direct your call?" Tuttle gave her the extension number and waited. "One moment, please." The line clicked before it started ringing again.
"This is Victor," a man said upon picking up. "Oh, I'm sorry," Tuttle said. "I was trying to reach Slade Gordon." "Slade usually works from home." "Well, I had this number for him, and he doesn't come into the office very often, maybe once or twice a month, if that. I tried him at home and thought maybe I could catch him at the office." Victor chuckled. "The less Slade can hobble around here, the better off he is. Everyone at Apex would love to be able to work from home like he does. But I get it. It's painful for him. Can't hold that against the lucky bastard, though I'd probably spend most of my day playing some video game instead of working. So it's all for the best." "Not sure I'd consider someone who struggles to walk a lucky bastard," Tuttle said. "I can hardly get around either, but that's only because I'm lazy and I like to eat pasta and drink wine." Tuttle was caught off guard by Victor's candor, but decided to end the call before it became a memorable one. "Thanks for your time," Tuttle said. "I'll try Slade again at home." "Good luck," Victor said before hanging up. Tuttle pocketed his phone and let out a long breath through puffed cheeks. He scanned the apartment one more time and couldn't help but feeling like he'd wasted his time and the senator's money. He consoled himself by saying that he couldn't avoid performing due diligence, but his intuition had warned him that the likelihood of Gordon being the guy was low. Tuttle found a spare key and pocketed it before using it to relock Gordon's apartment. He was a few doors past it when a door in front of him swung open, and an elderly woman shrieked as her Bichon Frise bounded into the hallway. "Montana, you get back here right now," she said, her voice stern. The white, fluffy dog spun around to face her, barking in defiance. Then Montana darted down to Gordon's door. "Why do they always get this way when you want to give them a bath?" the woman said as she looked at Tuttle. Tuttle decided to seize the opportunity. "I can give you a hand," he said, before turning and heading down the hallway. "Be careful," she shouted. "He will bite you if he doesn't feel safe." Tuttle approached the dog and knelt. He held out his hand for Montana to lick it, which he promptly did. Seconds later, the dog was nuzzling up against Tuttle's leg. "Well," the woman said as she neared him, "you just might be my new favorite neighbor."
Tuttle scooped up Montana, who suddenly didn't mind being picked up. He walked with the woman back to her apartment. Once they reached her front door, he eased Montana into her arms. "Betty Pritchard," she said, offering her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Pritchard," he said with a smile, having already realized the lack of a wedding ring on her finger. She smiled. "It's nice to have someone around here who can help me," she said. "No one helps you here?" he asked. She waved dismissively. "Everyone's too busy around here, if they're here at all. The guy at the end of the hall barely says anything. So unfriendly. People aren't like they used to be around here."
"The guy at the end of the hall," Tuttle said. "Do you mean Slade Gordon?"
"Big guy? Looks like he was a jarhead or something?" Tuttle nodded. "Yeah, I see him every once in a while. He usually keeps to himself, and I'm lucky to get a hello out of him." Then she furrowed her brow and looked at the ceiling, tapping a finger on her cheek. "But, come to think of it, he was nice to me the other day. Stopped and said hello."
"The other day?" Tuttle asked.
"Yeah, 2 or 3 days ago. I can't remember. Anyway, he stopped and helped me with Montana. Come to think of it, he was kind of nice. I was a little grumpy with him, but it's unusual for him to stop and say anything to me, much less Montana."
"Maybe you caught him on bad days before."
"Or he was finally having a good one. Now, I didn't get your name. Who are you, and what are you doing here?"
"I actually came by to say hello to Slade."
She put a hand in front of her mouth. "Oh, my. And I said all those nasty things about him. I'm so sorry."
"It's all right," Tuttle said with a smile. "He's got a little bit of an edge to him. I promise to keep what you said our secret."
"Thank you. I wouldn't want him to think I didn't like him, especially after how nice he was to me the other day. I mean, he even removed that hideous tattoo on his neck." She put her hand to the side of her mouth and leaned toward Tuttle, speaking in a slightly lower tone. "He's got big muscles, I can tell you that. If I was a little bit younger." Her voice trailed off. Tuttle had extracted a little bit more information about Gordon from the woman and wasn't interested in indulging her any further.
"It was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Pritchard,"
he said, nodding at her and smiling before walking away. "I didn't catch your name," she called after him.
"Tom,"
he said, as he turned and looked back at her over his shoulder.
"Tom Smith."
Chapter 14. Seattle. Blake Barrett snagged a cup of coffee from the airport Starbucks before heading to the pickup area. Grant Stone had parked his midnight blue Hummer along the curb and was leaning against it when Barrett saw his friend. Stone gestured toward the blue sky and grinned. "Welcome to Seattle," he said, making a sweeping gesture at the scene behind him. "I even requested blue skies for you, which, despite popular opinion, does happen from time to time." "This isn't what I expected," Barrett said as he shook Stone's hand and then slung his luggage into the back seat. "What did you want? Gray skies? Rain?" "I want 70 degrees and sunny, but this isn't a bad consolation prize." Barrett and Stone climbed into the front of the SUV. "If it was 70 and sunny here, everybody and their mother would want to move here. The rain, exaggerated as the stories might be, still scares off plenty of people. But we're going to a true utopia, one of the best-kept secrets in the country, the San Juan Islands." Stone ignited the vehicle with a push of a button and eased into traffic. "Ever been there?" Barrett shook his head. "Well, you're in for a treat, though not as much as meeting my friend, the best damn hacker you've ever met. Not to mention a deadly shot. Not to mention she'd just as soon beat you to pulp with her fists as she would shoot you." "You're scaring me," Barrett said. Stone chuckled, checked his rearview mirror. uncertain if he noticed someone following them.
You won't be laughing if you get on her bad side.
Where'd you meet this woman?
Now, try not to roll your eyes, but wait.
He put a hand on Stone's chest.
Did you meet her in Sturgis?
Stone cocked his head and a wry smile leaked across his lips.
Why would you think a thing like that? Because the only time you ever light up about a woman, aside from Lila Jones, a woman among girls in the 6th grade, is when they ride a motorcycle.
Stone placed a hand in the air in a gesture of surrender.
Okay. Guilty as charged. You know, I'm a sucker for a woman wearing black leather pants on a motorcycle. It's like kryptonite to me. But, Blake, she was riding a Bonneville T-120. Barrett rolled his eyes. Oh, Lord, not a Bonneville T-120 woman. You just made me fly across the country to meet a woman that you're crushing on because she rides a motorcycle you might like more than the woman? No. It's not like that. She's not my type. Well, I don't know. Maybe she is. But I swear I wouldn't do that to you. She's a badass with a capital B.
What's her name?
Jasmine Watts.
Is that her real name?
As best as I can tell. We met 3 years ago in Sturgis, connecting over our affinity for the Bonneville T-120. But we quickly found out we had a lot of other things in common, including both of us living in Washington. We drove back together from the rally in South Dakota, ditching our biker groups.
I'm sure that went over well.
Her group was okay with it, but mine kicked me out. We've since made nice, and I'm riding with them again. But the temporary exile was worth it. When we got home, we got together several times, going to the shooting range. It's a toss-up as to who's the better shot. I even invited her to help with one of my training courses. She did a great job.
Is she ex-CIA, FBI?
Stone shrugged. She's never said, and politely told me not to ask her again one night. But I promise you'll love her. Just you wait and see.
During the 2-hour car ride to Anacortes, and then an hour-long ferry trip, Barrett filled Stone in on everything. The fishing trip with Slade Gordon, the incident in Indianapolis, the encounter with Jalil Rahimi. Stone listened intently, asking questions and proposing theories, none of which Barrett hadn't considered before. All of it intrigued Stone, though he admitted he wasn't sure what else he could do, other than promise to help Barrett get to the bottom of it. During the ride, Barrett checked Gordon's email and found a note from his lawyer, informing him that Blake Barrett was presumed drowned after someone found his boat submerged, and no sign of him. He'd been missing for a week now, and attempts to reach him had failed, all but signaling he was dead. The lawyer wrote that he was the beneficiary of a property Barrett held in Miami, and he'd forward him the keys with an address. Barrett quickly responded with a letter of disappointment, along with Gordon's address in San Francisco. Not that Barrett needed the keys. The ferry horn sounded, announcing their arrival to Shaw Island, the least inhabited and the most natural of all the San Juan Islands. They drove off the boat and stopped at the gas station near the marina, mostly to stretch their legs. As they got out of the vehicle, a gust of wind nearly blew Barrett's cap off before he tamped it down on his head with both hands. Stone entered the store 10 steps ahead of Barrett, who stopped to take in his surroundings. Pine trees swayed overhead while the water, agitated by the wind, lapped angrily against the side of the ferry. The sun beamed through the intermittent clouds, making the mild temperatures seem much warmer when the wind wasn't wreaking havoc. "A bit blustery, eh?"
a man said as he passed Barrett. Barrett nodded.
"Hang on to your hat," he said with a faint smile.
Inside, Barrett strolled down one of the aisles and found Stone, scowling as he stared at a package of nuts. "What did that man say to you?" Stone asked in a hushed tone.
"What man?"
Barrett asked.
Stone put a finger to his lips before continuing in a whisper.
"The man who you just spoke with outside."
"Oh, that guy? He just made a comment about the weather. I think he's been following us since the airport. Barrett furrowed his brow. Are you sure? I'm fairly certain he's the one driving the car that followed us all the way to the ferry and just drove on after us. Maybe he just flew in from somewhere else and is going to the same place. It wouldn't be that unusual for someone to fly into Seattle if they wanted to visit San Juan Islands, would it? Stone sighed and put his hands on his hips before turning and directly facing Barrett. Maybe he's stalking you, Stone said through clenched teeth. Maybe your imagination is just running wild with paranoia. Besides, if he was truly following us, there's no way he would make contact with me like he did. That'd be incredibly foolish. Unless he was doing it to distract you. Distract me? From what? Did you see his partner? Stone asked. No, I just saw him. Exactly. But he's with someone, a woman, and she's been eyeing you closely. Look, I know that might be a new experience for you, but it's a common one for someone like me, Barrett said with a chuckle. Stop it. I'm being serious. The smile melted off Barrett's face. I'm sure it's nothing. Now let's just get out of here so we can go meet Jasmine. They rode in silence for about a mile before the tension eased. They wound along a concrete ribbon that cut through the heart of the island and led to Reef Net Bay. Stone slowed his Hummer and turned onto a dirt driveway. Look, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, and I'd totally understand if you didn't. I signed up for this, and I'm going to see it through, regardless of the money, which, I must admit, is still a good motivator. Now, let's go sell this project to Jasmine. They climbed out of Stone's Hummer and followed a dirt path through a thick patch of trees before reaching a small clearing. At the top of a small rise sat a white two-story clapboard house surrounded by a picket fence, barely visible from the vines that had enveloped it. Stone tapped on the door and took a step back. When no one answered after about a minute, Stone knocked a second time. A moment later, Barrett heard the thump-thump-thump of someone galloping down the stairs. The curtains near the front window swayed, Barrett too slow to see a face that peeked out from behind them. He and Stone stood patiently as a series of locks began to click before the door opened. The first thing that Barrett saw weren't Jasmine Watt's hazel eyes or her olive skin, but her gun, a Sig Sauer P-228. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Grant?" she said, her tone sharp. "I told you no one can know where I live." Stone stepped forward, his voice pleading. "If I called you and asked to come up here and meet you, would you have let me?" "Hell no." "Hence the surprise visit," Stone said, a fake grin spreading across his face, a grin that sought forgiveness. "Damn it, Stone. I'm going to kick your ass after this," she said, easing the door open and using her weapon to motion for them to come inside. "I'm going to give you 2 minutes to justify yourself, and after that, I'm liable to put 2 bullets in both your heads and feed you like chum to the dolphins in the bay." Barrett studied the no-nonsense firecracker standing in front of him. Despite her hardened demeanor, he felt mesmerized by her. Her shorts showed off her powerful legs, matching her sculpted arms, her entire body seemingly chiseled from stone. Never mind that she drove motorcycles and was a dead-eye shot. He could easily see what Stone saw in her. "Now start talking, Stone," she said with a growl. "Jazz, this is my friend Blake. He's dead, and we need to make sure everything stays like that. So, for all you know, his name is Slade Gordon." Jasmine furrowed her brow. "What's going on here?" Barrett sighed. "I can explain," before launching into a succinct version of why he'd flown across the country to meet her, that they needed her help to stop an attack on one of the presidential frontrunners and sitting U.S. Senator. "Why not just tell the FBI about it?" she asked. "That's what I suggested," Barrett said. "But these people I'm working for, they want to keep it quiet. They want me to handle this situation with as few people as possible knowing what's going on." "Interesting." "Jazz, he's going to pay you $250,000. Barrett jabbed Stone with an elbow. "You're stealing my thunder," Barrett said.
"And these people you're working for, they're the same ones who ordered the assassin to kill you?"
"As far as I know. But that's about all I know."
$250,000.
She smiled and shook her head.
"A government conspiracy? A cover-up? A chance to expose some military fat cats who think they exist above the law? Who cares about the money? Count me in."
She dropped her weapon, and a warm smile spread across her face.
"I think I'm already looking forward to this."
Chapter 15. Hurricane, West Virginia. Max Tuttle navigated his rental car along the gravel road winding through what felt like an endless forest. Tree limbs showing the first signs of life in a new season hung low over the road, forming a canopy. Max wondered how any sunlight reached the area once spring arrived in her full glory. He checked the GPS app on his phone and muttered to himself when the screen went blank after disconnecting from the nearest cell. No matter. He'd studied the directions well. Go 5.4 miles to the end of Lone Pine Road. With only 2 days remaining until Doyle's next big campaign rally in Chicago, he was running out of candidates who could have possibly saved the senator. Doyle had made it clear that he wanted the Good Samaritan hero on stage with him at the next event, no matter what it took. And Tuttle didn't just agree. He understood how powerful that moment could be for Doyle's presidential hopes. In a couple of minutes, on stage, the senator would give the media a clip they knew would attract eyeballs and clicks. But Tuttle also knew Doyle trumpeting this American hero on stage would evoke all the right emotions needed to propel him further ahead in the polls. Patriotism, heroism, leadership. Such a display in front of a nation hungry for a strong leader would get a glimpse of what one could look like. One who was not afraid to shower praise on others. One who was not afraid of sharing the spotlight. One who was not afraid of anybody. By linking Doyle to this masked man, the connection would stick in the minds of voters, even if it was Doyle who needed saving. But was Zach Camp the guy? Even if he wasn't, could he be? Zach Camp, wearing a threadbare tank top and tattered jeans, lay on his back and stared up at the crisp blue sky, the breeze rustling the trees overhead. He took a deep breath and wrapped his hands around the rusty barbell hanging above him. With one determined push, he elevated it off the rack and locked his arms. Another deep breath, then he began pumping that iron that was bending. Conventional wisdom, and any amount of time in the gym, suggested anyone attempting to lift as much weight as Camp was would have utilized a spotter for safety reasons. But deep in the woods of West Virginia, there weren't any available. Not that it mattered much. Camp wasn't known for making wise decisions, which was why he was no longer serving as an airman for the Air Force's Special Reconnaissance program. As Camp struggled to finish his final rep, he heard a car rumbling along the road near his house. He'd never invited anyone to his place, mostly out of embarrassment over his living situation. A weather-beaten, double-wide trailer tucked away in the woods, an old Ford truck rusting on cinder blocks, the one he'd said he'd fix one day when he had the money, a day he knew would never come. So it sat, deteriorating a little bit more after each miserable West Virginia winter, and serving as the centerpiece of a yard peppered with objects that could only be charitably described as junk. The bar clattered on the rack as he dropped it into place, his arms burning, but he paid no attention to the pain with his focus solely on the uninvited guest. He strode into his trailer, grabbed his Glock off the kitchen counter, and returned outside, his gun trained in front of him. A stubby, balding man emerged from the vehicle and walked toward Camp. "Zach Camp?" Camp didn't lower his weapon. "Who's asking?" When Tuttle stopped and raised both hands, "My name is Max Tuttle, and I work for Cameron Doyle, one of the senators for Virginia." Camp spit, then smirked, his gun still steady. "I'm afraid you took a wrong turn, mister, 'cause you're in West Virginia." Tuttle shook his head.
Would you mind lowering the weapon? It's making me nervous."
"You know what makes me nervous?" Camp said, continuing without waiting for a response. "Some government bureaucrat type driving onto my property without an invitation. And not only does it make me nervous, it makes me angry. And I can assure you, Mr. Tuttle, you don't want to make me any angrier than I already am."
"So, you're not a fan of Senator Doyle?"
Camp ignored him. "Why are you here?"
"Honestly, I realize that was a mistake now. I came here to see if you were the former Special Reconnaissance airman who saved Senator Doyle from a kidnapping the other day in Indianapolis. None of the other men I was able to speak to were anywhere near Indianapolis the day of the incident. So, you're my last hope in finding the mystery man responsible for saving the senator. And I thought, since you're only about a 4-hour drive away, maybe it was you. Though I can see, you don't look like the kind of guy to attend a political rally."
Camp dropped his weapon. "And why do you think it's got to be someone from Special Reconnaissance?"
Tuttle nodded toward Camp. "That tattoo on your arm. One of the few still images we got off security cameras depicted a man with a tattoo, just like the one on your forearm. And there aren't that many who have it, since it was unique to your squadron during training."
Camp's mind whirred with questions, both for visitor and himself. Why were they looking for him? Was this a trap? Were they wanting to bring him back for another mission? Could he take credit for another man's heroism? Camp, determining that Tuttle didn't pose an immediate threat, shoved his weapon into the back of his jeans and gestured for the man to come closer. "Why don't we talk about this inside, in a more comfortable setting?" Camp led Tuttle into his trailer, placed the gun in a kitchen drawer, and gestured toward the couch. "We can talk here," Camp said. Tuttle remained standing, unsure of why he'd bothered to go inside. He knew that this wasn't the man he was looking for. His trailer reeked of stale beer, and, while he appeared to still be in good shape, he looked more like someone who'd lost his edge long ago than a current operator trying to get away from the rest of the world. "Look, I don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. It's just a simple question that I need answered. Were you in Indianapolis for Senator Doyle's rally? And were you the one that rescued him from an attempted abduction?" "Again, why are you asking?" Camp said. "I'm not owning up to anything for you without you telling me why you want to know." Tuttle sighed. "I knew this was going to be a waste of time from the minute I drove up." Tuttle's phone buzzed with a text message from Doyle. "You found him yet? I can't stress to you how important it is that we find him." Tuttle didn't need reminding of the importance, but he also didn't like the pressure the senator was putting on him. There were other pressing matters Tuttle needed to attend to, rather than traversing the country playing gumshoe detective. Camp was clearly not the guy. Tuttle didn't need to explain anything to him. Just walk out the door and drive off, for God's sake. That's what he should have done. That's what he wanted to do. But then his phone buzzed again, with another message from Doyle. 3 question marks. The old 3 question mark text, or as Tuttle referred to it, the manufactured emoji for impatience. Doyle wanted an answer, but he didn't just want any answer. He wanted the right answer. He wanted to know that Tuttle had found their guy and had convinced him to join the senator on stage at the next event in Grant Park. Tuttle reached into his computer bag, retrieved a photo, and handed it to Camp. "If that's you, I'll pay you $50,000 to get on stage with Senator Doyle and let him shower you with praise for saving his ass from 3 terrorists who were about to do God only knows what to him." Tuttle knew that by admitting this, he all but guaranteed he wasn't going to get the right guy. Not that he cared at this point. He wanted Doyle to stop bugging him so he could get back to doing his job, the one he was hired to do. Camp swallowed hard as he stared at the image. He knew it wasn't him, because he'd never even been to Indianapolis, though he was off on the day in question. And, while he looked passable enough to be the man in the image, Camp knew Tuttle had probably figured out he wasn't the guy. In fact, Camp actually recognized the man in the photo. But $50,000? That was too good to pass up. He had to try. "That's me," Camp said, his tone resigned. "I didn't think you guys would find me, but I should have known better than that." A hint of a smile spread across his lips for the first time since Tuttle arrived. He wasn't sure the campaign manager was buying it, but Camp tried hard to sell it. Tuttle studied Camp closely but didn't say anything, so he continued. "I went to the rally to show my support for Senator Doyle, but I suspected something was up. And once those bombs went off, I hustled underground to get to safety. But then I encountered those bastards." It sounded good, especially for something Camp invented on the spot. But was it believable? Good enough to convince Tuttle? The diminutive man hesitated for a moment as he stared at the photo. "Okay. I've got to admit that I didn't think you were the guy, but it sounds like you were." Tuttle produced a check from his bag. "I know it's not much, especially considering how much you sacrificed to save the senator, but it's a small token of appreciation from him. All you have to do is show up for a very brief chat on stage at a rally in Chicago in 2 days. Think you can make that happen?" "I've got 50,000 reasons that say I can," Camp said. "Excellent," Tuttle said, as he offered his hand. The two men shook before Tuttle returned to his car, Camp following him out. "I didn't want anyone to find me out here, or even know about what I did. But now, I'm glad you did," Camp said. "Why?" Tuttle climbed into the driver's seat. "Because of the money?" "Nah, that's not important. No, I need to stop hiding from my past and all my failures and embrace who I really am." "And it sounds like this trip was really worth it," Tuttle said, before he nodded and then shut the door. Camp stood, arms folded across his chest, and watched Tuttle's car disappear around the bend. What have I just done? Chapter 16. Chicago. After a full day of meticulously going over every operational detail, Barrett felt confident that his new team had concocted an executable plan to thwart Hakim Rahimi's plot. With Doyle's rally set to take place the following day, Barrett didn't have the luxury of putting the plan aside, getting a good night of sleep, and then reviewing it one final time. They needed to take action that night or else risk losing track of Hakim, his weapons, and his small terrorist cell. Jasmine put her chair back from the desk in the corner of their hotel room and dropped to the floor. She ripped off 20 push-ups before jumping to her feet and cracking her knuckles. "You know, if I'd been at home tonight, I'd be tooling around Shaw Island on my motorcycle, soaking in the sunshine," she said with lament in her voice. "I'm sorry we roped you into this, Jazz," Stone said in between sit-ups on the other side of the room. "Are you kidding me? This is way better than puttering around on my bike. We're about to kick some serious ass." "Love your enthusiasm, Jazz. You get those lights out for us, and we'll be doing plenty of ass-kicking. That much I can promise you." The plan was simple at its essence, yet somewhat complicated in its execution. Having experienced operators like Stone and Jazz gave Barrett the confidence he needed to attempt the plan. To be succinct, Jasmine's skill set gave Barrett the belief that they could execute. Barrett had seen about a dozen members of the terrorist cell meeting with Hakim at the warehouse. If there weren't suddenly hundreds of cell members assisting with whatever havoc Hakim intended to rain down on Doyle's rally, Barrett figured he and Stone could handle a dozen or so men. The likelihood of the cell members being trained well enough to fight a trio of elite operatives seemed low. It'd be a quick firefight at best. All they had to do was get the lights off, pick the men off in the dark, and call in Homeland Security to clean up the mess. At least that was the executive summary of the plan. But everything hinged on Jasmine being able to hack into the city's power grid and turn off the warehouse's power. Once that happened, the rest of the mission would be basic pointing and shooting, just as long as nothing else went wrong. The street lamp flickered above Barrett, while a stray dog rooted through a bag of trash that didn't make it into the dumpster. The rest of the area was relatively quiet, with the exception of a car that rumbled by, headlights sweeping against the graffiti-laden buildings. The dog looked up at Barrett, who was dressed in all black, and whimpered. Barrett put his hand in his pocket and hesitated. The last thing he needed before beginning a mission was a stray following him around and barking, giving away his position. But Barrett looked again at the dog, which looked like it hadn't eaten a full meal in weeks. Barrett tossed a piece of bread in front of the dog and took a step back. The animal devoured it in a matter of seconds, only to look up with sad eyes at Barrett again. "You keep quiet, and I'll bring you a feast," Barrett whispered. The dog stretched out its paws and lowered its head, resting on its haunches for a beat before settling onto the ground. "How's it looking, Jazz?" he asked over the comms. "Almost there. Have you ever tried to hack into a power grid from the back of a van? I can promise you that it's not easy." "Take your time. We want to make sure those lights stay out," Stone said. "Copy that. I'm almost there. Once I kill this station, it's going to take the power company at least 15 minutes to reboot the system at the station, if they recognize it right away." "So you think we're guaranteed 15 minutes? "Pretty much. I'd say you could probably squeeze another 5 out of that, but I wouldn't risk it. Get everything done within 10 minutes if you want to be sure. It's not likely, but it's possible that Chicago might have a new system in place that could start the rebooting process almost immediately, and it's possible it could take less than 15 minutes. Why didn't you mention this earlier when we were planning?" "I thought you would know all this. The chances of this are minuscule, and it's just speculation, working off the unlikely premise that the city of Chicago used its allocated budget to upgrade its infrastructure, and the chances of that happening, with all the cronyism that takes place here, is next to zero." "But it's not zero," Stone said. "Correct." She charged ahead with her assignment. "Powering down in 3, 2, 1. The warehouse darkened, every light on an entire city block now extinguished. "Moving in," Stone said. Barrett held up a position on the west side of the facility closest to the road, while Stone had crept around to the east side. They entered the building through windows that had been busted out. Within a minute they were both on the catwalk, infrared goggles on. "Where the hell are these guys? This better not be some initiation bullshit you're trying to pull on us." "They're here. You gotta believe me." "Then where the hell are your guys? And never mind the explosives." "They're here somewhere." Barrett moved stealthily along the metal platform high above the ground floor. "We need to draw them out then. We can't afford to wait them out. We may run out of time, and there are too many unknowns." Barrett was already starting to wish he'd come up with a way to handle the situation on his own, maybe just tip off Homeland Security anyway, despite what his contact said. Stone was almost proud of his impatience, boasting about it at times, but if he did anything foolish, it could mean the end of the operation, and Barrett wasn't ready to let that happen. "Just calm down, Stone. They're not just going to sit around in the dark forever." A few seconds later, one of the men poked his head out of an office door opposite Stone, and Stone didn't hesitate to pull his trigger. The first shot struck the man in the head, dropping him almost immediately. Shouts echoed in the cavernous building. "Nice shot." "Sounds like the rest of those men are hiding in that office," Stone said. "Yeah, didn't count on these assholes to be chicken shits. I thought they'd all be out here fighting their way into eternity." "They were those kinds of terrorists. They likely would have strapped on a suicide vest already," Jasmine said. "Turns out they're just human."
Plotting to murder thousands of innocent people doesn't make them human in my book. That's just pure evil. We can sort out our theories on evil later. I just want to force them out, ASAP. What are you thinking? Barrett explained his plan to drop a smoke bomb near the door. Inevitably, someone will try to kick it aside, and when they open the door to do that, I'm going to launch another one into the room. Want me to just sit on that door and shoot anyone who tries to leave? It's like you read my mind. Barrett pulled the pin on a smoke bomb and hurled it toward the door leading to the office. It skidded across the concrete before slowing down and landing with a small tap against the door. Barrett could see smoke pouring out of the device through his infrared goggles. He waited for the door to open, and seconds later it did. But what happened next surprised both him and Stone. 5 men poured out of the room, darting in different directions. Barrett still fired another canister into the room. This one filled with tear gas. But it didn't matter. The room had almost emptied out by the time he trained his rifle on the men fleeing. Stone took aim and picked off several of the men, but more than a handful had escaped and hid in another part of the building, well out of sight. "How's it going in there?" Jasmine said. "Not like I'd hoped. How much time do we have left before the lights come back on?" "Guaranteed? Maybe 5-6 minutes." Barrett cursed under his breath as he scanned the area for any interlopers. "Now what?" Stone asked. Hostiles started shooting at Barrett and Stone, taking cover around the corner of a hallway wall as they fired. Just as Barrett and Stone turned their focus on the east side of the building, bullets started flying at them from the west side. Then seconds later the power came on, temporarily blinding them. "Damn it," Jasmine said over the comms. "Everyone all right in there?" Barrett scrambled for cover, hoping to wait out his lack of vision without getting shot. He rested against a steel beam and tried to regain his wits. "I'm alive and taking cover," Barrett said, bullets still raining down on his position. "Stone?" No reply. "Stone, do you copy?" Barrett turned and looked down the catwalk, straining to see his partner. "Stone!" Another beat before Stone replied. "I'm here. Still trying to figure out how we royally screwed up this easy op." "Well, it's not over with you," Barrett said, "and we can't just sit here until they leave. We're going to have to fight our way out of this now. You still with me?" "Copy that." As Barrett's vision returned, he peered around the corner. A bullet pinged off the steel beam just by his head. "You good, Stone?" "Let's do this." "Jazz?" "Still here and ready when you need me." "Just stay put and keep an eye out for any of the men who might try to get away." "You got it." Then Barrett and Stone resumed firing, this time on more level terms. Without the advantage of shooting in the dark, Barrett was relegated to shooting in short bursts as he eased around the corner. He peppered the location of the hostiles on the opposite side of the building, picking off a couple of them. Stone did the same, and by Barrett's count, they eliminated 8 of the 12 he'd seen at the gathering a few nights earlier. Then the building fell silent. "I only count 8 down. There's at least 4 more. "Nobody's left yet. At least as far as I can tell. There's been no movement in the parking lot or anyone walking along the street." Then, without warning, another shot whizzed past Barrett's head, but this time from behind. He scrambled around the other side of the beam and peeked around the edge to see another terrorist had eased up a ladder leading to a service area behind them and was now firing wildly. After a few seconds, his gun clicked, signaling he'd emptied his load. Barrett took aim at the hostile, hitting his center mass. He crumpled and let go of the ladder, hitting the cement floor with a sickening thud. More gunshots rang out from the floor below. Barrett crawled on his belly along the catwalk and tried to reassess the situation. Instead of getting hit with a barrage of shots, the hostiles were firing at them one by one, creating a more difficult target and taking up more time and attention. What are they doing? "You still good, Stone?" He looked down the catwalk at Barrett and gave him a thumbs up. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Barrett caught a rope drop from the ceiling, followed by a gunman rappelling into the warehouse. Armed with a machine gun, he sprayed rounds at both Stone and Barrett. They hustled to get out of the way as bullets clinked off metal and thunked off the cinder block wall, pinning both men down. Amidst the gunfire, Barrett thought he heard the sound of an engine igniting. Barrett turned to look at the noise and noticed the gunman swinging his gun toward him. He was met with a steady barrage of bullets, forcing him to stay out of sight.
The engine sound faded as the gunman paused briefly and focused his attention on Stone. Then, almost as quickly as the ambush started, Barrett heard a scream, followed by a splat and a gun clattering to the floor. He peered around the corner to see Jasmine, grinning wide. Then he noticed movement in the corner. Another gunman slowly raised his gun to take aim at her from behind. Barrett didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger and putting 3 bullets in the man, dropping him before he got off a shot. "Nice shot, and thank you." She pointed up at Barrett and winked. "You saved our ass, I saved yours. Let's call it even." "Except for the fact that someone drove off with all the explosives," Stone said as he scanned the aftermath below. "Nothing we can do about that now," Barrett said. "All I want to know is how the hell they got the power back on so fast." "Generator," Jasmine said. "I heard it around the corner of the building when I came in here to help." "Damn, didn't see that when I scouted the building." "You wouldn't have seen it. It was cordoned off in a little section near the back. Unless you heard it running, you wouldn't know anything was back there, other than maybe a storage area." "Let's call this in. Unfortunately, this is going to take a little longer than I thought." "This is the best Friday night I've had in months," Jasmine said. "With this as your standard, your Saturday night's going to be one hell of a night," Barrett said. Barrett called the FBI's Chicago field office and reported the terrorist meeting that went awry, resulting in a shootout that left 12 men dead. He knew the FBI would figure out it wasn't a gunfight, but would they really care to solve that crime? Much like a mob shooting, who cared? The streets were cleaned up a little by whoever took the time to kill the bastards. Justice had been served. But Barrett quickly put the gunfight out of his mind as they drove away from the scene. All he could think about was the one man who got away. After looking at all the dead terrorists lying on the floor, there was one who was conspicuously missing. Hakeem Rahimi. Barrett slumped into a chair in the corner of his hotel room when his phone, Slade Gordon's phone, buzzed with a voicemail. He'd placed his phone on Do Not Disturb mode and just realized it when he saw the alert bubble on the corner of the message app. He opened it and looked at the number it was from, fearing he'd missed a call from his handler. But the message was from someone else, and it was a number he actually recognized. "Hey, Slade. Where are you? It's not like you to go this long without calling me, let alone forget to call me on my birthday. What's going on? I hope everything's okay. Miss you, bro." Barrett pocketed his phone and closed his eyes. It was Grace Gordon, Slade's sister, his lone living relative. She was the only person who would truly miss him if he disappeared. He thought for a moment about how to handle the situation. If he told her the truth, she could react in any number of ways, and even with his best disguise, Barrett knew he couldn't fool her. But if she started asking questions, demanding that the authorities get involved and do a welfare check, then things could get dicey, for him and for her. Barrett determined to figure something out. He just couldn't call her and tell her. Certainly not from Gordon's phone, and certainly not now. There had to be another way, and he would figure it out. But for now, all he could do was feel sorry for Grace. It was a cruel lie he'd have to tell her one day. That much he knew. And he also knew he'd hate every second of it. Chapter 17, Chicago. Cameron Doyle stroked his chin as he looked over the day's agenda, scrawling notations in the margins. The latest internal polling numbers he'd just perused looked promising as he continued to trend upward and extend his lead over the nearest competitor. Doyle's legislative record stood out among a sea of milquetoast candidates, and he should have been a slam dunk to win in November. But he was wise enough to know that it was a long time before Americans went to the polls, and crazier things had happened before. Much crazier things. To say he was excited about the Chicago rally would be a gross understatement. He wore his lucky socks and his favorite tie, understanding that if he pulled off a perfect night, profiles on him and his plans for the country would dominate the media for the next month as he piled up primary victories. His nomination was almost a foregone conclusion, as his campaign manager had suggested they start to curb spending on ad runs in an effort to save it up for the general election. However, there was another reason he was stoked about the rally, sharing the stage with the man who saved his life. Max Tuttle knocked on the door and poked his head inside. "You ready, Senator?" he asked with a smile. Doyle nodded. He squared his documents on the hotel suite desk and stood. Seconds later, he came face to face with Zach Camp. He wasn't quite as barrel-chested as Doyle remembered, and Camp's voice seemed a little off as the first word spilled out of his mouth. "Good morning, Senator," Camp said, clutching a baseball cap in his hand and showing off his wavy brown locks. Doyle offered his hand. "Please, call me Cameron," he said, as the two men shook. "And it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Come on in and have a seat." Camp sat down on the front edge of the couch, his fingers fidgeting with his hat. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Cameron," he stammered. Doyle, sensing Camp's unease, sought to relax the man who saved his life. "I understand you might be nervous, especially when you get a peek behind the bureaucratic curtain of the men who send you to war. Well, us to war," he said as he sat opposite of Camp. "Army, right?" "You got it. Served with the Rangers in Afghanistan, just like you did. And before you give me a hard time about being Army and you being Air Force, just remember that ultimately we fought on the same team." "I'm not that kind of military guy," Camp said, his shoulders easing as he sat back on the sofa. "With Special Reconnaissance, we provided support to operations from every branch, not just ones led by the Air Force." Doyle leaned forward, seizing his opportunity to switch gears. "Special Reconnaissance? Is that why you were able to single-handedly take care of those 3 men?" "I wouldn't say I took care of them. From what I understand, they're still on the lam." "Not anymore. I got a report this morning from Homeland Security that a terrorist cell was found dead in a warehouse here. Some kind of internal dispute led to a shootout." Camp raised an eyebrow. "And they're all dead?" "That's my understanding. Maybe I should connect you with Special Agent Roberts, who handled the cleanup last night. You could identify the men as the ones who abducted me." Camp sucked in a short breath. "To be honest, it was dark down in those tunnels, and I didn't really get a good look at any of their faces. I just focused on you. And for that, I'm deeply grateful. If you hadn't gone down there that night, we wouldn't be having this conversation, for one thing, and I'm not entirely sure I'd still be alive." "The military left a lot of unfinished business in Afghanistan," Camp said. "It was only a matter of time before it came back to haunt us." "Well, once I take office, we're going to do what we should have done in Afghanistan in the first place. Strike teams taking out key Taliban establishments, covert ops handling upstart terrorist cells, and a plan to fill the coffers of those individuals who will stand up to the bullies trying to establish a suffocating government." "Where do I sign up?" "Wherever and whenever you want after the inauguration." Camp smiled. "You're pretty confident you're going to win this thing?" "The American people have been craving real leadership, and that's one thing I know, almost as well as I know how to conduct a war against ruthless terrorists. And when I take the White House, this country will get the kind of leadership it deserves, one that's strong, determined, and intentional. It'll be an agenda devoid of divisive social issues and instead focused on returning America to its once respected and powerful position in the world." "I wish I could vote right now," Camp said. "Well, it's thanks to you that America will even have the option to vote for me." Camp's face went flushed. "Oh, that's too kind, sir." "Well, it's the truth, and that's not something we should shy away from. Now, tell me about yourself. What do you do for a living now that you're out of the Air Force?" I'm an entrepreneur," Camp said. "An entrepreneur. I can respect that. You work hard for what you've got, living the American dream. Any family, wife, kids?" "Nope. Just me. I haven't found the right woman yet, I guess." "So, why'd you get out of the military?"
Injured my knee and I couldn't meet the physical demands. I'm better now, but it's probably for the best. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to get to chat before tonight's encounter on stage," Doyle said as he stood and offered a departing handshake. "The pleasure was all mine, sir. Glad my skills came in handy for you. I should have thrown a few more punches at those guys in the tunnel, but at least they're dead now." Doyle forced a smile and nodded. "See you tonight, Zach." As soon as Camp left the room, one of Doyle's campaign aides escorted him down the hall, and Tuttle entered the room moments later. "What the hell was that, Max?" Doyle said, his eyes narrowing as he pointed at his campaign manager. "What was what? Did it not go well with Zach?" "That guy's a fraud. I bet you know it, too, or at least you suspected it." "What are you talking about?" "That guy wasn't the guy who was in the tunnels that night. Did you just go and find anyone you could?" "I was suspicious, but he's the only one that it could have been." "Really? You looked at the entire list of possible Special Reconnaissance airmen and determined that it was this guy?" "With all due respect, sir, I've been searching the country for this guy, looking under every rock for the man who could have saved your ass that night." "And you spoke with every one of them?" "Not everyone. There were two who I didn't speak with. One of the guys died a couple days ago, before your event in Indy, while the other guy lives clear across the country. I went to his place, and he's got a private security job for some tech firm in the Bay Area, so I doubt he's traversing the U.S. as some vigilante. Zach Camp was off that day. He lived close enough to drive to Indy, and he certainly got the skills." "The press is going to eat him alive, and we both know it. If I go on stage with him tonight, they're going to dig into the life of the center circle hero and unearth the worst things about him, which will in turn be linked to us." "That seems like a bit of a leap, especially when it's totally plausible." "Come on, Max. Why would some ex-military guy from the sticks of West Virginia want to come to a rally in a big city? Hell, he probably didn't even know who I was before you drove up to his place." "Maybe. Maybe not. But we're paying him handsomely, and with that price will be the stipulation that he keeps his mouth shut." "You better make damn sure of that, or it won't matter if there's some October surprise this year. It'll be March mayhem that takes us out before the nomination is secured, and we both know that'll sink my chances." Tuttle placed his hand on Doyle's shoulder. "Just relax. I'll take care of everything, even the press. Zach Camp is the hero we need, and I'm going to help him share his story to the press one time. It'll be short on details and long on emotion, just like the press likes it. Then, in 24 hours, they'll move on to the next big thing. They're going to leave this guy alone, I promise." "You better be right, Max." "I didn't get to this position by sinking future presidential candidates," Tuttle said with a wink. Doyle offered a weak smile before Tuttle left the room. The senator wished he could be as confident as his campaign manager. It was definitely a risk, but one that came with a whopper of a reward. Clouding his judgment was the fact that Doyle was itching to clinch the nomination and start the process of lining up his future staff so he could properly set the agenda he felt the country so desperately needed. He was willing to take the chance, even if it left him uneasy. He put it out of his mind as he prepared for his next meeting. It was easy to forget as he walked into a room with a handful of Hollywood celebrities wanting to help his campaign. Chapter 18, Chicago. Barrett leaned over the sink as he drew close to the mirror. He styled his hair like Gordon used to, cropped short and messy. The comb in his toiletry bag hadn't been used in over a week, and he didn't know why he felt so sad about it in the moment. But if he was honest with himself, he knew, in the whirlwind of activity, Barrett hadn't taken the time to grieve the loss of his own identity. It wasn't like losing a career he was proud of and worked hard for before being forced to do something else. No,
He'd been down that road before, too. This was different. He had lost not just who he was, but his entire life, erased from the annals of history. Aside from Stone and Watts, nobody knew his secret, one he couldn't afford to tell to anyone else. While he considered faking Gordon's death, it wouldn't change anything for him. If he wanted to live, Blake Barrett would still have to remain dead. He'd have to start over as someone else, living out in the hinterlands somewhere far away from people. But what was the point in that? He'd still be pretending to be someone else, just a lonely fraud. That didn't sound tantalizing to him, not a life he wanted to live anyway. No, the only way to reclaim his life was to find out who wanted him dead and why. And at the moment, that meant doing his job, Slade Gordon's job, and getting one step closer to learning who his handler was and what his agenda truly was. Stone knocked on the bathroom door. "You done primping, princess?" "Hang on," Barrett said as he gave himself a final once-over before opening the door. "You ever heard of a comb? You ever had to spend every day trying to look like the man you killed?" "I seed you a point." "This isn't a competition, and believe me, I'd rather part my hair with a comb than massaging this styling gel into it. Why do people do this?" Watts walked into the hallway and leaned casually against the wall. "I think it's a good look for you." Stone playfully swatted Barrett in the arm. "Maybe that was your problem all along," Stone said. Barrett drew back. Problem with what?" "The ladies. You were always pining over some woman, wondering why she wouldn't go out with you." "For the record, it was only one woman," Barrett said. "And you never once told me her name, which makes me think you might have been making it all up. She exists. And is she married to some other man?" "Don't know. Haven't spoken to her in several years. I'm over it now." Watts reached out and tousled Barrett's hair. "I'm surprised you haven't started getting dates left and right with that look." "I appreciate the confidence boost, Jazz, but this line of work isn't exactly the optimum lifestyle for someone who wants to date regularly. Sometimes looking like a drowned rat is actually better for getting the job done." "Not today," Stone said, patting Barrett on the back. "You need to look somewhat put together for what we're about to do." "Actually, that's going to be your department. I'm going to let you handle customer relations this time." Stone sighed. "Some days I truly think you hate me." The trio left the apartment and waited until they were in their SUV before going over their plan to protect Doyle at the rally later that night. Barrett drove a few miles before parking in a garage across the street from Jalil Rahimi's apartment. "Think Jalil's going to be here?" Watts asked. "It's a Saturday, so it's possible, but this is about sending a message. If we can corner him, all the better. Jazz, take up your spot in the alley by the fire escape. I'll let you know if we think he's running." "Copy that," Watts said before she headed to her position. They all checked their comm units before Barrett and Stone took the elevator up to Jalil's floor. Stone knocked on the door while Barrett stood flush against the wall so that he wouldn't be seen when Jalil peeked through the peephole. After a few seconds, Barrett heard light footsteps drawing closer from inside the apartment. "I'm sorry," Zafira said. "We're not interested." "Mrs. Rahimi?" Stone said. "I was wondering if I could speak with you for a moment." "What's this regarding?" she asked. "I'm conducting a survey of all the residents about the building's maintenance. It'll only take a second." "I'm sorry, but I just don't have time right now. Maybe later." "I promise it won't take long. It's just 3 questions. My boss is going to kill me if I don't come back with more replies. I can make it super quick." Then the door chain slid free and the deadbolt clicked open. Stone didn't wait for Zafira to get the door open all the way, putting his shoulder into it and barging into the home. She staggered back as Barrett followed Stone. "Where's your husband?" Barrett said. He's not here." "Don't play games with us, ma'am," Stone said. "Get out of my apartment." She pointed toward the door. "You can't just storm in here like that. Now get out, or I'm calling the police." "We are the authorities." Barrett flashed a fake badge. "Now, where's your husband?"
If you don't help us, we're going to make your life very uncomfortable."
Her children shuffled into the doorway, both staring wide-eyed at the scene, both still wearing their pajamas.
"Mommy, what's happening?" the little girl asked. "It's nothing. Now go back to the playroom and watch your cartoons."
Barrett waited until the children obeyed before he continued.
"If you don't tell us, we're going to turn this place upside down looking for him."
"Have a look around. He went to the office early this morning."
"On a Saturday?"
"He's been putting in plenty of hours working on a special project. It's been very demanding for him."
Barrett gave Stone a knowing look.
"We still need to take a look around."
"Do you have a warrant?"
"Don't need one. Now, step aside. We're going to search for him here."
"You're just wasting your time. He's not here."
Barrett ignored her and pointed at a room down the hall. Stone immediately scurried off to search it. Then Barrett marched into the Rahimi's bedroom and began looking for any possible hiding place that Jalil could be. Barrett figured they wouldn't find him, but he didn't care. He wanted Zafira to call her husband in a panic and tell him that some law enforcement men came by looking for him and to stay away from the apartment. Once they concluded their search, Barrett gave her a business card and urged her to call them if he came home, because they needed to speak to him. He knew she would never have Jalil call, but it was all part of the act. They waited until they were in the elevator before hailing Watts on the comms.
"He's not here. Meet us back at the car."
Once they reached their vehicle, Barrett's phone rang with a call from his contact.
"But Hakeem wasn't there," Barrett said in Gordon's voice. "What?" "He's still on the run, but we're actively searching for him." "So there's a chance he could do something tonight to Senator Doyle?" "There's always a chance of anything happening," Barrett said. "But we're going to catch him beforehand. Don't worry. We've got it under control." "You better," the man said, "because if you can't handle this very simple assignment, I have dozens of others who can. And let me tell you that this isn't the kind of job you just retire from, if you understand what I'm saying." "Loud and clear," Barrett said. "If Hakeem so much as attempts anything tonight at Grant Park, it's going to mark the end of your affiliation with our office, and it won't be a pleasant exit interview. That much I can assure you. Of course, we can handle it. It's going to be a star-studded event full of celebrities from all over." "So I've been told," Barrett said. "I'm telling you that so you understand that nothing better happened tonight. You need to stop Hakeem before he even has a chance to look at Doyle. This needs to be over well before the rally is set to begin. Am I making myself clear?" "Crystal, sir," Barrett said. "Call me once you've either taken care of him or have him in custody. I'll be waiting for your call." Barrett hung up and took a deep breath. He couldn't afford for anything to go wrong if he was going to protect Doyle and find out who was giving him orders. And without a way to locate Hakeem, he was flying blind. Chapter 19. Chicago, Grant Park. Jalil Rahimi mopped his brow with the back of his sleeve as he stared out across the park starting to fill up with people attending Cameron Doyle's rally. A cool breeze swept through the van, its windows rolled down halfway. The evening was mild by any standard, yet he felt as if he was in an oven. His phone buzzed with a text message. "You can do this. We're counting on you." Jalil knew he could do anything. But that wasn't the issue for the mechanical engineer. The real issue was whether or not he was willing to do anything, and the tension he felt between what others wanted him to do, avenge his father's death, and the desire to indulge in the American dream seemed like it was going to rend his soul. How could he not avenge his father's death with an opportunity dangling in front of him like low-hanging fruit? He would never attain justice for his father's horrific death, at least not through any judicial means. No, justice would have to be seized, and violently so. But how could he nuke his family, the life he'd built for himself? To any outsider looking at his new life in America, he had it all. A well-paying job, a beautiful wife, 2 lovely children.
And Jalil didn't have to worry about being shot by terrorists trying to conscript him into their service, or his daughter being denied an education, or his son being ripped away from him to fight a war that could never be won. Yet here he was, his sweaty hands clinging to a steering wheel as he pondered his decision to go through with his assignment, detonate over a ton of C4 explosives at a political rally. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, half hoping someone would just walk up to him and shoot him in the head. It was Chicago. It's not like it couldn't happen, though it wasn't likely in this part of the city. No, that was the cowardly way out. He knew he needed to make a decision, but the process paralyzed him. Then, another text. "This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Vengeance." The image of his father lying on the floor and gasping for air as he coughed up blood burned in Jalil's mind. His father didn't deserve to die like this, shot like he was an animal. And for what? For holding a gun? For wanting to protect himself from the bloodthirsty Taliban who'd stripped everything from the place he'd poured his heart and soul into? He was a pillar of the village, a man who advocated for education for women and sought to undermine the growing grip of terrorism that had infiltrated their tight-knit community. But one rogue soldier, or were there more? And Jalil's father was left to bleed out on the kitchen floor. That look of agony and betrayal on his face was one Jalil would never forget. In that moment of reflection, Jalil remembered that it wasn't about him. His father, Malek Rahimi, needed justice, and Jalil was going to get it for him. The robotic dogs had nearly worked, but he hadn't accounted for happenstance. This time, he wasn't leaving anything to chance. As much as Hakim wanted to abduct Doyle and torture him, that was just blood sport. He didn't need to know why he was dying, and while instantaneous death wouldn't be as satisfying, it was better than watching the man walk around unrepentant and free of consequences, let alone become the most powerful man in the free world. Jalil removed his hands from the steering wheel and wiped them on his pants. Then after a deep breath, he rolled up the windows and exited the van before locking it up and walking away. He could stay strong. He had no choice. Cameron Doyle waved with both hands as he marched across the stage erected in Chicago's famed Grant Park. The wind whipped off Lake Michigan, snapping the flags, ringing the backdrop. Temporary lights illuminated the area as the remaining hue in the west faded to black. In front of Doyle, the crowd rolled like waves, cheering and screaming to the beat of a popular tune thumping from the sound system. Doyle wore a broad smile, masking the trepidation he felt regarding what he was about to do. His wife, Nadia, walking in lockstep right beside him, waved to the adoring fans. They were Washington's it couple, long before he announced his presidential run, but now their celebrity was rivaling that of anyone in Hollywood, even with those who traditionally stood on the other side of the political aisle. Doyle liked his legislation. He liked his religion. Agnostic. By design, he veered away from proposing bills that were like red meat to the base of his party, knowing that his centrist appeal would attract them if they thought there was a chance they could retake the White House. That, and Max Tuttle, were what had propelled his campaign into the stratosphere, and now all he needed to seal it was the appearance of a true American hero on stage with him. After a few brief comments together at the lectern with Nadia, she exited the stage. "Isn't she great, everybody?" Doyle said, gesturing toward his wife. "Your future First Lady." That comment excited the crowd even further, elevating the frenzied pitch that was leading toward an inevitable crescendo. "Now, some of you may remember what happened in Indianapolis a few days ago. And the fact that you all still came out to celebrate this campaign and what we're trying to do for this country speaks volumes about what kind of people you are, about what kind of people Americans are. You're not going to let anyone send you to the corner and cower in fear. No, this is the land of the brave." More whooping and hollering from the audience. Doyle waited for it to all die down before continuing. "And tonight, I have a special treat for you.
Now, we all love heroes, but tonight, I wanted to introduce you to a real live one. Ladies and gentlemen, would you join me in giving a warm welcome to Zach Camp, the man who saved me from being abducted by terrorists last week?
Camp strode onto the stage, smiling and waving at the crowd, his tight shirt selected by design to display his muscular chest and V-shaped torso. He waved and smiled, seemingly more comfortable with the attention than Doyle thought the impostor would be. Doyle put his arm around Camp, giving him a side hug as they both stared out at the adoring crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to Zach Camp, a man who happened to be in the right place at the right time when I was campaigning in Indianapolis, and then utilized the skills he was taught while serving in the military for special ops to react quickly and save me. Zach, why don't you tell everybody about that moment?
Camp didn't hesitate, launching into a well-rehearsed story that he'd crafted with Max Tuttle. Camp's perspective on the events of that night were honed to contain just enough facts while evoking the kind of emotions that would spark a groundswell of support. If anything, Tuttle wanted to remind the American people of just how close Doyle came to dying, subtly communicating that if terrorists wanted him dead, then he must be what's best for America. For the independents and voters hemming and hawing about who to pick, this theater was designed to not just nudge them, but shove them over to Doyle's side. When Camp finished, the crowd spontaneously broke out into chants of USA, USA, filling Doyle with pride. He hadn't heard such a public display of patriotism in so long that it nearly brought him to tears.
Don't cry, Cameron.
He couldn't help himself as a tear trickled down his cheek.
Who cares if this is all because of a fake hero? This moment is what this country needs.
Doyle gestured toward Camp and smiled.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what America is all about.
It was a patriotic platitude that wasn't true, but it felt right in the moment, and Doyle was soaking in the adulation right along with Camp, completely unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows of Grant Park. Barrett strolled along the west edge of the crowd, searching for any sign of a threat, while Stone patrolled the east side. Watt sat in the van, scanning the rally attendees after hacking into the security camera feed.
Anybody see anything yet?
Barrett asked, as the crowd rocked and swayed to the music while the man posing as Doyle's hero walked off the stage.
I see a fraud up there with the senator, Stone said. Other than that, nothing.
Let him have his moment in the sun. I don't want it, and certainly don't need it right now.
Nothing from me, Jazz said. Nothing looks suspicious so far.
Okay, everyone. Stay vigilant. FBI agents and officers from the Chicago Police Department sauntered through the crowd, also searching for any potential threats. Their obvious presence relaxed the attendees, making it easier for Barrett to spot any nervous people. He returned to scanning the faces of the people and didn't see Jalil Rahimi or his brother Hakeem. For the next 15 minutes, the rally continued with Doyle stumping hard, sharing what he would do in his first 100 days in office, and based on the crowd's response, they seemed to lap it up, but Barrett remained focused on faces, all seemingly to reflect hope as they listened to Doyle speak. As the minutes ticked away, Barrett wondered if plans for the attack had died with all the terrorist cell members in that warehouse. If Hakeem or Jalil wanted to attack the senator in Chicago, their chance was about to disappear.
Hold on a minute,
Watt squawked over the radio.
I've got something you two need to check out.
What is it? Barrett asked.
We've got a white catering van easing slowly through the back perimeter of the crowd, but it's unmanned.
Unmanned? As in, no one is driving it?
Affirmative, but I can't see any cameras in the front through the windshield. Has anyone got eyes on the van yet?
Barrett peered toward the area Watts directed them. After a quick search, he spotted the vehicle slowly rolling through the crowd and forcing people to scramble out of its path. Before Barrett could get to it, he noticed several FBI agents trying to stop the vehicle, and unsuccessfully so.
It's being controlled remotely,
Barrett said, as he noticed the vehicle starting to pick up speed. He rushed over to a lamp post and shimmied up it and scanned the crowd. Whoever was controlling the van couldn't be that far away from it, given that there weren't any visible cameras. Then he saw a man with a hat pulled low across his brow, looking up and casting furtive glances at the vehicle, and then back down again at his hands. "I think I see him," Barrett said. He leaped off the pole and sprinted in the direction of the man. Then, as Barrett drew within a few feet of the man, he noticed he was playing a video game. "Not our guy," Barrett said. "I got nothing over here." Then Barrett eyed another man leaning against a tree in the shadows no more than 50 yards away. After looking at the angles the position provided, Barrett could tell that someone standing there could see everything from the back of the crowd all the way up to the stage. After a few seconds, the man looked down and fidgeted with something in his hand. Barrett spun to see the van increasing its speed again. "I've got him this time," Barrett said. He swung behind the tree line and approached the man from behind, jamming a gun into his back. "Stop the van right now, or I'm going to blow a hole in you," Barrett said. The man froze. "Don't test me. If you wanted to die with it, you would be in that van right now." The man turned around and locked eyes with Barrett. It was Jalil Rahimi. "Stop it now, Jalil." He sighed and then tapped the small device in his hand, causing the vehicle to increase its speed. "Jalil, I'm warning you. I'm going to kill you. Think about your wife and kids." "I am," he said, his lips quivering as he narrowed his eyes. "That's exactly who I'm thinking about." "It doesn't have to end this way, but it will if you don't stop the van right now." Jalil closed his eyes and then remotely stopped the van. He remotely drove it to a street that ran parallel to the park, FBI agents still clinging to the side of it and trying to stop it as the crowd scattered. "Give me the controller," Barrett said. "He made me do it. I didn't want to do it." "Save it. You were just about to kill thousands of innocent people. Nobody can make you do that." "They can, if they have your children." Barrett glared at Jalil. "You expect me to believe that?" "There is a note in my pocket if you don't believe me." Barrett pulled out the note with a message scrawled in Arabic. He could speak conversational Arabic, but wasn't the best when it came to reading it. However, he could make out enough of the phrase with, "Your children will die if you don't obey." "We're going to talk," Barrett said, "and you're going to tell me everything." Jalil sighed, looking almost relieved. "What do you want to know?" Chapter 20. Chicago. Perched in the penthouse suite in a hotel room overlooking Grant Park, Cameron Doyle swirled the rum around in his tumbler. He stood behind a chair and listened to Max Tuttle give a recap of the evening's rally while rolling a coin through his knuckles. He hesitated to continue, staring blankly at the document in front of him. "What's wrong, Max?" Doyle said. "You look like someone just shot your dog." "It's not that bad, but it's close," Tuttle said. "What the hell are you talking about?" Doyle said, gesturing toward Grant Park below, still aglow as a cleanup crew worked their way through the park. "Didn't you see how the people reacted tonight? I haven't seen that much energy in a crowd since the night the Nationals won the World Series." "There was plenty of energy, all right, but not the kind we wanted." "You've got to be kidding me. What am I missing?" "For starters, the media is already crawling through social media feeds supposedly belonging to Zach Camp." Doyle scowled and set his glass down hard on the table. "I thought you vetted that." "We did, but there are other Zach Camps out there, including one who is a staunch supporter of your nearest opponent, Jennifer Funk. Our Zach Camp is fine, but that doesn't mean people with active imaginations won't concoct some bullshit story to suit their narrative. So, apparently some pundits are claiming that this was all a setup to make you look good. In fact, some people are questioning whether the whole abduction plot was staged in order to engender sympathy towards you."
"What the hell?" Doyle said with a sneer. "Well, the perpetrators still haven't been caught, which is only going to fuel those rumors." "I thought you said this was going to seal the nomination for me tonight, Max." Tuttle shrugged. "I warned you that it was risky. We both knew that. But I'll issue a statement correcting all these ridiculous assertions from activists posing as journalists. Once the record is set straight, we'll work to discredit their opinion pieces as nothing but propaganda from the other side. We'll be able to spin this, I promise. But that's not the least of our worries." Doyle's jaw fell slack. "What's worse than that?" "You talked about your education plan. Tonight, for the very first time. And during the very next commercial break, one of your opponents aired an ad on all the major networks outlining the same education plan you have, almost word for word. It was uncanny." "What's the big deal about that? It just means we agree on a plank of our platform. Is that the end of the world? I mean, when did it become a political sin to share a common-sense policy about an issue that's percolating in the back of the minds of most Americans?" "There's nothing wrong with it, except for the fact that it stole your thunder, and it did so in a way that makes me wonder whether or not we have a mole in our campaign." Doyle held out his hand and snapped. "Let me see that." Tuttle forked over the paper, which Doyle quickly scanned before handing it back. "See?" "You're right. How the hell did they—" He paused, letting his impending question hang in the air as he pondered the situation. "Someone has to have told them. They didn't even try to hide it. It's almost as if you were watching the commercial when it came out and then just copied it verbatim." "Only it came out after I said it." "That's right, but everyone has to know that can't be a coincidence. In other words, they couldn't have produced a commercial with your talking points and released it mere minutes after those words came out of your mouth for the first time." "Of course not. So we're in the clear, right?" "Actually, it makes it look like you stole it, like you have spies in his campaign. And that's, in fact, what people are already suggesting on social media." "But social media is a cesspool of information. Nobody's going to believe that. Most rational-thinking people would see it as mere coincidence or a wonderful development that two politicians running against each other can actually agree on something as big as federal education." "Well, technically, this is post-9/11 America. That era seems to be a century ago compared to the political climate we find ourselves in today. And right now, it's kill or be killed. We can't just get along with one another, no matter how idyllic it sounds." "So we've got a spy that we need to deal with?" Doyle asked. "That's what I think." "Don't you worry about this. I'll handle this myself." "Are you sure? You've got a lot on your plate with all these primaries coming up." "This is one area I know how to handle." "Fair enough. Suit yourself." Doyle drained the rest of his drink. "So, that's it? There has to be some good stuff, right?" Tuttle sighed. "Unfortunately, we're not done with the negativity of tonight's event." Doyle cursed as he slapped his hand against the back of the chair. "Now what?" "I saved the best, or should I say the worst, depending on how you want to look at it, for last." "Lay it on me, Max." Near the back of the crowd, someone was operating a self-driving van that began moving toward the front. People scrambled to get out of the way before agents were able to maneuver the van to safety. "So, somebody was pranking you?" "Right now, nobody knows who was behind it, but this wasn't a harmless prank. Now, this information isn't being released to the public, and I had to beg them to keep this quiet because, well, you'll understand after I tell you what they found in the van." "Was it explosives?" "Not just explosives. Over a ton of C4. Holy shit! They would have destroyed the park. And then some." "And they have no idea who's behind it?" Not at this time, but we're keeping this quiet so your future rallies don't become a ghost town. However, you've got to understand that if these bastards aren't caught, they're going to try again."
Doyle cocked his head to one side and furrowed his brow. He was lost in thought, ignoring what Tuttle had just said.
"So how did they get a self-driving vehicle to stop? Wouldn't they need to do something to it first?"
"Apparently they were able to get inside and override it."
"Really? That seems a little difficult to do."
Tuttle shrugged.
"I'm not an engineer. I don't know how these things work. I just report what they tell me."
"Something about this seems a little fishy to me."
"Well, do you want to keep this a secret as long as possible?"
"Of course. I mean, what would be the benefit of sharing with the public if we don't have to?"
"Well, it could quell the idea circulating that you planned the attack on yourself in Indianapolis. I'm not saying that it would, but nobody would go to such lengths to almost kill themselves twice and put so many people in danger. At least, you'd think most rational people would stop believing such notions."
"I'm willing to live with that," Doyle said. "Since it's not true, we can paint those people like they truly are. Morons."
"If that's your decision, I'll be happy to run with that."
"Do it, Max. You've got plenty of other things to worry about than those ridiculous conspiracy nuts."
"Isn't that the truth?"
Doyle stood and poured himself another drink.
"Now, for the good. Give it to me straight."
"There's not much to report there, unfortunately."
"Not even an uptick in online polling?"
"With all these negative stories, you've actually lost a little ground. Not much, maybe 2 or 3 polling points, but it's undeniable."
"Well, tomorrow's a new day, right?"
Tuttle offered a weak smile.
"Of course it is. Then we just get back to it and work smarter with how we're going to approach all these things. Maybe you can get Nadia to do an interview tomorrow or something, Max. Anything to stem the tide."
"I think I can handle that."
Tuttle scratched a note down on his legal pad and then gathered his papers and stood.
"Good night, sir. I'm sorry I don't have better news to report."
"As good as you are, Max, you can't predict the future. I'll never blame you for something coming at us that would have been impossible to see."
"Thank you, sir. I appreciate the vote of confidence."
Doyle forced a smile and returned to his bedroom where Nadia was waiting.
"How are you, honey?" she asked. "Max told me that it went well tonight."
"Yeah," Doyle said, his back to her as he unbuttoned his shirt. "It went great." He hated faking how he felt in front of her, but he'd become adept at it. He would have to work extra hard tonight, though, given the spate of bad news. I'm going to find that mole and make him pay. He'd done it before, turning retribution into an art form. The mere thought of it made him smile as he slipped under the covers and closed his eyes. Chapter 21. Chicago. Blake Barrett scanned the alley before his cell phone buzzed with a text from his contact. He stopped, leaning against their van while he read the message, a question that demanded an answer. Did you catch the terrorist? Barrett considered the question, pondering how to respond. His contact had expressed how he wanted the situation handled discreetly, outside of the auspices of the FBI. No law enforcement, unless absolutely necessary. Barrett had planned to turn Jalil over to the authorities after he gleaned all the information he could from him. But if his contact had other ideas, Barrett couldn't ignore them. At least, he couldn't ignore them if he wanted to find out the truth. He swallowed hard and texted a reply. Yes, we have him in custody and are interrogating him at the safe house. Barrett knew the moment he sent the message what the reply was going to be. He just hoped he was wrong. He wasn't. After you're done, kill him and dispose of the body. Make it look like a suicide. Barrett winced. He didn't want to kill Jalil. Not that he didn't deserve to die, but surely he could prove useful to other law enforcement agencies. But that's not what Barrett's contact wanted. Maybe Slade was right. Is this really who I am?
Barrett pounded twice on the side of the van, signaling that it was clear. He opened the apartment door and motioned for Stone to bring in Jalil. Watt stood guard outside for a moment, making sure no one saw them before heading inside. Barrett's contact had warned him the place hadn't been used in a while and wouldn't be the most inviting, something Barrett didn't care about since he only planned on using it for a quick interrogation. But the prediction was correct. The musty smell of mildew overwhelmed him as he inspected the rooms. Barrett entered the kitchen and grabbed a chair, swiping away a thick layer of dust before placing the seat in the center of the living room. Stone forced Jalil into the chair and bound him to it.
"Is this really necessary?"
Jalil asked. "If you've been part of 2 plots to kill Senator Doyle now, I'm done underestimating you."
"You don't have to do this. I'll tell you whatever you want to know."
"You're right about the last part. I expect full cooperation if you want mercy." Once Stone finished cinching the ropes that fastened Jalil's hands to the chair, Barrett grabbed another chair and sat down directly in front of the prisoner. Watts peeked through the blinds, the noise from people leaving the campaign in a celebratory mood penetrating the apartment walls. She nodded knowingly at Barrett. "So, Jalil, I'm not sure where to begin. We have 2 questions that you need to answer. And since you've so generously offered to tell me everything you know, I guess it doesn't matter if we start with the who or the why. So let's start with the who, as in who is behind this, because I don't think this is the kind of operation you can fund on your and your brother's salaries."
"May I have some water?"
Barrett leaned back in the chair while Stone looked in the threadbare cupboard and found a plastic cup. He filled it with tap water. He eased the cup to Jalil's lips and then tipped it back. The prisoner took a couple of gulps before starting to spew the water all over Stone. "What the hell, man? Do we need to get rough with you?"
"I'm sorry. It's disgusting."
Stone handed the cup to Barrett, who peered inside at the brown-tinged liquid. "Rusty pipes. This wasn't our first choice for interrogation, but you're being cooperative, so we'll get you some water as soon as we're done."
"Thank you."
"Now, the sooner you answer my questions, the sooner we get out of here and get you some water. So tell me who's behind your operation. Whose cell were you running?"
"I wasn't the leader."
"Was it your brother?"
"What difference does it make? There's no one left to lead."
"Who's behind this?" Jalil shook his head.
"You just don't get it, do you? In fact, you don't get anything."
"I thought you said you were going to cooperate and answer any questions I had. But now all you're doing is evading every question."
"You're asking the wrong questions."
Barrett stood and paced the floor in front of Jalil. "Then why don't you help me out? Tell me what I need to be asking."
"Perhaps you should start with the why."
Barrett stopped and crossed his arms over his chest. "Okay, tell me why. Why are you trying to kill Senator Doyle?"
"Because Al-Qatala ordered it."
"So, your terrorist cell has a name? Al-Qatala?" Jalil nodded. "And you've been a part of this group ever since you emigrated here from Afghanistan?"
"Before. Long before I came here, I belonged to Al-Qatala. I joined the group right after my father, a simple butcher, was murdered by American troops."
"So, Al-Qatala is behind these attacks?"
"All you want is information. I just told you everything and you glossed right over it. I did this because American troops murdered my father, murdered him in cold blood."
Jalil's lips quivered, the pain on his face visceral.
"All he did was help people, including the Americans. And then one day he was gunned down like a dog."
Barrett sat down, seizing the opportunity to connect with Jalil. "I know you may find this difficult to believe, but I understand betrayal. There's no pain like it. Searing, hot anger floods your mind, and all you can think about is revenge, inflicting the same kind of trauma on the very people who orchestrated the knife being shoved into your back." Jalil paused as he stared at Barrett, a common bond on the cusp of being forged.
"You sound like you know it, but you don't. Have you ever had the one person in your life you love the most, the one person who loves you the most, stolen from you by the people he trusted?"
Barrett didn't flinch, his gaze locked on Jalil.
Loss is part of the shared human experience. You can't fully appreciate life until you suffer loss.
Jalil narrowed his eyes, his fists clenched.
I asked you a question and you respond with some philosophical bullshit, he said, his tone measured yet dripping with anger. We are not the same. You grow up in this life of privilege while your government plunders my land of its resources and riches, and you want to act like we are the same? No, I say. No, we are not the same. You will never know the depth of sorrow I have endured. But I swear to you, you will. I will make sure of it.
Barrett realized he couldn't win with Jalil, and no amount of cajoling and trying to be relatable would matter to him.
Where's Hakim?
Why do you care about Hakim?
Because you can't or won't tell me what I need to know about Al-Qatala.
What difference does it make? You're not going to be able to stop us. You kill us, we multiply like rats. You eliminate one cell, we send 3 more. It's never going to stop. You understand me? It's never going to stop.
It will stop for you, especially if you don't tell me about Al-Qatala. Who funds them?
You'll need to speak with Hakim. He's the one who handles that. But it won't matter. You catch him, someone else will take his place. This will be an endless pursuit because you will never be able to enter my homeland again.
Barrett remained undeterred.
Who backs Al-Qatala?
Jalil threw his head back and sighed.
Like I said, I don't know. Hakim was in charge of the funds.
Where is Hakim now?
Hopefully out of the country by now. He asked me to handle this operation on my own.
And you failed.
Jalil struggled against his bindings.
I'm going to kill you.
That's where you're wrong. Remember when you said I didn't have to do this and that you'd tell me everything I wanted to know? Well, you didn't uphold your end of the bargain. Barrett pulled out his gun, resulting in wide-eyed looks from both Stone and Watts.
What are you doing?
Stone said. I'm doing what needs to be done. He jammed the gun against Jalil's head.
I have a family. My kids. Think about my kids. You're going to do to them exactly what your government did to me.
Don't worry. They'll never know.
No!
Barrett pulled the trigger, and Jalil slumped over, blood pooling at his feet.
What the hell did you do that for?
Stone asked, staring slack-jawed at Barrett. It's what my contact wanted me to do, Barrett said. I wanted to hand him over to law enforcement, but my contact insisted. If we'd let Jalil go, he'd only try again and again until one day he'd finally succeed and kill hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent people. Watts checked for Jalil's pulse before seemingly satisfied that he was dead.
So now what? Are we off the hook? Can I get my $250,000 and get the hell out of here?
Stone eyed her closely.
Did you really just do this for the money? No, but it's one hell of a perk.
It is, but I don't get my money until this job is considered finished. And with Hakim still out there, we haven't exactly finished, have we?
Then what are we doing next?
We're going to find Hakim Rahimi and get all the answers we need.
Barrett put his hands on his hips and surveyed the scene when he heard a faint buzzing noise coming from the living room. He found his bag on the couch and dug through it to find Slade Gordon's regular cell phone. After glancing at the number for a moment, he answered it.
"This is Slade," Barrett said. "Slade? Slade Gordon?" the man asked. "Speaking. Who's this?" "I'm Investigator Glenn Ramsey from the Baxter County Sheriff's Office. I'd like to speak to you about a possible homicide here." "I'm sorry, who is this again?" "Glenn Ramsey of the Baxter County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Are you aware that Blake Barrett is presumed dead?" "Unfortunately, yes." "Well, I have a few questions for you. Do you have a minute?" "Sure," Barrett said in Slade's accent. "Happy to help." "Well, according to what we know, you were one of the last people to see Mr. Barrett alive. Can you tell me what you were doing there?" "Just catching up as old friends and hauling in a ton of fish."
Did you notice anything unusual about how Mr. Barrett was acting? No, he seemed fine. Wait, did you say homicide? Do you think someone murdered Blake? Probably not, but just doing some routine follow-up work. Okay, Barrett said. It was difficult enough just processing the fact that he's gone. But if someone killed him... He let the words hang, allowing the investigator to draw whatever conclusions he wanted to. We're not there yet, and I hope that's not the case. From what I've heard, everyone loved Blake, even though he was somewhat of a recluse. And there were a few ladies I met who wished he wasn't so reclusive. Is that so? Barrett said, unable to resist a wry smile. Yeah, but you never know. As long as I've been doing this, I find that most people only say glowing things about the dead. So maybe he was ugly as sin, and the women are just being rather charitable in their remembrance of him. Who knows? Well, he was a good man and a great friend. I seriously can't believe I'm never going to get to see him again. My condolences to you, Mr. Gordon. Hopefully you can find some peace soon. And hopefully you can find any answers, if there are any to be had. Barrett hung up. He didn't mean it, and he hoped he never heard from Investigator Ramsey again.
Chapter 22. Washington, D.C. 2 days after the Chicago rally, Cameron Doyle settled into his chair while clutching a cup of coffee and joined Max Tuttle. Doyle took a sip of his drink while looking out the window at a late winter storm that had dumped 4 inches of snow on the nation's capital. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Doyle asked. "Depends on how far you have to drive on the Beltway in that mess," Tuttle said. Doyle chuckled at the remark. "I just find it fascinating how everything can look so magical when you just throw a white blanket over it. It's nature's cover-up, but I know you didn't call me in here just to talk about the weather." "No, we actually need to do some uncovering," Doyle said as he stood and paced his office floor. "This has to do with our stance on education and the proposal I revealed the other night in Chicago, right?" Doyle nodded and sat down in front of his computer. "I find it all very disconcerting," he said. "As you should. Social media is still smoldering over who stole the idea about how to address the country's education crisis." Doyle narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. "That idea was unique," he barked, while pointing at his computer. "Come see all this for yourself. You were in the room with me when I came up with it, while talking with some of our advisory board. It's not like I invented that in a vacuum." "I already saw it," Tuttle said. "Then you know how egregious this is. It was my idea." "Of course I know it's your idea, but Jennifer Funk's campaign had a detailed announcement about it just before you went on stage," Tuttle said. "However she came up with the proposal, it's clear she was trying to steal your thunder." "She did steal my thunder, along with my idea. And now we need to prove it." Tuttle grimaced. "That's a dangerous game to play." "How do you figure?" "If you publicly accuse her campaign of stealing part of your platform, you better have mountains of proof." "Who said anything about making any accusations, let alone public ones?" A wry grin leaked across Tuttle's face. "Count me intrigued. What do you have in mind?" "We have a mole," Doyle said, "and we need to figure out who it is." "And where will that get us?" "I've got an idea that I think you're going to love," Doyle said, "but I'm going to need your help." Later that afternoon, Doyle called a meeting with his campaign advisory staff to discuss how to expound on the next big election issue, healthcare. Doyle had been non-committal on how he was going to approach it, telling his aides privately that it was nothing but a great big boondoggle that would only fracture his support since the way forward on the issue wasn't a popular one.
He knew it would raise a few eyebrows as to why he suddenly wanted to address the issue, but he'd figured out a way to make it sound like he'd plausibly changed his mind. But he hadn't, not in the least bit. However, that didn't mean he couldn't use it in this instance to uncover the mole and leverage it to his advantage.
"I appreciate you all coming in here on such short notice," Doyle said as he took a seat at the head of the table. "After what happened with my education reform ideas being pilfered by Funk's campaign, we can't afford to miss on my idea for healthcare."
Several advisors gasped audibly, obviously shocked by the sudden shift in approach to the issue.
"But, sir, I thought you said
Gus Fox, the first advisor Doyle hired from Washington's most renowned political think tank. Doyle held up a hand, stopping Fox.
"Now, I predicted some of you would have reservations about weighing in on this issue after we had discussed it at length and decided to let sleeping dogs lie, as it were. But I just had a conversation with one of my most ardent financial supporters, whose mother is bedridden and can't get the care she needs. He didn't tell me I needed to address this, but I've met his mother, and I found the story heartbreaking. And I feel like if I don't do something, I'll be wasting my opportunity here. I mean, after all, I got into politics to help people, not just win elections."
"Just talking about this is going to shrink your support," Fox said. "You know that, right?"
Doyle shrugged. "That remains to be seen. If we hit it out of the park on this issue, our lead in the polls is going to grow exponentially. The country has been waiting for decades for someone to address this issue in a way that provides the best health care with the best doctors at a price everyone can afford. And we're going to do it all without government subsidies."
"And just how do you intend to do that?" Chelsea Youngblood, one of the other advisors, asked. "Are you going to blow some fairy dust on your proposal and hope that it gets magically funded?"
Doyle chuckled as he stood and nodded toward the man in the back of the room, running the slideshow presentation.
"I knew there would be some skeptics, Chelsea. But let me tell you something."
Doyle raised his voice as if he was on the stump.
"I've never backed down from a challenge, despite having plenty of reservations I had about this before. And I'm not starting now."
Doyle began his milquetoast presentation, which lasted all of 5 minutes, and gave his advisory committee nothing but a brief overview of what he intended to do regarding healthcare, just not how he planned on doing it.
"This is paper thin," Fox said after Doyle finished. "You're going to get eaten alive for this, not to mention drawing major criticism for your inability to show people how this proposal is going to be paid for. They're going to assume, and probably rightly so, that you intend on funding this through raising taxes, and right now, that's going to be a death knell in your coffin."
Doyle steepled his fingers and smiled while shaking his head.
"You're the best, Gus," Doyle said. "I love your spirit and your desire to make sure that we're not making any major missteps. But I think all your questions will be answered in the packet prepared for you that will explain how we intend to not only fund this plan, but also how we're going to sell it to the American people."
The rustling of paper filled the room as advisors started leafing through the document.
"Now, wait a minute. Before you rush to look at what I've proposed, I want you all to understand that I've already been working with some of my friends with Hollywood connections to build an army of actors to help publicly push my plan. Several of them have already heard it, and the Hollywood community is excited about it." Fox raised his hand. "Do you have a question, Gus?" "I just want to note that Hollywood is a terrible barometer for whether or not the American people will like an idea. In fact, if they like it, I can almost guarantee you that the average voter won't like it, and sometimes they won't like it just despite Hollywood. So, we're going to sell the idea everywhere with smart people discussing how important it is that they all get on board and how it's going to transform the experience of living in this country. I mean, can you imagine how much better life is going to be for everyone when it comes to getting proper health care at an affordable cost?
It's going to be revolutionary, and our campaign is going to bring it to them with the ideas contained in your packet." "Are you sure about this?" Fox asked, an eyebrow arched. "This seems a little ambitious to me." "If I wasn't ambitious, Gus, I wouldn't be running for president of the greatest country on earth, would I? Now, let's keep this all under our hats until tomorrow night's big campaign event in Boston. I want a grand rollout of this idea there, so it's the only thing anybody is talking about the morning after. Deal?" The other advisors nodded in agreement, and then Doyle dismissed the meeting. Everyone filed out, except for Tuttle, who remained seated. "Well, how do you think that went?" Doyle asked. "I guess we'll find out soon enough," Tuttle said. "But you definitely sold it. And I wasn't even trying that hard." Jennifer Funk answered a phone call as her private jet sat on the tarmac. "Yeah, I've got time to talk," Funk said. "The plane's being de-iced as we speak, so make it quick." She leaned back in her chair as she listened intently to the caller. "Are you sure about this?" she asked. Another beat. "And you have the proposal?" Another short pause. "You bet I want to see it. Send it to me. ASAP. And good work." A few minutes later, as her plane taxied along the runway, Funk's email chimed with the arrival of a new message from her contact. She opened it up and started reading. After a few seconds, a broad smile spread across her lips. "If he was mad about the last one, he's going to be furious about this." Chapter 23. Miami. Barrett leaned on the porch rail and stared out across the water, the sun glinting off the boats that raced parallel to the coast. He drew in a deep breath of the saltwater air and exhaled. In an instant, memories flooded back to him. Memories about spending time in that same condo with his grandfather, playing chess and watching football games and grilling burgers on the patio. He saw a boy struggling to fly a kite with his dad on the beach, while a group of teenaged boys hurled the football back and forth in an effort to impress bikini-clad girls tanning nearby. They were memories he wasn't supposed to have. At least, not if he was to be Slade Gordon. Barrett's mind drifted from the idyllic life sprawled in front of him on the beach below to a more pressing thought. Just how long can I continue this charade? Was he really committing to this for life? He'd decided he needed to do this to survive, but could he just go back to being Blake Barrett after he unearthed the mystery of why one of his best friends was ordered to kill him? Barrett wasn't sure if that was possible, though he was certain he wanted to. The opportunity to save the life of the next president of the United States wasn't something Barrett took lightly. After all, this kind of mission was exactly the kind he signed up for when he entered the Air Force's Special Reconnaissance program. But there was more to it, layers upon layers of deception, the act of maintaining such that exhausted Barrett. Anything to survive, right? Watt's sultry voice snapped him out of his trance. "I'm ready whenever you are," she said. Barrett spun around to see Watts leaning against the kitchen counter with a half-eaten grilled cheese sandwich in her hand, and Stone wearing an apron with a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger clad in a muscle shirt and sunglasses with his arms folded across his chest. Stone stood over the stove and poked at his next edible creation sizzling in the pan. The aroma of sharp cheddar and butter wafted onto the porch. "I'm not doing anything until I eat one of those," Barrett said. "He stuffed mine with crab," Watts said between mouthfuls. "Crab meat? You're really upping your game in the kitchen." Stone grinned and shrugged. "You know me. If I'm going to do something, I might as well go all the way, right? I'm not sure the phrase half-ass is in your vocabulary." "But smart-ass is," Watts said with a wink. Stone feigned being offended by the remark, staring at her with narrowed eyes. "Dumbass comments like that will allow you the opportunity to make your own sandwich next time." "I love it when you open your mouth and prove me right,"
Watt said. Stone shook his head and sighed, returning his gaze to the pan.
Well, it's going to be a few minutes. You're not going to take long, are you?
We only need to keep him on the line for 2 minutes, she said.
Easier said than done, but I guess the stuffed grilled cheese can wait.
Watts held out a cord for Barrett to put into Gordon's burner phone. He inserted it and dialed back the number of the handler.
Is everything tidied up yet?
Gordon's contact asked, dispensing of any pleasantries.
We still have to track down Hakeem,
Barrett said, once again pulling out Gordon's southern accent.
But you did receive the picture I sent you of Jalil Rahimi, didn't you?
I got it.
A long pause. Is something wrong? Barrett asked. This is taking much longer than expected. Usually you're much more efficient when it comes to these types of assignments. Look, if you want him gone, I can get the feds involved and— No! Like I told you, this needs to be handled as discreetly as possible. Well, in that case, it's going to take a little bit more time. You know I don't do sloppy work. I know.
Barrett looked at Watts, who made circular gestures with her finger, urging Barrett to keep the man on the line.
And speaking of handling a job discreetly and not doing sloppy work, there's another matter I need to speak with you about. What do you want? This is a very challenging op, especially given the fact that it appears Hakeem has fled the country. At least that's what Jalil said. Was that before or after you threatened to kill him? After. But that's beside the point. The real issue I have right now is that I need to retain the services of the 2 professionals I'm working with, and I need to pay them more for this extended mission, not to mention the expenses that we'll be incurring for our trip abroad in pursuit of the target. How much do you need? 250 grand. I should be able to make that work, but if I do this, I don't want any more excuses. If your team is truly comprised of professionals, you shouldn't have much of an issue. Agreed.
Barrett's eyes darted toward Watts, who held up both hands, fingers spread wide.
10 more seconds,
she mouthed.
One more thing, Barrett said. What is it? Hakeem might be back home, in Afghanistan. And he might be more difficult to eliminate there. You should have done it right the first time. The comment irked Barrett. I would have finished this assignment long ago if I didn't have all these suffocating restraints you've placed on me. The assignment is the assignment. You're expected to handle it as soon as possible under the stipulations I give you. The fact that it's taken you longer this time is testing my patience. However, you've always managed to complete every other assignment I've ever given you both swiftly and efficiently, which is giving me some grace for you laboring this time. But you must understand that this isn't a viable way to continue as we move forward. Got it, and I appreciate you understanding. Nothing about this has been easy, especially when you don't have much to go on. Yes, this is a bit of a different animal, but my expectations for how you handle this professionally haven't changed. Keep up the good work, Slade, and I'll look forward to your confirmation that the target has been eliminated. The line went dead. Barrett turned to Watts. Well? She pumped her fist and smiled. We got it? He asked.
You got the money. Nice work.
Barrett cast a sideways glance at her. You know that wasn't the purpose of my call to him. Watts winked.
Relax. You get so uptight sometimes. But yes, it was a success in the fact that I was able to triangulate his position within a 1/4 of a mile radius based on the cell towers used during the call.
And?
It's someone in Washington, Watts said. Someone at the Pentagon, to be more precise.
Oh, great. That really narrows it down, Stone chirped from the kitchen as he slid a stuffed grilled cheese onto a plate and slid it across the bar toward Barrett.
Another smart-ass comment, Watts said. It's like you just open your mouth and they flow out. Don't get all persnickety on me just because you were the one running the trace. You shouldn't have taken up a personal affront when it comes to technological limitations. It's not your fault. You were still being a smartass. I think we've already established that smartass is my second language. Hey, we can bicker back and forth about this, but the reality is this information does narrow our search a little bit. And while we might be a little bit closer to determining who the contact is, we still have a long ways to go if we're going to figure out exactly who it is and who's calling the shots and why. Barrett took a bite from his sandwich, his eyes widening as he pointed at Stone's stuffed grilled cheese while chewing. Stone nodded and smiled, wiping his fingertips on his apron, putting a sizable grease stain on Schwarzenegger's chin. "I agree," Stone said. "The fact that we have members of the federal government running a secret assassin program shouldn't come as any surprise to us. We know that people suddenly die due to heart attacks or unfortunate single-car accidents all the time, and have done so for years. But killing your own operatives? That's as puzzling as it is disturbing." Watts bit her lip while tightening her ponytail. "Are you sure you don't remember anything suspicious when you were on any of your missions? I mean, surely you had to see some questionable things."
"Yeah, but, oh God, this is good. But nothing I can think anyone would want to kill me over. If I hadn't gone to someone higher up the chain of command by this point, why would I do it now? None of it makes sense to me. I'm not a threat to anyone. At least, I wasn't before."
"They've turned you into the threat they feared you were," Stone said.
"Not yet," Barrett said. "But we're getting there. Once I find out what this is all about, they're going to wish they'd left me alone. That much I can promise you. But we'll worry about that later. We've still got a terrorist to catch, so I can get you paid properly."
"You won me over with the money," Watt said. "But I'm staying for the mystery."
"At least you have a choice. This is my life now.
And we're going to help you make the most of it. Right after we find out who's responsible for all this."
Barrett held a steely gaze and nodded. "And then we're going to make them pay. But first, I'm going to finish this sandwich."
Chapter 24, Washington, D.C. Jennifer Funk slipped into her limousine in time to avoid the swarming journalists to get a quote from her about the reaction to her health care plan. She looked down at the file sitting in her lap, hesitant to open it up and better gauge just how much damage had been done to her flagging presidential campaign.
"You're better than this, Jen."
She hadn't even noticed her chief advisor, Frank Parham, sitting across from her and nursing a cup of coffee until he spoke.
"It's going to be all right," Parham said in his smooth baritone voice. "But—"
Funk put her hand in the air and dropped her head.
"Whatever you're going to say, save it. I didn't hire you for told-you-sos and daily browbeating."
Parham nodded.
"You hired me for my years of experience running campaigns for some of the century's greatest, most well-known politicians. And you hired me to be that little voice on your shoulder, always questioning whether each move you propose is ultimately going to be something that helps or hurts your election."
I know.
"And what did I say about this rush to get out a new plank on health care in your platform?" She set her jaw as she locked eyes with him. "Did you hear a word I just said to you?" Parham shrugged. "Apparently you didn't hear a word I said to you yesterday when I firmly advised you to avoid rushing to post this plan online. At the time I didn't understand what the rush was. But now I suspect I do. You simply wanted to beat Doyle to the punch on this issue. You, somehow, some way, got wind that he was going to unveil his big plan on health care, so you rolled yours out, hoping to upstage him. But instead, what happened? You got egg on your face. Instead of helping you push this campaign forward, I'm sitting here cleaning up your mess. And as far as messes go, This is a big one, as you'll see in my report."
Funk peeled back the front of the folder and leafed through the pages, scanning them to see how much damage had been done. Sections were highlighted and notes were scrawled in the margins in red. She didn't need long to realize that Parham wasn't exaggerating. While she'd cashed in on the tip she received from inside Doyle's campaign on his education reform, she'd also had weeks to review the proposal and mull over if she wanted to go through with it. And the truth is, she knew better than to slap up online her future administration's plan to combat rising healthcare costs without putting it through the rigors of focus groups and taking the temperature of likely social media reactions. But the education proposal had been such a home run that she sought to do it again, deliver a knockout blow that would have put Doyle in her rearview mirror on her way to winning the White House. But in fact, her haste resulted in the opposite.
"How accurate do you think these numbers are?"
Parham shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine in this instance, but if I had to assign some numeric value to it, I'd say that it's around 70% accurate."
70%?
She let out a low whistle.
"So it could be worse?"
He nodded. "Maybe better, too. It could be off by a large margin, all of it. But if I had to guess which way it'd be off, it would be for the worse."
"You mean it could be really worse off?"
"Way, way worse," Parham said. "The people don't like this idea, and not to beat a dead horse, but you can't just toss out ideas like this without testing it in focus groups and the like. When you're running a campaign, ideas are your only currency, and once they're proven to be worthless, you're essentially broke, and it's hard to recover from."
"Are you telling me that my campaign is over?"
"Hardly," Parham said with a grin. "You did hire the best in the business." Funk knew he had an overinflated view of himself. Max Tuttle was the best campaign advisor in Washington, a fact that was disputed only by fools. But he'd made it clear that she didn't fit his criteria, starting with the fact that she was a veteran of Washington politics. Tuttle liked the newcomers, the upstarts, the underdogs, and she wasn't any of the three until Tuttle agreed to help resuscitate Cameron Doyle's campaign just 2 months earlier. As it stood now, she was the underdog, the candidate with Washington politics running through her veins and no stranger to the halls of power in the nation's capital. Her grip on winning her party's nomination and eventually the White House were slipping away with each hasty move. If she wasn't careful, she knew her entire campaign would careen into the abyss. That wasn't to say that she couldn't make a comeback at some point, but those were the exception, not the rule. She couldn't count on the exception, not now, not in a decade into the future. This was her chance, and she had to do everything she could to seize it. "Are we meeting with Daniels first?" Parham asked. Funk shook her head.
"I called him and rescheduled for this afternoon. I need to let off a little steam first."
"If you want to do a little boxing, Tony's is a great place in Ivy City." She subtly shook her head.
"That's not exactly the way I like to let off a little steam."
"Well, why don't you let me in on this well-guarded secret? Because that article I read on you in the Post quoted you as saying that you were into boxing and had even participated in a few fights."
"I box to stay in shape, but to let off steam? I shoot guns."
"Are you sure you want to do that?" Parham said. "I mean, it can, pardon the clumsy pun, trigger some people. If you do this, you're going to start a firestorm of debate around another controversial issue."
"Damn it, Frank, this is America, not pansy land. We treasure our God-given freedoms to swill beer, watch football, and shoot our guns. You're sounding more and more each day like someone who's not only been in this city too long, but has fallen prey to the mind hive in Washington that exists to suck the life right out of you. Now, if you'd like for me to have the driver turn around and drop you off at one of your safe spaces, I'll be happy to do that. Just say the word."
Parham sighed, then tightened his lips.
"I'll take that non-response as you're okay with going to the range. But if not, speak up now, because this is the point of no return."
"I'll go."
An hour later, Funk exited the shooting range with a copy of one of her targets. Her campaign only allowed one pool photographer and reporter inside to document her activities, but she wanted to make a splash with what she'd accomplished in the shooting gallery. Press photographers rushed toward her, cameras trained on her and whirring as they captured her proud moment.
"This, ladies and gentlemen of the media, is what we call a double tap," she said, her index finger oscillating between the silhouette's head and chest area where sizable holes existed. "And this is how you handle hostiles out in the field." Funk had entered the military as an 18-year-old after graduating from high school, but was given an honorable discharge when she tore her ACL. She wanted to stay, but her commanding officer refused. Funk had always suspected her father played a role in sidelining her from the military, though he refused to admit it, right up until the day he died 2 years earlier from liver disease. He always was a stubborn bastard, though Funk was much more so. She'd come by her strong will honestly, getting a portion of her mother's as well, a combination that turned their home into a tinderbox at times. It was also the reason why Funk's parents divorced when she was 10 years old. "Mrs. Funk," Craig McMurtry, a Washington Post reporter, said, "you've alluded to your perspective on guns while stumping on the campaign trail. Would you like to publicly share what those are? I'm sure voters would like to know." "No, Craig, I'm not going to fall for your little game. I know you just want me to go on record so one of your cronies at the Post can pen a hit piece on me and write about how I'm not a candidate worth supporting because I'm an ardent gun supporter or some other BS garbage that spews forth from the hive mind in this city." She held up the silhouetted target, holding it in front of her face. "Happy now, Craig?" Funk fielded a few questions before climbing into the limo where Parham sat waiting, eyes drifting back and forth across a page. "How'd it go?" "Better than expected."
"The media didn't ambush you?"
"They didn't do anything that I couldn't handle."
After a short drive back into town, they parked outside the building where Funk's next meeting was scheduled to convene. Just as she was about to get out, her phone buzzed.
"Go on in," she told Parham. "Let me take this call."
Parham nodded and strode off before she pulled the door shut for privacy.
"I was wondering when you were going to return my call."
Funk's tone was measured. "I'm really sorry about yesterday.
No need to explain it. Sometimes even the front runner has bad ideas. It's not your fault."
"But I was the one who gave it to you."
"That's what I asked you to do. But if you want to make it up to me, do something about it. Get me something better, something juicier. Find out what's going on, something salacious that we can give to the media, and let them do our dirty work for us. Think you can do that?"
"Shouldn't be too hard. It feels like a frat house at HQ sometimes."
"A frat house? That can be good and bad. Maybe you can let me know next time there's a house party and I'll attend. In disguise, of course."
The two shared a laugh before Funk ended the call. Her poll numbers might have been going down, but she didn't intend to let anything go down without a fight.
"Hope you're ready for a bare-knuckled brawl, Cameron, because that's what you're about to get."
Chapter 25. Off the coast of Ponza, Italy. Tyrrhenian Sea. Hakim Rahimi looked around the deck of the yacht when a woman wearing an opaque sarong approached him, balancing a drink tray with a glass of scotch. She eased it in front of him and arched her eyebrows, her implication clear. The liquor was for him, though he hesitated to take it. Another nudge, this time edging the tray closer to him. She nodded at the drink and smiled. Hakim understood, but he wasn't sure he wanted to partake in the Western culture tradition of consuming alcohol. He'd heard it messed with his brain, jumbled his thoughts, challenged his mental acuity. But no one was around. He gave a final sharp glance over his shoulders and then wrapped his hands around the glass. He knew his father wouldn't approve. In his head, Hakim could still hear his father reciting the Koran. "O believers, intoxicants, gambling, idols, and drawing lots for decisions are all evil of Satan's handiwork, so shun them so you may be successful. His father also wouldn't approve of his quest to avenge his death, but that wasn't going to stop Hakim either. Assimilating to the culture was important for numerous reasons, no matter what the Quran said. Hakim wasn't supposed to murder either, but he was definitely going to do that once he had the opportunity. Cameron Doyle needed to atone for his sins, and if Hakim needed to drink a little alcohol to appear more socially acceptable in an effort to secure all the funding he needed to avenge his father's death, so be it, no matter what it cost him. Hakim tipped the glass back and let the caustic liquid trickle down his throat. He closed his mouth, resisting the urge to cough. His eyes watered as his insides warmed.
"Are you okay?"
the woman asked, her English heavily accented with Russian. Hakim closed his eyes tight and then reopened them wide before blinking several times.
"I think so," he said. "I will live."
"Good,"
she said before scurrying across the main deck, the back of her sarong blown open by the breeze and leaving little to his imagination. She looked over her shoulder at him and winked, then disappeared down a set of stairs. Moments later, Alexei Ivanov, Russian oil baron and owner of the yacht, nicknamed Naughty by Nature, lumbered up the same steps, his hand steady as he clutched an open bottle of vodka. He stopped just short of the top deck, placing one foot on the deck and leaning forward on his knee as he reached out and petted his puppy Rottweiler named Gorbachev. He groaned and then took a long swig of his vodka. With the smack of his lips, he stepped all the way onto the deck and made his way over to Hakim. He paused before sitting down, nodding toward Hakim's empty glass and raising an eyebrow.
"Looks like Eva needs to top off your drink,"
Ivanov said, with a hint of a smile.
"It's okay,"
Hakim said.
"One glass was enough." "Was it, Hakim?"
Ivanov said, as he slumped into a chair across from his guest.
"I can always get you more, and if you want to, how do they say it in America? Put hair on your chest. I can give you some vodka, and we can take care of that for you."
Hakim tugged his shirt down to reveal a tuft of dark hair.
"I will only drink vodka if you can assure me that it will remove chest hair."
Ivanov roared with laughter, leaning back and looking skyward as he did. Gorbachev jumped up in his lap and licked his face playfully.
"You're a funny man, Hakim,"
Ivanov said, pointing at his guest. After the laughter died down, Ivanov shook his head, still smiling.
"And to think that people say you're too serious," he said, while snapping. "But I get you'd still rather get on with business at hand. Am I right?"
Hakim nodded.
"Of course. That's why we're here, isn't it?" "I thought we were here to drink and indulge ourselves,"
Ivanov said, as he leaned forward and reduced his voice to barely a whisper.
"At least, that's why I'm here."
He gave an exaggerated wink and proceeded to take a long pull from the vodka bottle.
"Now, what is it that you wanted to discuss?"
Ivanov said with a furrowed brow.
"Oh, yes, I remember now. You want to procure some weapons to avenge your father's death, something I totally believe you should do. The American scum who killed your father are no better than the people they're fighting." "That's one thing we are definitely in agreement on."
Hakim glanced around at the other boats moored in the bay. Ivanov's yacht swayed gently with the waves as the tide started to come in.
"Don't worry, my friend. You're safe out here with me. Even if the police were watching, they aren't going to give you any problems. Trust me."
"I'm sure you understand why I'm a little apprehensive, Mr. Ivanov. The so-called authorities in the United States just murdered my brother and said it was suicide. But I know better."
"And that's why these people must pay dearly for what they've done to you and your brother. Now, let's talk logistics."
Barrett struggled to steady his binoculars as the boat rocked back and forth, tossed about by the wake of a large ship that cruised past them, headed for the harbor. The sun reflected off the water, reminding him that his sunglasses were slipping. He pushed them up the bridge of his nose while maintaining his gaze on the boat. Stone stood at the helm, while Watts hammered away on her laptop.
"What do you see?"
Stone asked as he maneuvered the boat to calmer waters. 3 guards, all carrying. Barrett studied the deck of Naughty by Nature.
"Their security system is garbage," Watts said. "I've already hacked into it."
"So, you're both saying that this op ought to be a breeze?" Barrett asked as he lowered his binoculars.
"I never assume anything is going to be a breeze, but when it comes to handling their security system, we won't have any issues. Those hired goons, on the other hand, are going to be your problem."
Stone took Barrett's binoculars and studied the yacht for a moment.
"They won't be a problem either,"
Stone said. Barrett swiped open his tablet and navigated to a schematic of Feedship's Obsidian model. "We can't be certain that Ivanov didn't make any modifications to this particular model, but this gives us at least a general idea of what we're going to be dealing with once we get on board."
"These look like the guest cabins," he pointed to a section of the screen. "And based off what I found off some videos posted by guests at one of Ivanov's parties on board Naughty by Nature, this is where all his escort ladies were staying. And this is where his guest of honor stayed."
Simple, but not easy. "We're going to use tranks. This should be a bloodless mission. I don't want any bodies to clean up. We get in, grab Hakim, and get out, and we do it under the cover of night. Now, let's talk particulars for the mission." Barrett and his team waited well past midnight before making their approach. Ivanov had been stumbling around the deck, making passes at the women before he finally passed out in his chair. 2 of his guards helped him get, presumably, to his quarters before returning to their posts. Then Barrett watched through his binoculars as one of the guards flirted with one of Ivanov's women before the pair snuck inside together. "There are only 2 guards on deck," Barrett said as Stone navigated their boat closer to Ivanov's yacht.
"You got something for the dog?"
"Always be prepared." He pulled out a plastic sack of beef and dangled it in the air. Stone cut the engine and eased next to the ship.
"The security feed is on loop,"
Watts said, her eyes affixed on her computer screen.
"I'll be monitoring it from here. I'm available if you 2 need anything. Just be ready to fire up the engine and get us out of here if the situation calls for it."
Watts gave a quick salute.
"Aye, aye, Cap'n."
Barrett and Stone used a rope to scramble up the side of the boat and onto the deck. Barrett pointed at one of the guards and directed Stone to go around the other side. The guard stood staring out across the otherwise quiet bay while smoking a cigarette. After a long drag, he threw his head back and unleashed a plume of smoke, his gaze lingering skyward. Barrett seized the opportunity, taking aim at the guard and hitting him with a tranquilizer. The man reached for his neck and mumbled something before he started to stagger across the deck. Moving stealthily, Barrett eased up behind the man, catching him before he fell and easing him into one of the lounge chairs. "1 down."
"Make that 2 down."
"Great. Meet me at the door." Barrett removed the guard's gun and tossed it overboard before hurrying back to the entrance into the cabin. Stone took a deep breath and looked at Barrett.
"Easy enough, right?"
"We'll soon find out. Just keep your head on a swivel." Barrett stepped into the luxury yacht wishing he had more time to admire the exquisite craftsmanship that went into creating such a vessel. Wood grain paneling and leather covered nearly every surface except for the tile floor. Barrett would have preferred carpet for the sole purpose of reducing noise, but it was about the only element that hadn't appeared on his operational wish list. Barrett and Stone glided down the hallway before stopping outside one of the doors. They quietly studied the schematics Watts had given them to make sure they were outside the room where Hakim likeliest would have been. Barrett tried to slide the pocket door open, but it wouldn't budge. Working quickly, he eased a card between the slight opening and freed the latch. But once they entered, instead of finding Hakim, they found the puppy. It gave a sharp yelp before Barrett fished the plastic bag out of his pocket and plucked the beef out of it and put it in front of the dog. It sniffed the food before giving a satisfied growl while tearing it into a piece of raw steak.
"Better that meat than my leg," Stone said. "Come on, let's try the next room."
Barrett held up a hand, gesturing for Stone to wait. "Watts, are you there?"
"Loud and clear, and the deck's quiet, in case you were wondering."
"Actually, I was wondering if you had any idea about another possible room for Hakim. Ivanoff's Rottweiler is staying where you thought Hakim would be."
"The next door down the hallway would be my best guess, but I'm not making any promises."
"Okay, stand by." Barrett and Stone re-entered the corridor and tried the next door, which was also locked. This time Barrett had more trouble releasing the latch, resulting in more noise than he would have liked while opening it. But once he got it open, he and Stone found Hakim asleep, his arm draped over another woman. Barrett cursed under his breath.
"How you want to play this?"
Stone asked in a whisper as he inserted another dart into his gun.
"I suggest we trank her and drag Hakim off quietly."
As Stone raised his weapon to take aim at the woman, she stirred and then sat up suddenly.
"Take the damn shot. My gun jammed. I don't know what's wrong with this thing."
As the woman regained her bearings, her eyes widened at the sight of Stone training his weapon on her before she screamed. Stone pulled the trigger, the tranquilizer dart penetrating the base of her neck. She slumped, unconscious, falling to her side. But the commotion had awakened Hakim, who didn't react with the urgency of a man who'd been startled awake. He squinted, shielding his eyes from the beam radiating from Barrett's flashlight.
"What's going on?"
Hakim asked. Barrett didn't answer, which froze Hakim for a second. That's all Stone needed to deliver a vicious blow to the side of his head, rendering him unconscious. However, Hakim's groggy state wasn't shared by the rest of the yacht's passengers and crew. Barrett, with Hakim slung over his shoulder, and Stone rushed into the hallway and were greeted by the other guard in his boxers, his gun trained on them.
"Don't make another move unless I give you permission," the guard said.
Stone didn't ask, pulling the trigger on his gun. This time, the dart landed in his chest. He looked down at the object sticking out of him for a moment, unsure of how to react. Then he collapsed. With the guard's body lying on the floor, it enabled Barrett to see the ship's chef standing in the shadows, wielding a meat cleaver.
"You're next."
The chef dropped his knife and scurried away. Barrett heard more voices drawing closer.
"We've got to move."
Barrett and Stone hurried Hakim outside before they lowered him feet first into their boat. But before they could get over the side, Barrett heard a click and low growl. He turned around slowly to find Ivanoff, with a weapon trained on the two men. Thinking quickly, Barrett decided to talk through what was happening, hoping Watts would catch his predicament and help them out.
"Mr. Ivanoff, sorry to disturb you so late at night," Barrett said, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "It's just that, well, we had some unfinished business with Mr. Rahimi." "How dare you come on my ship without my permission? You're lucky I don't kill you right now, but I'm going to let one of my men do that for me."
Barrett's breath hitched when he glanced across the deck and noticed one of the men in the lounge chairs wasn't lying there. The guard eased from behind Ivanoff, a gun trained on the two interlopers.
"What happened, Stone?" Barrett asked. "Those darts are supposed to keep a man knocked out for at least 20 minutes. My gun wasn't working, so I pistol-whipped him. If this guy doesn't kill you, I'm going to kill you myself," Barrett said through clenched teeth before returning to Ivanoff. "Is all this really necessary? I'm sure we can talk it out like adults."
Ivanoff turned to the guard.
"What are you waiting for, Anton?"
Then Ivanoff looked at his dog.
"Get him, Stalin!"
Then the guard narrowed his eyes and swung his gun toward Barrett. But as he was preparing to shoot, a crack echoed across the deck and Anton crumpled to the floor. Barrett and Stone didn't waste their opportunity, turning to face the water and hurtling over the railing and into their boat. Two thuds in succession rocked the boat as Watts slowly repelled and then joined them, but Barrett sensed something was wrong. He scanned the boat before he gasped. "Where's Hakim?" Everyone scanned the deck, scouring it for Hakim. He was gone. How the hell did he escape? No one responded as bullets hailed down on their position. "Go, go, go!" The boat engine roared to life and zoomed away. "I can't believe that. All that work and we've got nothing to show for it."
"I've got something to show for it. Trust me, that wasn't a lost cause, and you're going to find out soon enough why."
Chapter 26, Washington, D.C. Max Tuttle drummed his fingers on his lap as he stared out the back passenger window and watched a woman jogging through a nearby park. As she navigated through a long parade of elementary school students trying and failing to stay together, she maintained her torrid pace.
"Are you sure you want to do this, sir?" Tuttle asked as he locked eyes with Cameron Doyle. "Because once you do this, there's no going back."
"What other option do we really have at this point?"
"A simple firing would do the trick," Tuttle suggested. "You could call it a staff reduction to focus funds elsewhere."
Then somebody from the media would hear about it and report it. Then all of a sudden it'd appear to everyone else that this is a sinking ship, which is going to make some on-the-fence donors abandon their support for our campaign. I don't want to win the White House by the skin of my teeth, Max. I want to crush everyone. And I want to crush everyone because I want an undeniable mandate, something I'm going to need if I want to accomplish what I'd like to do. So, no, a simple firing would be a disaster."
"More so than another leaked campaign idea or platform proposal?"
Doyle shrugged. "That's why I want this handled another way. I'll deal with any repercussions head-on, because they'd be easily managed, unlike a campaign that appears to be losing traction."
"You're the boss."
He picked up his radio and held down the button to talk.
"It's a go, gentlemen. I repeat, the mission is a go."
He leaned back in a seat and sighed, while Doyle chuckled.
"What's so funny?"
"This is a mission?" Doyle asked, holding his broad grin. "You make it sound like this is some black ops team. We're simply going to have a conversation."
"I doubt that's what Chelsea Youngblood is thinking."
Tuttle looked out the window as the two men dressed in suits ushered her toward the SUV without any resistance. "See?" Doyle said, gesturing toward Youngblood. "What did I tell you? It's not a big deal." Just as the senator finished speaking, Youngblood darted down the path and started racing at full speed. One of the men who'd been ushering her cursed in his comms as he chased after her. The two staffers, both former Secret Service agents, split up as they pursued the campaign staffer. Youngblood adroitly maneuvered through the group of elementary students again, much to their delight, but almost as quickly as she'd escaped, she realized the misstep she'd made in trying to evade them. Rushing toward her was one agent, but she spun around in the opposite direction, only to find another one bearing down on her position. She stopped and placed her hands in the air, acting as if she was going to comply. The gesture allowed the men to relax for just a moment, which was all the time she needed to resume her escape. Tuttle clenched his hand and banged it against the side of the door.
"Ah, I knew this wasn't going to be easy," he said through gritted teeth.
"She can't run forever," Doyle said.
"She completed the Boston Marathon in 3.5 hours last year. She might not be able to run forever, but she can run long enough."
"Whether we get her now or later, she'll have to come back to the office." Tuttle looked up to see Youngblood heading toward the corner, where a sightseeing bus had just parked and was letting out a large contingent of tourists. As soon as she noticed the mass of people, she skidded to a stop and scanned the area for another way out. One of the agents closed in on her, so she spun around and almost bowled over a frail woman with a walker before stopping. The security agent grabbed her arm and she sighed before complying. The other agent hustled over to them and walked behind them. That wasn't so tough now, was it? A couple of minutes later, the agents approached the vehicle and indicated the door, nodding for her to get inside. Youngblood eased open the door and slid into a seat, avoiding eye contact with Doyle. One of the agents shut the door as the security detail returned to the trailing SUV and Doyle's convoy.
After a couple of awkward moments of silence, Youngblood rubbed her hands along the sides of her shorts and offered a weak smile.
"So, what's this all about?" she said. "You track me down on my morning run to tell me that you're promoting me?"
"I like your sense of humor," Doyle said. "It might be the only thing that's keeping me from torching you, so you never work in this city again."
"Wouldn't be the worst thing that ever happened in my life."
Doyle leaned forward, attempting to make eye contact with her. "If you don't want this job, nobody's going to make you stay. But you don't have to sabotage my campaign to find an exit route."
"I didn't sabotage your campaign."
Tuttle cleared his throat, drawing her attention to him. "If you give the senators internal documents, the ones that are designed to set him apart from his opponents, to other candidates running against him so they can undermine him, that fits the literal definition of sabotage. But I don't know you're smart enough to know that, or otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation right now." Youngblood chewed on her lip while fidgeting with her gold chain necklace with a cross dangling from it. "Chelsea, I know you're a religious person, aren't you?" She shrugged but said nothing. "It's all over your social media profiles. How many people share Bible verses if they aren't serious about their faith? Not many, in my estimation. So I'm certain you can relate to a story about a man who was betrayed by someone he trusted to be his friend, all for a paltry 30 pieces of silver." She glanced at Doyle and gave an exaggerated eye roll.
"If you're going to fire me, just get it over with. I'm not interested in sitting through a lecture from you, of all people, about doing the right thing. I know who you are and what you did."
Doyle scowled. "What are you talking about?"
"Max here probably doesn't even know. Does he?"
She pointed at the advisor. "Know what?" Tuttle asked.
"Know why there are people trying to kill him. Terrorists trying to kill him."
Doyle scratched his chin as he studied her. "It wasn't 30 pieces of silver, was it?" Doyle asked, continuing before she could respond. "No, it was for far more than that. Was it 100,000? 200,000? $500,000?
"I did it for free, and I'd happily do it again."
She adjusted her ponytail. "Well, how about you do something for me? Something I'll pay you handsomely for."
"I'm not helping you."
"Then you're going to jail." He picked up the phone and tapped on the screen.
Okay. She held up her hands. "Maybe we can work something out. How much are we talking?"
$100,000. She waved dismissively at him. $200,000.
"Okay, I'm listening."
Doyle explained what he wanted Youngblood to do. When he finished, he warned her that if she didn't carry through with the plan the way he'd outlined it, she wouldn't receive any of the money. "Understand?" She nodded, her calloused veneer melting away. "Good. And we're going to pretend that none of this ever happened, including this conversation. Got it?"
"Got it. Am I free to go now?"
"Of course. Finish your run and then hustle into the office. We've got lots to talk about." She thanked the senator before exiting the car and resuming her run. "I don't know," Tuttle said as they watched her jog away. "It'll be fine," Doyle said. "You sure she can handle the pressure?" "I'm as sure as I know I'm standing here." Doyle clapped his hand and rubbed them together. "This is going to be fun. Jennifer Funk isn't going to know what hit her." Chapter 27. Monaco. Barrett slid open the glass door leading to the condo's cramped porch and looked out across the shimmering Mediterranean Sea. He admired the view for a moment before slumping into a lounge chair that bumped up against the metal railing. Barrett's 6'4" frame didn't fit, forcing him to hang his feet through bars with 6-inch openings. "Welcome to Monaco," Stone said, indicating the area in front of them. "Pristine beaches, scenic views, fantastic gambling.
incredible dining, and cramped housing."
"You can say that again," Barrett said, as he repositioned himself in the chair. "For a place that's made a living off its reputation as one of Europe's most luxurious cities, this is a little too condensed for my tastes."
"I can see that. You're a smidge larger than the average man," Watts said.
Barrett held his thumb and index finger close together and squinted as he held them up. "A smidge." Watts looked at Stone.
"Nice place. How come you never told me about it?"
"I try to keep my secret places a secret. Besides, if I tell people about this place, I feel like I have to explain why I have it. I mean, it's kind of an embarrassing story."
Watt's eyes twinkled as she studied Stone.
"Now you have to tell us the story behind this place."
Stone sighed as he settled into a lounge chair between Barrett and Watts.
10 years ago, I was here for a meeting, but I got in a little early and decided to visit the casino in my hotel lobby. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, I was at a high-stakes poker table, squaring off with this private pilot. He supposedly flew some important guy I'd never heard of. Made more money than I could ever dream of.
"And he just gave you this place?" Watts asked.
Stone wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
If only things were that easy. No, I had $20,000 in my bank account, but I excused myself to the restroom and quickly photoshopped a web page from my financial provider that made it look like I had $20 million in one of my accounts.
"Whoa."
Exactly. I thought I might puke, but I had to try. Then I got the hand of a lifetime and ended up winning the hand in my pilot's private condo.
Barrett's phone buzzed with a call from his contact. He sent the call to voicemail.
"You're not going to answer that?"
Watts asked. "Think I want to tell this guy that we botched a simple snatch and grab job? He's liable to send someone after me. Hell, he's liable to send someone after all three of us."
"That wasn't my finest hour back there on the water," Stone said. Barrett shrugged it off. "How did Hakeem wake up? I swear I saw you shoot him myself."
"Maybe he didn't get the full dose of the tranquilizer. Speaking from experience, if those things don't go in all the way, you can only get a fraction of the unconscious time you planned on."
"Jazz." That comment sounded like it came from someone with experience using tranks.
Well, I had this emu once, and—"
"Okay. Stop right there. Is anything else really necessary at this point? I mean, you just said you had an emu. I have so many questions. And suddenly, I don't care about your experience with tranks." Watts chuckled and waved him off.
"So you'd rather me just give you a 'trust me, bro' as my source for this info?"
Barrett nodded. "I think that'd be fair."
Stone shuffled inside and promptly returned with 3 tumblers filled with bourbon. "Here's to more time together in Europe's playground for the rich." Barrett took his drink and took a sip.
"We still have a long way to go before we can make such claims, and quite frankly, it feels a little defeating. We have no idea where Hakeem escaped to, not to mention we just pissed off one of Russia's most ruthless oligarchs, who also happens to be an illegal arms dealer, and I doubt he's going to just forgive and forget either." Watts sat down, looked out the balcony, opened her laptop. She smiled and shook her head.
"What is it?"
"I have some news that might change your mood."
She cast a sharp glance at Barrett. "And? What is it?" She tucked a loose tendril of hair behind her left ear.
"I didn't just hack Ivanov's security system and put it on a loop. I hacked his entire onboard server and have more information on the man than should be legal."
Barrett arched an eyebrow. "Go on."
"Well, he has a server on board that contains everything about the man. His financials, his movements, his business dealings, pretty much everything but his list of buyers."
Barrett scowled but said nothing. Watts put up a hand, halting any responses before they started.
I know, that's the most valuable thing we could get from the man. However, I did find something that might interest you more at the moment."
She paused for dramatic effect.
"Phone records."
"This isn't doing anything for me," Barrett said.
"Well, Maybe when I tell you that I've been able to hack into Ivanov's cell phone records with his provider and can tell you who he's calling and when?
I'm only slightly intrigued at this point.
So, I found this number that kept appearing on Ivanov's outgoing and incoming calls. A number that seemed like a cell phone from Illinois, perhaps purchased in the Chicago area. I started digging and found out it was indeed a number from Illinois, and more specifically Chicago. And where does that get us? It likely gets us the number for Hakim Rahimi, and I can tell where he's calling Ivanov from.
An exact location?
Not exactly, but general vicinity, and if we get to the general vicinity, I'm confident that we can find him.
So you know where Hakim is?
She squinted, accentuating the freckles on her nose. Kind of.
That's a yes or no question, Watts. You either know where he is or you don't. Which is it?
Yes, sort of. Barrett scowled but said nothing. Okay, without getting too far down in the weeds on this one, let me explain. The Chicago number called Ivanov twice in the past 24 hours. My guess is that he's still scrambling to save his deal with Ivanov.
Fat chance of that happening. That guy strikes me as the kind of man who'll go scorched earth on anyone who double-crosses him. I'd say that's fairly accurate based off what I know of him, and he's not going to simply forgive Hakim anytime soon for leading U.S. government operatives, even if we aren't really straight to his doorstep.
What you're suggesting is that Hakim will have to do plenty of groveling? Stone asked.
Perhaps, but it's also possible that he's so blinded with rage against the U.S. that he'd just give the weapons to Hakim as a way of getting retribution against what we did to him. I could see it going either way.
Well, that's some good speculation, but that's not going to help us figure out where Hakim is, which is what we're trying to solve right now. However, I might be able to remedy that with what I learned about Hakim and Ivanov's communication earlier today.
Don't keep us waiting any longer.
On the plane ride over here, I started looking more deeply at the cell number and decided I needed to go a little deeper, maybe hack into a few more databases. And I found the tower that Hakim's been connecting to for the past 2 days when he's called Ivanov. It's in Sacramento.
Blank looks from both Barrett and Stone. Is that supposed to mean something to us?
Sacramento. It's an enclave in Granada, Spain, where all the gypsies live.
Spanish caves? I might be able to get behind this idea, especially if it means we need to do some on-site investigation.
We're going to need to do more than that, Watt said, but all I know is that it's a start, and we'll see just where it goes from there. Sound good?
Barrett stood and gazed out across the water. So we're going to Spain?
It would seem so,
Stone said. Promise me we can come back here, Barrett said.
As long as you promise me we can spend more time at your condo in Miami.
My door's always open. But that'll have to wait for another time. We need to get to Spain and find Hakim. Chapter 28. Washington, D.C. Less than 24 hours earlier, Jennifer Funk had stared at the list of potential employees for a new campaign strategist and weighed her decision. The list had been packed with Washington A-listers, at least in the political sphere, and they all had one thing in common. They all towed the party line. No rule breakers, no outside-the-box thinkers, no trailblazers. Just solid candidates with plenty of experience, but nobody that had felt like a home-run hire. At least not to her. She had seemed resigned to accept someone who would do a solid job, albeit not one that would win her kudos for her bravery to take a risk with a lesser-known commodity. Just simply solid. Nothing more, nothing less. And she'd hated it. But that sense of dread vanished when she received a package from Chelsea Youngblood, who gave her insight into what Cameron Doyle's camp was thinking, and they were thinking how she wanted to think. How she needed to think, how she had to think if she was going to resurrect her reeling campaign and surge to the front. The name almost shimmered on the page as she read it. Maverick Adler. She hadn't heard that name in several years, not since he was at the center of a lawsuit for stealing proprietary software for finding private card games and rebranding it as his own. The software business was quite the pivot from someone who just a few years earlier had been Washington's most adored creative thinker, a man who single-handedly put the city's collective think tanks to shame with his prolific ideas. In the last election cycle, he'd been responsible for generating the 5 best approaches to solving some of the country's biggest problems as it related to education, transportation, taxes, healthcare, and Social Security. The only problem was 5 candidates had hired 5 different firms that all contracted with Adler. No one would have known, except for the dogged reporting of one journalist. After the dust had settled, an independent reporter sought to uncover who was responsible for all the election cycle's best ideas and found Adler to be the sole genius contriving these solutions. But Funk hesitated. The last time Youngblood floated an idea that the Doyle campaign was going to push, Funk stole it and paid a steep price. However, this wasn't an idea. This was a person. A specific person, a person who could deliver on innovative ways to energize voters.
Imagine if I had all Adler's best ideas last election cycle.
Lost in a world of what-ifs, Funk snapped out of her trance when she heard someone rapping on her office door. She looked up to see Frank Parham on the other side of the glass, his forehead creased with rows of deep lines, every inch of them on full display, and a vivid reminder of why people called him the Bulldog. He didn't wait for her to wave him inside. "Don't do it, Jennifer," Parham said as he tossed a manila folder onto her desk that landed with a thud.
"Don't do what, Frank?"
"You know what I'm talking about, and I'm warning you because I see that look in your eyes."
"Oh, come on. Did you read this?"
He nodded emphatically. "Did you?"
"Of course I did. This isn't the same thing as last time either, if that's what you're thinking."
"You can't trust her anymore. She burned you last time and set the campaign back."
"But this is so genius. I mean, just imagine Adler being part of our creative team. The possibilities are endless."
"I hope you're considering disastrous possibilities, too."
"What could go wrong with hiring Adler? I mean, to be honest, I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. Or you either. This sounds like one of your genius hires."
"I thought about it when I came on board and quickly dismissed it. The guy's a prima donna and is going to make everything about himself."
"I disagree. I only see upside with him in our camp, not to mention that no one else can siphon off his brilliant ideas once he's on my payroll."
Parham snatched the folder off Funk's desk.
"I don't even know why you're paying me. I'm supposed to be advising you, but lately I feel like I'm only here to listen to you convince yourself that your ideas are good ones."
"That's not true, Frank. I need you. But I can't help but think you're a little worried about getting upstaged by Adler."
"I'm more worried that he's going to destroy your campaign and ultimately reflect poorly on me."
"So this is all about you, huh?"
"No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm doing this first and foremost for the country. I can't imagine many good things will come out of a Cameron Doyle term, but you, on the other hand, you could change America. You could change the world. That much I do believe. And that's also why I'm driven to help you avoid major pitfalls that will derail your chances in this primary and in November."
"I appreciate your vote of confidence, Frank, and I'll take what you say under advisement."
Parham sighed and shook his head. "Mark my word, Jen. You're going to make a big mistake."
"Thank you."
She eased into her chair.
"I appreciate your input."
"Too bad you don't value it," he snipped before marching down the hall back to his own office. As soon as he was out of sight, Funk snatched up her phone and dialed Maverick Adler's number.
An hour later, Funk exited her SUV and shuffled into Tony's boxing gym without her entourage. She spotted Adler almost immediately, a man who has the wear and tear of someone in his late 60s, but still identified more with 20-somethings, was hard to miss. He wore a bright pink T-shirt, bright blue-rimmed glasses, thin spiked gray hair, and a medallion with the iconic Illuminati eye dangling from a gold chain around his neck. He spoke in a raspy voice and with the same energy as a coach amped up after downing 2 energy drinks.
I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your call, Mrs. Funk, Adler said. I was just sitting around wondering why I hadn't been called, though I'm sure my pending legal troubles over the fact that I was accused of slapping that waitress on the butt in the Florida Keys 6 months ago both had something to do with why I was sitting at home bored out of my mind. It's not going to bother you, is it?
If you try anything...
Nah. I'd never do that to you, or anyone else. In fact, I didn't actually do what that woman said I did. I was animated while telling a story, and, well, it was just one of those unfortunate bad timing things.
Funk offered a warm smile and shrugged.
We all make mistakes.
Exactly. And it would have been a big mistake to ignore my expertise during this election cycle, because I've had plenty of time to analyze what each campaign could do better.
And what do you think I need to do better?
You need to rebrand yourself. You're trying too hard to be someone you're not. Guns? That's not you. You're a bare-knuckle brawler, someone who any sane person would be afraid to step into the ring with. And that's why I brought you here tonight. Adler nodded toward a stack of gym clothes. Go put that on, and we're going to take some pictures of you.
Funk drew back, her hair awash with confusion.
I thought we were going to chat about policy changes and new ideas for the campaign.
You want my help or not?
Of course, but
before we can begin to introduce ideas that will draw in potential voters, you have to get their attention. And this thing you're doing, he gestured toward her clothes, it isn't working. You need to present yourself as attractive if you want to attract the kind of people who will put you in the seat of power. Now, you ready to begin?
Funk nodded and scooped the pair of shorts and tank top off the nearby bench before retreating to the locker room to change.
Let's win us an election.
Chapter 29. Granada, Spain. Barrett stopped after 10 minutes of hiking up the trail and took a long pull from his water bottle. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his sleeve and looked up at the caves dotting the hillside. While there were plenty of dark entrances that vanished into the mountainside, the eclectic population living in the enclave of Sacromonte had also constructed doors and windows in some areas, an attempt to gain a sense of privacy in an otherwise communal setting. Watts clutched a microphone in one hand and a map in the other as she surveyed the area. Stone sat on a rock and studied a topographic map of Sacromonte on his phone. Barrett picked up his bag and slung it over his shoulders. He secured the straps and tightened them before turning to his colleagues.
Everyone ready to finish this thing?
Barrett asked. Stone nodded.
I'm way past ready.
Of course we are,
Watts chimed in.
But if there's a way to blink some more money out of your guy?
Barrett grunted. He's not giving us another dime until we catch Hakim. That much I'm sure of.
Then let's get this over with. I miss riding my bike.
Stone smiled as he looked admiringly at her.
We need to plan another long trip together this summer. Maybe return to Sturgis. You guys aren't going anywhere without me, and right now we're all going up the side of this hill to find Hakim. Let's go.
He clapped sharply twice, prodding Stone to his feet. The trio resumed their trek toward the caves, but as they drew closer, Barrett got the sense that they weren't exactly welcomed. They wandered up on a shirtless man sitting in a tattered lawn chair carving the head of a walking stick. He gave them a quick glance and then returned his focus to his work without uttering a word.
Excuse me, sir,
Watts said in Spanish with a big smile on her face.
Could I speak with you for a moment?
The man sneered as he briefly looked up at her and resumed working.
It'd only take a minute.
No hablo español,
the man said in a distinct New York accent.
I'm from the Bronx, so even if I did agree to do whatever bullshit interview you want to do for your social media channel or whatever it is you're doing here, I doubt I'm the kind of person you want to talk to.
He dug the tip of his knife into the wood, wrenched free a small piece, and flicked it in her direction.
"My name is Abby McIntosh," she said in English as she offered a free hand. "I'm with the National Geographic Channel, and we're here doing a story on the people who live in these caves."
The man grunted. "Well, I'm not telling you my name, and I doubt anyone else will tell you either. We're all here out of choice, though we often didn't feel like we had much of one. There aren't many places you can go in the world to seek refuge from the oppressive regimes that rule the world."
"Actually, you're exactly the kind of person I want to talk to."
"Sorry, Abby, but I'll pass."
Then he flashed her an obscene gesture. "Okay, then. Guess we'll look for someone else."
The trio trudged up a narrow dirt path leading to a cluster of cave entrances. Several women sat out front on blankets as they wove baskets with intricate floral designs. Watts approached them slowly before her mouth dropped as she got a closer look at one of the woman's handiwork.
"Incredible. Que linda?"
The woman's face brightened for a moment until one of her friends shot her a nasty look.
"Would any of you be open to an interview about your life here in Sacramento?"
Watts asked in Spanish. All of the women slowly shook their heads, except for the one Watts complimented, but she glanced around the circle at her friends and understood the message sent by their browbeating.
"No, gracias,"
the woman said.
"Cómo te llamas?"
Watts asked.
"Maria,"
the woman said, before putting her head back down and returning to her work.
"Can I buy one of your baskets? How much are they?" 20 euros.
Watts dug into her pocket and gave her a bill worth 100 euros. Maria stared at the money and shook her head.
"Sorry, I don't have change for that." "I don't want any change,"
Watts said with a smile. Maria's eyes widened, and she reached for the money. One of the other women clucked her tongue and shook her head as the money exchanged hands. She muttered something under her breath and returned her eyes back to her project.
"Can I take a video of you both with the basket?"
Watts said. The woman nodded.
"It's probably best that we do it over here." She gestured toward a spot just out of earshot of the other women.
Barrett hustled into position with the camera, grunted as he hoisted it onto his shoulder, but it was all for show. The camera hardly weighed a pound, manufactured by Stone's 3D printer the night before.
"Come on, Jazz. Do your thing."
Watts casually asked a few questions about the woman's life among the cave dwellers, inquiring about everything from how long she'd been there, why she'd chosen to live there, and how she made a living. The whole interaction lasted about 3 minutes before they shook hands and prepared to part ways. But Watts didn't let go of the Maria's arm and tugged her closer, speaking in a hushed tone.
"I took this assignment because I'm also looking for a man up here. It's my brother. We heard from one of his friends that Hakim has decided to live in Sacramento. My father is very upset and desperate to see him again. I just want to pass along that message and beg him to come back if he can. You haven't seen him, have you?"
Maria drew back, but instead of turning and walking away, she eyed Watts carefully for a moment before speaking.
"Do you have a picture of him?" she asked.
Watts swiped on her phone until she reached a close-up image of Hakim, photographed from their surveillance of him on Ivanov's yacht. Maria nodded toward the hillside directly behind Watts.
"I saw him up there yesterday. He's been around here a couple of days, and word is getting around that he's a little dangerous, the kind of person who could bring trouble to our community. Good luck convincing him to leave, because if you don't, the community might take care of him." "Take care of him?"
Maria raked her fingers across her neck and grimaced.
"They will kill him?"
Watts asked, her face feigning shock.
"Yes. If you want your brother to live, you must convince him to leave. Most people here are peaceful and simply seeking to live a different type of life, but not everyone is like that. There are people who are here because they have to be, and they do bad things, very bad things." "You're sure he's over there?" "I saw him go up there this morning and disappear into one of those dwellings. Just be careful." "Of course. And thank you again."
Barrett watched as Maria returned to her circle of friends, all of them giving her a cold shoulder as she sat down.
Sounds like we better handle this quickly if we want to get anything out of Hakim.
Let's make this quick, Barrett said. They resumed their journalist act, following Watts up the side of the hill. They wound along a ribbon of dirt that provided the main route along the caves on the southern side of the hill before arriving in the area where Maria said she'd last seen Hakim. Watts said she'd entered the cave alone since Hakim hadn't seen her before, relegating Barrett and Stone to a support role. Barrett wasn't fond of the idea, but it still made sense. His protest was quickly dismissed by Watts.
You don't think I can take care of myself?
That's not what I'm saying. It's just that,
Save it. You know it's still the best way to handle this, even if it's not optimum. I can take care of this guy.
Barrett scrambled up the side of the hill and noticed an exit on the north side in what likely amounted to a secret way out. Stone took the back, while Barrett crouched behind a boulder near the front and waited. Watts drew her weapon and approached the cave.
Wish me luck,
Watts said over the comms. She left her channel open so Barrett and Stone could hear what was going on.
Hakim Rahimi, she shouted as she entered. We need to talk.
No response.
There are 2 ways to go about this, and there's only one way that I know you will prefer, but we need to talk about this first.
Still nothing.
Hakim, if you cooperate, you could find yourself in a much better situation.
Then what?
Came a voice.
She's made contact.
Then if you resist,
she said. A trio of shots rang out in the cave, piercing Barrett's ear over the comms unit. Then heavy breathing followed by a groan from Watts.
Are you all right?
Barrett asked before realizing the line was still open and she couldn't hear him. And Stone couldn't hear him either. Barrett wanted to tell Stone to be ready, but it was too late. Stone hurtled over the hillside and sprinted through the entrance to find Watts.
What are you doing?
Shouted Barrett. Stone ignored him, sprinting inside. With Stone entering through the front, Barrett raced over the top in time to see Hakim running toward a cluster of boulders. Barrett took aim at the terrorist and fired. He stumbled to the ground before scrambling back to his feet and then sliding behind the rocks. Barrett walked back slowly over the top of the cave, keeping an eye on any movement.
How's it looking in there?
He called over his shoulder.
I'm fine. Just banged up my arm when I dove for cover.
Moments later, Watts and Stone emerged from the cave.
I didn't have a chance to get a shot until he was running away.
Fix your comms. We can pin him down if we hurry.
Barrett decided to save the lectures until later. Despite their missteps, he still had a chance to capture Hakim.
Sorry about that. I just thought that... We'll talk about it later. For now, let's focus on capturing Hakim. You stay here on this position and fire on him if he tries to move. He's already been hit in the shoulder, so he's not as mobile. I want to ask him some questions first, and we need him alive.
Copy that.
Barrett turned toward Watts. Are you still good enough to go?
I'm fine, just a little bruise. It hasn't affected my trigger finger.
In that case, can you scramble down the hillside and force him into the open toward the path? I'd like to get him in the open so Stone can take a clear shot if necessary.
Consider it done.
The team parted ways and Barrett headed down the trail toward the boulders where he'd last seen Hakim. When he reached the area, he heard someone gasping for breath between muted grunts and the scuffing of feet against the dirt.
Hakim, are you all right? I don't want to hurt you right now. We need to talk.
You think capturing me is going to stop what's about to happen? You're more delusional than you look.
Then why don't you help me understand?
Barrett looked down at the large pool of blood on the trail that led to the boulders.
It's not my job to answer all your questions.
But it's my job to keep you safe.
You have a funny way of showing it. Shooting at me makes me think you have other ideas for me.
I just want to talk. Besides, if you don't let me help you, you might die anyway.
A long pause.
Okay, I'm coming out. Just don't shoot.
Barrett didn't flinch, his weapon still trained in front of him as he anticipated Hakim's appearance. But instead, he took O, running toward the back. However, he didn't get far along a secondary path before Watts jumped on him from behind and forced him to the ground. Barrett rushed up to Hakim and secured him with a zip tie and then yanked him to his feet. Hakim winced in pain. Barrett looked at the wound, which looked gruesome.
"We need to get you to a doctor."
"Then you'll have to explain about the gunshot in my arm. You sure you want to do that?"
"Absolutely. Let's go."
Stone rejoined them as they walked Hakim out of Sacramonte and to their vehicle. They drove a few miles to the nearest hospital and ushered Hakim inside. The attending ER physician examined Hakim and then ushered him to another floor and a private room. He resumed his line of questioning, including asking what caused the injury.
"They shot me,"
Hakim said, his gaze narrowing as he studied the trio surrounding his bed.
"More specifically, he shot me."
Hakim pointed at Barrett, drawing an arched eyebrow from the doctor.
"Is this true?"
the doctor asked. Barrett nodded and then revealed his badge.
"We're here on behalf of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. This man is wanted for attempting to kill millions of innocent Americans, as well as the attempted kidnapping of a presidential candidate. We will happily stand guard outside these doors, but I wanted to tell you this so you understand what we're doing and why we're doing it."
"I will have to get permission for any of you to remain up here."
"Fair enough, but in the meantime, we can't let him out of our sight."
The doctor agreed and then initiated a blood transfusion for Hakim. Once that was in place, he shooed Barrett and his team out of the hospital room to let the gunshot victim rest. Barrett discussed how they would handle Hakim's interrogation and when they would begin while they waited. A half-hour later, the doctor returned to the room with special badges for the team. But when he went inside, he gasped. Barrett bolted from his chair and peered inside, unsure of what he was about to see. The bed was empty and the window was opened. Hakim was gone.
Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. Following a social media campaign based off Jennifer Funk's new brand, Fighting for America, Fighting for You, complete with pictures of her in her boxing gear, she awoke the next morning to the kind of glowing comments she'd been craving. Maverick Adler and his quirky brain had delivered, and Funk found the warm reception almost as amusing as disheartening. All she needed to initiate an about-face by political pundits was an edgy photo shoot, one that accentuated both her stunning good looks and her legendary grittiness on the Hill. While the public comments from analysts focused on how tough it made her look, the lion's share of responses online from random social media users zeroed in on her looks. Funk was a modern-day woman. She wasn't supposed to care about vanities such as her physical appearance. In fact, she was supposed to reject those comments outright and publicly repudiate them. People talking about her looks wasn't anything new. It had just never been done in such large numbers before. However, she quite enjoyed being told how attractive she was, even if it was by thousands of men she'd never met from all across the country, commenting on her beauty online. Yet it was her little secret, the kind of thing she thought about but never discussed with anyone, not even her husband. When he mentioned the sudden craze that morning over breakfast, she waved him off, gave him a kiss, and delivered a witty line.
"You never knew how good you have it, did you?"
"Of course I did. The whole world is just now waking up to that fact, and I'm excited about the future."
Funk was excited about the future, too. Adler had texted her to let her know about the craze that she'd started with one picture posted online. While she sifted through some of her policy proposals that she wanted to outline at a campaign event later that day, she allowed herself to dream. Just a little. She imagined walking into the Oval Office on that first day, swinging wide the doors and wasting no time putting her stamp on the nation. The parties, the meetings with world leaders and other dignitaries, the attention, those were all nice benefits. But she dreamed most about helping the country rediscover the prosperity that had been lost due to the poor management by the outgoing administration. Funk wasn't pursuing the office because she fancied seeing her name forever etched into history books. No, she actually wanted to do something for the country, and she thought she had the best ideas, even if she had pilfered some from Cameron Doyle. She'd also stolen the most innovative thinker in Washington from Doyle, too. After lunch, she had a press conference scheduled with some librarians downtown where she planned to announce some of her new literacy initiatives. Funk wanted to utilize the public library system as an outpost of sorts for teaching literacy and giving access to everyone in the country, even the undocumented ones, to a literacy instructor. Funk's security team escorted her to the event where she found an enthusiastic crowd awaiting. The energy at the event, 201, was palpable, something she'd only experienced once or twice during her campaign. But she'd never witnessed this at an event that was little more than a public announcement, let alone one that was supposed to be in front of such a small crowd. At least, it was supposed to be small. Her public relations chief had told her it wouldn't be any more than 50 to 100 people, with a handful of media members who would ask questions after the event ended. But either the woman had been given misinformation, or she'd not accounted for the meteoric rise Funk had experienced overnight. After Funk got out of the car, she was ushered through a pathway cleared by her security team through the crushing crowd. People shouted her name as she maneuvered through the throng, and they said it in a positive way, with a smile on their faces, all in an effort to get her attention.
These people actually like me.
Months of enduring protests had worn her down, eliciting a depressing cynicism, one that she struggled to resist. But this type of turnout for a glorified announcement was like a gust of wind filling her sails after being stranded in the doldrums. Her countenance brightened even more so than it had been after the morning's briefing. All that dreaming she'd done earlier seemed even more like a potential reality now.
"Jennifer! Jennifer! Jennifer!"
the crowd chanted as she started high-fiving people while making her way through the attendees. She shook the hand of the head librarian responsible for organizing the event with her team and waited for the woman to give a brief introduction. Once Funk grabbed the lectern, the crowd roared and began chanting her name again. "Okay, she said, raising her hands in the air in an effort to quiet them. "You're all too kind." As the cheering dulled, a woman threw her fist high in the air and shouted, "You're fighting for us, Jen," she said. Funk smiled and then endured another round of chanting before she regained control of the room. She smiled and spoke about the importance of literacy, sharing the personal story of a man named Raymond who joined her at the lectern. She told about how Raymond had never learned to read, but at the age of 75 decided he didn't want to go another minute without being able to understand all the letters he saw everywhere. And a librarian taught him how to read, equipping him with the skills he needed to start a barber shop 2 blocks from the library. The crowd hooted and hollered, seemingly enjoying the idea. Once she concluded, members of the press were ushered to the front to ask questions about the proposal and other campaign-related issues. Funk surveyed the pool of reporters for a friendly face and then pointed at Kayla Pope from the New York Times.
Congresswoman Funk, I was wondering if you'd like to address the recent controversy swirling over your new campaign advisor, Maverick Adler.
Funk squinted as she locked eyes with the reporter.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Mr. Adler's legal woes, Kayla said, hoping that would suffice. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Funk said. Surely you saw the news before you arrived, right? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Maverick Adler was arrested an hour ago for sexual misconduct. He's been accused of rape.
Then a snippet of her conversation with Adler came rushing back to her mind.
Legal troubles.
Adler wasn't just talking about slapping a woman on her rear end. He was talking about something else that was coming. The color drained from Funk's face as she stared slack-jawed at the reporter. Chapter 31, Granada, Spain. Barrett peered through the small window outside the hospital room and scanned the area. He caught a glimpse of Hakim just before he disappeared around a corner. When he turned around to address Stone and Watts, he found a policeman standing there with a security guard.
"We need to speak with you, mister," the police officer said.
"Jackson," Barrett said. "Greg Jackson, with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security." "Well, Mr. Jackson, no offense, but I don't have time to talk. The man we came over here to apprehend just bolted out the window, and if he gets away, it's going to be my head on a platter. So if you'll excuse me, we need to go." Barrett put a shoulder into the security guard before turning and looking at him. "This is your fault. You should have been watching more closely. That guy is an international terrorist, and you acted like you were guarding a toddler who couldn't even get out of his crib." The guard glowered. "I will not stand for such accusations to be hurled at me, and—" Barrett ignored him and hustled into the hallway with Stone and Watts right behind him. They walked swiftly toward the elevators, where there were 4 doors, 2 on each side. "Are they coming after us?" Barrett asked through clenched teeth.
"Seems that way,"
Watts said. "We need to lose them. We can't have them following us. They're going to cost us Hakeem."
"Senor Jackson, I really need to talk with you,"
the officer called from behind them.
"Just keep walking," Barrett said through clenched teeth. "Senor Jackson, I must insist that you stop."
Barrett repeatedly tapped the down button for the elevator, his eyes darting back and forth between the small box indicating what floor the elevator was on and the police officer. Then Barrett hit the up button. "We're going to split up." He tapped a hand against his thigh, urging the elevator to arrive sooner. "I'll go up. You 2 go down. I'll meet you back at the car in 15 minutes.
"Senor Jackson!"
the officer shouted again, now jogging toward them. The elevator signaled its arrival with a ding, and the doors to the 2 elevators, one on each side, slid open. Barrett dashed inside one while Stone and Watts went to the other one across the hall. The seconds passed like hours for Barrett as he stared intently at the doors. And just as it was about to close, he saw a hand claw its way inside and start to push back the door. Barrett rammed his foot into the police officer's chest, sending him flying back into the hallway and landing with a thud against the far wall. Stunned for a moment, the officer jumped to his feet and charged toward Barrett's elevator, but this time the officer couldn't get his hand inside in time, and the elevator hummed, beginning its ascent. Barrett studied the elevator for a moment to determine his best position to take should the police officer greet him once the door reopened. Then Barrett popped open one of the ceiling tiles in the elevator and climbed on top of it. After putting the tile back in place, Barrett looked up the shaft as the cables moved the different units up and down. He noticed the unit next to him was descending and about to pass him. Positioning himself to get onto the other unit, Barrett stepped lightly onto the adjacent elevator's ledge and took hold of one of the cables secured to the roof, allowing him a free ride down. Once he reached the basement level, he jumped down, landing in a small space between the 4 elevators. He looked up to gauge which door would be the best one to exit through, and then went to work leveraging it open. He slipped through a space just wide enough for him to squeeze through. After exiting through a back alley, he eased around the side of the building and spotted Stone and Watts casually walking to their car without anyone following them. Then he noticed 2 more police cars roar up to the curb and officers spill out, likely rushing out to deal with him. And that was the disappointing truth. Spanish law enforcement was more concerned with him, not the mass-murdering terrorist who the hospital had let escape. By the time Barrett reached the vehicle, Watts was furiously typing on her laptop in the passenger seat. "What are you doing?" Stone sat in the driver's seat with the engine already purring.
"He still has his cell phone on. I'm calling him to see what cell towers are closest to him, to get an idea of his position."
"Then let's keep moving. We don't want the police to start conducting a search of the parking lot." Stone navigated them through the parking lot and to the kiosk where he paid for the brief stay and then roared away. "Got anything yet?" His patience was dwindling.
"Yeah, I need to know where to go."
Hold on. I'm almost there."
A brief pause.
"Bingo. Got him."
"Where is he?"
"Looks like he's headed south on A44.
"And where does that take us?"
"If he stays on it all the way, we're going to Motril," she said.
"And what's in Motril? Anything in particular?"
"Nothing all that interesting, unless you consider a ferry to Morocco interesting."
Barrett leaned forward in his seat and eyed the screen before reaching for the computer. "Let me see that."
"He's somewhere in here."
"Where would you go if you were trying to escape?"
Barrett studied the map again and then tapped a spot on the screen. "That's where I'd go, and I'd bet my weight in gold that that's where he's headed to."
"The Granada Motril port," Watts said aloud.
"Hand me your phone and I'll enter that into your GPS," Barrett said. "And drive faster. We need to give us as much time as possible in case we run into some trouble." When the trio arrived at the port just under an hour later, they were herded into a long line of vehicles waiting to drive onto the ferry. Barrett leaned forward from the back seat and asked if he could drive. "You didn't like my driving?" Barrett nodded toward a security camera. "Honestly, we're about to be captured by CCTV, so I'd rather it be my face they see, not yours. My face that looks enough like Slade Gordon's that nobody would question it. But you, on the other hand—" "Okay, fine, whatever." Stone unbuckled and swapped places with Barrett. "Are we sure Hakeem's getting on this ferry?" "I'm not sure about Hakeem, but I know his phone is already on board, and he's also made 2 calls since then." "Who'd he call?" "I can't tell who he called first, but it was a short conversation, under 30 seconds, and then there was another call to Ivanov made 5 minutes ago." Barrett inched the car forward as dock workers slowly loaded the cars for the 7-hour trip across the Mediterranean Sea to Nador, Morocco. While they waited, they devised a search plan for Hakeem. Then, as it came their turn to board, a man put a hand up in front of them and whistled at the workers ushering the cars on board. Barrett rolled down his window. "What's the holdup?"
"I'm sorry, but the ship is full."
Barrett's jaw fell slack. "Full? What do you mean it's full?" The man shrugged.
"I don't know. Maybe that's not how you say it in English. There is just no more room."
"We have to get on that ferry."
"It'll be back tomorrow. You can get on it then."
"But we already paid."
"You can get a refund."
"Can we get on as a pedestrian?" The man shook his head.
"All those tickets were sold out hours ago. You can come back tomorrow."
Barrett pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. "That's not going to work for me. You see, it's absolutely necessary that we get on that ferry."
"That's impossible now, sir. We've just loaded the last car and we're about to close the gate. Sorry. Come back tomorrow and I'll make sure you get on."
Barrett rolled up his window and revved his engine. The worker glared at Barrett and put up a hand, gesturing for him to stop, but Barrett stomped on the accelerator as the car lurched forward.
"What are you doing?"
Watts looked up from her laptop for the first time in several minutes. "Getting on this ship." A worker who was swinging the gate across the dock noticed Barrett flying toward him and dove out of the way. The ferry's engines churned the water as the vessel began to pull away from the dock. Stone's fingers dug into the back of Watts' seat.
"I should have never let you drive. We're not going to make it."
Barrett laughed, almost maniacally, as the engine roared. Watts braced herself by putting her hands against the dashboard.
"You're going to kill us."
Barrett just laughed again, adrenaline coursing through his body. Then the SUV hit a small lip near the edge of the dock, elevating the vehicle just enough to clear a small widening gap. The landing jarred them all as ferry employees gawked at the move. A man rushed up to them, waving his hands wildly. They skidded to a stop and tapped on the window.
"What are you doing? Are you crazy? This boat is full."
Barrett discreetly pushed 200 euros toward the man through the window. "I'm sure you can find a place for us, right?" The man looked around before sighing and then pocketing the money. Then he turned and flashed a thumbs up to the captain, who'd come out to see what the commotion was about.
"Just follow me."
He strode across the bottom deck and pointed to a tight parking spot. Barrett squeezed the SUV into the space and got out by rolling down his window and climbing out of it. A few of the people still getting out of their vehicles gave him disapproving looks, but Barrett just shrugged it off. Once they were all out, Watts strode up to him and glared at him.
"Next time you take my life into your hands like that, at least give me a heads up, okay?" she said. "It's the very least you can do."
Barrett grinned. "I'll give you fair warning next time. Now, we can hash out the details of what that looks like later. Let's spread out and see if we can find Hakeem." They put in their earbuds for the comms system and began their search. For the first 2 hours, they looked in what they thought was every nook and cranny, under cars, in truck beds, above luggage racks, inside supply chests, literally everywhere. But still, nothing. They met back up to discuss how to proceed.
"I know he's on this ferry. His phone was still pinging off towers nearby, indicating he was here. Unless—"
She let her words hang in the air. "Is it possible Hakeem's not on this ship?"
"I mean, yes. I guess it's possible. He could have left his phone here and walked off, but I don't think that's what happened."
"Why?"
because he would have had to have someone texting on his behalf. He's sent and received 3 texts since we left."
"You can read his texts?" Stone said.
"All I can tell is when he sent them and who he sent them to."
"So you're sure he's still here?"
"I'd bet my mortgage on it."
"Let's keep looking then." Then Barrett had a thought. "Check the trunks. Just give each one a little tug and see if any pop open."
They'd almost checked every vehicle on the ferry until Barrett found a Toyota Camry with a trunk that looked slightly ajar. He slipped his finger underneath it and flipped it upward. Before he knew it, he was face to face with Hakim Rahimi. "Well, fancy meeting you here." He reached in and grabbed Hakim's arm and yanked him out. Hakim grimaced and then yelped in pain, but Barrett ignored him, ushering him toward the spot his team had designated for interrogation, a janitor's closet. Barrett took him inside the cramped quarters, just big enough for all 3 of them to fit, and demanded answers.
"I'm not telling you anything. Just shoot me now."
Oh, that would be too kind and far too quick for someone who has terrorized innocent civilians. No, I was thinking about releasing you, letting you walk out of here as a free man, with just one catch.
"What kind of catch?"
I was going to have the FBI announce that you were cooperating with them to catch some of the arms dealers you dealt with in the past. The color drained from Hakim's face.
"They would torture me. You can't do that."
"I could torture you too, but I'd rather not. So what'll it be? You going to cooperate?" Hakim took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. He turned and grabbed a mop and banged it against the wall a few times before he rammed it back into a bucket.
"Okay, I'll talk."
For the next 15 minutes, Hakim gave Barrett the answer to every question he asked. Stone and Watts captured Hakim's answers, all excited about the information they were getting from the terrorist. Then, when they finished, Barrett folded his arms across his chest and smiled with satisfaction.
"Are we done?"
"I think so." Then he pulled his gun out of the back of his pants and jammed it against Hakim's head before pulling the trigger in one smooth motion. The noise suppressor muffled the shot, and he managed to catch Hakim before he thudded against the floor. Barrett looked up at Stone, who stared at him, mouth agape.
"You are a killer,"
Stone said. "When I have to be." Barrett pulled out Gordon's phone and snapped a photo of Hakim's dead body, slumped against a drainage pipe in the corner of the room. "Let's cover him up and let someone else find him," Barrett said, as he texted the image and a note to his contact. "Hakim Rahimi, deceased, Mediterranean Sea." Now we have to dissect everything Hakim said, and we've got our work cut out for us.
"Yes, we do,"
Stone said. Chapter 32, Washington, D.C. Cameron Doyle felt perspiration beating up on his forehead as he entered his office and found his wife Nadia filing her nails, legs crossed, with one foot bouncing from a couch in the corner of the room. Even if he hadn't been a man who could have put on a master class in reading the emotions of other people, Doyle could tell she was not just upset, but on the verge of exploding. He needed to defuse the situation immediately. "Honey," his eyes pleading, "I know you've heard the news, but will you hear me out before you make any judgments?" She looked up and glared at him.
"How could you, Cameron?"
The waterworks flowed.
"I mean, what is it that you aren't getting from me that you needed to get from her?"
She held up a picture of Doyle sitting alone with another woman and laughing heartily. "I guess you're not going to hear me out," he thought. Doyle ditched his approach of explaining how the scandalous photo was taken and the true nature of his relationship with Emma Robinson, a relatively new staffer who'd joined him and Tuttle, along with Chelsea Youngblood, at a recent dinner. He could almost feel the red-hot rage emanating from Nadia, her eyes narrowed, mascara smeared down her face.
"I trusted you, and you blew up everything for her."
Her fists clenched as she pounded them against the couch. Then she eased to her feet, pacing the floor as she resumed her rant.
"I mean, I thought we had a good relationship. I thought you were satisfied.
I thought we were being open and honest with one another about these things. Just last week I told you about that movie producer who propositioned me, and I rejected him, of course, and told you all about it, and he wanted to make me a star. But what did you get out of this little tryst with that low-level staffer? That little wench has probably been angling for you for quite a while now, hasn't she? Instead of telling me about it, you just kept it to yourself. Well, it's a dirty little secret that's exploded into the open, and every major news channel is talking about it. How it's going to blow up your chances of becoming president. And here I was dreaming about becoming the First Lady.
She wiped the tears from her eyes, smearing her mascara across her face before storming out of the room and leaving the door wide open.
"Nadia!" he called,
following her into the hall. But she waved dismissively at him before she turned down another corridor. Doyle strode back inside, loosened his tie, and sank into the chair behind his desk. He interlaced his fingers and placed his hands on his desk with a heavy sigh. None of it was true, though he couldn't blame Nadia for thinking it was. Everything looked horrible, the twinkle in his eye, the smile on Emma's face, the bottle of wine in the middle of the table, but they were both laughing over a joke Max Tuttle had made about his bladder about to bust before excusing himself. Chelsea went right after him, leaving Doyle alone with Emma. Even if Doyle shared the joke with Nadia, she might not believe him. It was one of those you-had-to-be-there jokes. In the moment, it was hilarious, even more so after a second glass of red wine. For Doyle, his biggest challenge to winning the presidency now hinged on his ability to win back his wife and convince her that she was a victim of dirty politics, not a sullied marriage bed. Max Tuttle ambled into Doyle's office, shaking his head and tapping a manila folder against the side of his leg.
"They really did a number on you, didn't they? All it took was one joke and a trip to the restroom, and suddenly it looks like you're doing the hanky-panky with Emma. I swear, if these reporters had any modicum of journalistic integrity, this story would have never seen the light of day. What I want to know is if any of them even stopped to consider why the photo was even being taken, much less anonymously spoon-fed to them."
"Clicks drive the internet," Doyle said. "It's what keeps them employed. Media outlets make every financial decision over what's being clicked. If a reporter's stories don't get clicks, they either lose their position or they stop reporting on the issue. That's the world we live in today, no matter how much I hate it. We can't really blame them. What we need to do now is figure out how to give them a story that will give them more clicks."
"You have an idea for that?" Tuttle asked. "Because the only thing I could think of that would blow up the internet now would be the major announcement that you're dropping out of the race."
"No, we can do better than that."
"How do you figure?"
"If I can get Nadia back on my side."
"That's a big if, based on how enraged she was a few minutes ago."
"That's nothing." Doyle waved his hand dismissively. "But if I can get her back, I think we can spin this story, because I'm going to need her help to do it."
"Well, we need to do something,"
Tuttle said as he tossed the folder on Doyle's desk. "What's this?" Doyle opened it.
"It's our internal polling, comparing your popularity before and after the story of the alleged affair broke."
"People just assume this stuff is true?" Doyle asked, his eyes widening. "No refraining from judgment, just a knee-jerk reaction to believe it all."
"It's not like politicians have a track record that suggests they should be afforded the benefit of the doubt."
"Every politician is different. I'm not a philanderer."
"Of course you aren't. If you were, I wouldn't be standing here having this conversation with you. I hired a PI to do a very thorough background check on you before I agreed to work with you. I'm not going to work with anyone who would torpedo his or her own campaign over such a frivolous thing as an extramarital affair."
"At least you believe me. But if I'm going to turn this into a positive, I need to convince Nadia that it's not true, and it's not going to be easy."
"However mad she might be in the moment, she still wants to be the First Lady. And I know she'd be a damn good one, too. You've at least got that going for you."
"I've got a few other tricks up my sleeve, too." Later that afternoon, Doyle entered his bedroom with a bowl of strawberry ice cream drizzled in chocolate, Nadia's favorite. She was curled up on their love seat, head buried in a pillow, a sea of wadded tissues littered across the floor beneath her.
"Nadia, honey, I brought you something." He approached her. She peeked over the top of the pillow.
"You're going to need more than my favorite ice cream to fix this, Cameron."
He put the tray down and eased onto the other side of the love seat. "Let me ask you a question." She didn't respond. "Do you still love me?"
"I did. I mean, I do, which is why this hurts so much."
"Well, will you please listen to my perspective for a moment?"
"You think I'm being unreasonable, don't you? Did Max send you in here to convince me to come around so you could save your precious campaign? And for what, so I can be humiliated again in public by my faithless husband?"
Doyle looked at his wife and couldn't help but feel for her. Everything appeared terrible, and he understood how she assumed it was all true. The fact that she was obviously hurting stung him. So did the fact that she had yet to allow him to give his perspective. He picked up his cell phone and navigated to a file on it.
"I know you probably don't want to hear anything from me right now, but would you do one thing for me, right now?" She blew her nose and sniffled, offering a half-hearted shrug. He held out his phone. "I spoke with the manager of the restaurant where this picture was taken, and he downloaded the security footage from that night for me. I wanted to show you that it's not at all what it seems." She took the device and watched the clip. When it finished, she handed the phone back to him.
"So, it was all a lie?"
"The image was contrived. In fact, we'd caught Chelsea spying on our campaign and reporting back to Jennifer Funk's staff what we were doing. I'm not sure where Emma fit into all this, but she was definitely planted there. After we found out about Chelsea, we fed her some faulty information. We've been trying to use her against them, which is why they hired Maverick Alder. And, oh, never mind. You don't care about all these details. But what you really need to know is that none of it is true." Then Nadia began sobbing again. "It's okay, honey. I don't blame you. I understand."
"Cameron, I don't know if I can go on doing this. Between terrorists trying to kill you and political enemies doing their best to split us up, I don't know how much longer I can stand this."
"Like it or not, it's our life now. It's never going to go away unless we flip the script on its head and seize control of this narrative before it runs amok. Would you be willing to do that with me?" Nadia dried her eyes.
"You really think we can get these bastards back?"
"If we do nothing, they win. And you've never been the kind of woman to let anyone walk over you. Be ruthless, Nadia, right now, and we'll do it together."
"Okay." She embraced Doyle. "Let me fix my face, and then you tell Max I want to go scorched earth at the press conference."
2 hours later, Doyle held Nadia's hand as they strode together onto a podium and stood behind a lectern. After a brief statement, Doyle gestured toward a television screen on the wall behind them and played the security footage from the restaurant. He paused it at the exact moment the image was taken, superimposing it on the screen for a few seconds before continuing.
"My husband's honor has been sullied by bad faith actors," Nadia said after the video ended. "And I won't stand for it. We're going to fight these accusations in the same way we're going to fight for America. Bare-knuckled and no holds barred. And it's not a fight we're going to lose either."
Doyle resisted the urge to smile. Nadia gave the performance of a lifetime, so much so that she might have just placed the final death knell in Jennifer Funk's political coffin. Chapter 33. Adu City, Maldives, Demon Point. Barrett navigated the rental SUV through the tight streets of Adu City as they left their hotel. The air conditioning unit in the vehicle was broken, something the man at the desk warned them about when Barrett put down his deposit. According to the clerk, Barrett should be grateful there were any vehicles to rent in such an isolated place. His eyes bulged as he looked at the bill. "This is robbery," Barrett said as he looked at Stone and Watts while gesturing to the bill. The clerk smiled.
"Welcome to Adu City."
The searing sun overhead, combined with the high humidity, led to Barrett sweating within minutes of beginning to drive, even with the window rolled down to allow air to circulate. With a meeting scheduled for later that evening with Russian arms dealer Alexei Ivanov at Demon Point on the north end of the island, the team wanted to get a good feel for the terrain where they planned to ambush him. Barrett looked skyward and wished he was on Norfolk Lake, reeling in largemouth bass. Visiting Maldives wasn't anything he thought he'd be doing, now or ever. One of the most dangerous places in the world, populated with some of the most ruthless criminals in a largely unregulated region, made writing tourism brochures for the island nation a formidable challenge. If Barrett wanted sunny beaches, he had much better options than an atoll crawling with unhinged terrorists and evil oligarchs. A shiver reverberated up and down his spine as he glanced out the window and saw a well-traveled pickup carrying a flag emblazoned with the ISIS logo flapping in the Maldivian breeze. Other atolls welcomed tourists with resort-like accommodations that Westerners were accustomed to enjoying elsewhere, but not in Adu City. Barrett imagined this was what it felt like to ride into Dodge City. Outlaws huddled on every corner, sizing up each person as a potential score. Shootouts that occurred so frequently that people barely sought cover when such confrontations broke out. Lawmen who were more corrupt than the crooks, and in an instant, the phrase, "get the hell out of Dodge," took on a new meaning. He couldn't wait to leave. But that wasn't an option, at least not until they got what they came for. As Barrett drove down a narrow stretch of paved highway, he noticed several technicals, albeit their guns unmanned. There were also armed guards patrolling every building, both public and private. The whole island looked like a powder keg, with everyone just waiting for a reason to open fire.
"Either of you ever been here?"
If it wasn't absolutely necessary for me to be here right now, I wouldn't be. That's pretty much how I feel, too. I can handle plenty, but this place looks like the set of Mad Max, if it were set on an island. What are the chances that Hakim was setting us up? Watts asked, maybe trying to get one final laugh from the grave.
I doubt it, Barrett said. At the time he thought he was going to live. Stone let out a low whistle, drawing the attention of Barrett and Watts. What is it?
Would you look at that handheld rocket launcher on that guy?
Stone nodded at a man pacing the roof of a building on their left.
I heard that's how they deal with speeding in Maldives, Watt said. That guy's a copy, and he just blasts you off your motorcycle.
Barrett chuckled.
That's funny, but this is no laughing matter, Stone said. If casuals on this island,
there are no casuals on Maldives, only hardened criminals and terrorists, Barrett interrupted.
Okay, but still, if people are just walking around in the open while carrying some of that state-of-the-art equipment, we need to be careful tonight.
We're just going to grab Ivanov, make him tell us the account numbers or tell us the identity of the person buying all these weapons for Al-Qatala, and then drop him off, Barrett said. We really don't want to get into a shootout with these guys.
Based on the palpable tension the second we arrived on this island, I'd say it doesn't matter whether we want one or not, because we're going to get one, Watt said.
In the distance, gunfire rang out. A brief exchange followed before the air fell silent, making Barrett wonder what happened. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he was willing to bet somebody had been shot.
The sooner we get off this island, the better, Stone said. I feel like to be comfortable here, we need at least 12 operatives with us.
Well, that's why we get paid the big bucks. Now, does everyone understand what you're doing tonight? Watts and Stone both nodded.
This better work, she said. Just don't panic. We'll be fine, Stone said.
Barrett liked the confidence in Stone's voice. Whether he agreed was a different matter entirely. Just after nightfall, Barrett drove toward Demon Point, letting Stone and Watts get out about a half-mile away. He drove slowly, giving them time to get in position. Barrett checked his watch after a minute and decided to park and wait before continuing. 5 minutes later, he resumed his drive to Demon Point, a shoreline craggy in parts with a deep beach that buttressed against a wooded area full of tropical trees. The tide washed back and forth across the sand as it began to go out. When Barrett rumbled up to the area 15 minutes early, he found a convoy comprised of 3 SUVs parked in a line. Barrett drove up close to the vehicles. Initially, he parked between them and the water, but a man with a machine gun climbed out of one of the other SUVs and gestured for Barrett to park on the other side, putting him between Ivanov's vehicle and the water. In the event that the interaction went south, Barrett would have nowhere but the ocean for means of an escape. Barrett adjusted his disguise, his hair covered with a beanie, his eyes brown with colored contacts, and a neatly cropped costume beard covering most of his face. He wore dark-rimmed glasses, which were equipped with a camera that streamed images to Watt's computer.
"You know, Barrett, you look sort of handsome as an arms dealer," Watt said over the comms.
"If you'd like to try your terrorist pickup lines on me, we can go to the bar later," Barrett said. "But they're going to need some work."
Barrett practiced his South African accent before putting his SUV into park and ambling over to Ivanov. The arms dealer was flanked by a trio of bodyguards and cradled the Rottweiler puppy Barrett remembered from the yacht. Ivanov didn't offer a hand as Barrett approached, instead casting a wary look at him. The guards reached for their weapons before Ivanov held out a hand, a gesture they understood to stand down. Barrett nodded at the dog.
"Rottweilers are a good breed," he said.
"They're a necessary breed," Ivanov corrected. The puppy lifted its head and growled as if on cue, then it slumped back down into Ivanov's arms.
"Well, Mr. Ivanov, your reputation precedes you, and I look forward to conducting business with you."
Ivanov squinted as he studied Barrett.
"Mr. de Boer, our mutual acquaintance, Mr. Rahimi, speaks very highly of you and your, how should I put it, your disruptive efforts."
"I do appreciate you making the time to meet with me today. And how convenient that we both happened to be in the area. I look forward to a long and fruitful relationship."
"You need certain tools. I provide them. Don't think the kind of business we're going to be conducting will be anything more than that. Understand?"
"Absolutely," Barrett said. "I just know that we have mutual goals, and you have a way to equip the group of mercenaries I've gathered."
"Then let's get down to business, shall we?"
Ivanov said with a smile.
"Follow me."
The Russian led Barrett around to the back of the SUV.
"What's he doing?"
chirped Stone on the comms.
"You're out of our sight line."
Barrett held his hand flat against the side of his leg, signaling that he wasn't in any perceived danger. Ivanov pushed a button on the key fob, and the middle SUV's tailgate swung open. Stowed in the cargo space were several crates filled with a new type of grenade that had charges nested inside the initial shrapnel that exploded and unleashed a second wave of shrapnel. Ivanov called them smart grenades and explained that they were designed to do 10 times the damage of standard grenades.
"It's increasingly more difficult to get explosives into crowded spaces due to the changing technology of scanners," Ivanov said. "But the coating placed on these smart grenades make them impervious to any detection devices."
"Hakim told me that you were the best. This is exactly what we need for our upcoming attack." Ivanov nodded. "So what do we need to do to initiate this transaction?" Barrett asked.
Ivanov laughed and wagged a finger. "Mr. de Boer, if you learned anything from our mutual friend, it's that I never strike a deal without a demonstration."
"A demonstration? Here? Now?"
"Of course,"
Ivanov said as he plucked one of the smart grenades from the foam cushion protecting it and marched towards 2 of his men who'd stepped out of the lead SUV and were setting up a makeshift barrier. Barrett made a fist and hoped Stone and Watts noticed it, but without any response from Stone, Barrett grew concerned.
"Now, this is why we didn't want you to park on the side of the woods when you arrived. We didn't want to damage your vehicle. And so you'll soon see, this grenade can do an immense amount of damage.
Moments later, a tow truck rumbled onto Demon Point, dragging a rusted-out car behind it. The SUVs also began to move, all getting parallel behind the barrier, which Ivanov explained had bulletproof glass for them to view the explosion.
It's going to get a little messy, Ivanov said. We'll be fine here, but that car and everything clear to the woods is going to be sprayed with shrapnel. It should seriously injure, if not kill, anyone within a 50-meter radius of the first detonation point.
Sounds like it's going to be a chore to clean up. This really isn't necessary. I've seen footage of these smoke grenades.
But it's nothing like seeing it in person. Now, get ready.
Barrett slid to the edge of the barrier and made a fist again. Still no response from Stone or Watts. Thinking quickly, Barrett put his hand on Ivanov's shoulder.
"If we're going to do this, will you let me have the honors?" Barrett asked.
Ivanov eyed Barrett carefully.
"Have you operated one of these before?"
the Russian asked. Barrett shook his head.
"But there's no time like the present to learn, right?"
Ivanov sighed before launching into a brief tutorial before Barrett heard a faint crackling noise in his earbuds.
"Barrett, problems, issues, new position," Stone said.
Barrett couldn't make out what Stone was saying, but he was out of time as Ivanov placed the device into his hand.
"You're up, Mr. de Boer."
"What would you suggest for the focal point?"
Barrett asked, invoking the code phrase for Stone and Watts. But instead of raining down bullets on Ivanov's guards, silence.
"I suggest tossing the grenade onto the roof. The shrapnel is launched 360 degrees, as well as up and down. No direction is safe. Most importantly, you get to witness the comprehensive damage these devices can do. Now, go ahead. Don't be shy."
Barrett felt sweat beating up on his forehead. Throwing the explosive device in the direction of Stone and Watts could prove deadly, but suddenly refusing to do so could also result in Ivanov becoming suspicious and reaching an unpleasant resolution on the spot. But without any response from Barrett's colleagues, he just knew something was very wrong, and he had to do something about it. His mind whirred as he considered a number of scenarios. While he was still thinking, Ivanov clamped down on Barrett's hand.
"Hold on for just a moment."
Ivanov pushed a phone against his ear.
"Just now?"
he said to the person on the other end.
"Are you sure they're together? Bring them to me. We'll take care of this immediately."
Barrett's mouth went dry while the rest of his body felt like it was a dam springing 1,000 leaks at once. Without Stone and Watts, the plan to capture Ivanov was doomed. Never mind that there was a very good possibility Ivanov would shoot all three of them and dump their bodies in the ocean. Ivanov tightened his grip on Barrett's wrist and then handed the phone back to one of his guards, but Barrett had one play. Ivanov held out his free hand.
"Perhaps I better take that."
Barrett feigned as if he was going to comply before he jerked his arm out of Ivanov's grasp and activated the grenade. He tossed it underneath the middle SUV that had all the devices inside before shoving Ivanov to the other side of the protective barrier. Both men dove into the dirt and out of the radius of the blast when it detonated. The first explosion hurtled shrapnel in every direction, including the undercarriage of the SUV and the gas tank. A second later it exploded, the back end tipping up toward the front. Most of Ivanov's men didn't react quickly enough, giving Barrett an opportunity to witness the destructive power of the smart grenade. The guards fell like dominoes, some of them dead before they hit the ground. A thin layer of dust hung in the air while a fire crackled and ravaged the SUV. Then a second explosion from the vehicle caught the other two SUVs on fire. The driver of the lead SUV survived the blast but staggered out, distancing himself from the vehicle. The other driver wasn't as fortunate. Barrett's ears rang as he eased up onto his hands and knees, trying to determine if it was safe to stand up. He glanced at Ivanov, who was paralyzed in shock, and then reached for the dead guard's body and dragged it behind the barrier. Barrett searched the man and removed a gun with an extra magazine as well as a cell phone. Then Barrett heard a faint crackling in his ear for a few seconds, and then a clearer voice, one belonging to Stone.
"Bear, are you still there?"
"Alive and kicking. I thought you were—"
"Two armed guards patrolling the area captured us, but the blast caught them by surprise, so we used that to our advantage and fought back and overtook them. I'll give you the details later. We're coming to get you."
"Better hurry. I don't know what I'm dealing with here, but I've got Ivanov with me." Barrett heard their SUV roar to life. He turned toward Ivanov, who looked like he was struggling to process the events over the previous 2 minutes. "Don't worry, we'll have you out of here in no time so you won't have to deal with this mess anymore." He grabbed Ivanov by the back of his collar and shoved him forward before training the newly procured weapon on him. Then Barrett sidestepped toward another guard, plucked another gun and magazine from the man's coat. Next, Barrett loosened a tie from around the guard's neck and then used it to secure Ivanov's hands behind him.
"Who are you, and why are you doing this?"
"You're about to get all your questions answered. Now, just sit tight for a minute until my friends get here, and then I'll explain everything." Ivanov studied Barrett's face as if speed reading a book. Barrett took a quick peek toward the road where he heard the SUV rumbling toward them. Ivanov lunged forward, attempting to headbutt Barrett, but he dodged a direct hit and proceeded to pistol-whip the arms dealer, rendering him unconscious. Barrett drove his knee into Ivanov's chest, pinning him to the ground in case he woke up and attempted to gain his freedom again. With the sound of the SUV's engine growing nearer, Barrett looked through the dusty layer settling onto the beach and surrounding tide to see Stone barreling toward them. He skidded to a stop a few feet away and then hustled out with Watts to escort Ivanov into the back row of the SUV. Before they finished, Barrett heard the sound of motorcycles roaring toward them.
"We gotta get out of here."
Stone scrambled back to the front of the SUV and put it in drive, tires spinning and sand spewing as they left Demon Point. Dodging debris that had been scattered over the area, Stone made it back to the main road, while Barrett scanned for motorcycles.
"Think those are Ivanov's men?"
Watts asked, nodding in the direction of the bikes.
"You're all going to die,"
Ivanov chirped from the back. Barrett ignored him and zeroed in on the two men on motorcycles, both of them armed.
"You've got to shake them," Barrett said.
"I'll handle the driving," Stone said. "You and Watts need to fend them off. They're not going to risk hitting Ivanov." Ivanov laughed heartily, the sound carrying all the way to the front.
"Is something funny?"
Watts asked. Ivanov, still grinning, nodded.
"You're the ones who are going to die."
Moments later, Ivanov ducked as the two hostiles peppered the SUV with a few shots to introduce themselves.
"Think the rental place is going to charge us extra?" Barrett asked.
"Not if we're all dead," Watts replied. The men roared up next to the vehicle, one near the driver's side door, the other at the back.
"They're trying to determine where he is in the vehicle," Barrett said, peering out of the tinted windows. "If you can go faster, we can keep them at bay. As long as they can't see him, we'll be fine."
More gunfire erupted. Barrett ducked down, as did Watts, while Stone crouched as low as he could in the seat. He glanced at the mirror and shook his head.
"I'm not sure if I can lose them. But I thought you said—" "Never mind what I said. Just take care of them."
Stone slowed as he navigated around a tight corner which had a long line of oncoming traffic and forced the hostile on the side to fall back behind them. Barrett and Watts rolled down their window and opened fire on the men. They weaved back and forth, slowing and then speeding up in an unpredictable fashion. Moments later, the traffic moving in the opposite direction subsided, and one of the motorcyclists zoomed up along the driver's side. As the man drew his weapon, Stone jerked the steering wheel toward the center line and the oncoming motorcycle. The hostile whipped into the other lane and right into the path of an oncoming truck. Metal crunched as the truck smashed into the motorcycle, catapulting the man into a small clump of trees. At that moment, another motorcycle roared up behind them.
"Where are they coming from?" "You'll never get away," Ivanov growled.
With two motorcycles trailing them, Barrett and Watts opened fire again. After a brief exchange, Barrett hit one of the hostiles, sending him skidding across the pavement. Stone then slowed as they approached a sharp corner, exposing the final cyclist behind them. However, they were passing a large park full of children just behind them. "Hold your fire!" Barrett screamed. "I see them!" Then a sudden whoosh of air from the back arrested Barrett's attention. He spun around to see the tailgate window open. Ivanov was gone. Barrett craned his neck around the side of the SUV to see the Russian staggering to his feet in the middle of the road. The motorcycle stopped, and Ivanov threw his leg over the seat before they lurched forward and sped off in the opposite direction. Barrett cursed and slammed his fist against the side of the door. "Want to go after them?" Stone asked. "We'd be walking into a trap. We'll figure out another way to get to Ivanov." Chapter 34. Miami. 2 days later, Barrett stood on the balcony of his condo, nursing a cup of coffee while the sun rose. He was still irked over losing Ivanov, though it wasn't like he had time to do anything else to secure the Russian given the situation. If 3 of Ivanov's goons could have been summoned so quickly, Barrett could only imagine what would have happened if they had stuck around Maldives. He viewed his ability to understand when it was time to cut his losses as a critical skill, one that was oftentimes imperative to survival. Always have an exit plan. Barrett had to give Ivanov his due. The arms dealer had found an exit when it didn't seem like one was available. Jumping out of the SUV while it was still rolling was gutsy, but it wasn't like there were any other choices for him. Barrett only wished he could have foreseen how the scenario would play out. Yet his team had escaped themselves and would regroup. He knew Stone would see this mission through. But Jasmine? He wasn't sure how committed she was, but as long as the money wasn't in her bank account, he knew she'd stick with them. But keeping everyone succinctly motivated and figuring out how to get to Ivanov was easy compared to the biggest problem looming over him. Barrett sat down and inhaled the aroma of his Costa Rican coffee wafting upward. The lifeguard flags signaling the water was safe flapped in the breeze on the beach below. The sun had just fully eased over the horizon, and already college students in beachwear were streaming across the sand in search of the best place to set up for the day. "Ah, college spring break," Watt said as she joined Barrett on the porch. "I remember those days." "Well, I remember the idea of going on spring break. What happened while I was there? Not so much." "I didn't have time for that when I was in college. I was too focused on getting myself in shape to do all this." She glanced at his stomach, his abs faintly outlined by his tight shirt. "You did all right for yourself?" "Talking about the job or my physique?" "Do I have to choose?" He gestured for her to have a seat next to him. Swaddled in a blanket and wearing a pair of flannel pajamas with pink furry slippers, she plopped down and stretched out her legs. "Careful. If Grant hears you talk like that, he might get the wrong idea." "There are no wrong ideas here. For either of you. I'm here for the money, not your washboard abs." "You at least have a choice. Unfortunately, I don't have any such luxury." "Maybe not, but I gotta say that faking your own death and assuming someone else's identity is a gutsy move. I'm not sure if I could have done that. And I'm a hermit who lives in the woods on an island hardly anyone visits." Barrett took a sip of his coffee and stared out at the water. "It's not easy. There are people involved, people with feelings." "Ugh, feelings are so overrated and never reliable." "Not sure I agree with that sentiment entirely, but that doesn't stop people from having them, including someone very close to Slade Gordon." Lines creased Watt's forehead. "You actually care about someone's feelings regarding him after what he tried to do to you?" "You make it sound so simple, but it's much more complicated." "Complicated? What's so complicated about the fact that you had to kill a guy in order to survive, and now you don't care what people think about the guy because he was a literal backstabbing asshole?" "It's his sister." She arched an eyebrow. "His sister? You're worried about his sister?" "I think you're forgetting that Slade and I were friends, good friends, and I knew everyone in his family. I'd met both his parents before they died in an accident while we were in training. And at their funeral I met Grace, Slade's younger sister. She adored him, and the three of us went camping together a few times. She's spunky and adventurous, and—
Whoa. That tone in your voice.
She let her word hang for a moment. What are you talking about, tone in my voice?
You like her, don't you?
Who, me? Like Grace? Nah, of course not. Besides, that would be a serious violation of the bro code.
I think you don't have to worry about breaking any codes with him anymore.
Maybe not, but still. I kind of think of her more like a little sister, myself. The little sister I
never had.
Watts finished his thought.
I know. Your mouth is saying one thing, but I'm not convinced.
Not convinced about what?
It's okay. I know you like her.
That's just not true. Barrett tried to muster up as much conviction as he could. It couldn't be further from the truth.
You keep trying to convince yourself of that, but you're only kidding yourself.
Barrett sighed. The reality is, I'm in a little bit of a pickle with Grace. She left 2 messages now on Slade's phone, which I know he told her only to use in case something was really wrong, or she had an emergency.
Do you feel compelled to run to her rescue?
Barrett swatted carelessly at the air. I'm more concerned over the fact that she might report him missing to the authorities, thereby putting me in danger.
All right.
Resigning herself to the possibility that Barrett was telling the truth, Watts continued.
I might believe that. So, what's the problem?
For starters, I can't just call her up and say, "Hey, Grace, just wanted to let you know that your brother is fine, and I'm not dead." That's not going to fly. Way too many follow-up questions in that scenario.
You've obviously thought about this, yet you don't have any viable ideas? Doesn't sound like you in the short time we've been working together. You always have an idea.
This time isn't any different either. I have an idea. It's a little risky, but I think it'll quell her curiosity if I can pull it off. But I'm going to need your help, in a big way.
Just tell me what you need. Anything to stymie those feelings of yours.
Later that afternoon, Barrett was jolted awake by Jasmine crooning from the dining room while swaying back and forth with a celebratory dance. He chuckled at the sight, unsure how someone as athletic as her lacked any semblance of rhythm. Stone, who'd been at the beach researching Ivanov, shook his head. "Jas, no, just no. How many times have I told you that whatever this is that you're doing is not pleasant on the eyes? 500, 600?
37. But do you think I care? Well, I don't, because I just finished creating a voice AI simulator for old Slade Gordon. We can make him say anything, and I can even make Barrett sound like him in real time. Come on, check it out."
She placed a quarter-sized adhesive to Barrett's neck, just below his Adam's apple.
"Now, just give it a second."
She rushed back over to his computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Then she hit a final key emphatically and folded her arms.
"We're ready to go,"
she said with a ram nod. "What do you want me to say?" Barrett said, his eyes widening as he realized he sounded different. I sound just like him. This is amazing."
"But how do you plan on hiding that thing?"
Stone pointed at the device adhered to Barrett's neck.
"He could wear a sweater or a turtleneck. That should do the trick."
"But what are you going to do when it's the middle of summer, or when he's in the water?" "We'll figure it out. It's not like we have to have all the answers today, but we do need to be able to send Grace a voice message, one that she'll believe is legitimately coming from her brother."
"Let's just get this over with."
Watts slid into her chair at the dining room table and slapped the seat next to her.
"Come on, Bear. Pop a squat."
Stone eyed them closely.
"Wait a minute. Come on, Bear. That's my nickname for him, not yours. You can't call him that."
"What about washboard?" Can I call him Washboard? Or do you have dibs on calling him that, too? Washboard? Where the hell did you get a silly name like...
Stone stopped as Barrett lifted up his shirt, revealing his well-defined abs and shrugging nonchalantly.
Okay. Is there something going on that you two need to tell me about? Because the last time I checked...
Simmer down, Grant. There's nothing going on except Jazz's admiration of my muscles. Grant, who wasn't wearing a shirt, pointed at his abs.
You think these are chopped liver? I work hard to keep my abs looking like this, too.
Watts rolled her eyes, then cast a sideways glance at Barrett.
I told you I hated feelings, and he's got way too many of them right now.
I'm sure you'll feel differently, Stone said, as he dropped a stack of documents onto the table in front of them, when you hear what I found out about how we're going to get to Ivanov. Barrett picked up the papers and glanced at them. Great work, but there's something I need to do first that requires me going away for a couple days.
Related to our mission?
Sort of. It's all about keeping my cover. Without my cover, there's no mission, and without a mission, there's no money.
And we're not about to lose out on all this money, are we? Watts said as she slapped Stone playfully on the arm. I mean, we haven't been risking life and limb because it's fun, right?
Of course not. Stone sighed and then sauntered out onto the balcony. Now, where were we? Over the next 10 minutes, Watts recorded Barrett's message for Grace, a voice message they were going to put on her phone. It was a way for Barrett to squelch the situation without unmasking himself. He cleared his throat and read the voice message he wanted to send to Grace's phone. Watts stared at her screen and then nodded knowingly at Barrett, who began speaking. Hey, Grace. Sorry I've been out of touch for a while, but I can't be on air long without it endangering me. And you, too. Anyway, all I wanted to say was that I've been getting the messages you've sent me, but I'm not going to be available for a while, maybe even a very long while. And although I know that's not what you want to hear, I'm going to send someone to explain everything, if you can be patient. I won't tell you who yet, but you'll know him when you see him. Watts beamed.
Excellent. I'll get this to Grace's phone right away.
Barrett thanked her before he turned toward his room to pack.
Hey, Washboard, you forgot something.
He turned around in time to see a small device flying at him. He snatched it out of the air with one hand.
Maybe I should call you Reflex, Watts said. Don't forget that.
He looked at the device in his hand, the one used to modulate his voice in person. I thought you said there were some kinks to work out.
That's on the software end. I'll send the software updates to your phone. And if you're going to assume someone's identity, you might want to keep that in case you have to assume his voice.
He pocketed the device and started packing. Chapter 35, Washington, D.C. As his favorite James Taylor song played through his truck's audio system, Barrett kept time with the beat by tapping on his steering wheel. He adjusted the visor, protecting the left side of the cab from the late afternoon sun streaming in his window and hampering his peripheral vision. He merged onto the Beltway, grateful to be traveling against the flow of traffic. After a long road trip driving north up the eastern seaboard along I-95, he was ready to rest and relax. But that would have to wait. An unexpected message the night before from his contact had altered his plans. Instead of driving to Charlottesville to meet with Grace Gordon, he needed to make a pit stop in Washington to meet with his contact face-to-face to discuss the issues with the current mission. Initially, Barrett had been tasked with protecting Senator Doyle against an assassination plot. It hadn't been smooth, but Barrett had eventually squelched the cell and eliminated its leader in Hakeem Rahimi. The next step of the mission had shifted to finding out who was funding these attacks, but a new development downgraded the urgency of learning who the financial backer was. The contact had called Barrett and told him that new chatter captured by various intelligence agencies suggested that Al-Qatala was redoubling its efforts and sending more operatives with an even deadlier scheme in the works. And while the FBI and Homeland Security were pursuing leads, the contact's boss wanted a dedicated agent to stop this next potential threat. However, the contact was worried about Barrett. Rather, he was worried about the man he believed to be Gordon. Barrett hoped that he hadn't been exposed. That was always a risk from the moment he started his scheme. Risky as it was better than the alternative. Or so he thought. At the time, he hadn't considered there being any other viable alternative. And he was right. But maybe, just maybe, there was a way out before he got in too deep. All day as he drove, he pondered an idea. What if he made the contact disappear? Based on what Barrett had been able to ascertain, the contact was the only person who could reach him. The levels of secrecy insulated the military brass, or whoever was directing the clandestine group, from any type of inquiries, likely living by the mantra, "The less I know, the better." But could the director find out if he wanted to, if he needed to? Because Barrett was almost certain that the man wouldn't just shrug if his main handler were to go missing. Surely he would pursue justice. And then what? Did Barrett want to invite a secret operations group to a game of cat and mouse? If he managed to kill the contact, Barrett realized he'd be right back where he was if he'd just admitted he killed Slade Gordon in self-defense. The mysterious they would come after him until he was dead. His belief in that fact hadn't wavered since the first few minutes after he'd killed Gordon. No, he had to meet the contact and sell him on the fact that not only was he Slade Gordon, but that he was also more than competent when it came to carrying out these missions. But the truth was, for all of Barrett's training, he simply wasn't as seasoned as Gordon, who'd had years to hone his craft. Barrett felt confident he was up for the task, but needed some time, needed some experience. On this particular mission, he was getting it, a veritable baptism by fire. He'd made mistakes, no doubt, but his results spoke for themselves. One highly trained agent killed and one awakened sleeper cell eliminated. Then there was the presidential candidate's life, who Barrett saved. If he thought about it too much, he knew his head might swell. He was only one misstep away from being outed as an impostor, one misstep from being killed, one misstep from vanishing without a trace. Despite all his success, Barrett reminded himself that he could be humbled in an instant, and all it would take would be for Gordon's contact to question his identity. Barrett pulled into the parking lot of the hotel he'd booked for the night and checked in. He spent an hour working on his appearance and making sure he looked as close to Gordon as possible, right down to the brown mole on his left cheek. Barrett's dyed blonde hair was still neatly cropped, just like Gordon's had been, a habitual artifact they'd both retained from their time in the Air Force. They both had blue eyes, though Barrett's were lighter if he was splitting hairs. And he needed to split hairs. However, he decided that sunglasses would be a good workaround, even though by the time he was scheduled to meet with the contact it'd be at dusk. After Barrett was satisfied that he could pass for Gordon in low light, he drove 2 miles to the park and followed the protocol for their rendezvous. The sun's last gasp on Washington pierced the leafless trees just enough that Barrett could make out the man sitting on a bench facing the water and tossing breadcrumbs to hungry ducks. The contact wore a vintage Montreal Expos baseball cap turned backward and a dark blue hoodie. But as Barrett drew closer, his breath hitched. He recognized the contact. Barrett cursed under his breath, unsure if he should keep on walking. He could just text him and tell him that he'd gotten stuck in traffic, maybe buy a little more time for darkness to fall. Of all the people, once Barrett stopped to think about it, it made sense. After all, Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Simpson had been the one in charge of their assessments. He'd been the one who told Barrett he wasn't good enough and slotted him for a quick exit from the program and, consequently, the Air Force. Not once had it dawned on Barrett that Simpson was possibly the contact, and that fact made Barrett even more nervous. He stopped and meandered in the opposite direction, fidgeting with the voice modulator hidden beneath his turtleneck. He's gonna know. Barrett took cover behind an oak tree and took a deep breath. If he tried to run, he would only be inviting more scrutiny. He couldn't just walk away. Not now. Not after everything he'd been through. Not after dragging Stone and Watts into the mess. And Barrett wasn't entirely sure that Watts wouldn't expose him if he couldn't pay her. Barrett could take solace in one thing. Even if Simpson suspected something was off, he wouldn't kill Barrett in the open. Simpson wasn't the forgiving type when Barrett served under him, and he doubted the lieutenant colonel had changed. There would be some reprieve, some time to try and make an escape, or maybe time to do something drastic. Barrett decided to do the responsible thing and go accept his fate like a man, maybe a stupid man. After a deep breath, he returned his walk to the bench where Simpson sat, pinching bread from half a loaf, resting on the bench next to him. He didn't even look up as Barrett approached. "Is this how you pass the time?" Barrett asked.
"Are you going to say that every single time we meet here?"
Barrett resisted the urge to smile as he sat down at the other end of the bench. When he and Gordon were together, they always told new acquaintances that they were brothers, if not in spirit, somehow through a distant relative. They'd been alike in so many different ways, except for one, at least according to Lieutenant Colonel Simpson. Gordon had that killer instinct, the kind that allowed him to be an effective operative for years, and Simpson was right, at the time. But something had been awakened in Barrett the moment he slipped his K-bar knife into the back of Gordon's neck on Norfolk Lake. The inhibitions Barrett had about killing others was melting away like the snow after a long winter. What had been hidden for so long was finally revealing itself more with each passing day. Barrett cleared his throat and leaned forward, hands clasped in front of him as he glanced at Simpson, still engaged in his menial task that had attracted a large crowd of ducks.
"Can I help feed them, mister?"
a boy about 6 years old asked with his hand open. Simpson handed over the rest of his bread and tousled the boy's hair.
"Knock yourself out, kid,"
he said. The boy broke into a broad smile before dashing off to his parents, waiting farther down the bank.
"You see what I did there?"
Simpson asked. Barrett said nothing, awaiting the imminent explanation.
"I empowered that young boy to do something. That's literally my job, to empower operatives to do what they're best at, which leads me to the most pressing question I have. It's the whole reason we're meeting like this. Where is Slade Gordon?"
Barrett swallowed hard and tried to stay calm, a Bible verse from his childhood flashing through his mind.
"Even a fool is thought to be wise when he keeps his mouth shut. Don't say anything. You see, the Slade Gordon I know wouldn't have lost Ivanov in the Maldives. The Slade Gordon I know would have given me more operational updates. The Slade Gordon I know, I could go on and on, but I think you catch my drift. I want to know where Slade Gordon is. What did you do with him?"
Barrett felt his pulse rising, his face hot as he ushed red. His only saving grace was the fact that it was almost dark.
"Did you stuff him in a closet somewhere? Leave him drunk in a bar? Because I'm finding a hard time believing that the Slade Gordon I know is struggling to complete this mission."
Barrett kept quiet, his lips forming a tight, straight line.
"Now, we're running out of time in catching the terrorists responsible for these attacks on Senator Doyle, so I want you to go home and find Slade Gordon. Find the Slade Gordon who worked with incredible efficiency, not this inept version of yourself. I want slayin' Slade. I want the guy who killed a prime minister and a terrorist leader in the same day on 2 different continents."
Simpson stopped with a faint smile.
"If I didn't know any better, I'd say you turned into Blake Barrett, all bluster and no bite."
Barrett forced a chuckle, all while resisting the urge to punch Simpson.
"No, stay disciplined. Revenge will be sweet. There's a large envelope taped to the bottom of this bench. After I leave, I want you to remove it, pour over all the documents contained inside, and find out who the bastard is who's paying Alcatala's bills. And then do what you do best."
Barrett nodded, still remaining mum.
"That's it,"
Simpson continued.
Resolve that for me and you can move on. We can move on. Understand?"
Barrett nodded and then watched Simpson get up and vanish down a nearby walking path. Nearly a full minute passed before Barrett drew in a deep breath. He wasn't about to celebrate the fact that he'd survived an encounter with his handler, a former commander no less, at least not until he knew the man was truly gone. There was a lot to process about their interaction, starting with how Simpson maintained disdain for him. But what did it matter in the big picture? Barrett couldn't hold a grudge. He just needed to prove Simpson wrong, if that was even possible. Barrett doubted it. He would simply have to sharpen his skills and do better, just like Simpson suggested. And Barrett wasn't sure that was going to happen so quickly. Barrett walked briskly back to his vehicle before he opened the envelope and started reading. Then he saw the big request, so much so that it almost jumped off the page for him.
"You want me to do what?"
Barrett said aloud to himself. Chapter 36. Charlottesville, Virginia. Barrett puttered along Ruby Road, admiring the grandeur of the antebellum architecture along both sides, as well as the signs of a burgeoning spring. College students, burdened by bulging backpacks, labored along the sidewalk heading to and from class. He couldn't help but appreciate the pervasive atmosphere around the University of Virginia campus, the feeling that after completing one's studies, the future was waiting to be written, and it was going to be one marked by triumph. But Grace Gordon didn't share this same sentiment, though Barrett understood why after hanging out with her at the family's lake house on several occasions. Aside from a few recent graduates who wanted to squeeze another year or two out of the rich party scene, most 26-year-olds had left Charlottesville to apply their costly degrees and pursue fortune. But not Grace. She had been a standout gymnast at the school, excelling as an All-American and flirting with making the U.S. Olympic team. During her time in school, she had basked in the attention both on campus and at other events. Aspiring young gymnasts sought her autograph after meets. The school's athletic department plastered action shots of her on billboards around the city. Journalists clamored to interview her, hoping to write a fawning piece about an icon in the university's athletic program. And then, upon graduation, it was all gone. The fame, the glitz, the accolades. She had to revert to being a stripped-down version of Grace Gordon, something she had groused about when Barrett had hung out with her and her brother. Slade had encouraged her to coach or do something else with her life, but she refused. Instead, she worked at a coffee shop on campus, intent on soaking up the quintessential college experience that she'd missed out on while focusing on her studies and her athletic pursuits. Barrett didn't agree with Grace's decision, but it made sense to him. Yet he thought a woman as vibrant, intelligent, talented, and attractive as Grace was simply wasting the kind of intangibles most people would give anything to have. She was the kind of person who needed purpose in her life to push her to new heights, a purpose that was gone after completing her eligibility. She needed something new to pursue. Barrett parked along a side street and checked his watch as he meandered along the path leading to the coffee shop she worked at. Waiting for her shift to end, he sat on a bench, hat pulled down low across his brow, sunglasses shielding his eyes. 5 minutes later, she put her shoulder into the door and stumbled outside, a satchel thrown over one shoulder while trying to balance a full drink carrier. She nearly spilled everything, but Barrett reacted quickly, grabbing her to keep her upright with one hand while using his other to steady the drinks.
"Thank you,"
she said before realizing who he was. She looked down at her shirt, which had a glaring splotch of coffee in the middle of it. "Could have been worse," he said, his voice arresting her attention. Grace turned toward him and eyed him closely, unsure of how to react. She stared in stunned silence for a moment before he gestured toward the walkway. "Mind if I escort you? You seem like you could use a hand or three." Staring slack-jawed, she nodded and then proceeded slowly down the path. He joined her, sauntering along and speaking in a hushed tone. "I'm sure you're a little confused right now, and I get it.
I would be too if I was looking at someone I'd heard had died. But I'm only telling you this because I believe I can trust you. Okay?" She nodded, her eyes widening. "I thought—" "Yes," he said, cutting her off. "I know. I am dead. And if a certain group of people find out I'm not dead, they'll do their best to make sure that I am in a more permanent manner, if you're following." "I'm following, though I'm not sure I understand." "We can talk about that later, but I need you to promise me that you're not ever going to tell anyone that you saw me. Can you do that for me?" "Of course. Anything for you." They walked for a couple of minutes, neither of them saying anything. With a bouncier gait, she increased her pace. "We can go back to my house and meet my roommates and—" Barrett shook his head. "Nobody you know can see us together. Drop the drinks off at the house and then meet me back here in 10 minutes, okay? Think you can do that?" "Sure." Grace returned as promised, wearing a new University of Virginia t-shirt, her brow creased by deep lines. "Before you say anything else, I need to know if Slade sent you." Barrett glanced around and then nodded subtly. "Let's go talk in my car. I don't feel comfortable talking together in the open like this." "You think someone is watching us?" He put a finger to his lips and nodded toward his car. They both climbed inside and he started driving. "You mind telling me what the hell is going on? I'm starting to get a little freaked out. I knew you two were into some deep, dark military shit, but this is too much for me to take right now. I haven't heard from Slade in forever, and—" Then the dam broke. Grace bent over, burying her head in her hands as the tears flowed. Barrett put a hand on her back to soothe her, but it didn't seem to make much difference, as the explosion of emotions weren't going to be reined in any time soon. He could almost hear Watts making a snarky comment about feelings, but they were unavoidable, almost impish-like in the way they could derail everything. Barrett hated watching women cry, an innate response shared by most of the world's men who weren't psychotic. Yet he'd trained himself not to do anything stupid or unwise in the presence of a crying woman just to get her to stop, something stupid such as telling her the truth about what was really going on. No, he needed to handle this situation as if he was talking to a stone statue and resist the urge to be swayed by emotions, especially someone he cared about as deeply as he did Grace. Barrett just rubbed her back for a minute or so until Grace drained her supply of tears. He imagined she'd exhausted most of her tears over the past few weeks, heartbroken over Barrett's early demise as well as her brother's unexplained absence. He knew she'd endured more than her fair share, and he wanted to help her avoid further misery. The truth certainly wouldn't accomplish that, though he wasn't sure lies were much better. Grace sniffled and dried her eyes with her fingers, checking her face in the mirror and doing her best to scrape away the mascara that streaked her cheeks. "I'm really sorry, Grace. I know this is a lot for anyone to take in, especially after you thought I was gone." "But here you are," she said, taking hold of his forearm and squeezing. "Alive, and in the flesh." A smile flickered across her lips. I just can't believe it." She shook her head slowly. "So, are you going to tell me what happened?" Barrett took a deep breath and proceeded to tell her the sanitized version of his brush with death, the attacker who was once a friend, and the plan to exist as that person in the near future. She looked at him, her eyes dancing back and forth across his face. "Too bad you didn't have to look like Slade. I swear you two look like twins." "Except I'm the better-looking twin." "You know you'd never say that if he was here," she said with a grin. "We used to." He paused, catching himself before continuing. "We used to tease each other, all the time, and I wouldn't have any qualms about telling him that I'm better-looking. In fact, I think we've had several arguments about this very fact." "Arguments that he won, right?" Barrett nodded. "Of course. It's impossible to win an argument with him.
Tell me about it, she said with an eye roll. I had to grow up with the guy.
And you loved it.
I did, she said with a wry grin. But you know what I don't love?
Barrett shook his head, saying nothing.
I miss him not being around as often as when we were in school together and growing up. It's almost like he's dead and gone, as little as we speak with each other anymore. I know he's out doing his thing and saving the world, but it's getting old.
I'm sorry. I wish things were different, but that's the path we've both chosen.
So when am I going to see him again? Can you tell me what he's up to?
Barrett turned and looked out the window, tapping his finger against the steering wheel. I wish I could give you an exact date, but he's on a special deep cover operation. Barrett resisted the twinge of guilt he felt for lying. You have no idea how risky it was for him to simply ask me to get this message to you, let alone for him sending you a voice recording suggesting that you needed to be on the lookout for me. She turned sharply and stared at Barrett.
How do you know what he said? I didn't tell you what he said.
Just relax. Slade told me about his message too, just in case you asked. He wanted you to feel comfortable talking with me.
But you can't tell me anything else?
He was very vague with me about his mission. It's the less you know.
Yeah, the less I know, the better. I know. I've heard it all before.
Barrett pulled off the side of the road and put the car in park. He turned and locked eyes with her. Can I make you a promise? He asked as he took her hand.
If you must.
When I hear from him again, I'll have him make a recording, and I'll play it for you, in person. How's that sound?
I think I'd like that.
He reached over and gave her a hug, an embrace she readily received and held for a little longer than friends usually do.
Thanks for taking the time to come visit. When will I see you again?
Hopefully soon. Good luck, and keep your head up.
I'll try.
She exited the car. Barrett watched her walk off, releasing a deep breath as she disappeared around a bend in the road and returned to her house. Grace seemed to buy the story, despite his slip-ups. He knew he'd have to tell her the truth one day, and it would gut her. But that day wasn't this day. Barrett reached into the back seat and grabbed his bag. He searched through it until he found the document Simpson had given him and opened it to the page describing his brief assignment. Barrett didn't like it, but he didn't have much of a choice. He ignited the engine and headed back to the Capitol. Chapter 37, Washington, D.C. Emma Robinson's ponytail, one pulled taut through the small opening in the back of her baseball cap, bounced as she jogged down the street. She adroitly avoided a man walking his dog that nipped at her, all without breaking stride. Then she rounded the corner, forcing Barrett to make a risky turn to keep pace with her. While Barrett wasn't fond of his quick assignment, at least Simpson didn't ask him to kill the woman. Barrett zipped past her and sped the next half-mile until he parked his car along a side street near Robinson's house. She lived in a 3-story colonial in a Georgetown neighborhood that was comprised mostly of wealthy lobbyists and high-level bureaucrats. Barrett sat down in a wicker chair and stretched his legs, waiting for her arrival. He worked his silver dollar through his knuckles and watched down the street. A minute later, she rounded the corner and froze when she locked eyes with him. She put her hands on her hips and glared at him. Barrett pocketed the coin and eased to his feet. He placed both hands in the air and smiled. I'm not here to hurt you, Miss Robinson. I just want to talk.
Not interested. Who are you, anyway? One of those scumbag tabloid reporters, thinking you're just going to flash an easy smile and I'll tell you everything you want to know?
I already know everything. Everybody does. We've all seen the footage from the restaurant. We all know it's a lie. Emma interlaced her fingers and rested her hands on her head, pacing the walkway as she tried to steady her breathing.
Who sent you?
A valid question, Barrett said, walking down the front steps, especially given how difficult you made it for anyone to find you. Usually I start combing through public records to find people,
but I have to admit that placing your house in a trust with the P.O. box as an address is pretty sharp. It's the kind of move I'd expect from someone working for an intelligence agency."
"Guilty as charged," she said, raising her hand in the air. "Now, will you get the hell out of my front yard before I call the cops on you?"
Barrett cocked his head to one side. "You think the cops are going to help you?" He was unable to stifle a laugh. "You do realize that Senator Doyle has the full support of every law enforcement group that endorses political candidates, right? Those guys love him. If you call the cops and they show up, they're not going to take your side of the story all that seriously."
"That wouldn't be a new development." Her voice oozed contempt. "Nobody wants to take the truth about the senator seriously."
"Perhaps it's because you were so easily proven to be a liar. I don't know. Just spitballing here."
"Footage is easily manipulated."
"So you expect the rest of the world to refuse to believe what people have seen with their own eyes?"
"You've seen video footage. You weren't in the restaurant."
"And what would I have seen had I been there?"
"You would have seen what happened in that photograph."
Barrett chewed on his lip, refraining from saying what he wanted to say. This situation required tact and diplomacy. He could already tell that Emma Robinson was defensive and had put on a good act, convinced her side of the story was what actually happened. "So, I was asked to convince you to come forward with the truth. Would you be interested in doing that? I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do the right thing, would it? It's not like the wrong thing could have potentially wrecked a man's marriage and his chances at becoming president, did it?" Emma strode up the front steps and scanned the area, presumably to see if she was in earshot of her neighbors. She continued in a hushed tone.
"That's exactly the point. Cameron Doyle needs to be stopped at all costs. If he wins the presidency, he's going to destroy this country."
Barrett stared at her for a moment and then shook his head. "Guess we've found the Jennifer Funk advocate."
"If you're about to suggest that Funk put me up to this, you don't know your head from a hole in the ground."
"Go ahead. Enlighten me. Tell me who did put you up to this."
"Nobody did. I just know the truth about Doyle and his ilk, and what kind of politics and policy he's going to usher into this country, and it won't be good. That much I can promise you."
"And you know this how?"
"I used to work for the CIA, and Doyle and I worked together on a number of missions."
"Interesting. The CIA? Sounds like another tall tale to me, Emma."
"That was a long time ago."
"Not that long, based off how young you look."
"Think whatever you want about me, but I adhere to a strict beauty regimen to combat the effects of aging. That's why I look 5 years younger than everyone else says I am."
"More like 10, which is why I'm struggling to believe anything you're saying."
"I've done nothing but tell you the truth, Mr.—" She let the words hang, hoping he would finish her sentence.
"Thomas. Brad Thomas."
"So, Mr. Brad Thomas, who sent you to check on me and ask me all these invasive questions?"
"I'm not at liberty to say, but I'm here to strongly encourage you to admit the truth in a statement, preferably a video one, where you apologize for lying."
She squinted. "So, you want me to record a video saying that I was lying, even though I was actually telling the truth?"
"My job isn't to parse through all the details here and determine fact from fiction. I just want you to make the video, post it on social media, or share it publicly in some fashion, and move on with your life."
"Senator Doyle already fired me, and now you want me to destroy my credibility?"
"It's too late for that. Might as well do the next right thing and start fresh."
"You're not going to leave me alone, are you?"
"If it's not me, I'm sure it will be someone else, and I'd hate for something bad to happen to you."
She narrowed her eyes and put her hands on her hips. "Are you threatening me, Mr. Brad Thomas, or whatever your real name is? Because that sounds an awful lot like a threat to me."
"I can understand how you might think that, but I'm not here to hurt you or even promise bodily harm. I just know the people I work for, and they're relentless. They're going to come after you again and again in waves until you relent, or something bad happens to you. I refuse to be a part of that."
"Yet, here you are."
Here I am, imploring you to admit the truth, and—
No, you just want me to acquiesce. You don't care about the truth.
For your sake, I want you to acquiesce. The truth? That's another matter, one that can be easily manipulated to suit one's purposes. Maybe you're lying, maybe you aren't. I really don't care about that right now. She chuckled softly and shook her head.
So, what you're trying to say is that you just want me to say the thing, as it were?
Something like that.
Well, how about this, Mr. Brad Thomas? You give your boss a little call and tell him I'll do it. But it's going to cost him. I want $2 million wired to my bank account within the hour.
Write down the account number.
Stay out here.
Emma returned a minute later with a piece of paper in her hand. She handed it to Barrett.
Have the funds wired to this account. If you do it within the hour, I'll make your stupid little video.
Barrett pursed his lips as he inspected the string of numbers. Somehow I knew this was always about the money. You almost had me fooled into believing you were telling the truth.
Why do I care what you believe? Weren't you the one who just said people believe what they want to believe anyway?
Yes, but—
Save me your moral spin. You're just doing your job, blah, blah, blah. I certainly don't want any of your fellow goons returning to silence me on a more permanent basis. Might as well get what I can out of this so I can disappear.
Smart move.
But when the shit hits the fan, because it's going to, just remember, I was the one who told you the truth, even though you refused to believe it. Have a nice rest of your day, Mr. Thomas.
Emma stomped across the porch and went inside the house, slamming the door on Barrett. Maybe she was telling the truth. Barrett didn't have time to contemplate what was accurate and what wasn't about the details of her encounter with the senator. As selfish as it may have sounded, all Barrett cared about was the fact that he didn't have to kill Emma. While Barrett walked back to his vehicle, he dialed Simpson's number and told him about their exchange and her demand. He thanked Barrett and told him to get back to his primary mission. Barrett called Watts.
I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you,
Watts said after she answered. Got sidetracked here with a little detour mission.
How'd it go with Grace?
I'll tell you about it when I get back, but first I've got a little request.
Lay it on me.
Can you look up the name Emma Robinson and see if she was ever an officer or an analyst for the CIA?
Emma Robinson? Isn't that the woman who supposedly slept with Senator Doyle?
That's the one.
I knew it. Why is it that this election feels like a second-rate daytime soap opera?
Because that's what Americans want these days. Forget strong leadership. They just want the drama. It's like we've been watching so much reality television that we're starting to believe it's actually real and not some manipulated version of the truth.
Okay. Tell me how you really feel.
Never mind. Just tell me what you find on Robinson when you get a chance.
Will do. But in the meantime, I've got something else for you to chew on and start thinking about as you drive back.
What's that?
I found out where Ivanov is headed next. He's in St. Lucia.
Then I'm driving to the airport right now. Let's meet in St. Lucia in the morning.
You don't have to tell me twice.
She ended the call. Barrett wheeled his SUV around and pointed it in the direction of the airport. He wasn't about to lose Ivanov again. Chapter 38. Marigot Bay, St. Lucia. Barrett punched the code into the panel and waited until he heard it click. Seconds later, the latch released and he turned the handle, opening the door to the mountainside hacienda perched high above Marigot Bay. He held the door open for Watts and Stone as they lugged their equipment inside. However, Watts barely made it inside before she dropped everything and darted toward the veranda. Nestled in a heavily wooded area, the house remained tucked away but provided scenic views of the Caribbean and the surrounding area. Tamarind and trumpet trees dominated the hilly landscape, providing plenty of cover for them, but it was the roof that sold Barrett on it being the perfect place to conduct a stakeout of the estate of Sal Agosta. Drug kingpin who had a stranglehold on most of the smaller islands in the Caribbean. Apparently, he had faced some resistance from one of the drug cartels from Colombia that was encroaching on his territory and needed someone to send a message and ward them off, and that's where Ivanov came in. That intercepted some messages between Ivanov and Augusta, including one that discussed a visit to St. Lucia to discuss the details of their deal in person. Ivanov had flown in the day before and had planned to stay 3 days, but by the time Barrett's team arrived, they only had just over 24 hours to capture Ivanov, or else they would lose him again. The longer this mission dragged on, the more susceptible he was to inviting more scrutiny from Simpson. Watts flung open the glass doors leading to the veranda and walked outside, twirling around and raising her hands in the air as if she was about to break out in a song for a kitschy musical.
"What a time to be alive," she said. "What a time to be an assassin."
She plucked some fruit from the branch of an orange tree hanging over the veranda.
"You know, I could really get used to this."
She peeled open the fruit and started eating it.
"Of course there are some drawbacks, but staying at a place like this? Come on, who wouldn't sign up for this?"
Barrett peered through a pair of binoculars, his rental house a good 50 meters higher than Augusta's, providing a nice sightline over the 10-foot-high wall and into the sprawling estate. At that moment, Augusta stormed outside, stomping behind a scrawny man. Augusta put his foot on the man's back and shoved him into the dirt. The man spun around, his shirt ripped and untucked, his glasses off kilter, his lip bleeding. He scrambled to try to get away, but Augusta stomped on the man's leg, resulting in what appeared to be a howling scream. Like a shark circling its prey, Augusta walked about the man once and then stomped on the side of the man's chest. More pain, more groaning. "It's a trade-off," Barrett said as he handed Watts the binoculars. "You might get to stay in a beautiful place like this, but you have to deal with ugly men like that." She placed them against her face and then gasped. A gunshot echoed through the valley. Barrett took the binoculars back and focused on the spot he'd just been watching. The bespectacled man lay limp, blood oozing out of his forehead.
"Nice timing. You could have at least warned me."
"That's exactly what I was doing, warning you that these missions are not for the faint of heart."
"Ivanov doesn't scare me. I wouldn't hesitate to put him in his place."
Stone snatched an orange off the tree and started tearing into the juicy fruit.
"You think we can get inside Augusta's place without getting shot?" he asked between bites.
"I'd say our chances are about as good as catching a flying catfish in the Mississippi River that can whistle Dixie."
"My aunt from Louisiana caught a flying catfish once, but it only knew the battle hymn of the Republic."
"So what's our backup plan?"
Watts asked. "You don't need a backup plan if your original plan is a good one," Barrett said.
"But I thought you suggested in your very weird way that we weren't going to be able to get inside Augusta's estate."
"That's right, but that never was the plan."
"I thought we got this place so we could see inside and figure out Augusta's weaknesses with his security detail and system."
She furrowed her brow. "Not at all," Barrett said, studying the asphalt ribbon winding upward through his binoculars. "I wanted to come up here so we could scout out the best location."
"The best location for what?" Stone asked.
"We're not going behind Augusto's walls for Ivanov," Barrett said. "We're going to make him come to us."
"And how exactly are we going to do that?"
Watts asked. "You remember when we were watching Ivanov aboard his yacht, Naughty by Nature?" Barrett asked. She nodded but didn't say anything. "And do you remember who else was on board with him, aside from Hakim Rahimi, of course?" Barrett asked.
"Blonde bikini babes," Stone said.
"Bonus points for the triple alliteration grant, not to mention the correct answer." He held out his knuckles, which Stone enthusiastically fist-bumped.
"Trivia champ, right here," Stone said, pointing at himself.
"Guys, I know what you're thinking,"
Watts said as they both turned and looked at her. She shook her head vehemently.
"No, I'm not going to do it. You can't make me. That man's an animal, and if things went sideways—"
She let her words hang in the air, her implication clear enough.
"Besides, I'm not blonde."
Barrett dug into his bag and fished out a blonde wig designed for a woman and held it out. "That's not a problem for us."
Come on, Jazz. I've seen you in a bikini. You look great. She glared at him before responding through clenched teeth. Wearing a bikini isn't my hang-up. It's in case I get stuck with that monster. According to his file, some of the women on his yacht are more or less trafficked. Nobody's sure how they ended up there, whether he bought them or someone gave them to him, but the ones we saw all seemed resigned to their fate of living out their lives on his luxury yacht. Probably better accommodations than this hunk of junk, Stone said sarcastically as he looked at their house. Watts ran her fingers through her hair and tied and retied her ponytail. Then, with a sigh, I can't do this. I just can't do this. I'll be right there with you. I don't know. There aren't any guarantees. Grant will be perched in a tree across the street, ready to strike if things go sideways. We'll keep you safe. That much we can promise you. What do you say? She grimaced and shook her head. All we need you to do is get Ivanov to stop, which I'm confident he will. Then we'll step in and handle the bastard. And make him sing like a canary, Stone added. For the team? Barrett asked, his eyes pleading. She snatched the wig out of his hand. For the money. And if you guys let anything happen to me, I'm going to kick both your asses. The next morning, Ivanov left Agosto's compound in a black BMW convertible, taking a short trip down to the harbor to check on his yacht. Barrett, who'd been watching from their veranda overlooking Marigot Bay, alerted the team that it was time to spring the trap. Stone and Watts drove halfway down the winding road, a half-mile below Agosto's estate, and got into position. Once they finished getting ready, Barrett notified them that Ivanov was headed their way. 200 meters in closing, Barrett said. He watched as Watts lifted the hood and poured cold water over the engine block, resulting in steam rising from beneath it. She stood along the driver's side, studying the inner workings of the automobile, a rusty Jeep they'd borrowed from a neighbor for a generous sum. With her feet firmly planted on the unmarked asphalt, Watts positioned herself to ensure that Ivanov couldn't miss her blonde hair or her bikini bod. "Do you know how degrading this feels right now?" she said over the comms. "I feel like a piece of meat being put on display in the grocery store. I'm sure we could have concocted another plan, but I doubt we would have been able to enact anything this quickly. Do I get hazard pay for this? I'll see what I can do." "Here he comes," Stone said from his position in a tree across the street. Ivanov drove right past Watts, accelerating as he did. Barrett cursed as he watched Ivanov continue down the street. "What the hell was that? He didn't even give her a second look." "Wait a minute." Ivanov's brake lights flashed and he skidded to a stop. "I think we're in business." Seconds later, Ivanov put his convertible in reverse and backed up toward Watts. He pulled off the side of the road in front of her and stopped. Before he got out, he took a moment to finger-comb his hair and inspect his face in the rearview mirror. Then he opened his door and climbed out. With slow, deliberate steps, he walked over to Watts. Barrett traded his binoculars for a rifle scope as he listened to their conversation over the comms. "Necesitas ayuda?" Ivanov asked, his Spanish awkwardly tinged with his thick Russian accent. "I don't speak Spanish," Watts said, "or Russian either." "Was it that obvious?" Ivanov said with a wide grin, reverting to English. "I don't care where you're from, if you can help me get my engine started." "I'm not much of a mechanic, but I can take you wherever you need to go to get help." Stone, who was just a few meters away, hidden around the side of a tree, activated his red dot scope and put it in the center of Ivanov's chest. "Actually, I'm looking at the man I need for help," Watts said. Ivanov laughed nervously. "I wish I could help you with your car, but that's not my area of expertise," he said. "Now, if you need someone to fix you a drink, or take you out on the water on my yacht, then I'm your man." "Look at your chest," Watts said. Ivanov's casual smile vanished from his lips as he saw a red dot quivering on his chest. "What is this?" "I don't want to hurt you, but I need something from you." "If you want my money, you can have whatever's in my wallet. Just take it. I don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. But you're going to get trouble if you don't tell me what I need to know.
Ivanov shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
Do I know you?
He asked, desperate to connect with Watts. She shook her head.
This isn't anything personal, trust me, because if it was, I would have already made your face look like hamburger meat.
Wait a minute. You look familiar. I do know you, don't I? Weren't you in the Maldives?
I don't have time for small talk. I just need you to give me the name and account number of the man who pays you for Al-Qatala's weapons.
What?
He asked, eyeing her suspiciously.
Are you suddenly having trouble understanding English? I said I need you to give me the name and account number of the man who pays you for the Al-Qatala weapons. Understand?
Ivanov looked down and shook his head.
I don't know the man's name.
Then his account number will have to suffice.
I'm not sure I have it. It might be on my phone.
Then look it up. But just know that if you try anything, you're going to get lit up. So move slowly and keep your hands where I can see them.
My phone is in my pocket, Ivanov said. May I get it?
She nodded and he followed through, retrieving his phone and tapping on his screen. After a few seconds, he navigated to the file and recited the account number back to Watts. She repeated the number 3 times to make sure she had it. Barrett paused from his monitoring of the situation to also record the number. Then Watts removed her gun tucked out of sight inside the engine and pulled it out. She walked over to Ivanov's BMW and shot 2 tires, flattening them. He gaped at the damage.
This isn't even my car.
I'm sure you'll be just fine, she said,
before returning to her car, slamming the hood and driving away.
Excellent job, Barrett said.
Now get back here so we can get the hell off this island. We've still got plenty of work to do. Chapter 39, Washington, D.C. Cameron Doyle beamed as he skimmed an article in the Washington Post rating his chances of winning the presidency as the highest among all the candidates still in the race. Vince Lightman, the newspaper's senior political columnist, opined how Doyle had a rough start due to outside forces beyond his control, but had navigated some potentially campaign-ending landmines with all the agility and grace of a Juilliard-trained ballerina. Doyle shrugged at the metaphor. He would have preferred something a little more tough, a little more on brand, something in line with his military background. But he knew it could always be much worse and counted himself fortunate to be showered with praise. Doyle took a sip of his morning coffee before someone rapped on his door and didn't wait to be beckoned inside before opening it. Max Tuttle trudged inside, lugging his briefcase and wearing a pained expression.
"I know that look,"
Doyle said, wagging a finger at Tuttle.
"I know that look. And I don't want to hear about it. I'm having a good morning, Max, and the last thing I want coming out of your mouth is bad news. So can you just let me enjoy my coffee in peace before you start the shellacking?"
Tuttle dumped his materials on a table in the corner of the room.
Fine. Have it your way. But you've got exactly 5 minutes to drain that sorry excuse for coffee, and then we're diving in. You've got a packed day, and I don't have time to coddle you over every little thing.
Doyle reread some of his favorite passages from Lightman's article, especially the one about Nadia squashing the notion that she would be a wallflower first lady.
"She's bold, beautiful, and brash, and she'd be a breath of fresh air after a string of women who seemed to relish their place as arm candy for the nation's most powerful political figures. Nadia is going to love that."
Nestled inside the article was a graphic showing the polls. His popularity had climbed ever since the press conference that had squashed the idea that he was having an affair with Emma Robinson. He held a commanding lead of 15 percentage points in the poll. According to Lightman's article, the presidency is Doyle's to lose, and since Doyle has never lost an election, don't expect him to now. He knows not only how to close out his opponents, but he knows how to do it in style. Lightman wasn't entirely correct. Doyle had lost an election before, albeit a campaign for vice president of his junior class. That year he'd gotten too cute, too confident. He decided to entertain his classmates instead of writing a speech that extolled his qualifications for the office and why he'd be a good advocate for them. Armed with a speech full of one-liners, he stood in front of his classmates and prattled on about how his long sideburns were an indication of his honesty, trimmed to the same length at Abraham Lincoln's. He pointed out that he was also tall like Lincoln, adventurous like Teddy Roosevelt, and charismatic like JFK. He also opted for a gag that showed he could, like any good vice president, cut ribbons with the best of them. However, he didn't realize until it was too late that he'd picked up a pair of left-handed scissors, which was absolutely worthless in a person's right hand. After a few long, awkward moments of him failing to snip the ribbon in half, he tossed the scissors onto the floor and said, "I guess I just can't cut it," before walking off the stage. He thought he might still get enough votes to win, that there would be enough girls sympathetic to his embarrassing plight. But no. He lost in a landslide, according to one of the teachers overseeing the vote, and he vowed to never let that happen again, a promise he'd kept up to this point in his political career. The final line of Lightman's piece read, "Will the closer remind us once again that he's the best in American politics right now at securing his constituents' trust? I'd bet on it. I should put Lightman on our public relations team." But was Lightman being sincere, or was he just trying to wrangle a position in Doyle's administration? Maybe Lightman wanted to be the White House's next communications director. It was difficult to discern if he was sincere. When an election outcome seemed almost decided well in advance of the vote, Doyle had observed many times how a fair number of skeptics and pundits always seemed to transition to cheerleaders, as if it weren't obvious what they were doing. Doyle's administration would need hundreds and hundreds of people, and they all wanted to jump on the gravy train with him. It had happened for him in almost every election, and he only imagined it'd get worse than it had ever been with the White House now within his grasp. Just keep those skeletons in the closet. It wasn't like anyone knew what he had done. That was a long time ago. He'd changed. At least he thought he had. Would he do it all over again? It was tough to say. If he'd known he would one day run for political office, he wouldn't have changed a thing. While everyone loved repeating the mantra, "The cover-up is worse than the crime," it wasn't always true. Sometimes the crime was worse. Much worse. Tuttle returned to the office, his face sullen. "Would it kill you to smile, Max?" Doyle asked. Tuttle collapsed into a chair, his hair disheveled and tie already loosened, as if it were 7:30 in the evening, not 8:30 in the morning. "When I tell you what I'm about to say, your face is going to look like mine instead of how it does now after reading Lightman's piece that blew rainbows and sunshine up your ass. Okay? Give it to me straight." Homeland Security has picked up chatter that another attack is being planned for your event in Charleston. Not the one in Charleston. Doyle clucked his tongue. I mean, we've been planning that rally for weeks. It's my chance to win over the South and lock them up. Well, it might have to wait if these reports are true. No. Doyle shook his head emphatically. I'm not going to cancel, not under any circumstances. Homeland Security is going to elevate their threat level, and the FBI is going to hold a press conference about this. Oh, hell, Max, you've got to stop them. We've been planning for a massive crowd, but if nobody shows up, do you think anyone will see the images with any nuance? When has the media ever done that? Not in my lifetime. If they've got an agenda, they're going to leave out the context. Nobody's going to remember that there was a bomb threat that kept people away. It's going to be me on a massive stage with a couple hundred people in the audience, if that, and I'm going to look like a wholly unaware politician. What do you want instead? Would you rather stand on a stage at a drive-in movie theater and have people flash their brights and honk their horns instead of clapping to show their support? Doyle furrowed his brow and stared for a long moment at Tuttle. That's just ridiculous, Max. How could you even conceive of such a scenario? Tuttle shrugged.
Just a natural talent, I guess. I'm always thinking of what could be the worst case in any situation.
Well, let's start thinking positive, and let's figure out a way to mute this announcement whenever they plan to make it.
If that's what you want to do, we need something big to overshadow it, and I mean big.
Doyle smiled. I think I have just the thing. Chapter 40. Cayman Islands. Beneath the shadow of a wavering palm tree, Barrett stopped to turn and face Watts. He wore a silk Hawaiian print shirt, cream shorts, and deck shoes, an outfit accented by a gold Rolex, sunglasses perched on top of his head with a dark curly wig, and a mustache that made him look like a more sophisticated version of Tom Selleck's character in Magnum P.I. Watts wore a low-cut periwinkle blue sundress and her hair down while sporting a pair of oversized sunglasses. I need to make sure you look the part. We're going to open an account in the Caymans. We at least need to present as carefree multimillionaires, living extravagantly as we sail the world in our luxury yacht.
Won't Grant get jealous?
Barrett asked wryly.
I heard that,
Stone chirped over the comms. Barrett laughed, but Watts maintained her intense gaze as she studied his face. I think we're almost there, she said, as she tucked a stray lock of his brown hair beneath the dark wig. And there you go. Now, my turn. Barrett hadn't really looked at Watts, at least not in any special way, if anything because he knew how much Stone was into her. No matter how attractive a woman was, Barrett knew better than to break the unspoken bro code. But aside from St. Lucia, he'd only seen her at her most comfortable and rugged self. No makeup, hair twirled up in a bun, outfit either casual or practical. And she was still an attractive woman. However, she wanted him to look at her, and he swallowed hard.
What do you want me to say?
You look perfect. And he meant it. I'm sure something needs to be fixed. I mean, I didn't even learn to do makeup until I went to college, so it's not really my thing. If you see something, you better say something.
Well, maybe there's a little lipstick that rode up too high right there.
He swiped at the corner of her mouth with his thumb. Did you get it? He averted his gaze.
Yeah, I got it. Let's go.
Barrett didn't like how he was feeling, the uncomfortableness of the moment, the way she looked at him, the unspoken understanding he had with Stone. If she was going to try and ignite something between them, no, he couldn't. No matter how attractive she was, he refused to let her decimate his relationship with Stone, even if she wasn't that into him. It wasn't worth it. Stone was like a brother to him, and at the moment, he was Barrett's most trusted confidant. Watts reached for his hand, interlacing their fingers. She gave him a little squeeze, making him relieved that Stone was parked in their rental van around the corner. If he would have seen how she was treating him, it would have led to some heated discussions. How did I not see this coming? But Barrett did see it coming. He just chose to ignore it, trying to convince himself that it wasn't really happening. Stone is the one who suggested Watts for the mission, and while the two were friends, Barrett could tell that Stone's affection wasn't reciprocated as much. Barrett was left to wonder if he was the reason why. They entered Blue Ocean Savings, a prominent bank in the Caribbean that handled offshore accounts from many wealthy men and women in the U.S. and Europeans looking to hide the true size of their wealth. Blue Ocean had a sterling reputation as being discreet and most uncooperative in dealing with foreign law enforcement requests. While the rich utilized them, so did intelligent criminals like Alexei Ivanov. However, opening an account was just a ruse, so Watts could plant a transmitting device that could enable her to hack into the bank's server and find out who was paying Ivanov on the behalf of Al-Qatala. Barrett and Watts held a brief yet standard meeting with a customer relations specialist. The banker ran a credit check on the couple, Thomas and Vanessa Miller. credit history that Watts had fabricated and inserted into the database of every major credit check company in the U.S., with a credit score north of 800 and a cashier's check in the amount of $500,000, which Barrett had transferred out of Gordon's account. The Blue Ocean president came over to introduce himself and thank them for the privilege of hosting their money at his financial institution. And that was that. They walked out, hand in hand, smiling and making small talk as if they truly were a couple. For Barrett, it was all an act. He released her hand as they prepared to round the corner and walk into Stone's line of sight. Watts gave Barrett a quick glance, her brow flashing a shade of disappointment. When they reached the van, Stone wore a broad grin. "It worked," he said as he tapped on the laptop keyboard. "It's got a signal."
"The real question is, can I get in?"
Watts asked, as she held out her hands to take the computer. Stone handed it over and leaned back in his seat while Watts went to work. For the next 5 minutes, the only sound in the vehicle was Watts' fingers clattering on the keys, with a few sighs and breaths sucked through her teeth.
"How's it looking back there?"
"I'm getting there, but there are a handful of firewalls to get through, as you might expect."
"I'd expect 1,000,000 firewalls in order to stop someone like you from stealing all my money."
"That's Jazz for you. She looks sweet on the outside, but on the inside, she's as devious as they come. You never know what's whirring around in that head of hers."
Barrett wanted to say, "Unfortunately, it's not you."
He knew Stone would likely be crushed when he learned the truth, but there'd be another time to suggest the obvious and feel out where Stone was at. A few minutes later, a Blue Ocean security guard approached their vehicle. Stone cursed softly as he stared at the man. The tapping on the keyboard stopped abruptly as Watts picked her head up.
"What is it?"
she demanded. "There's a security guard heading toward us, and he's talking into his radio," Barrett said.
"You can't let him force us to move. It'll take us out of range."
"What is the range on that device?"
"Maybe 100 meters.
So what happens if we go anywhere?"
"Other than losing the connection, which undoes all the progress I've made?" "Couldn't we just come back tonight, after they're closed?" Stone asked. "It doesn't work that way," she said. "The minute that worker turns his terminal off, I lose the ability to connect."
Barrett glanced at his watch. "The bank closes in a half hour."
"Exactly, which is why you need to make sure we stay right here so I can keep working on hacking into their system. Got any ideas?"
"One," Barrett says. "Pray it works."
The older SUV with tinted windows didn't look reliable. Barrett twisted the key in an attempt to crank the engine. He didn't hold it in very long, refusing to let the engine have enough time to turn over. He repeated the process 3 or 4 more times before he popped the hood and got out and huffed.
"Would you believe it? This piece of junk they rented me won't even start."
The security guard, whose shirt appeared 2 sizes too small in an effort to accentuate his muscular physique, put his hands on his hips and revealed his side holster. He stopped a few feet short of the vehicle and craned his neck in an attempt to peer inside.
"You need to move your vehicle right now," he said. "I would if I could, sir," Barrett replied, "but I can't get her to start. I could help you jump-start it." "You think that'll work?" "Sounds like that's what the issue is. I'll bring my truck over."
Barrett retreated into the vehicle and updated Watts and Stone. That led to a string of expletives out of Watts.
"I need more time. If we move now, I won't get in, and there's a good chance our little device will be gone as well."
Stone jumped out of the SUV and disappeared under the hood. He returned a few seconds later, clutching something in his hand.
"What did you do?" Barrett asked.
"I removed the spark plug," Stone said. "It's the only way."
"He's going to call a tow truck."
"Do whatever you can to stall and buy more time,"
Watts said from the back, her fingers furiously pounding the keyboard. "Go easy back there. Sounds like you're about to beat that thing to death."
She mumbled something and continued working. The ruse with the security guard bought them 10 minutes. He then called a local towing company to remove them from the property. The tow truck showed up in less than VV minutes.
"Don't you think this is a little extreme?"
Barrett asked the security guard as the driver shimmied underneath the SUV to attach a winch.
I mean, it's not like we're going to stay here overnight, and you'd be surprised what people try to do around here with this bank, the guard said. You look like nice people, but it's not my job to judge. I'm simply here to enforce.
And I can respect that, Barrett said as he shifted to the other side of the guard, forcing him to turn his back on the engine. Stone slipped the spark plug back into place and flashed a quick thumbs up to Barrett.
Look, can I just give it one more try before you tow us away? The engine may have been flooded, and I'd rather not do all this if I don't have to. Give it another try, the security guard said.
Barrett climbed behind the wheel and twisted the key. The engine roared to life. He climbed out of the vehicle and walked over to the guard and tow truck driver.
Guess that's all it took, eh? Just had to have a little patience. Before you go anywhere, let me remove that wench. And then I want you gone, the guard snapped. Are we clear?
Crystal clear, Barrett said. He got back into the SUV and adjusted the rearview mirror, too. He got back into the SUV and adjusted the rearview mirror to get a better look at Watts.
How's it looking? You in yet?
Am I ever?
Did you find the account?
She nodded and grinned.
Sure did. And you're not going to believe who it belongs to.
Chapter 41. Austin, Texas. Flanked by Stone and Watts, Barrett stood outside the mansion of Texas billionaire Lester Parsons and waited for someone to answer the door. They posed as a production team for a major cable news channel working on a piece about the stakes involved in the upcoming election. While he'd spent most of his life out of the public eye and working quietly behind the scenes on projects he found worthy of his attention, the upcoming election had been like the siren song for him. He said in every interview Barrett found online that he was intent on creating a better America by any means necessary. It sounded ominous, but more like the hyperbolic rantings of a rich oil baron than threats to be taken serious. Until Watts learned that Parsons was the owner of the account paying Ivanov for Al-Qatala's weapons. Barrett found the billionaire's statements to be puzzling, wondering how he could justify the actions that seemed at odds with his words. In his line of work, he embarked on missions all the time that included people who said one thing but did another. That was the nature of espionage. Deceit coursed through the veins of master spies, a craft they honed with practice. Make people believe what they want to believe, a spy once told Barrett. That's the trick to good deceit. People don't like to admit that they were tricked, so if you can convince them that they weren't, they're more likely to ignore what the logical side of their brains say. Nobody wants to be played for a fool. Parsons had become somewhat of a cult hero in some online sectors of the internet. Clips from his interviews were often shared, oftentimes reduced to a GIF or a meme with a photo of him standing in the doorway of his house with a gun. However, it wasn't just a gag on social media. It was how Parsons truly was. It was also how he answered the door to his home, rifle slung over his shoulder and a white cowboy hat cocked slightly off-kilter. Parsons offered a sardonic grin as he inspected the trio on his porch.
"Ha ha! You really want me to believe you three are journalists? You three look like you could whip a legion of ragheads riding camels in the desert."
At least it was a compliment. Barrett introduced himself as Jack Cannon, an election reporter, along with his support team Mike Brown and Stacy Simmons. Parsons shook each person's hand before gesturing for them to join him inside.
"I'm about to take a trip out to my barn to do a little shooting, and thought you might like to join me," Parsons said.
"Why not?" said Barrett.
"Would any of you like a drink before we go? I can get you anything you want. I've got some Johnny Walker Black Label, rum and Coke, Jack and Coke, whatever. You just name it. Hell, I'll make you a Cannon and Coke. Jack?"
They all declined, as Barrett wondered why a billionaire wasn't offering them something more sophisticated. I guess having an ungodly sum of money doesn't necessarily change your tastes.
Barrett stopped and looked at Parsons again, reimagining him as Jed Clampett from the Beverly Hillbillies. Parsons struck oil on the seemingly barren land his nearly broke grandfather bequeathed him after committing suicide due to financial woes. But unlike Clampett, instead of taking the oil discovery as good news and fattening his bank account, Parsons bet on the land. He used the money from his first oil well to fund a full-scale exploration on the more than 2,000 acres of his inherited land and uncovered more than 100 viable oil wells, producing an average output well above the norm. He needed only a decade to get all the wells up and running, and leveraged that into a multi-billion-dollar company, LP Discovery, which dabbled in Parsons' pet interests. Most of those consisted of cattle ranching, guns, and creative products designed for corporate farmers and family-owned farms alike. But Parsons still famously loved his Jack and Coke. His massive fortune hadn't changed that. They followed Parsons through the house and out the back. He led them on a short walk across a tightly cropped lawn and to a state-of-the-art barn that looked more like a place designed to host swanky Texas galas than a place where animals were kept. They soon learned it did both. It sequestered the animals to one section that could be shut off from the rest of the barn with the flick of a button. Parsons enthusiastically demonstrated that feature before taking them down a small set of steps and into a well-lit basement that served as the shooting range. Barrett's eyes widened as he saw the 4 stalls and realized that the back of the range was more than 100 meters long. Stone hoisted a camera onto his shoulder and began filming Parsons as he loaded his weapon and took aim at the target, positioned only 20 meters away. As Parsons reloaded, he took a sip of his Jack and Coke and looked directly at Stone's camera. "The way I see it, America needs to stay away from people like Cameron Doyle. He's someone I call a convenient patriot." "And what do you mean by that?" Barrett asked. "He's someone who leverages his military experience as proof that he loves this country. But it's all for show. He's a patriot when it's convenient for him. But will he make the tough calls, doing the things that need to be done but are politically unpopular? Will he return this country to its former standing as the world's leading superpower? Or is he just looking to do his time again, so he can leverage that into a lavish retirement from public office?" "That's an interesting way of looking at any candidate," Barrett said. He wanted to ask tougher questions, real questions, questions that would get to the heart of why Parsons was paying a Russian arms dealer to supply Al-Qatala with weapons that would put innocent Americans at risk. But Barrett thought it was best to ask these questions when they were above ground and inside his house, and when Parsons wasn't holding a weapon. Barrett let the oil baron continue his rants as he paused, reloaded, or drew the target back to him so he could inspect his shots, but he wasn't interested in engaging Parsons until he could truly corner him. After a half-hour passed, he led them back to the house where they all sat down in the den and set up the cameras to begin the formal portion of the interview. Once they started, Watts excused herself to go to the restroom. Parsons gave her directions and then leaned in close to Barrett before she left the room. "No offense, but she should be the one conducting this interview, not you," Parsons said in a hushed tone, the back of his hand against the corner of his mouth. "I mean, woo boy, she's a looker. Much easier on the eyes than you are." "But like you said, looks aren't everything," Barrett said. "I mean, take Doyle, for example. You're the one who said he looks the part as far as most people are concerned. He's a military veteran with combat experience, handsome, gorgeous wife, a substantial number of legislative victories, the quintessential politician. Everything about him screams that he loves his country. Yet, he doesn't," Parsons said, wagging a finger. "Exactly," Barrett said. "So, would you rather have the candidate who looks flawless on paper or the one who has the guts to do the hard things?" Parsons scowled as he shook his head. "Why is this even a question?" "Exactly," Barrett said. Why would you choose someone based solely on their looks or their social media following?
Well,
Parsons didn't strike Barrett as the sharpest man he'd ever met, but the Texas oil man wasn't so dull that he couldn't grasp what Barrett was insinuating. For a few seconds, he watched Parsons as his mind whirred and tried to make sense of his position.
Aren't people more inclined to listen to journalists who are more attractive? He asked.
Sure, but that doesn't mean they're better journalists. It's the same rule for politicians.
I suppose you're right, but I guess you're somewhat pleasant to look at. I mean, your face doesn't want to make me gouge my eyes out.
Barrett nodded.
That's quite the, compliment, when I can honestly say I've never been paid before. That's what I do, Mr. Cannon. I shoot you straight. Bang, bang, no matter what you say. Speaking of shooting straight, why don't we begin this interview? I've got some brisket to smoke for a little get-together I'm hosting tonight.
For the next half hour, Barrett grilled Parsons on his wide-ranging comments from the past, covering everything from agrarian America to the country's failing education system to the military struggles to keep pace in the arms race. Barrett let Parsons say whatever he wanted, rarely challenging him on some of his bombastic statements. They weren't there on any serious journalistic venture. They were only there for two reasons: to suss out his possible connections to Jennifer Funk and find out why he was funding terrorists. And he hadn't said a word about Funk's candidacy, nor had Barrett seen Watts return from her trip to the restroom. But Barrett relaxed when he noticed Watts quietly return and flash him a thumbs up.
So, Mr. Parsons, I know you're not a big fan of Senator Doyle, but are there any other candidates you prefer?
Parsons shook his head and leaned back in the chair while rubbing his ample gut.
I'd fall into the category of anyone but Doyle. I think you could put a statue in the White House, and this country would be better off than what's about to be wrought on us all if Doyle wins the presidency.
Are you taking steps to ensure that he doesn't win?
I'll do whatever it takes, he said,
before turning and looking directly into Stone's camera again.
And I mean whatever it takes.
Barrett thanked Parsons and stood, gesturing for Stone and Watts to gather up the equipment.
I hope you got everything you needed.
He tipped back his glass and polished off the Jack and Coke.
I'd hate for this all to have been a waste of your time.
Oh, no, Watts said. It was well worth our time.
Now that's what I like to hear, Parsons said. Let me walk y'all to the door.
He led them back to the foyer and held the door open for them as they left. While they loaded their gear into the car, Parsons stood on the porch and watched.
Be safe out there, and good luck.
Barrett thanked Parsons once more before climbing behind the wheel. Nobody said anything until they turned onto the main road. So, Barrett began as he glanced at Watts in the rearview mirror, you took a long time in the restroom.
The old man was a lot more tech-savvy than I expected. Gotta give him credit there.
Then she held up a flash drive.
But, in the end, he was still no match for me.
So, what'd you find? Stone asked. Anything that made this excursion worthwhile?
She nodded emphatically.
Parsons is very serious about stopping Doyle, and he's not lying when he says he's willing to do whatever to stop him.
Did you find any proof that he was funding Al-Qatala?
I don't think there's any doubt about it now, Watts said.
Chapter 42. Denver, Colorado. Cameron Doyle sat in the green room, waiting to be introduced to the raucous crowd jammed into the downtown Denver arena. He nursed a bottle of club soda while reviewing his notes. Max Tuttle, who sat in a chair across the table, rubbed his bald head as he stared at the piece of paper in his hand. He clucked his tongue a few times and winced while shaking his head. Doyle tried to ignore Tuttle until his slight expressions of displeasure no longer qualified as subtle.
"Why don't you just say it, Max?" Doyle said. "You were never one to beat around the bush, which is why I find it strange that you're suddenly shy about saying what's on your mind."
Tuttle sighed.
"Okay, fine. I hate it."
He slammed the piece of paper onto the table.
"I think this is the dumbest idea I've ever heard, and I don't think it's going to work."
"Trust me, it's going to work.
Can you please explain to me how you would consider this a success? Because I'm really struggling here."
"Are you worried this is going to have some blowback on your future employability?"
"I can't say I haven't thought about that, but I just think people will see right through it and start pointing out what terrible actors we are. If the public thinks this is contrived in any way, we're going to be skewered."
"I don't care what people think, as long as this stunt overpowers what's happening in Charleston. The objective is to do something that's so distracting people forget about the raised threat level in Charleston."
Tuttle rolled his eyes. "You really think this is going to do that?"
"If I didn't, you really think we'd be having this conversation right now?"
"I think you're overestimating how the press will view something like this."
Doyle scratched the side of his neck, his pursed lips breaking into a faint smile.
"Am I?"
he asked, leaning forward.
"How many times have I talked about the issues that rank as the most important to voters? Dozens, right? I don't know, but that estimate's probably not that far off."
"Exactly. And what do they want to talk about?"
"They talk about me and Nadia, how we met, how we juggle such demanding schedules, how we parent our kids, how we could be the best-looking couple in the White House in the history of the United States. That's what they want to talk about. It's our personal lives that interest them the most. I'd be willing to bet that I've had more questions about my favorite musician or food than I have about why it's important to fundamentally change this country's policy on foreign relations. So, when I say that I think this is going to work, you have to know that we have extensive experience in this department, and it's easy to predict how they're going to react when we give them the red meat they want. They don't want substance. They want ratings and clicks. And we're going to give them what they're craving." "Okay. You've convinced me." Tuttle threw up his hands. "I'm sold. Let's do this."
Doyle's press secretary poked his head in the door.
"Sir, the media is ready for your pre-speech presser before you go on stage."
Doyle looked at Tuttle.
"I hope you're ready, because we're up."
Tuttle took a deep breath and eased to his feet.
"I'm ready."
Both men exited the room and then entered the hallway. They picked up their pace before veering into the room housing their press conference. Doyle's campaign officials shoehorned nearly 100 journalists and television reporters into a room that comfortably seated 50. Tuttle walked across the stage with Doyle right on his heels. Then Tuttle spun around and glared at Doyle.
"Are you out of your damn mind? This is not how I'm going to run a campaign."
"Maybe you need a little primer in who you work for.
This isn't your campaign. It's my campaign," Doyle said, hooking a thumb at his chest. "We're going to do things how they should be done, not how some focus group suggests. Good leaders don't lick their fingers and hold it up to see which way the wind is blowing. No, good leaders march headlong into the wind if it's the right thing to do. Public perception be damned. Not good elected leaders."
Cameras clicked. The lamps of video cameras increased the temperature in the room, and everyone watching held their breath, knowing they shouldn't be watching this private dispute spill over into the public, yet refusing to take their eyes off it.
"So that's all this is to you?" Doyle fired back. "You want me to compromise who I am as a person just to get elected? No. I'm sorry, Max, but my integrity isn't for sale. I'm going to do the right thing, no matter what, and if you can't see that, maybe it's time for you to leave." "Fine," shouted Tuttle. "Good luck with your campaign, Cameron."
Tuttle stomped off the stage, putting a shoulder into Doyle as he walked past. Then Doyle went over to his press secretary and whispered to him that he'd decided not to take questions before storming out of the room. "I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen," the press secretary said, his voice booming over the PA system that echoed down the hallway. "Senator Doyle's press conference has been canceled." Doyle followed Tuttle back to the green room, where the two men didn't say a word until the door was closed, and they were certain they were alone. "Excellent performance," Doyle said. Tuttle turned on the television, and an anchor was talking about breaking news that Homeland Security announced it was raising the threat level in light of new intel surfacing that a group of terrorists planned to attack Doyle's big event in Charleston in 3 days. But before he could follow up with any details, the anchor put a finger to his ear, undoubtedly listening to a producer. "I'm sorry, but there's a new development taking place on the campaign trail, and we're going to take you live to Kayla Forrester, who's been covering the Doyle campaign for us this election cycle and has some breaking news. Kayla?" "Thanks, Michael." The reporter was in the hallway reporting the events of what had just happened, while footage played on the screen. Doyle raised his eyebrows and looked at Tuttle. "See? What'd I tell you?" "You were right. It's incredible. It's incredibly sad at the same time." "Let's try to keep it positive," Doyle said. "This is all anyone will talk about until I announce that we're united once again. Maybe right before the event in Charleston, long after everyone's forgotten there's the threat of a terrorist attack." Doyle sat down, interlaced his fingers behind his head, and stretched his legs out. "Just a few more months, and this race for the White House is going to be all but over." "For the first time, I'm actually starting to believe you're right," Tuttle said. Chapter 43. Miami. Barrett hovered over his dining room table, peering at the stacks of paper Watts had printed off of the data and documents she downloaded from Lester Parsons' personal computer. Sticky notes with categories scrawled on them led to a hastily organized system so the team could divvy up the work of sifting through the papers. With intriguing categories abound, the one labeled LP Discovery demanded Barrett's attention. He scooped it off the table, settled into his favorite recliner in the corner of the room, and started reading. Stone and Watts found comfortable work locations in the room as well. All three pored over the documents. The only sound was the occasional rustling of paper and the high-pitched squeak of highlighters sliding across the page. They had decided that they would read for an hour and then meet briefly to discuss anything of interest that they found. But Barrett could only contain himself for 45 minutes before he leaped out of his chair and paced the floor, his left hand held in the air as if he was asking a question. "Do we really need to continue this exercise after this?" he asked, his eyes wide. Stone looked up. "Why? What'd you find?" "Remember how Watts found that file with an R&D concept with the objective of creating a combination bio/incendiary weapon that was invisible to metal detectors and could also kill thousands in a small radius?" Watts looked up and nodded in unison with Stone. "And that's what convinced us that he was up to something through LP Discovery, right?" More nodding. "Well, whatever they created, they're bringing it to the U.S. and testing it out here," Barrett said. "Are you sure?" "I think so." "You think so?" Stone asked with an arched eyebrow. "Well, I found this purchase order, and the SKU number matches the one assigned to the R&D project with the name Project Sleep Tight. And then there's this shipping receipt. It's scheduled to arrive at the harbor in Charleston, South Carolina tomorrow, in care of a John Smith from Tungsten Industries." "Let me see that," Stone said, hand extended. Barrett forked it over and waited as Stone scanned the document. "Tungsten Industries?" Watts asked. "Isn't that the Chicago engineering firm where Jalil Rahimi worked?" Barrett nodded. "Bingo."
So, why would Parsons send something to Tungsten in Charleston?
The shipment predates Jalil and Hakeem's deaths, so maybe they were planning on doing something there, too.
Hold up, Stone said. There's a discrepancy here on the shipping order. See?
Stone pointed to one number that matched the project concept, but another one on the page didn't. Can we cross-reference those numbers? Watts had moved to the table and sat in front of her laptop.
Give me the numbers.
Barrett read them off and waited for her to finish her investigation.
Okay. The number that doesn't match is an encrypted file.
So there could be some mistake? And in this case, we may not know what's coming. Is that right?
More or less. It's hard to predict what they sent. If they actually created Sleep Tight, it can't be good. Or it could be worse if it's something else, Stone said. Either way, we need to let your contact know what's going on. And then we need to keep our fingers crossed that he'll actually pass this along to the authorities. Or we could do it anonymously, Stone said.
Barrett shook his head. That wouldn't go over well. Simpson would definitely suspect I was behind it, and then there's a good chance he would decide he couldn't trust me anymore and cut me loose. And that would mean no money and no chance of finding out what's going on. Watts turned sharply to Stone.
You better not leak this info to anyone, she said.
Okay. Geez, simmer down. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can get more resources to stop this. Barrett picked up his phone. I'm calling Simpson right now. He dialed the number for the contact and waited for him to answer. I hope you've got some good news for me, Simpson said, dispensing with any pleasantries. It's a mixed bag. So what do you want first, the good news or the bad news? He was getting tired of having to use Slade's voice. Dealer's choice. So bad news it is, Barrett said. We haven't found anything linking Lester Parsons to Jennifer Funk's campaign. In fact, I couldn't even get him to single her out as one of his favorites. He's just adamantly opposed to Senator Doyle. That's all. And the good news? Well, I lied. It's bad news or worse news if I'm being realistic. So there's worse news? Simpson asked. Unfortunately, yes. Parsons LP Discovery Corporation just shipped what appears to be a bio/incendiary weapon to Charleston, scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Just in time for Doyle's big campaign event there. That's right. However, there seems to be a discrepancy about what really was shipped. It could be a clerical error, or it could be another weapon entirely. Unfortunately, the number that it corresponds to was on an encrypted file that my team hasn't been able to crack. At this point, I don't think it matters what specific weapon Parsons sent, Simpson said. We just need it stopped. Based off what we think we know, I suggest it might be a good idea to let the authorities handle this. Get the FBI and Homeland Security involved. They already are. They announced that they have intel that an attack has been planned for the event, elevating the threat level. Then just pass this intel along to them, Barrett said. We'd rather you catch these guys and get them to reveal who's behind all this and why. It's Lester Parsons, Barrett said. We already know that. And the why is that he's a lunatic who's shrouding his intentions behind the veil of patriotism. If some of the Bureau's agents catch these terrorists, Simpson said, it's not going to give us the full picture of who's behind all this. Like I said, Barrett added, I think we know. Things aren't always as they seem, Simpson said, and we would prefer this issue to be handled internally. Now, I want you and this little ragtag team you've cobbled together to catch them first. No FBI, no Homeland Security. Got it? Whatever you say, sir. Good. Now go catch these bastards, Gordon. Simpson ended the call, and Barrett sighed.
That didn't sound like it went well, Watts said.
Yeah, it went just like it sounded. He wants us to find the terrorists first. No other law enforcement. They want these guys.
Why do I get the unshakable feeling that there's more to this story than we know? Stone said.
Trust me, you're not the only one who thinks that.
Ditto,
Watts said. Everybody pack up, Barrett said. We need to get to the airport and catch a flight to Charleston. Chapter 44. Charleston, South Carolina. Barrett adjusted his hard hat and clipped his ID badge to his jacket pocket before approaching the secured gate to the Charleston docks along with Stone. As a port with international access, it required a high-level security team along with regular customs agents to check goods arriving in the country. Getting inside the dockyard wasn't easy, not even for the workers, who were put through the paces of a federal background check. But Barrett had a strong cover and the forged credentials to match. Gordon's laptop contained all the files necessary to create a replica of a number of federal ID badges, giving Barrett the confidence that he could quickly get inside. Wade Daniels, the security guard said as he inspected Barrett's ID, saying it more like a question than a statement of fact. The guard, whose badge identified him as Chuck Dixon, didn't say anything for a beat, making Barrett wonder if his quest to get inside would end before he even stepped inside. You ever thought about singing country music? Dixon asked, his gaze set on Barrett. Barrett furrowed his brow. I'd rather listen to it. A little Waylon Jennings, George Strait, Conway Twitty, Merle Haggard. Ah, you like the old stuff, Dixon said with a smile. It's good to know there are still some people who appreciate and understand what real country music is, not overproduced pop that masquerades as country. I don't get it. Me either, Barrett said. I hardly find modern country relatable. That makes two of us, Barrett said. I just want to know who's hunting for honeys in jean shorts every night of the week while too drunk to drive. Not this fella, I'll tell you that much. Dixon smiled faintly. Are you sure you don't write country music? Barrett laughed. Okay, so maybe I do listen to it more than I should, and more than I want to, but it's hard to escape it since it's everywhere. Well, I only listen to classic country here. Have a listen. He gestured for Barrett to stick his head inside the hut. Kenny Rogers' voice boomed through the radio speakers, crooning one of his hits with a poker analogy. He tried to stay patient. Barrett intended for his small talk to simply disarm the guard and gain quick access to the docks, not win him a new best friend. So are we good? Barrett asked, his eyes glancing down at the form Dixon was scribbling on. He glanced at Stone's ID depicting him as an inspector named John Johnson and handed it back to him without any commentary. I guess John Johnson isn't that interesting of a name. You two are good to go, Dixon said. Just be careful out there. It's always good to know when to walk away and when to run. Barrett drew back and gave Dixon a coy look. I see what you did there. The guard smiled and pointed at Barrett. I knew you'd appreciate that. Stone followed Barrett through the gate and into the sprawling dockyard. Bet you don't ever portray yourself as Wade Daniels in the Deep South, ever again, Stone said. Not if I want to get anywhere quickly. Amen to that. They walked nearly a quarter of a mile until they reached Anderson's Imports, a company that handled global imports at several major ports along the eastern seaboard. They rapped on the door of the company's on-site office. The cramped building housed a receptionist desk, flanked by two offices, while nearly every wall was lined with aging, pale green file cabinets. Some of the drawers remained half open or unable to close due to stuffed folders sticking out. A woman in her 50s looked over the top of her glasses, dropping her crossword puzzle on the desk in front of her. "May I help you?" she asked in a saccharine Southern accent. Barrett looked down at the clipboard in his hand to check the name. "I'm here to see Edward Wellerman."
You mean Eddie? Barrett nodded. Hold on a minute. Let me see if he's here. She picked up her desk phone and pushed a button. The beep alerting the other phone that someone was calling was loud enough to be heard in the reception area through the door. "What is it, Bertie?" a man asked in a gruff voice. "You've got some people here to see you." "People? What kind of people?" "I don't know what kind of people they are, but they look nice." "Tell 'em I'm not here, and to come back tomorrow, when I'm not here. Just don't tell 'em that last part, okay? Can you do that for me, Bertie?" "Of course, sir." Bertie hung up the phone and glanced at Barrett. "He said to tell you he's not here." "I know. We heard the whole thing." She repeatedly tapped a button on her phone console. "This darn thing's too loud. I knew it. I told Eddie to fix it, and he told me nobody could hear what was being said." "We could hear him through the door." He cocked his head to one side. "It wasn't your fault." "In that case, I suppose it won't be my fault if you decide you want to see him." Then she put her hand against the side of her mouth, acting as if she was about to tell them a big secret, and then spoke in a hushed tone. "He's working on his daily Sudoku puzzle. It's what he always does at this time of the day." Barrett flashed his ID badge. "That'd be nice of you. Corporate sent us down here, and we'd just as soon get out of here as you want us gone. If we work together." Bertie winked at him. "I'll take good care of you fellas." She got up and motioned for them to join her before she flung open Eddie's door. "Eddie, you've got some visitors. They're from corporate." Eddie Wellerman, the manager for Anderson's Imports, growled and gave Bertie a nasty look. "Well, come on in, gentlemen. What can I help you two with today?" He scrambled up and cleared off the 2 seats from across his desk. Barrett wanted to sit, but the sight of a seat stained with coffee and what looked like pizza sauce gave him reason for pause. "This is going to be brief," Barrett said, putting a hand on Stone's chest to prevent him from plopping into his seat unaware. "Go ahead, I guess. What's this all about that corporate would send someone down here to check on us?" "We're not checking on you, Eddie," Stone said, joining the conversation. "Nobody at HQ cares that your office looks like a homeless vagrant lived here. But we do have a few questions about how disorganized this office is, and how it's affecting your ability to keep track of every item arriving at the shipyard." "I might look like I'm in disarray here, but I can promise you that couldn't be further from the truth." "Then can you tell us about the latest shipment from China scheduled to arrive tonight?" "Of course," Eddie said with a wink. "It's already here." "What do you mean it's already here? Our paperwork said it wasn't scheduled to arrive until tonight." "Are you new to the shipping world, cowboy?" Eddie stood and walked to a wall with a large map. "These ocean currents vary by season. Sometimes, if you catch it just right, Mother Nature can give you quite a ride. Apparently that ship found the current and cut off a day from its estimated travel time. Good news, right?" He didn't wait for Barrett to respond. "And even better news is the fact that we cleared that ship and stacked everything in a warehouse last night. Hence why I'm relaxing a little more today than I usually do." "So everything that was on that cargo ship is in the warehouse? I mean, are you sure?" "Geez, lighten up, Francis. You look like you're about to pop a vein in that neck of yours if you stare any harder at me. Yes, everything's in there. Except for one thing." "Except for one thing?" "Yeah, there was something that these guys grabbed last night. We placed it in the bed of their pickup truck, and they just rode off with it. They seemed really anxious to get their hands on it. Said it was some sort of mechanical gizmo or something that they needed to finish building a buddy's birthday present." "Do you have a receipt showing what they took?" Eddie sighed, put his hands on his hips, and scanned the office. "Oh, let's see. It's around here somewhere." "I swear, Eddie, if you can't put your hands on that thing, I'm going to make your life hell over the next few months." This is Exhibit A as to why we need good filing systems, Eddie, Stone chimed in. Okay, look, just give me a second, okay? I can find it. I know where things are around here. He darted around the room, opening folders and looking under papers and files. The search lasted 2 minutes before he held up a piece of paper and announced victory. Got it, he said, before presenting it to Barrett. Thanks, Eddie. Barrett used his phone to take a picture of the document and then handed it back to Eddie. We appreciate your time. Wait, is that all you needed? Must be something for a high-end client in that shipment if corporate is sending someone down here to track down a single piece of cargo. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, Eddie. But I would worry about what's going to happen one day when you can't readily put your hands on a receipt triplicate. Okay, I'll work on it today. I appreciate you stopping by. Barrett and Stone exited and hustled over to the security office. They explained to a disinterested guard that they needed to see the security footage from the night before, but the guard folded his arms and shook his head. Sorry, but I'm not about to let you two see anything without a warrant. You know how poor our security would be if every Tom, Dick, and Harry walked in off the street and demanded to see security footage? I'd never get anything done. Looks like the only thing, Stone said, before stopping when Barrett stomped on his foot. What my colleague means is to say that we think you should call Chuck Dixon and let him know who's asking. We're not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry. The guard eyed them suspiciously as he dialed Dixon's number. Tell him Wade Daniels wants to see it, and that's all I want to see. Then we'll be out of your hair, okay? The guard huffed before Dixon answered, leaving Barrett with only half of a conversation to listen to. Really? The guard asked. Are you sure? Another pause. Well, okay if you say so, but I'm pretty sure this is against standard protocol. The guard poked his tongue against the side of his cheek as he sighed and listened. If you're sure it's going to lead to less heartache in the future, I guess you're right. I mean, they're going to get what they want at some point. Just rather do it now than later. Is that what you're saying? Another beat. Okay, if you're comfortable authorizing that, then I'll do it. Barrett turned toward Stone with a grin already spreading across his face. And that is why we make friends, Barrett said with a wink. All right, gentlemen. My superior has cleared me to show you this. When exactly did you want to see, and what warehouse? Barrett gave him the specifics based on the time the ship from China arrived and was unloaded by Anderson's imports. The guard tapped on the keyboard and brought up a video. She's all yours. He nodded at the computer, which now had the footage transferred to it. Barrett and Stone scrubbed through the video until they saw movement, and then after a few minutes, a truck appeared. It had about 6 men piled in the back. They all hurriedly lifted the large crate and hoisted it into the truck's bed before driving away. Barrett froze the frame, allowing him to zoom in on the license plate. Gotcha! He pumped his fist. Chapter 45, Charleston, South Carolina. Barrett let out a long breath through puffed cheeks as he glanced between the number on the ticket the machine spit out and the one glowing on the matrix board above the kiosk in the far corner of the room. He shoved his hands in his pockets and leaned back against the wall. While he struggled to maintain the appearance of patience, he considered walking outside and punching something. A car window, a tree trunk, a park bench. It didn't really matter. Anything he could hit to get out all that pent-up aggression. He considered that it was probably a bit extreme, but couldn't deny that he was itching for a fight. However, the elderly DMV clerk with a baggy knit sweater and painted-on eyebrows, arched in a constant posture of surprise, wasn't the right target. Watts nudged him, snapping him out of his stupor. You all right? While the question required only a simple yes or no response, Barrett felt it was as open-ended as the prairie plains.
Of course he wasn't all right. He wasn't even himself, just a bit actor in a harsh reality show, forced by the producers to play someone else. There wasn't a world in which this life trajectory was all right by any stretch of the imagination. "I'm good," he mumbled, unwilling and unable to unpack the bundle of emotions warring within him. "Besides, they're just feelings. Jazz would make fun of me anyway."
"You know, it's okay to talk about how you're doing."
"How I'm doing? You mean talk about my feelings?" She cracked a smile.
Okay. Guilty as charged. I admit that I've made some pretty disparaging comments about feelings, but truth be told, that's how I deal with them."
"Rejecting your feelings is how you deal with your feelings?" She nodded.
"More or less. It's a defense mechanism. I hate the feelings I have, so I pretend like they're stupid."
"And how's that worked out for you so far?"
"Not the greatest. And being here doesn't help."
"Charleston? You have some history here?"
"Not fond history."
"What was his name?" Watt sighed and looked down at her feet.
"Doug Vaughn. Met him while I was learning to skydive at terminal velocity."
Barrett chuckled at the name. "Cute. Did you meet on a tandem jump?" She nodded.
"Not sure there are many bonding activities that act as quickly as being strapped to someone as you hurtle toward the ground at breakneck speed."
"Love at first sight," Barrett said with a chuckle.
"I'm gonna hit you if you make another joke like that."
"Sorry." Barrett lost his smile. "I couldn't resist. Please, continue."
"There's not much more to say. At least there's not much more I want to say. Doug and I dated for over a year, and he broke my heart. Now I hear he's married to some trust fund baby from Hilton Head, who's as every bit fake as I am real."
"His loss, for sure."
"That's kind of you to say, though I'm not sure I agree with you, but you're entitled to your opinion."
"Ever think about burying the hatchet and moving on?"
"I've moved on, but I would like to see him before I leave town. Maybe show him what he missed out on."
"And see what you didn't miss out on," Barrett said with a wink. "He's probably got a beer gut, no hair, and is scraping by flying airplanes and teaching people how to jump out of them, while you're doing all right by yourself."
"I'll be doing a lot better once I finally get paid," she said, her smile appearing a bit forced as it served as the 47th reminder to Barrett that she was only there for the money.
Soon enough.
He folded his arms and closed his eyes, waiting for the 35 people ahead of him to be called. 73, 73, a woman said over the speaker, her voice cracking before making one last plea. 73.
Barrett awoke with a start, wondering if the number had only made an appearance in his dream. But no. Sweater and eyebrows lady was hunched over a chrome microphone attached to a flexible stem that looked like a holdout from a principal's office designed in the 1970s. She eased her lips close to the tip of the mic and drew in a short breath before speaking again.
"Okay,
73, right here," Barrett said, as he catapulted out of his seat and strode up to her kiosk with Stone in tow. She flipped a button, changing the speaker from one that reverberated through the room to a smaller one, turned up far too loud, that was embedded in the corner of the glass, separating Barrett from her.
"What took you so long?"
she asked, with her South Carolina low-country drawl.
"Were you sleeping out there?"
"Sorry, lost in thought. My apologies."
"Well, at least you're here now. What can I do for you?"
"I'm in a bit of a bind," Barrett said. "My truck was stolen, and the police want the VIN number."
"You do realize you're repeating yourself, right?"
I'm sorry, what?"
"You're repeating yourself, just like I repeated myself." Barrett thought he was taking crazy pills. He could befriend just about anyone, but the woman on the other side of the glass wasn't making it easy for him.
"I guess I'm not following."
"Do you know what VIN stands for? Vehicle Identification Number. So when you say you want the VIN Number? You're really saying you want the vehicle identification number? Sounds silly when you say it like that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'd like a printout with the VIN for my truck, please. She sighed.
Do you have a license plate?
Yes, ma'am, Barrett said, grateful for a sane respite in their conversation. It's right here. He'd scrawled the license plate number on a scrap of paper and slid it beneath a small slit at the bottom of the glass. She held up the slip and moved it to a typing stand, squinting several times to make sure she entered the correct number. When she finished, she pounded the enter key and waited for the computer to generate results. The screen flashed, and then she turned her focus back to Barrett.
Mr. Rickards, do you happen to have your driver's license or any other form of acceptable government identification with you?
No, I don't. My wallet was in my car when it was stolen.
I see. Well, I can't give out any information to anyone other than the title holder. And since you can't prove to me who you are, I can't give you this information.
Please, Mrs.
It's Miss Oglethorpe. And don't you think you can butter me up to get what you want? It's true, chimed in a clerk seated in the stall next to her. She goes by Miss Oglethorpe, but we call her the document Nazi. She denies more people daily than McDonald's serves hamburgers.
That sounds like a tiny bit of an exaggeration, he said with a faint laugh. Miss Oglethorpe cast an icy glare at Barrett.
If you don't abide by the rules, you don't get what you want. This isn't some free information center. This is the DMV, and we have standards. And you're looking at them.
Barrett was running out of ideas as he scanned her desk, looking for anything to help him connect with her and remind her that he was human. Then he noticed a picture of her holding up a string of fish. Can I ask you a question, Miss Oglethorpe?
You already have. Would you like to ask a second one?
Barrett forced a smile, making it as genuine as he could, but he resisted the urge to growl at her in frustration. Yes, I would. Have you ever been fishing, and you've got a monster on your line, and it's kicking and flailing about, fighting to avoid its fate, when suddenly it spits the hook at you and dives back into the water? That ever happened to you?
Happens all the time when I'm fishing on the Edisto River. I think those fish take courses on how to frustrate anyone with a hook in the water.
Exactly. You're so close to landing that big fish, and then the unexpected happens. You did everything you were supposed to. You checked your weights, you tightened the knots in the line threaded through the hook, you tested your rod before you cast your line into the water, yet you can't do a single thing to change the outcome. In the end, you're stuck with bad luck.
Do you have a point, Mr. Rickards?
Miss Oglethorpe, he softened his voice, looking her directly in the eyes. That's how I feel right now. I did everything right. I locked my doors, I parked in a well-lit place, yet my wallet is inside my truck that's now gone, and the police won't file a report until I can give them my truck's VIN. And I can't prove to you who I am because those thieves have my wallet. Now, can you find it in your heart to make an exception this one time and help me out?
It's a sad story. But what if you're an impostor?
An impostor?
Yes, an impostor. Then I'd be the one who just gave out a VIN number to a stranger.
Do I look like an impostor to you?
Imposters don't look like anything, she said with a sneer. Now, we have standards here, and you're not meeting mine. Try to get your VIN from another source, Mr. Rickards, if that's really your name.
She switched the speaker output and pulled down the microphone.
77? 77,
she said. Barrett sighed and spun on his heels as he walked toward the door. And that is what happens when you can't make friends, Stone said in a hushed tone as they exited the building. Then he held out his phone, which had a picture of Miss Oglethorpe's screen. It contained the name and address of where the truck was registered. And this is what happens when you get the information anyway, Stone added. You sneaky little bastard. And here I was about ready to punch something.
Barrett drove Watts and Stone to the offices of Rentals in Space, a short-term warehouse rental company that loaned out vehicles as well to help you transport your product to and from the warehouse. It seemed like an easy business that didn't require much maintenance and was easy to procure space at one of his more than 24 locations around the Charleston area. But when he arrived at one of the Rentals in Space offices, he found a list of all the warehouses with the addresses by each one. Then he asked the salesman pacing the office if he had any slots available on the smaller side of things. Barrett figured if the terrorist could fit whatever it was they wanted into the back of a pickup truck, they didn't need much space.
Unfortunately, I don't, the man said. I just rented out my last one 3 days ago to an upstart tech company.
Oh, Barrett said, trying to appear interested.
Yeah, they snapped up my last one off Ashley Road. I even told them that space wasn't ideal for computer tech companies, but they insisted.
They were a tech startup? Barrett asked.
The man shrugged. I didn't verify it or anything, but that's what they said.
Do you remember how many men there were?
I have no idea. I only spoke with one person in the group. But if you can wait a couple of days, it'll be free then. They only wanted it for a few days. I guess they found something better.
Okay, well, maybe I'll come back in a couple of days.
Barrett walked back to the SUV and slid into the driver's seat. He filled in Stone and Watts as they went. A few minutes later, they reached the location listed on the address card and found an empty parking lot. The trio found an open gate and snuck around to the back, where a door was unlocked. But when they went inside, they found it almost completely empty. Almost. In the corner of the room, Watts found a stack of boxes with the name of something that sounded like a drug. She pulled out her laptop and hammered on the keyboard.
"Guys, you need to see this," she said, motioning for them to join her.
"What is it?" Barrett asked, peering over her shoulder.
"The name on these boxes, Kozalex. It's the name of a drug being developed by LP Discovery, of course. But get this. People are speculating that it's called that because it's named for the Japanese word for suicide pilots during World War II, kamikazes. And according to this report, for someone who claims to have worked for the company, the drug is supposed to turn ordinary soldiers into uninhibited ones. The drug mutes their ability to shrink back in fear. They simply attack until they kill you or die."
"So, kamikaze soldiers?" Stone asked. Barrett let out a low whistle. This shipment wasn't a chemical agent for mass use on civilians at all. It's designed to empower soldiers to press on until they've achieved their mission objective.
"So it would seem."
"They're going to weaponize cell members, and I think this just might be worse than anything we could imagine."
"You've got to let Simpson know," Stone said. "We can't take on a legion of uninhibited maniacs and win."
"I'll call Simpson, but don't hold your breath," Barrett said. Chapter 46, Charleston, South Carolina. Cameron Doyle jogged along the Battery on a sidewalk lined with palmetto leaves and flashed a smile for the cameras. His campaign publicity team had ushered a couple dozen reporters and photographers to a scenic spot, hoping for an iconic image that would populate news media websites and newspapers across the country. And he wasn't about to disappoint anyone wanting a picture. He sucked in his gut in an effort to appear as if he was still in the same shape he'd been in while on active duty, and steadied his breathing. While he fought the urge to increase his pace to show off, Max Tuttle had stressed the importance of slowing down so that the whirring cameras could catch Doyle in focus.
"This could be a big moment for you. It could be an opportunity for you to exude your youthfulness and strength in a single image, and that's far more important than showing off your speed. So don't forget to slow down for the photographers."
But once the moment arrived, Doyle couldn't help himself. He lengthened his stride, offering a half-hearted wave to accompany his grin while he raced past the photographers. He rounded the point, running along the water parallel to White Point Garden. Doyle turned north onto King Street and continued for 2 more blocks before ducking into a dark SUV waiting for him with an open door along the curb.
After scrambling inside and shutting the door, Doyle exhaled and sank into his seat.
"It's a lot hotter out there than it looks," Doyle said as he glanced at Tuttle, who was giving the senator a look that reminded him of a school principal about to reprimand him for doing something that was an obvious violation of sorts.
"What part of 'don't forget to slow down for the photographers' didn't register with you?" Tuttle asked. "You do realize that you hired me to help you win, not to give you advice that you will blatantly ignore. It's my reputation on the line as much as it is yours when it comes to this campaign."
"Oh, Max, must you hover over my every move, treating me like the boy who, no matter what he does, just can't live up to his father's approval? It's exhausting trying to keep all your rules."
"My rules, as you call them, are all designed to help you win this election and become president. After all, that's what you hired me to do."
"I haven't forgotten. I mean, how could I? You give me an endless list of things I can't do if I want to become president. But perhaps you've forgotten how awful some of the men were who've held this office."
"You're not running against those men. You're running against Jennifer Funk in the primaries, which will ultimately determine the winner. Whoever emerges is going to end up in the White House, a fact both you and I know, along with the rest of the country. And that's why you must take my suggestions seriously. You might have a big lead in the polls right now, but that can change on a dime. All it takes is one misstep and boom, your campaign trail is now vapor trail with you disappearing in the smoke."
"Just lighten up, will you? My sprinting past the photographers is fine. They've got fast cameras. It's not like I'm the world's reigning 100-meter dash champion."
Tuttle exhaled. "You could be right, but would you please take me seriously? You might get away with one here, but not listening to me in the future could really cost you. Which brings me to an issue that's come up that we need to discuss right now."
"Can it wait, Max? I want to see the venue before the rally tonight."
Tuttle emphatically shook his head. "To be honest, this is the only thing that should be on your plate until we've addressed this."
Doyle drummed his fingers on the seat next to him.
"Okay, if this is so important, let's get it over with. I have your security briefing for tonight's event, and it's not good," Tuttle said.
"Not good? What's that mean?"
"Do I really need to spell it out for you? There's been chatter about another attack taking place tonight."
"I thought all those whatever their group's name was, were dead."
"Sort of. The cell that was operating out of the Chicago area is all gone. At least that's what we think. But Al-Qatala is larger than we first believed, and there's evidence to support that belief based off what we're hearing. Not to mention some physical evidence that we just learned about."
"Physical evidence?"
"A shipment arrived last night from a biotech company that was immediately taken from the dockyard."
"Taken? As in stolen?"
"No, it was addressed to what appears to be an alias, but a handful of men loaded it into a truck last night and all but disappeared."
"Nobody can track the truck?"
"Rented in cash by a man wearing a hat that shrouded his face on the security cameras. The truck has already been returned."
"Who's running this investigation, and why haven't they found any suspects yet?"
"It's been handled privately, but it's a fast-developing case, and we seem to be 2 steps behind."
"If word of this gets out, nobody's going to come tonight, and that's the last thing we can afford. A paltry turnout in South Carolina makes us look weak and entirely vulnerable, and that's all Funk will need to rally some deep-pocket donors to chip in and help defeat me."
"A campaign rally with mass casualties will look much worse. You've got to understand how disastrous that would be. And you sure as hell better realize nobody would come to your events after that. You would look weak, not to mention people would start to wonder if you were going to experience similar attempts while you held office."
Doyle cursed and then slapped the seat with an open palm. He set his jaw and stared out the window for a moment before leaning forward in his seat. "I can't do it, Max," Doyle said.
"Can't do what?"
Tuttle's face was stoic. "Can't cancel the rally."
There are people who are coming to see me tonight, and lots of them. Some of the people drove hundreds of miles to see me and hear the message of hope and healing I have for this country. We can't cancel at this point. But, sir, what if you tell Homeland Security to get on it? They're not working this case. And why the hell not? If Homeland Security is handling this one, they will be forced to make a public statement, which is something you've made expressly clear that you don't want to happen. I can ask them to get involved if you like, but, so, there's someone else handling the matter privately?
Tuttle nodded.
What do you want me to do? He asked.
Doyle thought for a moment as he stared out the window. Then he turned his attention back to Tuttle.
Just leave it alone. I want to continue with the rally as planned. But, sir, Enough, Max. I've made up my mind. I want to make a statement tonight to the American people that we will not be driven into hiding out of fear of what our enemies might do.
Doyle stroked his chin and thought about how he would deliver those same lines later that evening in front of an energetic group of supporters. He could already imagine how the lines were going to hit and see in his mind the viral clips of his speech on social media. Besides, the cell had been decimated in Chicago. This was just a ploy to get him to cancel his event and portray him as a weak candidate. The security service team would have the event secured tightly. There was no way anyone was going to waltz in again and disrupt his event after what happened in Chicago. Based on what he'd endured up to this point in the campaign, he wouldn't have put it past Jennifer Funk's team to falsify reports about terrorist activity or even create the chatter. But if it was real, if the terrorists were coming after him, he had a big problem. He'd kept Tuttle in the dark about it and planned to keep it that way. Chapter 47. Charleston, South Carolina. Barrett jammed his hands in his windbreaker and stood on a concrete wall at the back of Riverfront Park along the banks of the Cooper River. He surveyed the gathering crowd, an enthusiastic one, he could tell, based on the overall festive mood. Pulsating music thumped from the speaker system surrounding the outdoor venue as people milled around in anticipation of Senator Doyle's speech. Little children waved American flags and sparklers. Vendors dressed as clowns sold them cotton candy and glow-in-the-dark necklaces. Meanwhile, other attendees chanted the senator's most popular campaign slogan, "A Force for America." To Barrett, the evening had a 4th of July feel to it, and no one would have been able to tell there was a serious threat lurking.
"What's it looking like out there?"
Watts asked. Barrett scanned the crowd as he answered. "All's quiet out here. We're still waiting for Senator Doyle to arrive. How's it look over your way, Stone?"
"Same here, but it looks like Doyle's finally arrived."
Barrett glanced toward the water and saw a convoy of boats puttering up to the adjacent dock. A cabin cruiser eased up next to it, with Doyle for President flags snapping as the wind picked up. Doyle, sporting a pair of aviator sunglasses, a blue blazer, and a white dress shirt without a tie, walked across the dock, waving with both hands and flashing intermittent thumbs-up signs to the adoring crowd cheering from the park. Several Secret Service members flanked Doyle, while several others secured the dock before they began allowing other boats to drop off rally attendees. Barrett had thought that if he were in charge of developing a plan to abduct someone like this at an event held so close to the water, that would be his preferred escape route, but it seemed nearly impossible given the number of security personnel and Secret Service members milling around the premises. However, he couldn't rule it out, especially if the terrorists were amped up on Kozalex. After discovering the shipment boxes at the warehouse, the trio had researched the drug and found that the rumors were more than likely true. The most telling sign that they were true was how Lester Parsons, when asked about Kozalex on a popular military podcast, refused to deny the existence of such a product being made by his lab, responding nonchalantly with a "You never know what my creative team will think of next." Watts had managed to dig up one leaked video from LP Discovery's labs off the dark web that showed a test subject going from calm and relaxed to violent and determined in a matter of minutes. He darted for a sword on a nearby table and started to hack through wooden dummies with a vengeance, subdued only with a high-powered tranquilizer that nearly killed him. The demonstration was eye-opening for the team and scary as hell. That spurred Watts to create an AI-assisted software program to analyze attendees as to the possibility of them being either on Kozilek's or being from the Middle East. Due to the way she wrote the program, it definitely profiled people based off their ethnicity. Not that she or anyone else would care. They knew, based off previous experience, the kind of people who wanted to harm Doyle, and this was one of their strongest ways to keep him safe if he was intent on speaking amidst the threats. "How's it going in the van?" Barrett asked Watts.
"At this point in my life, I never thought I'd be pulling a Matt Foley and living in a van down by the river. But here we are," she said.
"If this operator thing doesn't work out for you, I think you'd have a bright future in comedy," Barrett said.
"Oh, really? That's sweet," she said, her voice softening before regaining its edge. "Right now, I just want to catch these little bastards, but I haven't identified any of them yet."
"Think this is a hoax?" Stone asked. "It's one hell of a hoax if it was, complete with a fake shipment of Kozileks and men bustling about in the shadows."
"No," Watts cut in. "I'd say they're most definitely here, or if not, they're coming. Doyle hasn't even taken the stage yet, but just you wait."
Barrett wanted to watch Doyle more closely. Maybe catch a glimpse about what was the appeal to his persona. In Barrett's interaction with the likely future president, he seemed down to earth, maybe even a little scared. But he didn't strike Barrett as the kind of man who would rule the halls of power, at least not how campaign marketers portrayed him. But an average Joe would be popular with American voters, particularly after enduring waves of pretentious and entitled presidents who thought it was their God-given right to rule the world. Maybe Doyle was different in that way, but Barrett would have to draw conclusions from observing Doyle some other time. With Alcatala cell members yet to make their appearance, Barrett keenly watched each new group of people making their way through the crowd. "See anything yet?" Barrett asked Stone over the comms as Doyle danced his way onto the stage and the crowd clapping in rhythm with a song.
"Negative. You?"
"I've got nothing."
"Well, let's make it a trifecta, fellas," Watts chimed in. "My AI software isn't picking up on anything either."
"I know you weren't there, but don't forget about how they penetrated the crowd in Indianapolis. They used dogs and presented themselves as members of the police."
"That's right. They not only donned costumes, but ones that everyone assumed would be safe. They were welcomed by the crowd, even revered on some level."
3 television helicopters whomped overhead, flying back and forth to capture images from the rally for late local news programs. Barrett glanced up at them and then turned his focus back to the crowd. Back and forth, he searched for someone, anyone who appeared to be angling to disrupt the event or get at Doyle. But everything seemed rather normal, if not mundane. The crowd was there to see Doyle, and gave him their respect by quieting down as he held up his hands and stepped to the lectern. With the music fading out, Doyle flattened his tie against his chest and licked his lips before beginning a speech. Doyle's smooth voice sounded convincing to Barrett, no matter the topic. His velvety voice was almost hypnotic in some ways. "Stay focused." Barrett broke out of his trance and continued to watch the crowd as Doyle mesmerized the throngs that had gathered. The people cheered at the end of every strong point, especially when he punctuated his comment with a fist bump. Flags roiled back and forth across the outdoor venue, blocking Barrett's line of sight. "I wish they wouldn't wave those damn flags every 30 seconds, Stone said over the comms. "It's starting to irritate me." "You're not alone," Barrett said. Then something caught Barrett's eye just as one of the helicopters descended to an uncomfortable level. On stage left, a clown who'd been carrying a large cotton candy tree started giving away his allotment, delighting the crowd around him so much that it attracted attention, even Doyle's. The senator paused and smiled as he looked down at the scene. "You see,
That right there is what we've been missing in this country, he said, speaking more loudly to combat the noise from the chopper. That's nothing but unbridled joy, both for the giver and the receiver. We've lost our way as a nation, weary from a burden far heavier than we're made to carry, and far larger than any of our forefathers ever thought we should be saddled with. The clown smiled and waved as he slowly turned in a circle, drawing a smattering of applause from the crowd. He made a goofy face as the wind from the helicopter blew his hat off, exposing his curly red tufted wig. But everything changed when the clown on stage right rushed the stage, while a rope simultaneously dropped from the helicopter just to the side of Doyle. He seemed taken aback by the sudden intrusion into his speech, unsure of how to respond. The Secret Service members raced out of the wings and toward him in an effort to get him to safety, but before they could get close enough to stop, the rogue clown stepped onto the rope stirrup and promptly hooked in Doyle, both men suspended some 200 feet beneath the bottom of the helicopter. The chopper lurched skyward, leaving everyone gawking at the winking lights on the aircraft rapidly speeding away from the park and out across the Cooper River into the dusky sky. "Both of you, to the dock!" Barrett said. He sprinted toward the convoy of boats tied up just offshore, scanning which vessels seemed to have the most horsepower to pursue the chopper. His brief survey located a Goldfish 46 Bullet, a rigid inflatable boat with 3 500-horsepower outboard motors. He stopped looking after that. Barrett bounded through several boats, all tied to one another, before working to quickly release the Goldfish. The keys were in the ignition, but he didn't waste any time in ripping off the panel beneath the steering wheel and hot-wiring the engine. The trio of motors rumbled to life, and Barrett navigated toward the dock. "Where you guys at?" "Almost there." "Just got here," Stone replied. Stone hustled to the end and jumped inside. A half-minute later, Watts raced across the dock. Barrett motioned for her to hurry as he heard someone screaming about stealing his boat. "Come on! Come on!" He revved the engine. Watts jumped for the boat, and Stone caught her, keeping her from tumbling into the water. Barrett didn't wait another second, opening the throttle and tearing out across the river, following the helicopter zipping southeast toward the Charleston harbor. Chapter 48. Charleston Harbor. Barrett squinted and ducked low to stay behind the windshield as the Goldfish skipped across the choppy Cooper River. Stone stood to Barrett's left, keeping an eye on the helicopter in a sky now buzzing with activity. The 2 other news helicopters initially began pursuing the one used to abduct Senator Doyle, but turned away when a burst of gunfire erupted from it. Meanwhile, Watts balanced a computer on her lap, working quickly to find out what she could from law enforcement at the event. "I didn't see that coming," Barrett said, taking in a whiff of the saltwater air rushing past the boat. "You weren't the only one," Stone said. "I thought we had all our bases covered and that the only other way in or out would be through the water. I never even once considered an abduction like that." "It was impressive," Watts shouted over the wind. "But that's the kind of nerve that Karalex gives you. The guy who hitched Doyle to the rope could have easily been shot." Barrett nodded in agreement. The operation was executed with precision, but it also took a lot of guts. I know those terrorist groups seem to have a knack for finding people who want to blow themselves up for a cause, but you wouldn't want to lose anyone trained enough to pull off that kind of mission. They bounced along the water for a couple more minutes, the helicopter maintaining its heading with Doyle and his captor still dangling from the rope and lagging at a steep angle somewhat behind the craft. Barrett wondered how long it would take before the terrorists recognized they were being followed from the water. He could only hope they didn't notice. Watts continued tapping away until she held up one hand, while the other pressed one side of a headphone against her left ear. "I've got something." "What is it?" She held up her finger, signaling for him to wait. A few seconds later, she removed her headphone and looked up at her 2 colleagues. "It's Al-Qatala. They're claiming responsibility, and they're going to make an official announcement in a few minutes." "Where do they think they're headed? Think they have a big boat awaiting them farther out at sea?" Barrett shook his head. "I'm not sure this is a mission with an exit plan. If they continue at this heading, I know exactly where they're going."
And it's Fort Sumter. The helicopter hummed toward the infamous Civil War historical site on a man-made island in the middle of the harbor, before stopping in a holding pattern and ascending higher until it reached a height of at least 1,000 feet.
"What the hell are they doing?"
Barrett asked aloud as he idled the engine. Water lapped rhythmically against the side of the boat as it swayed back and forth with the waves. Watts snapped and then held up an index finger again.
"Hold on. They're making an announcement."
After a few tense moments, she sighed and then looked at Barrett and Stone.
"What did they say?"
Barrett asked.
"They said that Senator Doyle has an announcement to make. Something about a confession."
"A confession about what?"
Stone asked. "Your guess is as good as mine."
"Did they say anything else?"
"Just if anyone tries anything, then Doyle will die with them."
Barrett shook his head as he looked up at Doyle, still suspended tenuously from the rope. But he was alone, the abductor having been reeled into the aircraft with a winch.
What is the senator thinking right now?
Chapter 49, Charleston Harbor. Cameron Doyle wondered if it might be better to die on his own terms than being made a spectacle by the monsters dangling him about 1,000 feet above an ancient fort. He couldn't help but wonder what the point was to the whole exercise other than attention. But was there ever any other reason terrorists did anything? Their antics were oftentimes the equivalent of a 2-year-old's tantrum, a desperate plea for attention to ultimately get what they wanted. Toddlers used their behavior to hold others hostage, while terrorists used other people, their safety, or anything they could find that mattered to the ones they deemed as the aggressors. Doyle recognized that he was merely playing his part in a ploy by Alcatala to have their demands met. Or was he? It can't be. He figured it didn't matter what happened next. The outcome had already been decided. Death was all but certain. If any law enforcement agency attempted to take down the helicopter, he would die. If they didn't, he would eventually be released, sending him plunging to his death. Due to the precise planning it took to abduct him, Doyle couldn't imagine these terrorists weren't at the very least going to kill him. The man who'd hitched him to the rope seemed almost crazed and out of his mind. It wasn't the look of someone who was afraid of anything, least of which was dying. Doyle realized he'd likely be dead before the helicopter ran out of fuel. It was a freeing way to look at the situation as he tried to suppress all the other horrible repercussions that would accompany his death. Moments later, the rope Doyle was clipped to shook violently. He looked up and saw a cord zooming toward him. Right before it reached him, it stopped and then resumed by easing down to eye level. He studied it for a moment before realizing it was an earbud with a microphone attached to it. Working carefully, he removed the device and inserted it into his ear. Within seconds, the cord was reeled back into the helicopter.
"Good evening, Senator,"
said a woman's smooth voice, tinged with a Middle Eastern accent.
"Thank you for complying."
"I don't know what you think you're doing, but—"
"Please, Senator, save your threats for someone else. In case you haven't noticed, you're in no position to make any demands. All I have to do is release this lever."
She paused as Doyle dropped about 10 feet before he stopped.
"Did you like that? We can do it again if you like, or you can shut up and listen for once in your life. Which will it be?"
Doyle said nothing.
"Good. Now this is how it's going to go. When I give the command, you will speak."
"And what do you want me to say?"
"I want you to admit what you did in Marga,"
she said tersely.
"Marga? I don't even know where that is. I doubt I've ever even been there."
"That's what they told me you would say. They said you would first deny that you've ever even heard of the place."
"I haven't. This isn't an act. And trust me, lady, if there was a way for me to get down from here, I'd say it. If I'm going to atone for my sins, at least let them be actual sins I committed."
"I'm sure you remember, but I don't blame you for wanting to block such memories. I'd do whatever I could to erase them from my mind. The screams, the hair-raising shrill sound of a little boy discovering that his father would never hold him again, or caress his face, or encourage him to, or explain to him what it means to be a man. All those things were stolen from that boy the instant you gave the command to fire.
I know this might be incredibly difficult for you to hear right now, but you have me mixed up with someone else. I've never been to this place you're talking about, and while I appreciate your passion for vengeance, I'm the wrong person to exact it from. You might kill me, but you're certainly going to be shot out of the sky once you do whatever it is you're going to do to me.
We have the right man, Senator. Of that much I am certain. Whether you want to admit it or not, that's your choice. But you're sorely mistaken if you think I'm going to regret my actions. This is the only way to get justice, and I'm going to take it.
Doyle closed his eyes, his mind whirring for how to respond.
Maybe I'm not ready to give up just yet. Can I ask if you have any children? Doyle said.
That's an irrelevant question.
It's not, because if you do, they're going to go through life without a mother.
No, they will go through life empowered by the knowledge that their mother was a hero and relentless seeker of justice, and there aren't many better gifts I could give my children.
But they'll never— Enough, she snapped.
In 1 hour, the world will hear from you, and if you don't confess, they will see you plunge to your death.
And if I do?
Perhaps you will receive mercy.
The line went silent. Doyle took in a deep breath, still unsure of what he could apologize for. He'd never been to this Marga that the woman referenced. What is she talking about? Then his breath hitched as he remembered something. Chapter 50, Charleston Harbor. Zafira Rahimi clutched her locket and kissed it. Between the helicopter blades whomping and creating a constant downdraft and the high-pitched hum of the spinning rotors, she could hardly think. She leaned forward, peeking over the edge of the chopper at Senator Doyle. He seemed calm and relaxed, almost as if he was determined to stay there as long as he needed to. But she could only read his body language. His face, if she could see it, would tell a different story. One of the other cell members tapped her on her shoulder and gestured toward a laptop. Zafira turned and shuffled to an empty seat in the helicopter, sitting next to a young man who grinned as he proudly turned his laptop screen toward her. The social media homepage for Al-Qatala depicted a live feed of Senator Doyle suspended above the ground. At the bottom of the screen, a counter displayed the real-time viewers watching the streamed event. For each passing second, the number grew by the thousands, having already surpassed 50,000 viewers and rocketing upward. Zafira thought back to that day she'd seen Malek Rahimi, Jalil's father, lying dead on the kitchen floor, his very life draining out of him. Only a few family members and close friends had witnessed it, and she'd been there, hanging out in Jalil's bedroom when she heard Malek's heavy footfalls coming down the hall. She had scrambled beneath the bed and thought she was free from his wrath, but within seconds gunfire erupted, and Malek hit the floor, the side of his face pressed against it. He stared at her, confusion washing over his face. Someone had shot him in the back. After lying there for a moment, he staggered to his feet, stumbling back toward the kitchen. Soldiers darted out of the house, apparently satisfied that they had completed their mission, but Malek didn't make it past the kitchen as he shook a fist at the two soldiers, two American soldiers. He collapsed again, this time for good. Jalil and Hakim tried to stop the bleeding, grabbing towels and applying pressure to the wound, but it was too late, and everyone but them seemed to know it. Malek mustered what strength he had left to roll over onto his back. He cradled each of the boys' faces with his hands and told them he was proud of them and hoped they would grow up to be respectable young men. He prayed a blessing over them before his head fell back and his body went limp. Only a handful of people had been at the Rahimi house that day and witnessed the wanton murder of Malek. But now the man who'd ordered Malek's execution was going to receive justice, with millions watching it happen live. She put on a pair of headphones, cleared her throat, and took a deep breath.
"How do I look?"
she asked, looking intently at one of her aides.
"Regal,"
the man said.
The world isn't going to forget your name anytime soon."
She raised her fist and then slapped it against her chest.
Al-Qatala, ila Alabad.
"Al-Qatala, ila Alabad," the man repeated.
Al-Qatala forever. Zafira removed an index card from her pocket and reviewed her talking points. She never imagined that this moment would arrive so soon, nor did she imagine it would have happened alone. Ever since she married Jalil and moved to the U.S., she'd been planning for this moment. The leadership of Al-Qatala in Afghanistan had chosen her to lead the sleeper cell in Chicago, fully aware that no one would suspect a woman was leading the group. She'd dutifully play her role as the compliant wife, doing her best to fulfill her husband's wishes during the day, but at night she schemed and planned. There had been several misfires when it came to abducting Cameron Doyle, but when political pundits began to announce him as a viable candidate to win the presidency, she decided to wait, knowing it would maximize the impact if he was so close to winning the White House. She kissed her locket again and took a deep breath. Her children were already with her sister, and her family, ready to be cared for. The kids were still in a daze over their father's suicide, which Zafira told him wasn't true.
"He was murdered. You understand me? He was murdered."
It had driven her children to even more tears, but she didn't want them to go through life not knowing the truth, even if they would go through the rest of their lives without their biological parents. They had cried for days before she took them to her sister's place in Detroit, and Zafira had said her goodbyes already, but that didn't make it any easier. She looked down, closed her eyes, and then looked intently into the camera, capturing her words for the live stream audience.
"Tonight, Al-Qatala claims responsibility for the capture of U.S. Senator Cameron Doyle," she said. "Senator Doyle has been accused of murder in Afghanistan, but he has been protected by the U.S. government. In 1 hour, he will tell you the story of how he murdered an innocent man and got away with it. Until now, please don't leave this channel, as you're about to hear one of the most explosive confessions you'll ever hear, though it's a story as old as time itself in my homeland."
She signaled for the man operating the camera to cut the picture, switching the feed back to the camera, capturing footage of the senator from the ground.
"If that doesn't drive up the viewership, nothing will," she said with a sly smile.
The man with the laptop grinned and turned the screen around so she could see the number in the corner of the screen escalating to over 1 million in less than a minute. She took a deep breath and leaned back in her seat. Zafira had done what she set out to do. In 1 more hour, she'd finally get revenge for Malek, and for Jalil and Hakim as well.
Al-Qatala ila Alabad.
Chapter 51. Charleston Harbor. Barrett's eyes widened as he watched the video feed of Zafira Rahimi explaining the terms for Senator Doyle's release. He wasn't sure what surprised him more, the fact that Zafira seemed like the mastermind or that Doyle was accused of impropriety. But in the moment, none of that mattered. Stopping an upstart terrorist group and saving Doyle's life were of the utmost importance, 2 objectives that were intertwined. You couldn't do one without the other, which meant that the team needed to do something other than idling in the middle of Charleston Harbor and hoping that Zafira found it in her heart to release Doyle. But Barrett could tell from the look in her eyes such hopes were frivolous indeed. He needed to act, and he needed to do it 10 minutes ago.
"What now? We can't exactly rescue him."
"That's where I think you're wrong." Barrett pursed his lips and scratched his chin, his mind whirring as he attempted to conjure up a viable rescue plan.
"So you have an idea for how to get him down?"
"I'm working on it." Stone, who was studying Doyle through a pair of binoculars, lowered them for a moment. "I'm not even sure a landing pad would help break Doyle's fall if he's dropped from that height. I admit that it looks rather grim, but we can't give up just yet. We have just under an hour, and we need to use every minute of it."
"So, what do you propose we do?"
Barrett's eyes brightened as a thought occurred to him. "Think you still have a number for Doug Vaughn?"
"Who?"
Stone asked. Watts rolled her eyes.
"Don't ask,"
she said. Barrett held out his hands as if to ask the question again. With a sigh, Watts nodded. "Interesting.
Let's not do this. I'm just going to give you his number, though I'm not sure how he's going to help you. You're not going to—"
She paused and furrowed her brow.
"Would someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?" Stone chirped.
"I'll let Jazz fill you in once we get to terminal velocity," Barrett said. Stone cocked his head to one side.
"Terminal velocity? That sounds like the name of a—"
He stopped mid-sentence, and his mouth fell agape.
"You're going to—"
Stone stopped again, the idea already clicking in his head.
"That's going to be impossible. You've got the helicopter and those men who'll be shooting at you from it. If you think that's a viable rescue plan, I'm going to question if you didn't just jam some of that Kozilek's into your arm."
"Not a chance. Besides, I don't need a shot to muster up courage."
"Would you someone please explain this to me, like I'm 12 years old?" he said. "I need to know what's happening."
Watts searched through the contacts on her phone and dialed Vaughn's number. After 3 rings, he picked up. She put the call on speaker so Barrett and Stone could listen in.
Well, if it isn't my favorite skydiving student," Vaughn said.
"You still have my number in your phone?" she asked with a chuckle.
"Apparently you do too. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Or did you call to gloat over the fact that Jordan divorced me?"
She sighed and then hesitated.
"Jasmine, you still there?"
"Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about Jordan, but that's not why I called. I need your help."
"Help with what?"
"I'm here in Charleston, and I have a colleague who needs to do a jump."
"Like, right now?"
"Yes."
You're serious?"
"As a heart attack."
"Can't this wait until tomorrow?"
"It can't. In fact, it can't wait more than a half hour. Can you be at the airstrip in 15 minutes?
"Yeah. Let me grab my things. I'm only 10 minutes away."
"Awesome. You're a real lifesaver, a literal lifesaver."
"Are you going to tell me what this is all about?"
"You'll figure it out soon enough. Just don't be late."
Watts hung up the phone and looked at Barrett.
"Point the way."
"At least he didn't make me grovel."
Barrett patted her on the back.
"Based on what I heard from Mr. Vaughn, sounds like you were definitely the lucky one."
She flashed a thin smile and pointed in the direction of the airstrip.
Chapter 52, Charleston Harbor. Cameron Doyle looked at his watch. If the woman who he'd never seen before was intent on keeping her word, he had a half hour before she forced him to admit to something he didn't do. He had been to Afghanistan, but he'd never killed anyone, at least no one who didn't deserve it. During most of his time in the war-torn country, Doyle had sat in a command center and given out orders to troops in the field. He'd gone out on a few missions, mostly to confront small clusters of Taliban fighters causing problems with U.S. troops, but there was something about this woman, something about the pain and determination in her voice. Based on what she'd done, there was no reason to think she wasn't serious. There was also no reason to think she wasn't still going to kill him after he confessed. Doyle had already decided that he wasn't going to do it. If he was going to die, he would do it in a dignified manner, as dignified as one can be, falling about 1,000 feet to their death. However, he couldn't help but be angry. He'd spent years making all the right moves to become President of the United States, all the ass-kissing, all the kowtowing, all the sacrificing, and instead of landing him in the most powerful office in the entire world, he was going to land with a hard thud on an old fort that was never even finished. He knew the wild-eyed terrorist lady didn't intend for the location beneath them to be a perfect metaphor for his life, but it was a strong foundation designed to last, yet unfinished and never able to realize its full glory. For a brief moment he wondered if authorities would close the fort for good. He was sure some of his political rivals would soon visit Fort Sumter out of some sense of macabre voyeurism. Either way, he was done. Even if by some miracle he survived, everyone would question why the terrorists came after him.
He doubted reporters would dig in, choosing to share the perspective of the deranged woman who'd brazenly kidnapped him, turning it into the kind of headline that would generate millions of clicks online for a story that wouldn't say anything of substance. They'd never do the work necessary to uncover the truth. That much he was convinced of and relieved about. But if the woman followed through on her promise, and Doyle had no reason to think she wouldn't, he'd be dead. 28 minutes. That's all the time he had left on the planet. Talk about a fall from grace. He laughed at his own thought, as morbid as it was. Maybe I do deserve to die. Doyle's mind swung back and forth like a pendulum without any steadying force. But whenever he considered just how close he'd come to becoming president, he grew angry and shook his fist up at the helicopter he was tethered to. He doubted they could see him, but he did it anyway. Expressing his frustration didn't even make him feel better. It just made him wish he'd done things differently. We should have obliterated the entire village. Chapter 53. Charleston Harbor. Barrett hopped out of the boat and sprinted toward the terminal velocity hangar. The sky had grown from just a few aircraft to a flying menagerie of lights, especially when the drones were included. He hoped it wouldn't be a problem for them. Helicopter blades thumped with such bass that he could feel it reverberate in his chest. Prop plane engines buzzed near Fort Sumter, the exterior of the structure illuminated by floodlights. "Is the beacon working?" Barrett asked over the comms. "Got your position loud and clear," Watt said. "Not that we're going to need it," Stone said. "I'm sure it won't be that difficult to find you." "Probably not, but I'm taking every precaution. We can't afford any mistakes." "Copy that," Stone said. "Besides, we have to keep you safe. If you die, how else am I going to collect my money?" Barrett chuckled. "If I die, you can have my Miami condo, Jazz." "Careful, Blake," Stone said. "She might sabotage the whole mission if that's the case." "Good luck, and I'll see you on the flip side." As he reached the hangar, the door began its long ascent upward. Barrett checked the time. 25 minutes remaining. Barrett found Doug Vaughn with a wrench in his left hand as he offered his greasy right. "I'm Doug," he said as the two men pumped hands. "Slade Gordon, pleasure to meet you. If you say you've heard nice things about me, I'll know you're lying," he said with a toothy grin. With time running out, Barrett wasn't interested in small talk. "Heard you're one hell of a pilot, which is all I care about at the moment." "Getting right down to business?" Vaughn said. "You're my kind of guy." "Look, Doug, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm very pressed for time. I need this plane in the air in about 5 minutes if that's possible, or else the man who's likely going to be the next president of the United States is going to die." Vaughn stopped and eyed Barrett. "What the hell kind of job is this?" Vaughn asked. "You some kind of spy?" "Something like that, but I don't have time to get into it. And even if I did, you don't have the clearance to hear it. I don't want to talk about it, and you don't want to talk about Jazz. So let's just do what we came here to do, a skydive jump. Deal?" "Fair enough." Barrett offered to pay Vaughn $10,000 for the impromptu excursion, which Vaughn readily accepted. After grabbing a pair of pre-prepped chutes, Barrett climbed inside the aircraft. 5 minutes later, they were in the air and climbing rapidly above the city. Vaughn took Barrett to an altitude of 12,000 feet before asking if the height was acceptable. "This is perfect." "Can I ask you one more thing?" Vaughn asked. Barrett shot the pilot a look that was taken as an invitation to continue. "You think Jazz still likes me?" Vaughn asked. Barrett smiled and shook his head. "Thanks for all your help, Doug," he said, before diving headlong out of the airplane. As he began his descent, he checked his altitude on his watch and started a countdown. He could see the target below, but not Doyle. Barrett wasn't sure if the senator was still there, or if he'd been released earlier than expected. Where is he? Senator Doyle swallowed hard as he heard the woman's voice through his earbuds. "We have 1 minute," she said. "I hope you're going to make a good decision and confess to what you've done.
I'm considering it, though I must admit that you're not being very incentivizing. If I tell you what you want to hear—"
"Not what I want to hear. If you admit to the truth."
"Okay, if I admit to the truth, I'd be a fool to believe you're just going to let me go. I mean, I'm your only leverage for staying alive. Without me, you're going to get blown out of the sky." The woman laughed softly.
"You've had plenty of time to sit there and think. And during that time, all you've managed to do is ponder whether or not it would be advantageous for you to tell the truth, all while believing there are only two options? Your country will be better off without you anywhere near the seat of power, if that's the extent of your critical thinking skills."
"You've put me in a pressure cooker of a situation. It's not like I have a lot of time to consider all the possibilities, never mind examine them."
"There is one possibility that you haven't considered, Senator, and that's the one where we don't care if we die."
"Let me at him," one of the other soldiers said faintly.
"Not yet, Khalil,"
she said. Doyle could hear a brief tussle, followed by her screeching at Khalil.
"Get back here, Khalil,"
she said. Doyle looked up to see a man steaming toward him down the rope, which was shaking back and forth.
"Khalil!"
the woman shouted. Doyle knew he didn't have much time, but began rocking the rope back and forth, creating a swaying motion. Moments later, the two men collided. As Barrett made his rapid approach, he realized just how tight his window was. He and Stone had done some calculations and figured that Senator Doyle was hanging about 200 feet beneath the helicopter, which meant that Barrett had to be very precise, or else he'd miss the target altogether and fail, or worse, he couldn't rule out the chance that he might get shot. Then Barrett gasped. He noticed a dark figure plunging wildly toward the ground, accompanied by shouting and screaming. "Damn it, I'm too late." "You guys see that from the water?" Barrett asked over his comms as he prepared to bypass the target area. "Yeah, but that wasn't the senator." "What the hell was that then?" "Someone jumped out of the chopper. Not sure if it was intentional or not, but it wasn't the senator. I repeat, it was not the senator. The live stream has zoomed in on him, and the countdown box says he's about to speak in 10 seconds. Barrett studied the helicopter as he approached it. When he was close enough to it, but not so close that his canopy wouldn't get shredded by the blades, he prepared to deploy his chute. Doyle watched as his attackers soared through the air, arms and legs flailing, his anguish expressed in an ear-splitting fashion until he couldn't be heard anymore or seen. "My apologies, Senator," the woman said. "I have the rest of my crew under control, and it looks like it's showtime in 3, 2, 1. You're up. The moment to tell the truth has arrived." Doyle took a deep breath and licked his lips. "Well, go on. The world is waiting." He paused for a moment to collect his thoughts, still trying to shake the image of the man tumbling through the air, realizing that was likely going to be him in a matter of seconds, if he didn't comply with the woman's demands. Can I milk this for all it's worth? Doyle had been in politics long enough to participate in several filibusters, teaching him the art of sustaining a bullshit story for hours upon hours. He doubted he had that long of a leash with the woman hovering in the aircraft above him, but it couldn't hurt to push his luck, especially if she was going to drop him away. I need to admit something to the American people, and apparently the rest of the world too, since I have a global audience, Doyle said. It's not easy for me to say this, but this isn't how I expected my day to go. When I woke up this morning, I fully expected to hold a fun rally with fellow patriots who are passionate about seeing this country turned around and becoming world leaders again, unlike the current administration that has allowed into the U.S. the kind of people who concocted this scheme. But instead, I'm dangling over Fort Sumter, ready to plunge to my death, and I have to admit that I'm scared as hell. Bastard, you tell them what you did in Afghanistan, or I'm going to do it for them. But the reason I'm here has to do with something that happened in Afghanistan.
At least that's what I've been told. What, exactly, I don't know. No one will tell me. This woman just expects me to know what it was. I mean, my wife Nadia does that to me sometimes, but she never hangs me out of an airplane to get me to confess what I've done wrong." He laughed, his smile quickly dissipating when he realized that most people wouldn't be chuckling with him in this stressful moment, especially those who desperately wanted to see him become president. "I'm sorry. Just trying to find a little levity in this very serious situation. I would say it's my life at stake, but it's yours too. Stop screwing around and turning this into some speech on a campaign stop. Tell them what you did in Afghanistan." "I'm getting to that," Doyle said, as he pointed at his headset and scowled. "This woman is crazy. She obviously doesn't understand the art of storytelling." Doyle felt the rope slip a couple of feet before catching again. He bounced and swung for a second. "Do it now, or the next time I won't stop the rope from releasing from the winch," she said. He looked up at the helicopter and saw an object hurtling toward him. Barrett tossed his pilot chute away from his body. A few seconds later, his canopy opened with a snap and immediately began slowing his descent. He used the steering lines to navigate beneath the swirling wind caused by the downbeat of the helicopter blades. Seconds later, Barrett collided with the rope and used a spring-loaded carabiner to attach himself to the rope. Then he released his chute before easing down the rope. Senator Doyle looked up, mouth agape. "Hold on! I've got you, Senator." Within a couple of seconds, Barrett had slid near the end of the rope. "Grab onto my feet and climb up my legs," Barrett shouted. Then the rope went slack, and they both started to fall. Chapter 54, Charleston Harbor. Barrett didn't have time to run through all the best scenarios. Instead, he had to rely on his instincts and training. He knew he didn't have much time until he had to pull his second chute, but he also knew that if Doyle wasn't secure, he would plummet to his death. Doyle clawed his way up Barrett's legs before he took the loose rope and wrapped it around his legs and the senator's arms. "Hold on!" He released the chute, and it rapidly slowed their fall. Then he reached down and pulled up Doyle so that the two were facing each other. "Oh, my God! How—" "We can talk about it later, sir, but I need to focus on getting you to safety. Please, hold on tight." Barrett scanned the water below as they drifted away from Fort Sumter. Wind gusts pushed them toward the Atlantic, while Barrett fought with his steering lines to guide them closer toward shore. "You guys still tracking us?" Barrett asked over the comms. "We've got an eye on you along with everyone else in the world," Watt said. "Please tell me this isn't being streamed." "By the time you touch down, you're going to be a global celebrity," Stone said. "Let's not get carried away. I'm sure it's not that big of a deal." "Tell that to the flotilla that's out here on the water now." Barrett glanced behind him and saw what seemed like hundreds of winking lights streaming across the Charleston harbor. As he tried to figure out how he wanted to get Doyle down safely and avoid the impending media attention that would accompany the rescue, he realized he wasn't out of danger when bullets ripped through the top of his canopy. Barrett cursed as he looked up and saw Zafira's helicopter following them and a pair of gunmen firing at them. "Why are they still up there?" Barrett roared. "We had to make sure they were clear of your position." "And are they?" "I'm just about to take care of that. Give me 10 seconds. "We don't have 10 seconds. From the water below, a rocket streaked skyward with a bright white light streaming behind it. It struck the chopper, rocking the aircraft for a second before it careened toward the water, with black smoke pouring out from the back as flames appeared to engulf the interior. A few moments later, the helicopter splashed into the water. Barrett took a deep breath as he plotted his next move. They were only about 100 meters off the ground, but still well out in the channel. "Sir, I hope you won't take offense to us dropping you near the shore so we can escape. Honestly, I can't afford to have my picture everywhere. It'd be detrimental to what I do." "Of course. But what is your name?" "Slade Gordon, sir." "Well, Mr. Gordon, I appreciate the courage you exhibited here today. I can promise you that you'll be handsomely rewarded for it." "I'm not looking for a reward, sir." "Real heroes never are."
Barrett looked down and saw Stone and Watts below them in the water.
"You guys ready?"
Barrett asked over the comms. A few seconds later, Barrett and Doyle splashed into the water. Barrett released his harness and helped Doyle climb aboard the commandeered Goldfish. After Doyle was securely aboard, Barrett joined him, and Stone headed for the nearest point. Within a couple of minutes, they reached shallow waters near the shore, where Doyle could walk to dry ground.
"Are you sure you don't mind us doing this?"
Barrett asked again.
"Of course not," Doyle said. "You just saved my life, and I understand the media attention would hamper you from doing your job. I'll see to it that nobody knows who you are. Thank you, sir, and good luck with the presidency. I hope we can work together soon," Doyle said, shaking Barrett's hand and giving him a knowing wink. "Goodbye, Senator." Doyle swung his legs over the side of the boat and hopped into the knee-deep water before slogging ashore. Satisfied that he was safe, Barrett waited until Doyle waved before signaling for Stone to leave. He turned off the boat's running lights and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 55. Washington, D.C. Shaken by his brush with death, Cameron Doyle waited until the following afternoon before he addressed the media. Campaign manager Max Tuttle spoke first, explaining that Doyle was only there to make a statement and wouldn't be taking any questions. They'd both decided that would avoid the potential landmines awaiting them, particularly after some of the accusations that Zafira Rahimi had made on her live stream while Doyle had been abducted. Doyle ditched his formal style of dress, opting for a more casual look. No tie, no blazer, just a light blue Oxford shirt with the sleeves rolled up just below his elbows. Everything he said and did would be discussed on cable news programs, as well as online and social media spaces, and he wanted to make sure that what he did was intentional. There was purpose in the way he talked, just like there was intent behind what he said. By nixing the question and answer session, Doyle had an opportunity to craft a perfect response. The message would be loud and clear to anyone paying attention. Everything he was about to do had not only been choreographed, but well thought out. Doyle walked onto the stage, gripping Nadia's hand with his right and holding a copy of the speech in his left. She released his hand and stepped back as he eased forward and dropped down a copy of his speech onto the lectern. He looked out across the room and offered a faint smile while rubbing his freshly shaven face with one hand. "Anyone who says that the media is the enemy of the people has never stared deep into the eyes of our actual enemies," he began, to some soft laughter. He looked down at his speech and shook his head, his lips forming a tight smile. "I can't do it," he said with a sigh as he glanced back up at the journalists hanging on his every word. "I can't read this speech, because it's just a campaign speech, massaged into what's supposed to be a statement about what happened to me." He glanced at Tuttle, who gave him a disapproving glance, all of it rehearsed. "What's important for me to talk about today are the hundreds of men and women who do everything they can to keep us safe. This campaign has some incredible people who really care about this country and want to see it succeed. It's why we're all here, sacrificing over a year of our lives, and hopefully more, to help the United States regain her place of prominence in this world. We're not here for the money, or even the stock tips, something I fully intend to obliterate through legislation when I take office. No, we're here because we're patriots. We've seen what happens firsthand when you've got a president who cares more about amassing a fortune than fortifying our future. I saw it firsthand." Doyle paused and took a deep breath, creating a long, pregnant pause. It gave the listeners time to digest what he'd just said and prepare them in a dramatic way for what he was about to say next. "I'm supposed to talk about what happened in Charleston, what it felt like to be literally plucked off the stage and whisked across the harbor where I dangled from a rope, just one decision away from plunging to my death. I can tell you that it's terrifying as hell. No one should ever have to endure what I went through. But the real question is how? How was I subjected to that mental and physical torture? Who allowed those terrorists to just waltz across our borders as if they lived here their whole lives? Well, it's President Clark, the man whose policies and his party's policies enabled this to happen. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that he orchestrated this, though we know someone who doesn't like me was behind it. But that's what happens when your policies are poorly constructed. They fail. And I can say that President Clark has failed this country. He had 2 terms, and they have led to an unprecedented misery index in the United States, and we're going to change that. He snatched the mic from the lectern stand and began to pace the stage as he continued speaking. As I dangled over Fort Sumter, I thought I was surely about to meet an early demise. I said a little prayer to make peace with my Maker before one of our military's very finest literally swooped down from the sky and was able to rescue me. I clung to his legs and clawed my way up until we were able to face one another. I hung on for dear life as he unleashed his second parachute and then guided us down to safety. He paused, steepling his fingers and looking toward the ceiling in the back of the room. There are wonderful people, talented people, genuine, skilled people, determined people, hardy people in this country. But I just call them Americans, patriots, who want everyone to experience the best this life has to offer. And just like that team of people who put together a rescue operation that beat the odds, I want to serve this country with the same fervor and passion. I want everything I do when I win the office of the presidency, and make no mistake about it, we are going to win it. I want everything to be about serving fellow Americans. I'm not doing this to pad my bank account. I'm not doing this to shove some diabolical ideology onto the American people. I'm doing this because I love my country. Full stop. And if you share those same values and ideas, I hope everyone listening today will vote for me in November. Cameron Doyle, a force for America. He held up his hands. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen of the media. I appreciate your time, and if you have any further questions, you can direct them toward my staff. Thank you. Doyle collected his papers and strode toward the wings when he heard one reporter's voice above all the others shouting questions at him. Senator Doyle, we're hearing reports that there was one survivor of the terrorists from the helicopter crash in the Charleston harbor, the man said. Can you confirm or deny those reports? Doyle knew he should have just kept walking, but he couldn't. He'd done so well at keeping his emotions in check, especially when he just wanted to unload on the bastards who'd nearly killed him. But what was there to say? At least, what was there to say to the media that could be leveraged for political gain? Doyle stopped and looked directly at the journalist. No one made it, Doyle said. They all died in the crash. Then he turned and took Nadia's hand before they found safety in the wings. Max Tuttle glared at the senator. Would you excuse us, honey? Doyle said, before kissing Nadia on the cheek and watching her walk away. I thought we agreed that you weren't going to answer any questions, Tuttle said. Doyle looked down and shrugged. I don't know what came over me. I just had to say something. People need to know the truth. But that's not the truth. You need to be careful, or else you're going to lose due to self-inflicted wounds. Understand? Doyle nodded. It's a long way to November. Anything can happen. Did you take care of the thing I asked you to do? The senator asked. It's done. And? We're still waiting on an answer. Chapter 56. Miami.
Blake Barrett slid into the booth in the back corner of the Waffle House and waved off the waitress's offer for a menu. He looked across the table at Stone and Watts, neither of whom appeared too excited about Barrett's choice of fare. "I know what I want," he said to the waitress, who quickly fished a notepad out of her apron and then removed a pen from her messy bun. She leaned forward, her pen at the ready.
"I like it. A man who knows what he wants."
"Is there really another choice?" Barrett said with a slight tilt of his head. "It'll be the all-star breakfast for me. Scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered, covered, and smothered, and chunked, and bacon. Did I miss anything?"
"Nothing, except what you're drinking, sweetie."
"I'll take sweet tea," Barrett said.
"You got it,"
the waitress said before turning toward Stone and Barrett.
"And what about for you two lovebirds?"
Watts' eyes bulged.
"Oh, we're just friends." "Whatever floats your boat, sweetie," the woman said with a wink.
"Just triple my order. They'll love it."
"Okay, hon. You got it."
The woman skipped off behind the counter and shouted out the order for the cook.
"I think she had a thing for you, sweetie," Watts said as she glanced at Barrett.
"Yeah," Barrett said with a subtle headshake. "You really haven't been here before, have you?"
"I told you I hadn't. I try to avoid places like this."
"Places like what?" Barrett asked with a furrowed brow. "You have an aversion to delicious breakfast food available any time you want it, for a song of a price with friendly servers?"
"If I didn't know any better, I'd think you used to work at one of these restaurants."
"Oh, no," Stone said. "Here we go." Barrett put up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay. I'll refrain from talking about how much I love the Waffle House, but only because I want to discuss a topic that I think you'll be far more interested in. Jazz." She rested her elbows on the table, clasped her hands together, and perched her chin on her knuckles, head cocked slightly to one side. Then she leaned forward with a mischievous grin on her face.
"And what topic could that possibly be? We already heard the news about Lester Parsons being indicted on conspiracy charges and colluding with terrorists."
"You really have to ask?" Barrett said. Stone chuckled.
"You know she's gone after this, right?" he said. "If Jazz hasn't already ordered a car to pick her up, she'll do it as soon as you give her the money."
"Not so fast, Grant," Barrett said. "I think I might be able to entice her to stick around. If not for the money, for the high-stakes adventure that we're about to embark on."
"We?" she asked with a smirk. "You got a mouse in your pocket? Because I know Stone is just pulling your chain. He's my ride, and we've already got a red-eye flight booked." She checked her watch. "And it leaves 3 hours from now, just after midnight. So you better make it quick, whatever it is that you want to tell us."
"In other words, you better jab us now with that cocktail that's going to knock us out for 6 hours, because we're both ready to leave," Stone said. "Speaking of jabs," Barrett said with pleading eyes, "et tu, Brute?" "Come on, you know this has been an incredible few weeks, but it's also one we're all fortunate to have survived." "Exactly. It's why I need you. You're the survival expert, and I'm still here, aren't I?" He turned to Watts. "And you, Jazz. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to put all the pieces together to figure out who was behind this, so we could stop the senator from getting killed. You were the one who had a friend who could drop me from a plane, and you were the one who figured out a way to track us. We could be an unstoppable team." Stone winced. "I don't know, Blake. This was a thrill for sure, but I'm not sure this is the life for me." "So, what now? You're just going to go back to the Washington Mountains and teach people how to do what you're actually really good at yourself? It's like you're wasting your talents." "I'll admit that my job has become stale lately, running the same training courses with just different faces filling the slots each time out," Stone said. "That's right. And how fulfilling is that? You're going to waste away out there when you could be helping your country." Stone drew in a deep breath and looked down. "And the pay's not bad." Watts slapped a flash drive on the table.
Well, don't try to play this game with me, she said. I made it clear from the start that this was a one-and-done gig for me. I finally got my money, and then I'm going home on that red-eye, whether Grant's with me or not.
Barrett cracked his knuckles but didn't say anything, allowing the silence to speak for itself.
So, that's how it's going to be, huh? Watt said. You're going to beg him to stay, but you don't care if I walk?
The waitress returned, bearing an arm's length of breakfast plates.
Excuse my reach, she said, as she doled out the meals. Does anyone need anything else?
Barrett shook his head and thanked the woman before she scurried off to greet a table of new, hungry customers. He waited for a moment before he pointed at the device in the middle of the table. "What's on this thing?" he asked.
It's all the info needed to put away Lester Parsons, plus a little file I haven't been able to crack, she said.
Barrett arched an eyebrow. "A little file you haven't been able to crack?"
"Yeah. It's titled Doyle's Folly," she said.
"Doyle's Folly? Seems like that's a really important file."
I know. I just haven't spent the time I need in order to crack it. But I can get into it if that's important."
"Are you sure?"
"Yeah, well, pretty sure."
She tried to finish a bite of her hash browns.
"These are delicious, by the way."
"See? I warned you. Best diner in town."
"Well, I can do it. But if I'm doing that for you, that still doesn't mean I'm part of the team."
"If I'm paying you, you're part of the team." Barrett put his fork down to wipe the corners of his mouth. "And that brings me to my pitch, for both of you."
"You seem a bit slow right now," Watt said, "but I think I made it clear that I'm out. You paid me a princely sum, which I'm grateful for, but it's time for me to get back to the islands. We can work out the details of me trying to help you with your encryption problem later."
Barrett shoveled another forkful of eggs into his mouth and finished chewing before continuing. "I got a call from my contact last night."
"Simpson?"
Stone asked. "Yeah. He said that based on our performance, the brass, as he called them, would like for us to stay together as part of an elite clandestine group that will handle sensitive security matters for them."
"And you believe them? You sure they're just not trying to keep us all together so they can kill us based off what we know?" "What do we know?" Watts asked.
"Officially, nothing. We're keeping all the good stuff to ourselves. The main reason I decided to go ahead with this assignment was to find out who wanted to kill me and why. And so far, all I've found out is a very weak version of who. I just know who Simpson is, but I don't know how far down the ladder he is. Who's really calling the shots? And again, why did Slade try to kill me? It doesn't make sense."
"So you want us to stick around simply to help out a friend?"
Watts asked. "Isn't that how this started?" he said.
"It started out by Grant here saying that I would be a good fit to help you, and he knows I'm a sucker for big payouts."
Barrett shifted his weight as he pulled a clean napkin close to him and then removed a pen from his pocket. He scrawled down a number and pushed it toward Watts and Stone.
"What's this supposed to be?" she asked.
"Simpson gave me the okay to make that offer to you, since he wants us to stay together so badly." Watts waved dismissively and rolled her eyes.
"That's nothing."
"Nothing? I'm afraid you don't understand what that figure stands for."
"The amount we'll be sharing?" she said.
"Nope." He tucked his pen back in his pocket.
"Yearly salary? For each of us?"
Stone said. "Guess again." Watts stopped, her eyes widening.
"Out with it,"
she said. "That's the amount per job for each of us, plus expenses. And Simpson said there could be up to 8 assignments per year, possibly some shorter ones too. But he said long or short, he'd pay each of us that amount at the completion of the mission." Watts let out a low whistle and then looked up at Barrett. "Thinking about changing your mind?" he asked. A smile flickered across her lips.
"I don't like the fact that you know my weakness like you do," she said.
"If you didn't advertise it."
"All right, I'm in," she said. "I'd be a fool to walk away from that offer. Not to mention that I do kind of like working with both of you. And this food is fantastic."
Barrett grinned. "Good, because you're buying." She balled up her napkin and flung it at Barrett.
"You wish."
He laughed and then turned serious. "I only have one more item on the agenda tonight, and it involves what happened in Charleston." "Something not adding up to you two?" Stone asked. Barrett nodded. These attacks against Doyle were all personal, very personal. So I'm inclined to believe that there's more to what's going on here than we know. What's the connection between Al-Qatala and Doyle?
"I don't know, but I have a feeling we're going to make it our mission to find out."
Barrett winked. "And you can take that to the bank," he said. Chapter 57, Washington, D.C. 2 days later, Blake Barrett examined the mask he'd just pulled over his head. The wrinkles beneath his eyes looked so natural, as did the wispy strands of gray hair sprouting out of the top. He adjusted the voice modulator on his neck and tested it by speaking aloud. "Good afternoon," he said, his voice now sounding gravelly and weakened, like a man in his late 60s who'd spent years of his life arguing in front of juries. "I'm Robert Weston, Mrs. Zafira Rahimi's attorney." Barrett smiled. Perfect. He'd become so comfortable with being someone else, Barrett decided to try another character, albeit one he invented, Robert Weston, attorney at law. Barrett didn't see Weston as being a long-running character, but he could be a convenient one, like when he needed to speak to a witness or someone behind bars, even though it wasn't part of any official mission. He managed to convince Watts to help out on a pro bono basis. She resented it at first, and then by the time she'd finished, Weston's website looked top tier, as if he was handling billion-dollar tort cases on a yearly basis. An hour later, Barrett followed a guard down the corridor to the cell where Zafira was being detained. She was lying down on her bed, knees up and arms draped across her face. The man rattled the bars and shouted at her. "Zafira, you've got a visitor. It's your attorney." She bolted upright.
"Attorney? I don't have an attorney."
Barrett put a finger to his lips, a gesture that Zafira understood.
"Of course," she said, a smile easing across her face. "I almost forgot he was coming today." The guard quickly prepped her for the short walk down the hall to a private conference room so they could talk confidentially. Once he secured her to the table, he turned toward Barrett. "Mr. Weston, she's all yours," the guard said before he spun on his heels and walked toward the door. "Let us know if you need anything else. We'll be just down the hallway." Barrett removed a notebook and pen from his briefcase and placed them on the table and sat down. Zafira leaned in close, speaking in a hushed tone. "Who are you?" she asked.
"I'm Robert Weston, your attorney." She shook her head.
"You're not my attorney. So again, who are you?"
"Maybe I'm not your attorney, but I'd like to be. But can you speak up? I'm having a difficult time hearing you, and this room is secured. It'd be a federal violation if we were being recorded or listened to. So if you said something that was incriminating, prosecutors couldn't use it against you anyway."
"Forgive me if I don't share your trust for the U.S. government."
"Well, I'd like to help you, if you'll let me."
"You think you can get me out of here?"
"That depends."
"On what?"
"On how forthcoming you are about what happened and who was behind all this." She scowled.
"I was behind it all. Didn't you see the footage from our abduction of Senator Doyle?"
"I did, but I know there were other people involved, starting with a man who was funding all of Al-Qatala's activities, with Lester Parsons."
"How can I trust you? Besides, I'm sure that the news about Lester Parsons is on every television set in America."
"You can trust me because I want to find out the reason behind why you targeted Senator Doyle. And I want to hold him accountable, and do it the right way." She huffed a laugh through her nose.
"You think the American justice system is going to do anything to him? How naive."
I think the justice system will chew him up and spit him out, if he actually did something worthy of being punished.
I admire your blind trust, but you have no idea who's protecting him and why. The man committed war crimes. War crimes. He murdered my father-in-law. Malek was a good man, but I watched him bleed out on the kitchen floor, dying like a dog thanks to the man who seems like he'll be your next president.
Then he should be stopped.
But we both know he won't. I'll be paraded around in front of the television cameras while people mock me and malign my family.
I'll do my best to make sure that doesn't happen, Barrett said. Now, would you mind giving me a few more details about the day the senator killed Malek?
No,
She shook her head emphatically.
I'm not telling you another damn thing until you can give me a few things, starting with assurances that my children will be allowed to return to our homeland and be cared for by a loving family member.
I think I can arrange for that.
And I want some amenities. I've seen enough American movies to know how things work. If you want information out of me, you need to give me something.
Barrett grimaced.
I'm not the prosecutor here who can make such promises. I'm just your lawyer, someone who's going to try and help you avoid being convicted of the crimes you've been accused of.
So, you've got no power?
She said. I can only do so much.
Zafira curled her lip and hissed.
Get out of here. I don't know who you really are, but I'm not telling you another damn thing.
Barrett sighed and shook his head before he retrieved a business card out of his pocket and pushed it toward her across the table.
I really wanted to help you, Mrs. Rahimi.
I don't want your help. Now get out.
Barrett shoved his pen and paper back into his briefcase and exited the room, wondering if he'd ever see or hear from her again. Chapter 58, Washington, D.C. Barrett stopped and gazed at his face in the hotel mirror before removing the mask. In a matter of seconds, he went from looking like an aging lawyer to a man in his early 30s. The wrinkles were gone, and so was the double chin and the withering hairline and the gray hair. It didn't take much to transform his appearance, but inside, he was the same man. Or was he? Barrett stared at his true face, the one he wanted to live for the rest of his life. But he couldn't. Not yet, anyway. Not until he knew who was trying to kill him and why, and not until he had handled them in a permanent way. In the meantime, he'd have to parade around with a face that made him look like Slade Gordon, a constant reminder of his deep betrayal. Looking like Gordon required a bit of patience each day in order to get all the details right. The hair, the eyes, the scar, but that was nothing compared to who Barrett had to become on the inside, a hardened assassin. While hunting Alcatala, he'd found the necessary edge, yet he hoped it wasn't so sharp that it would change him forever. By the sheer definition of Gordon's profession, Barrett was required to kill, but it wasn't always needed. Could mercy and justice coexist in such tight quarters? He had no choice but to find out. However, there was a rare occasion when he needed to look like his true self, and that time was now. Barrett, dressed in a gray fedora pulled low across his brow, gray suit and purple tie, checked his watch and ducked out of a side exit of the hotel. He strolled down the street until he reached Giotti, the best Indian restaurant in the capital, and waited for his dinner date. A few minutes later, Grace Gordon straggled in, her curly golden locks battered by the March winds. She stumbled as she walked over to him, her heel sticking while her foot didn't. Barrett caught her from diving headlong onto the floor and eased her upright.
I almost didn't recognize you, Blake, she said.
Are you okay? He asked, ignoring her comment. Grace nodded.
That was a close one,
she said, smoothing down her blue sequined dress that clung to her svelte figure.
Slade always said I knew how to make an entrance.
Barrett felt a twinge of guilt at the mention of her brother's name. He smiled as the two embraced, maybe even held each other a few seconds longer than was normal between two friends of the opposite sex. This is going to be tougher than I thought.
I appreciate you meeting me like this, she said. I imagine you could probably get in trouble for this, too.
He glanced around the room, the other couples nearby all engrossed in conversation and responded in a hushed tone. Being undercover doesn't mean you can't live your life. It just means you have to be careful how you live it.
"Gordon, party for two?"
the hostess called. Grace furrowed her brow.
"Gordon," she said. "Why not Barrett?"
"Being careful how I live my life," he said softly, punctuated by a wink. They sat down and engaged in some small talk before a waiter approached their table, took their drink orders, and quickly departed. "So, what's so important that you just had to meet me in person?" Barrett asked, steering the conversation back to the point of their dinner.
"I know you told me to leave it alone, but I just couldn't, Blake. I had to go see him."
"See who?"
"Slade, of course. When you told me that he was on a secret operation, I could hardly believe that meant he couldn't communicate with me at all."
"Grace," Barrett said, cocking his head to one side. "That's exactly what it means when an operative goes dark. They don't have communication with anyone from the outside world, or else they risk jeopardizing the mission and maybe their own life. And sometimes they could also jeopardize the lives of their loved ones, depending on the level of danger with the operation."
"I know. It was probably really stupid, but you know me. I just don't know when to leave well enough alone."
"And did you find what you were looking for?"
"Not exactly. But when I first arrived at his apartment, I met this sweet, elderly woman named Betty Pritchard. She saw me using a key to enter Slade's apartment and gave me a disapproving glare. Of course, I knew what she was thinking, so I told her that I was Slade's sister and that he had given me the key. She just gave a shrug and retreated inside her unit. I think she was embarrassed."
"And that's it? Just went to Slade's apartment, didn't see him there, and then came home?"
"Hardly. I haven't even mentioned the good part."
"There's a good part?" She screwed her face up and paused before answering.
"Sort of. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I was hoping you could help me, especially since it included you."
Barrett's breath hitched as soon as she finished the last part of her sentence. "It includes me?" he wondered. "What would—" He stopped trying to draw any conclusions as Grace continued. She pulled a small piece of paper out of her pocket and pushed it across the table.
"I found this in his apartment. It's just a list of 6 men's names, including your own, and all placed beneath a strange title. The Margah 6. Mean anything to you?"
Barrett stared at the piece of paper, his mind whirring. He recognized the names on the piece of paper, including Brad Knuckles Knutson, but it was the heading at the top that gave him reason for pause.
"So what do you think?"
Grace asked, obviously unsatisfied with the silence. Barrett said nothing as he studied the names, each one carefully crossed through, except for his at the bottom. The Margah 6. Barrett had been to Margah on an operation years ago, a rather mundane one as he recalled. He was asked to serve as a lookout and provide cover from long distance in case they got into any trouble, which they had. However, as quickly as the brief conflict had started, it ended. The details were still a little blurry, though he did remember there being a robust debate about how to handle the situation inside the village. He'd been so hyper-focused on providing cover that he didn't pay much attention. While Barrett wasn't certain, he thought he remembered there being 7 people involved in that operation when it came to boots on the ground. The 7th one? Slade Gordon. But why would he kill us all? I barely remember it, he wondered. Grace snapped her fingers in front of Barrett's glazed eyes.
"Hello? Blake, are you still there?"
He blinked and then looked up, her voice registering with him again. "Oh, sorry, yes, I'm still here."
"Where'd you go?"
"I was just trying to remember where I'd heard that name before."
"And?"
"And what?"
"Did it jog your memory or ring any bells for you?"
"Maybe." He tried to be as truthful as possible. "I'll have to think about it more. I do remember going there once, but that was a long time ago. Oceans have flowed beneath the dam of that memory in my mind. But I'll try to think about it some more and come up with something."
"Okay, but Don't you think this is strange, especially the fact that everyone whose name was struck through on that list has died recently?" He stopped, resisting the urge to show even a hint of emotion. "Very strange indeed. You think I should be watching my back?" "Probably. You know how Slade loves to prank everyone." Barrett's lips eased into a smile. "Don't worry. I'll be on high alert." They spent the rest of dinner reminiscing about their shared fondness of Slade, though it was a painful exercise for Barrett. He wanted to tell Grace, not for some strange, sadistic reason, but because he thought he owed it to her. She needed to know she'd never see her brother again, so she could make peace with it. But he just couldn't find the words. Not yet. After dinner wound down, Barrett leaned back in his chair and patted his stomach. "Giotti always hits the spot." She nodded in agreement. After he paid for the meal and they retreated outside, Barrett and Grace embraced each other before parting, again a hug that tested the boundaries of friendship. As he pulled back, Grace gave Barrett a peck on the cheek. "If you hear anything, you'll tell me, won't you?" she asked, her eyes peering deeply into his. "Of course, you'll be the first to know." She squeezed his hand before turning and searching for the car she'd ordered from a ride-sharing app. A driver waved at her and she climbed inside. Grace turned one final time and looked at him, then gave him a wink, and moments later, she was gone. Barrett exhaled, more guilt washing over him. Did I really have to kill Slade? Could I have handled the situation some other way? He wondered. The answer was a big unknown. But in the moment, it's not like he had time to parse the consequences of each decision. Barrett didn't know that with the thrust of his K-bar knife into Slade Gordon, he would awaken the assassin within. As he walked along the sidewalk to his hotel, his phone buzzed. "Is your dinner over?" Stone asked. "Yeah. Why?" "You just got an email from Simpson." "And?" "It's Zafira Rahimi. She's dead." "Dead? How?" "Doesn't say, but the note added that you don't have to, quote, worry about her anymore. End quote." Barrett cursed. He was certain that she had more answers than anyone, given Alcatala's attempts to humiliate and assassinate Cameron Doyle were valid reasons. The line between the reality and falsehoods was often blurred beyond recognition in the fog of war. "I'm catching the late-night flight out of Reagan. We'll discuss in the morning after I've had a good night of sleep." "Copy that," Stone said. "Be safe." Barrett ended the call and was just starting to ponder the implications of losing Zafira Rahimi when his phone buzzed again, this time with a call from Simpson. "I already heard," Barrett said in Gordon's voice. "Good, but that's not why I called," Simpson said. "Something else going on?" "Yeah. We've got a situation that requires your immediate attention. Think you and your team can help us out?" "That won't be a problem," Barrett said. "Just let me know what we need to do." "I'll send over the details right away," Simpson said. "Just be ready, because we need to move fast on this one." Barrett nodded to himself. "Always."
This has been a production of The Impostor, a Blake Barrett thriller, Book 1, written by R.J. Patterson, narrated by John Pirhalla. Copyright 2024 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright by R.J. Patterson. All rights reserved.